9 Sun God King Chapter 3123 to Chapter 3201. A complete copy. Update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible. By capturing General Meng Kai, Qinyan learned about Crown Prince and Princess Luo Shu's situation. When Crown Prince Dominion Dragon army was mobilized, Qinyan knew that Crown Prince Dominion Dragon was trying to rope in the strange cat kingdom. At that time, Qinyan was still wondering if Princess Luo Shu was also seeking help from others. However, he knew that Princess Luo Shu wanted the Divine Moon Clan to pledge loyalty to her, so he knew that Princess Luo Shu looked down on the Divine Moon Clan. If the other party's attitude was good, they should have discussed how to cooperate instead of asking the other party to directly pledge their loyalty. Furthermore, Princess Luo Shu had used a bewitching technique on Yu Shengyun. This was a very unfriendly display. She wanted to control Yu Shengyun, the Empress of the Divine Moon Clan, through her mind, and thus control the Divine Moon Clan. Brother Ayun, if Princess Luo Shu takes revenge on our Divine Moon Clan, what kind of action will she take? Luo Yaofeng asked. She began to worry. After all, Princess Luo Shu was from the Daluo Empire. Furthermore, she was capable of contending against the Crown Prince of Daluo and trying to snatch the position of Daluo Celestial Emperor. Clearly, she was not a simple woman. If they rejected Princess Luo Shu, she would definitely use any means necessary to force the Divine Moon Clan to submit. Luo, what do you think of the Divine Moon Clan's strength in the Gods Desolate? Qinyan returned with a question. Not yet. Although we also have quite a number of 9th-tier Divine Space Realm experts, compared to the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm experts of those kingdoms and empires, it's still far from enough. Luo Yaofeng shook his head. Qinyan looked at Yu Shengyun and asked, Sister Shengyun, you should have already thought of a way out, right? All the women of the Divine Moon race retreat from the Divine Moon of the heavens and into the 4 Divine Suns. Yu Shengyun said, Yun, the 4 Divine Suns are the escape route you left for us. I don't even need to think to know what to do. Qinyan nodded. As for Granny Taiyue, please inform her that if the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan needs help in the future, the Divine Moon Clan will definitely help. After all, Granny Taiyue has been taking care of you for a long time. Grandma Taiyue knows that Princess Luo Shu came to find me. Although she didn't ask why, she should be able to guess. Yu Shengyun said. That means Princess Luo Shu has roped in the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Qinyan said with a frown, that doesn't make sense. Although the heaven-splitting ancient clan can be established as a kingdom, they are generally very weak. What does Princess Luo Shu see in the heaven-splitting ancient clan? Yu Shengyun asked doubtfully, our Divine Moon Clan is also very weak right now, why would Princess Luo Shu want us to pledge our loyalty to her? It's mainly because of the 9 Suns Divine Maiden. Luo Yaofeng grunted softly. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo must be cultivating in some evil art. He can only cultivate it through the 9 Yang Divine Maiden. Perhaps Princess Luo Shu wants to control the 9 Yang Divine Maiden so that she can control the myriad world's divine suns through them. Luo Yaofeng was once considered a sun goddess above the 9 heavens. She knew a few things. Later on, she had no choice but to be reborn in the Gods Desolate because of the self-destruction of the 9 heavens sky divine Sunday Yun. Is the Phoenix Kingdom reliable? After all, it's a kingdom. Wouldn't they look down on us? Yu Shengyun asked. I don't know, but I heard that the Phoenix Kingdom is different from the other middle and upper class forces. We can try to make contact with them. Qinyan said, I have also made contact with the middle-tier kingdom's powers, there are also some pretty good ones. For example, the 9 Dragon Kingdom is pretty good, their attitude is very low. Long Jinchuan is about to send 709 dragon warriors over. They are all carefully selected 9th level divine space realm and are all given to Qin Yun. Long Jinchuan took the awakening talisman back to test it out. It had a certain effect but it was not able to completely awaken. If Long Jinchuan's main body could awaken, then Qin Yun's awakening talisman would be very useful. The 9 Dragon Kingdom's king also attached great importance to their cooperation with Qin Yun. That 9 Dragon Kingdom's king even prepared to send a clone to discuss with Qin Yun in secret. The 9 dragon warriors sent by the 9 Dragon Kingdom to support Qin Yun are all men. Of course they also have women, but because women's battle strength is relatively weak, they did not send them. And now, Qin Yun decided to have the 9 Dragon Kingdoms send a few more women over and send them all to the Divine Moon Clan. Qin Yun is the Divine Moon Clan's clan emperor, this way he can guarantee the Divine Moon Clan's battle strength. Sister Xiangyun, Luo, when you entered the Golden Claw Treasure Land, did you see my Divine King warriors? Qin Yun asked. I saw them, they are really powerful. Luo Yaofeng wanted to ask this for a long time, she hastily asked, did you get them from other universe? The origin of the Divine King warriors is very mysterious because they are not from Great Luo Empire or Hualing Empire. Other spies know that Qin Yun is very close to the 9 Dragon Kingdom, but the 9 Dragon Kingdom does not have such level of warriors. They are warriors sent by the 9 Dragon Kingdom. After being modified and strengthened by me, they became this powerful. I am preparing to have the 9 Dragon Kingdom send a group of female warriors to the Divine Moon Clan. When the time comes, you can receive them. Qin Yun said with smile. Yun, you really don't need our help? Yu Xiangyun very much wants to help Qin Yun because Qin Yun has already helped the Divine Moon Clan a lot without asking for anything in return. You guys properly plant tobacco inside the 4 Divine Suns. In the future, I will need you to plant some other things or make some tools and things like that. Qin Yun paused and then said, also, let Sister Linglong and the other inscription refining masters research even stronger materials. The mysterious energy inside the 4 Divine Suns can make all kinds of materials even stronger. Qin Yun took out some Divine Universe Heavenly Bones and gave them to Yu Xiangyun. Give these Divine Universe Heavenly Bones to them and let them research how to make materials stronger after absorbing the energy of the 4 Divine Suns. If they don't have any clues, ask Sister Yu who is inside the 4 Divine Suns. I will personally take charge, I am also an inscription refining master. Yu Xiangyun took the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. That's even better. Qin Yun nodded and said, in the upcoming war, I will need a lot of resources. These resources will be stored inside the 4 Divine Suns. I can't enter the 4 Divine Suns, so I will need you guys to be responsible for delivering resources to me. Yu Xiangyun nodded and said, all right. It seems like the times have changed, there is no need for too many people to personally go into battle. Luo Yaofeng sighed with emotion. Qin Yun previously led a few hundred people to sweep away Strange Cat King's million army. This is not only a manifestation of strength but also of wisdom. It has changed a long time ago. I have a premonition that the Divine Desolate will further suppress the growth of living beings. Qin Yun felt very conflicted when speaking about this matter. Why? Isn't the goal of the 9 Suns Dharma spirit to make the living beings of the Divine Desolate into the middle and upper echelons? Yu Xiangyun asked. She and Luo Yaofeng are both very surprised by Qin Yun's words. Qin Yun shook his head, that was in the past. Great Luo Empire is in turmoil and it is possible that the situation of the entire universe is changing. Have you noticed that whether it is Princess Luo Shu or Great Luo Crown Prince, both of them attach great importance to the Divine Desolate? Yu Xiangyun and Luo Yaofeng looked at each other and then nodded slightly. They can feel that the middle and upper echelons attach great importance to the Divine Desolate. It is as if they are planning to stake everything on the Divine Desolate. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible. If the Daluo Empire was only after the resources of the God's wilderness, they wouldn't have given off such a feeling. They could have just sent a large number of people to the God's wilderness to mine the resources. However, they did not do so, as if they had some concerns. Furthermore, with their strength, if the empires and the kingdoms joined forces, they would soon be able to sweep through the divine wilderness and all the powerful races. They did not do so. It was also possible that the 9 Yang Dharma spirit was restricting them. Yun, tell me your deduction. Yu Xiangyun, who was in the bath, swam to Qin Yun's side. Just like Luo Yaofeng, she leaned on Qin Yun. Qin Yun hugged Empress Xiangrou, who was mesmerized by the fragrance, and could not help but feel his heart flutter. On the other side, Luo Yaofeng was also flirting with him. Hugging 2 beauties on his left and right made Qin Yun very happy. According to the information I have, the divine wilderness is still expanding. Originally, Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate was already very big, but now it is expanding endlessly. Qin Yun said, what does this mean? Perhaps many of the resources in the universe will be absorbed by the divine wilderness bit by bit, and then turned into a huge piece of land. the Daluo Empire did not impose any restrictions. Luo Yaofeng asked, is the Daluo Empire unable to stop them? Realization dawned on Yu Shengyun. The origin Celestial Emperor might be dead. Without the Celestial Emperor, the exalted Luo Empire is a pile of loose sand. Moreover, the infighting between the princess and the crown prince won't be able to stop the expansion of the divine wilderness. Yes. The other kingdoms should have also sensed it and know that the divine wilderness will gather large amounts of resources. Therefore, they came early to the divine wilderness to lay down their plans and occupy a plot of land, said Qin Yun. Currently, the strongest power in the divine wasteland is us. If we can lead the various races in the divine wasteland, the kingdoms and empires will find it difficult to pose a threat to us. Luo Yaofeng said. She was not exaggerating, as even the heaven-splitting ancient clan could not compare to Qin Yun's God King army. Most of the powerful races in the myriad realms divine sun would cooperate with Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun is unable to enter the myriad realms divine sun or borrow its power, he is still very powerful. The things behind this might be more complicated than I thought. I am waiting for news from Sun Dragon Race's side. I asked Elder Lingyu to help me contact 9 Sun Law Spirit. If Elder Lingyu comes to find me, it means that 9 Sun Law Spirit will give me instructions. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun has not reached the transcendent level of the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit. At the height of the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit, he can definitely see more. However, as a godly monarch, according to his many years of experience, Qin Yun could tell that there was a storm brewing behind the scenes at all times. Previously, Qin Yun was very tired from being tormented by Yu Shengyun and Luo Yaofeng. After soaking in the bath, he completely recovered. Seeing that Qin Yun had recovered, Luo Yaofeng looked at Qin Yun with a smile. Furthermore, he kept winking at Yu Shengyun, as if he wanted to join forces with Yu Shengyun to bully Qin Yun again. You. Shengyun lightly glared at Luo Yaofeng before saying gently to Qin Yun, Yun, rest well. I will definitely complete the task you have entrusted me with. Yeah. Qin Yun couldn't help but kiss the Empress's fragrant lips. After putting on their clothes, Yu Shengyun and Luo Yaofeng left the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda and brought Long Shu back to the 4 Divine Suns. Feng Yu and Shui Yu only greeted Qin Yun and took a look at the legendary Divine King Warrior before leaving with Yu Shengyun and the others. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi returned to Qin Yun's side. This pair of absolutely charming beauties are also Qin Yun's women. There is no need for Qin Yun to take the initiative. After entering the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda, Shui Tianzi, this charming beauty, leaned on his side like a little bird. Sister Steamed Bun, you've become a lot stronger. Qin Yun giggled as he looked at the noble beauty in front of him, whose entire body is covered in purple clothes. Then, he extended his hand and rubbed her face. This is all thanks to your bloodline heavenly rune. Zi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Shui Tianzi because Shui Tianzi is currently pulling at her clothes with a coquettish smile on her face. Being able to meet Qin Yun and seeing that Qin Yun is fine, Zi Qingqing is still very happy. Therefore, she allowed Qin Yun to knead her face. Qin Yun and the 2 beautiful beauties stayed together for more than half a day. Then, he let them enter the Nether Sun Pearl to work. Miller saw that new friends have come in, moreover they are 2 very beautiful big sisters. She immediately became very happy. She did not work and took out many delicious food to entertain Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. Miller heard about Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi from Momo and Yang Yang before. She has wanted to meet these 2 big sisters for a long time. Qin Yun came out of the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda with a face full of happiness. Just as he came out, he received a piece of good news. Long Jinchuan sent over 709 dragon warriors. Moreover, they are the strongest 9th level divine space realm. They are waiting to be transformed by Qin Yun. Long Jinchuan originally waited for a period of time, but Qin Yun was in the middle of a sweet reunion with 2 beauties. Long Jinchuan asked Taiyin Ba to tell Qin Yun that the next time he comes, he will bring along 9 dragon countries' monarch's clone. Next, Qin Yun wants to transform those 709 dragon warriors and turn them into divine king warriors. The main thing is to bestow them bloodline heavenly runes. After that, they are lacking equipment. Qin Yun doesn't need to worry about equipment because he already has Dragon Gold Legend. Next time he comes, he will bring it with him. It is their side that will use divine universe heavenly bones to forge. Long Jinchuan knows that Qin Yin killed 1 million cat ear people and has many divine universe heavenly bones. He will not owe them anything. After Qin Yin bestowed bloodline heavenly runes to the 709 dragon warriors, their divine universe power greatly increased. They are very happy. Then they integrated with the original divine king warriors and immediately started training. Qin Yin already has 1,000 divine king warriors, but it is far from enough. I will let Heaven's secret sect contact Myriad Realms Divine Court. Divine Judge will bring people here very soon. Boss Xia will also come when the time comes. Qin Yin needs people with great potential. For example, Xia Wufeng has great potential. Qin Yin plans to let Xia Wufeng enter the illusion pupil race's central lake and make him even stronger. If a sword god like Xia Wufeng reaches the peak of 9th level divine space realm, his strength will be very dreadful. And Qin Yin plans to use the Peacock Treasure Lands Lake to transform Su Xiaoba. Although Su Xiaoba's disciple is a bit idiotic, he is absolutely violent. Moreover, his potential is also very great. Moreover, he has destruction spirit. From a certain aspect, it can be said that he has learned a part of 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture's profundities without a teacher. Su Xiaoba has also joined Myriad Realms Divine Court. Although he doesn't have a god position, he has proclaimed himself to be an unparalleled god. Qin Yin sent people to the 4 spirit sons to find Divine Judge. He asked for Su Xiaoba, Xia Wufeng, and Shimen Dazhuang as well as Pippi Pig. Shimen Dazhuang and Pippi Pig specialize in dealing with idiots like Tian Daozi. Qin Yin must keep a close eye on Tian Daozi to prevent him from acting recklessly. This guy Tian Daozi doesn't have any other skills, but he is very fast in escaping. This can be considered his consummate skill. Qin Yin is very much looking forward to the arrival of the Divine Judge and the others. Now, Qin Yin's understanding of deity position has deepened. He had discussed it with his old brother Taisher, and they believed that godhood was a type of bloodline heavenly pattern. Bestowing godhood was the same as bestowing bloodline heavenly patterns. However, the godly king heavenly seal had not fused with the grand prime bloodline heavenly pattern in the past, so the god throne power it bestowed was not obvious. The current god king heaven seal could bestow 4th generation bloodline heavenly patterns. At that time, he could strengthen the bloodline heavenly patterns of the gods of the divine court of myriad realms, making them even more powerful. Qin Yin gradually understood the purpose of the gods. They were mainly used to guide the growth and evolution of all living beings in the divine wilderness, allowing them to become stronger. Of course, this required a very long time and a very stable environment. Now that the divine wilderness was in turmoil, the upper and middle world forces had come to the divine wilderness, causing many unstable factors. In addition, the myriad realms divine sun wanted to use the survival of the fittest principle to eliminate the weak races. The Golden Claw treasure land had experienced a great battle before, so it was completely destroyed. However, the resources beneath the treasure land were still there, and the cat-eared people hadn't taken anything away. With Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi entering the Nether Sun Pearl and controlling many puppets to help collect the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, their speed became even faster. Qin Yin is frantically making awakening talismans in his secret room so that more people can obtain powerful 4th generation bloodline heavenly runes. 2 days passed, but the Grand Inquisitor did not return. Logically speaking, they should have arrived at the Golden Claw treasure land very quickly from the 4 gods' sons, at most a day. However, Qin Yin had waited for a long time, indicating that they had been delayed by something. Qin Yin was still worried that something would happen to the Divine Adjudicator and company, but it was useless worrying now. He could not enter the Myriad Realms Divine Yang, and the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms had moved to the 4 Divine Yang. The Enforcer Realm Monarch had arrived a long time ago. He led the enforcers over and Qin Yin arranged for them to head to the Illusory Pupil and Twin Heart races treasure lands to dig up Divine Universe goldstones. Qin Yin did not wait for the Divine Judge and the others, but Long Jinchuan did. Long Jinchuan sat on a golden flying ship. This ship was not very big, only around 100 meters long. It shined with a golden light as it flew in the air and stopped outside the Golden Claw treasure land. Qin Yin immediately went out to welcome them. The ship didn't fly into the Golden Claw treasured land. Long Jinchuan and a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples and an extraordinary bearing came out of the golden ship and slowly landed on the ground. That middle-aged man was dressed in simple white clothes. There was nothing particularly dazzling about him, but he gave off a powerful aura. He looked very kind and had a smile on his face, but his eyes would occasionally emit a sharp glint. With a glance, Qin Yun knew that this was the avatar of the Nine Dragons country's king, Long Fengyun. Even if it was an avatar, it was still very powerful. Your Excellency, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Long Fengyun smiled faintly when he saw Qin Yun. Qin Yun really wanted to call the King of Nine Dragons Senior. After all, he was an expert from a mid-tier faction. It was indeed surprising for him to be so humble. Welcome Nine Dragon King to Divine Desolate, please come in. Qin Yun released the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda and let Long Fengyun and Long Jin enter. This place was not in the Golden Claw treasured land, but it was absolutely safe. Monkey King and Ba Taiyin were at Qin Yun's side. Long Jinchuan and Nine Dragons country's king were also very strong. Maybe there were many powerful 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts on their golden ship, so they were not afraid of sneak attacks. After entering the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda, Qin Yun made a long story short, the awakening talisman didn't awaken the Nine Dragons people. This might be because my talisman isn't strong enough. This is related to my strength. This was also the conclusion he came to after discussing with Taisher. Nine Dragons people who surpassed the Divine Space Realm were very strong in all aspects. It was not easy to brand bloodline heavenly runes into their bodies. Long Fengyun smiled and waved his hand. Your Excellency, you should have sensed something, right? Qin Yun's heart trembled. When he was in the bath with Yu Shengyun and Luo Yaofeng, he said that he sensed something strange with the actions of the kingdoms and empires. It seems like the kingdoms and empires attached great importance to Divine Desolate for some reason. Please enlighten me, King of Nine Dragons. Qin Yun said. This is a very sudden change, I really didn't expect it. Your Divine Desolate's Nine Sun Law Spirit actually has this kind of method. Long Fengyun sighed and said, but for our Nine Dragons kingdom, it should be a good thing. Qin Yun calmly listened, but he is very shocked in his heart. Nine Sun Law Spirit actually intervened in the Nine Dragons kingdom's matter. Nine Dragons kingdom is in Great Flood Cosmos. Nine Sun Law Spirit only opened the entrance, but its power shouldn't be able to permeate the entire Great Flood Cosmos. Long Jinchuan previously asked Qin Yun for help. He asked him to pass on a message to Nine Sun Law Spirit to open a passage to barbarian races cosmos. Nine Dragons Kingdom offended the Great Flood Empire in Great Flood Cosmos. If they could escape to barbarian races cosmos, they wouldn't have been annihilated. All the universe law spirits have been awakened, or it could be said that their seals have been broken by Nine Sun Law Spirit. Long Fengyun said, every cosmos has its own universe law spirit, but they were all sealed before. But now, they have suddenly moved. Universe law spirits of every cosmos? Qin Yun is very shocked after hearing this. Taiyin Ba said with frown, universe law spirits should have perished. I've heard since I was young that universe law spirits are very cruel. No, the universe's Dharma spirit was sealed. Long Fengyun said, the Dharma spirit of my Great Flood universe was sealed by a very mysterious force. Is it an empire? Monkey King asked. No, it's a Taisher power. This is a very mysterious power that has a close relationship with various empires. There are many Taisher powers. Although they are scattered in many cosmos, they can communicate with each other. Long Fengyun said, the empires in the cosmos most likely controlled the Taisher power. But later on, the Taisher power gradually developed and became equal to the empire's power. Qin Yun is the most astonished because he has a Taisher brother. Is there a connection, and what is the relationship between the Nine Sun Law Spirit and the primordial Taisher bloodline heavenly pattern box that it took from the Great Divine King and the Taisher power? Could it be that Nine Sun Law Spirit, through the primordial Taisher, contacted the Taisher power and unsealed all the universe law spirits? No wonder Nine Sun Law Spirit refused to give the bloodline heavenly pattern box to Qin Yun. So it has this kind of use. What will happen if the universe law spirit reappears? Qin Yun asked. Universe law spirits are very powerful, this is for sure. The Great Flood Cosmos law spirit contacted me before. It said, it wants to take back the power in our bodies. Long Fengyun said. Take back the power? Qin Yan cried out in alarm. That's right, the law spirit said that it wants to take away the majority of the power in our bodies and make us degenerate to the divine space realm. Long Fengyun said, once the living beings of every cosmos are suppressed to the divine space realm, they will definitely think of a way to enter Divine Desolate because Divine Desolate is the richest in resources. Qin Yan and Ba Taiyin are stunned. The energy cultivated in their bodies can be taken back? What kind of operation is this? Is this true? How much energy can be taken away from people who surpass the divine space realm? Negligible, right? What use is it to the universe law spirit? Qin Yan doesn't understand. Your Excellency Divine King, you are wrong. People who surpass the divine space realm have unimaginably powerful energy in their bodies. Especially the divine universe and divine universe heavenly bone, they are all very large. When the universe law spirit takes back our energy, the divine universe in our bodies will degenerate. However, the divine universe heavenly bone and soul divine universe won't degenerate. This can ensure that we have formidable power in the divine space realm. The reason why the universe's Dharma spirits are taking back our energy is not only to restore their own energy, but also to suppress our growth. In other words, in the future, they will restrict us to the divine universe realm and not allow us to surpass this boundary, lest we threaten the universe's Dharma spirits again. Nine Dragon King simply explained the universe law spirit's intention. He is also filled with regret. Although his main body was a powerhouse that far surpassed the divine space realm, he could still accept such a result. Once the universe law spirit starts to move, it means that all the living beings in the universe will be suppressed to the same realm. There won't be too big of a difference in strength. It is normal for the universe law spirit to suppress and restrict the growth of living beings. After all, the universe law spirit was once sealed by a powerful living being. And this group of living beings has stirred up the entire universe. Qin Yan said, the universe law spirit only takes back the energy of living beings. Even so, it shouldn't be enough for the kingdoms and empires to attach so much importance to Divine Desolate, right? Heaven Secret Sect told him before that Divine Desolate is constantly growing and the speed of its growth is getting faster and faster. The universe law spirit not only takes back the energy of living beings, it also takes back the energy of the place where we live. Then, it gathers all the energy within its control and even helps the myriad realms' divine sun become stronger. This might be because there are many universe law spirits doing this to thank the Nine Sun law spirit. Nine Dragon King said. Qin Yan is stunned once again. If this is the case, how powerful will the Nine Sun law spirit be? Divine Desolate must be very prosperous. However, the highest realm of the living beings in Divine Desolate is the 9th level divine space realm. The reason why the Daluo Empire valued the Nine Sun sacred ground so much was because it was the core of the divine wilderness. If that day really came, the Daluo Empire would have the upper hand and occupy the center of the divine wilderness, the Nine Sun sacred ground. I suspect that the multiple universes will eventually merge together. Nine Dragons King said, at that time, the divine wilderness will be a place we must fight for. Many universes, many kingdoms and empires gathered in the divine wilderness. This was the calamity that Qin Yan had a premonition of. He originally believed that the calamity that would test the various races of the divine wilderness and force them to evolve would descend like a calamity. He didn't expect it to be like this. From Qin Yan's point of view, the gathering of so many empires and kingdoms in the divine wilderness was more terrifying than any calamity. After all, the people of those empires and kingdoms had once surpassed the 9th level of the divine space realm. Even if their cultivation had regressed, their foundation was still there, and there were a lot of them. The local races of the divine wilderness did not even have the chance to breathe when facing so many powers. Just imagine how strong the armies of those kingdoms and empires were. Back then, Qin Yan had to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal and consume a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones to kill 30 of them. After the cultivation of the experts of the empires and kingdoms regressed, there were countless batches of the Divine Dragon Army. This sudden pressure caused Qin Yan to be unable to breathe. He originally thought that according to the current situation, the kingdoms and empires would only be able to send some trash divine space realm experts. That way, he would not feel any pressure at all. But now, the appearance of the universe law spirit has intensified the situation in the divine wilderness. Qianyan felt very depressed. The nine sun law spirit's move was indeed brilliant. In one breath, it made it difficult for those upper-level beings to turn the tables, but they were not completely killed. After the cultivation of those upper-level beings regressed, they could still do whatever they wanted in the divine wilderness. The ones who suffered were the living beings of the divine wilderness. Your Excellency Divine King, if the situation is as we expected, then my 9 Dragons Kingdom will definitely come to the divine wilderness. 9 Dragons King said. You are very welcome. Qianyan said with a smile. We will become firm allies. 9 Dragons King stood up and shook hands with Qianyan with a smile. 9 Dragons King is very clear that after their cultivation regressed, they would need Qianyan's awakening talismans to become stronger in the divine wilderness. Those awakening talismans would allow them to obtain bloodline heavenly runes, which would increase their potential and increase the upper limit of their divine cosmos power. Their cultivation would be limited to the 9th level of the divine space realm. When the time comes, it would be a competition of divine cosmos power's upper limit. 9 Dragons King also knows that Qianyan is currently lacking manpower. That's why he will do his best to help Qianyan. Qianyan asked 9 Dragons King to help some female warriors. 9 Dragons King readily agreed. There are many 9th level divine space realm experts in the 9 Dragons Kingdom. Moreover, they are not lacking in talent. Even if the cultivation regressed in the future, the current 9th level divine space realm experts would not be a match for regressed cultivators. Do the other empires and kingdoms know about the universe law spirit? Qianyan asked. They should all know. Your Excellency God King, exotic cat kingdom's battleships will arrive soon, but because of this matter, they might arrive a bit later. Now all the other kingdoms and empires are making preparations. Although exotic cat king's battleships won't arrive so soon, the next time he comes, he will come with his true body. Although it will be his true body with regressed cultivation, it is still very powerful, far stronger than the dominant dragon army. What are you preparing for? Qianyan asked. Relocate divine wilderness, we are currently preparing for this. 9 Dragons King said. Long Jinchuan said, Your Excellency God King, once the great change arrives and the universes merge, our battleships will rush over as fast as possible to support you. We are very grateful for your help. We will do our best to block exotic cat king's attack. Qianyan said. No need to be polite. Although our 9 Dragons Kingdom has not arrived in divine wilderness, I, 9 Dragons King, have already recognized you as the God King of divine wilderness. Your Excellency God King, we really hope that you can control the order of divine wilderness. 9 Dragons King said with smile. With order in divine wilderness, the 9 Dragons Kingdom and the others can do their own thing with peace of mind. They don't have any ambition, they just want to be the strongest, but if they break the balance of great flood cosmos, they will be suppressed by the Great Han Empire. Will the Great Han Empire also come to divine wilderness? Qianyan asked. Race. Speaking of the Heaven Han Empire, the 9 Dragons King's expression changed. He sighed and said, they will definitely come. Moreover, the Heaven Han Empire has come looking for us, hoping that after our 9 Dragons Kingdom arrives in the divine wilderness, we will merge with their Heaven Han Empire. The empire had come to the gods desolate. In order to ensure its deterrence, it had to strengthen itself. Therefore, it needed the support of the other kingdoms. 9 Dragons King, what do you think? Qianyan asked. We came to God Desolate to follow His Excellency, the God King. His Excellency God King does not pursue power and authority, unlike those emperors of empires, 9 Dragons King said. Qianyan was overwhelmed by the 9 Dragon King's attitude. Qianyan previously told Long Jin about the divine court of the myriad worlds. He also said that it would be best to use the divine court's power to maintain order in divine desolate. Only by doing so can divine desolate be stabilized. However, the divine court of myriad worlds was too weak, and it was very difficult for it to grow. Especially in the coming Great Era, it was highly likely that it would be destroyed by other empires. Roughly how many empires will there be? Tianba asked. The Great Luo Empire, the Great Blue Empire, the Hualing Empire, and the Tianhong Empire. These should be the only 4 empires. Then there are the barbarian cosmos. There are a few barbarian cosmos as well. I'm not sure what their situation is, but they will definitely come to God desolate, Nine Dragon King said. The humans of the barbarian race universe could only be described as terrifying. According to the information from the Heaven Secret sect, the barbarians in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground could suppress the army of the Great Luo Empire. The barbarians had no intention of leaving the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. After all, the Nine Sun Sacred Ground was the most resource-rich region in the Divine Wilderness. They would definitely gather their greatest strength to occupy the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Although Qin Yun was known as a godly monarch, the people of the Great Luo Empire often mocked him. They said that if a godly monarch like him dared not enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, what kind of godly monarch was he? Tyrant Ba was excited. The Great Blue Empire is coming too. I'm trash in their eyes. I'll let them know how well I've developed in the gods desolate. One day, I'll let the great blue sky the arch see how strong I am. Your Excellency, let me tell you my worries. Nine Dragons King's expression was solemn as he said, if the four great empires really come, they definitely won't start a war easily. A war between empires is bound to shake heaven and earth, and the other kingdoms and empires will reap the benefits. Then, they will definitely incite conflict between kingdoms. This is inevitable, because in the various universes, most kingdoms have a reconcilable enmity with each other. This is mainly instigated by the empires. The conflicts between the kingdoms will force them to join the empire, or make them swear loyalty to the empire, and then become the empire's minions. The existence of Your Excellency, the God King, will definitely make the empire very uncomfortable, so the empire will use the kingdom to encircle Your Excellency. Now, for example, Cat King is an example. The kingdoms of the other universes were more or less unwilling to become the slaves of the empires. Especially after everyone's cultivation had regressed and entered the God-desolate heavens, those kingdoms might feel that they could make a comeback and develop into empires, freeing themselves from the control of those great empires. Especially when there were many empires in the Divine Wilderness. There were checks and balances between empires, so the empires needed the strength of the kingdoms. Nine Dragon King, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Yun asked. Your Excellency, your existence is very special. You are not an empire, you don't want to control or enslave any kingdom. You only want to control the order and set the rules. You will not threaten the use of the kingdoms. Therefore, it is possible for you to rope in more kingdoms, gather their power and have them fight against the great empires for mutual benefit. Nine Dragon King said. Qin Yun let out a long sigh and said, easier said than done. Don't tell them that I can bestow bloodline heavenly rune to them and make them ally with me? Your Excellency, regarding the matter of bestowing bloodline heavenly rune, do your best to keep it a secret. Although they will notice it, don't make it too shocking, or else you will be targeted by many empires. Nine Dragon King warned. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. Your Excellency, it's about time. I should go back and take charge of the general situation. The next time we meet, it will be my true body. Nine Dragon King patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, although my cultivation regressed, I am still very happy that my true body can come to God desolate. Nine Dragon King and Long Jinchuan left in a hurry. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and secretly contacted Nine Sun Law Spirit but did not get any response. Nine Sun Law Spirit unexpectedly did not inform him about such a big matter. He even found out about it from other people. If he did not know about it beforehand, he would still be muddle-headed in God King City after the big matter happened. Wouldn't he be laughed at until his teeth fell off? Nine Sun Law Spirit, this guy, is this Divine King really not your biological son? Qin Yun is very speechless. Qin Yun brought Ba Taiyin and Monkey King back to Golden Claw Treasure Land. Knowing that a big change is approaching, Qin Yun feels a lot of pressure. At night, he is still busy making awakening talismans. It is because of these awakening talismans that Nine Dragon Kingdom is helping him so much. When Nine Dragon Kingdom moves over, he will have to make sure that he has enough awakening talismans for Nine Dragon King. Nine Dragon Kingdom is very strong, this ally will definitely help him at the most crucial moment. At midnight, Yang Dragon Ling Yu arrived. Yang Dragon Ling Yu came to deliver a letter from Nine Sun Law Spirit. Nine Sun Law Spirit's secret letter. Young Dragon Lingyu gave the letter to Qin Yun and immediately left. Clearly, Nine Sun Law Spirit did not let young Dragon Lingyu pass on the message. Qin Yun opened the secret letter and saw a few sentences written by Nine Sun Law Spirit. Little demon, a big change is coming. Your divine king path has begun. All the 9 sun goddesses will soon return to the myriad realms' divine sun land. Do not underestimate the empire and kingdom. You must use the power of Taisher. Remember, don't let the divine king heavenly seal fall into the hands of the Taisher powers. Even if you die, don't hand over the divine king heavenly seal. Do your best to open the 8th and 9th pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit. There are things left behind by me and the universe law spirit. Just this sentence alone contains a lot of information. After Qin Yun finished reading it, he burned the paper. Qin Yun felt that 9 sun law spirit is bidding farewell to him. However, it is impossible for 9 sun law spirit to die. What is going on with him? Could it be that he is going into seclusion? Since the 9 sun goddesses have returned, it means that Xia, Yu Shi, and Yu Tian will also return. Could it be that they went to other universes to awaken the other universes' law spirits? 9 Sun Law Spirit actually knows of Brother Taisher's existence. Furthermore, the 90,000 universe divine sun will appear very soon. What shocked Qin Yun the most is that the 8th and 9th pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit actually have things left behind by the universe law spirit. Are they the law spirits of this universe? Taisher power, what exactly is this thing? Qin Yun looked at the burnt paper in his hand, filled with doubt. Qin Yun looked at his 9 sun divine spirit. The last 2 pearls were very difficult to open. He used many methods but was unable to open them. Now that he found out that the things inside the 2 pearls were left behind by the 9 sun law spirit and the universe law spirit, he became even more curious. He wanted to ask the 9 sun law spirit many questions but he couldn't contact it at all. How do I open it? Qin Yun looked at the 9 sun divine spirit. The 9 sun law spirit's letter made Qin Yun somewhat prepared for the following changes. Previously, 9 Dragon King mentioned the Taisher faction and the 9 sun law spirit also mentioned it once in the letter. In other words, the Taisher faction and the empire are bound together, so their strength must be very strong. The 9 sun law spirit knew that he had a Taisher bloodline heavenly rune in his hand and even told him to use it properly. This means that this Taisher was trustworthy. Qin Yun has always been using Taisher's power. In order to use Taisher's power, he had no choice but to think of a way to obtain a large amount of divine universe goldstones to feed his brother Taisher. Brother Taisher, have you heard of the Taisher faction? Qin Yun asked. Then he told him about what he just learned about the Taisher faction and the great change that 9 Dragon King mentioned. After listening, Taisher said after a long while, it might be the humans that were produced by the primordial Taisher. My memories of this are very vague. If the Taisher faction is really deeply bound to the empire and spread across many universes, it means that the universe was once one. In other words, the powerful humans or living beings of the other universes were all born from the primordial Taisher? Qin Yun said in astonishment. Yes, now all the universes are going to join together and take back the power of these living beings. This is not a bad thing for you. Taisher said. Qin Yun believes that in the short term, it is not a good thing for the divine desolate because the power of the upper-level living beings will be taken back. After their cultivation regresses, they can come to the divine desolate and they will be very strong. Let's see if an even stronger race will appear in the divine desolate after the appearance of the 90,000 universe divine suns. Taisher said, if there really is a super strong race born, then these strong races will be the most powerful beings in the divine wasteland. Will these races listen to me? Qin Yun asked. Probably not. Experts are all proud. If you don't have enough power, they won't join you. Taisher said, the Grand Prime's organization might rope in these powerful races. Has the Godly King Heavenly Seal finished evolving? Asked Qin Yun. After the God King Heavenly Seal evolved, it would be faster for him to raise his Divine Universe Force, cultivate the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, and cultivate his Divine Universe Force. Moreover, he wouldn't need so many Divine Universe Goldstones. The upper limit of Qin Yun's Divine Cosmos power was very high. If he reached the 9th firmament of the Divine Cosmos realm, his Divine Cosmos power would be very terrifying. At that time, the strongest would only be the 9th level of the divine space realm, and he would truly be invincible. Not yet. Taisher said, after the evolution is complete, I will remind you. Qin Yan took out the godly king heavenly seal, but he could not see anything. He could only patiently wait for the godly king heavenly seal to complete its evolution. The 9-yang law spirit had warned him not to underestimate the empires and kingdoms. If the universe law spirits took action, then the exotic cat kingdom would definitely descend upon the divine desolate. The exotic cat king had previously led an army of 1,000,000 to be destroyed by Qin Yan, and his avatar had been dismembered by Meng Kai. This was a great humiliation. Therefore, the first thing the exotic cat kingdom would do after arriving in the divine desolate was to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Exotic cat kingdom? You must come. The universe is undergoing great changes, and the divine desolate has entered a new era. The 4 great empires and kingdoms have gathered in the divine desolate. I, Qin Yan, will exterminate the exotic cat kingdom to establish my might. Qin Yan looked at the godly king heavenly seal in his hand. From the 9-yang law spirit's letter, he already knew that the other empires wanted to snatch the godly king heavenly seal. He had to be a deterrent to prevent them from harassing him. Long Jinchuan and his king had brought a batch of equipment with them. Now, they had equipped the 700 divine king warriors. And Qin Yan had given Long Jinchuan 350,000 divine universe heavenly bones. Qin Yan's nether sun pearl is filled with divine universe heavenly bones. If all the corpses were processed, there would be at least 2 to 3 million genes. 1,000 divine king warriors is far from enough. Qin Yan took out the 9-sun divine hammer and pill transformation heavenly furnace and prepared to start refining. He wants to personally refine stronger armor and weapons. The main thing is to give equipment to people with stronger battle strength. For example, Ba Taiyin's brothers, Monkey King, Su Xiaoba, and Xia Wufeng. The 30 sets of Tyrant Dragon Warrior armor were given to 30 of the most outstanding Divine King warriors. These armors have been modified by Qin Yan and are even stronger than before. Qin Yan placed the 10,000 gene Divine Universe Heavenly Bones into the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace and refined them. He turned them into golden beads. This is a higher quality Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. It also consumed a large amount of 9-sun Divine Spirit's energy. After the 10,000 gene Divine Universe Heavenly Bone was refined, it became even heavier. It became more than 20,000 gene. Qin Yan refined it into a rod that can be long or short, thick or thin. This is for Monkey King to use. Because this rod is very easy to make, Qin Yan refined 3 of them in one go. Monkey King and Su Xiaoba each have one, the remaining one is for Heavenly Universe Overlord. After using the Divine King Heavenly Seal's ability, the user of these rods will feel very light. This ability is very similar to 9-sun Divine Hammer's ability. When used, it will burst out with very heavy and dreadful power. Su Xiaoba has not arrived yet, so Qin Yan gave the rod to Monkey King. Monkey King likes it very much. He wildly smashed the rod in an empty space, causing the earth to tremble unceasingly. The Divine King warriors are very frightened looking at this scene. They all came from 9 Dragon Kingdom, this middle world. But now that they saw Monkey King's power, they are scared witless. They all imagined that if they were smashed by Monkey King's rod, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Qin Yan is crazily refining tools and talismans inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Early in the morning, just as he rested for a while, Ba Taiyin said in low voice, "Boss, outside Golden Claw Treasure Land, someone is requesting an audience. It's a woman, she says she is Princess Luo Shu's envoy." Last night, Qin Yan was tormented by Ling Yun'er, Zi Qingqing, and Shui Tianzi for half the night. Although he rested for a while in the morning, his spirit has not fully recovered. Now that he learned that Princess Luo Shu's envoy has arrived, he immediately became spirited. Princess Luo Shu actually sent someone to find him. Yu Shengyun should have already refused to pledge allegiance to Princess Luo Shu. He doesn't know what kind of retaliation Princess Luo Shu will carry out next. Qin Yan immediately tidied himself up, called Monkey King and Ba Taiyin, then left Golden Claw Treasure Land. Inside Divine Desolate, with Ba Taiyin and Monkey King's protection, coupled with Qin Yan's formidable ability, no one can injure him. Outside Golden Claw Treasure Land, there is a white-cloaked woman. Her face is covered with a white mask, only revealing a pair of ice-cold eyes. Even without looking at her eyes, one can feel the arrogance in her bones. Scorpio Kingdom. This woman is the envoy sent by Princess Luo Shu. Although she is a woman, the divine cosmos power in her body is very powerful. Monkey King and Ba Taiyin immediately circulated their strongest divine cosmos power after sensing the woman's power. The cold and arrogant woman's eyes were filled with contempt, but after sensing Ba Taiyin and Monkey King's aura, she immediately retracted her arrogance. "Qinyan?" the woman said coldly. "Just say what you want." Qinyan said expressionlessly. "Her Highness ordered you to be loyal to her and agree to a few conditions." The woman said. "I will not be loyal to her, nor will I agree to her conditions." "You can go back and report." Qinyan said. "Just a lowly god king, don't think that you can look down on everything just because you made Strange Cat King suffer. Her Highness' power is 100 times stronger than Strange Cat King. You better be tactful." The woman snorted. "I will not be loyal to anyone. If it's cooperation, there is still room for discussion." Qinyan said. "Cooperation? You are not qualified to cooperate with Her Highness." The woman said, "Qinyan, if you are loyal to Her Highness and hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, she will guarantee your life. I will not kill envoys." Qinyan looked at the woman and said. "Qinyan, do you really think Divine Desolate is yours? Stop dreaming. The deity Desolate could belong to anyone, but it definitely wouldn't belong to a weakling like you." The woman said, "Oh right, Her Highness said that as long as you are loyal to her and hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, she is willing to take your wife as her personal maid and guarantee that she will not be humiliated by the Crown Prince. Tell your Highness that after Divine Moon Race and I refuse to be loyal to her, don't think of taking revenge on us or I will make her wish she was dead." Qinyan said. "So you also know about Divine Moon Race? They did indeed reject us, but they are very smart and immediately went to Phoenix Kingdom. We will not take revenge on them. And you have the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box and Divine King Heavenly Seal. These two things do not belong to you. We will not take revenge on you. We will only take away these things that do not belong to you." The woman sneered. "I want to beat you or even kill you. But after killing you, you will not be able to report back. I really want that bitch Luo Shu to know my attitude." Qinyan was truly enraged. He could thoroughly feel how much Princess Luo Shu despised him, how arrogant she was. "Why don't you try?" The woman chuckled. "Qinyan, I can tell you clearly that if you dare to touch me, Her Highness will kill you within 3 days. Qinyan took out the Divine King's spear. Bang, he opened fire and shot out the bullets he had just refined. The bullets were made by extracting heavenly patterns from a bloodline heavenly pattern box, and they carried a high temperature when fired. Qinyan's spear caught her off guard. The woman's stomach was pierced and she let out a painful scream. "Scram, go back and tell that slut Luo Shu that if she dares to come within 3 days, I dare to catch her and hang her up for death by 1,000 cuts." Qinyan said coldly. Although the woman was furious and wanted to attack, her heart was filled with fear. If Qinyan's attack had hit her head, she would have been finished. Furthermore, Qinyan had 2 experts by his side. She was no match for Qinyan at all. The woman could only leave with hatred in her heart. "Boss, will Princess Luo Shu come within 3 days?" Ba Taiyin asked. "Should we prepare? She won't come. A dignified empire's princess personally coming to deal with a lowly person like me? This is beneath her status." Qinyan said with a smile. "That woman just said it to scare people. Then will she send others to attack the Golden Claw treasure land?" Monkey King immediately became very excited. Ever since he obtained the rod refined by Qinyan, he has been thinking of using it to beat others to death. Although Princess Luo Shu is arrogant, she is not a fool. Even if she wants to make a move, she will wait until after I fight with Exotic Cat King. Qinyan said, "Everyone knows that Exotic Cat King will definitely use the power of the entire Exotic Cat Kingdom to attack me. Princess Luo Shu and the Crown Prince of Great Luo will definitely take this opportunity to see my strength." Ba Taiyin nodded and said, "They are still very worried about Boss. They are afraid that if they fall into Boss trap, they will definitely be overtaken by the other empires." Qin Yan already learned from the woman that the Divine Moon Race and the Phoenix Kingdom are in contact. However, he still has to wait for Yu Shangyun to come and inform him about the specific situation. At noon, the Divine Judge and the others that Qin Yan had been waiting for many days finally arrived. Qin Yan hurriedly went out to greet them. Divine Judge Xia Wufeng and Wukong, Shimen Dazhuang, Pippi Pig and Su Xiaoba all smiled when they saw Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan could not smile because the injuries on their bodies are not light. Even the white and fat Pippi Pig has a few scars on his body. It is just a minor injury, the Divine Judge said with a bright smile. After not seeing the Divine Judge for a period of time, he has become even stronger. Although he has the appearance of an old man, his short white hair made him look even younger. His entire body is filled with power. Qin Yan almost could not recognize him. Uncle Qin, don't listen to the Divine Judge, we were almost beaten to the point of shit. Shimen Dazhuang immediately rushed in front of Qin Yan and held, Uncle Qin, you have to help us take revenge. Look at my incomparably handsome face, I was disfigured, and there is indeed a black scar on Shimen Dazhuang's thin face, it looks like it was cut by a high-temperature light. Big fool, you were not beaten but I think you were almost scared to the point of shit. The ones who ran the fastest were you and Pippi Pig, how could you be beaten? Is it the wound on your face, or was it caused by running too fast and running into the hot light? Su Xiaoba crossed his arms over his chest and said with disdain. This Su Xiaoba still has the appearance of a bald youth but his whole body is filled with arrogance. He looks like he is invincible under the heavens. No matter how you look at him, you are in a bad mood and want to beat him up. Brother Tyrannical Heaven, I know you are very awesome but you can't beat those people, right? If we don't run, we will be beaten to the point of shit. Shimen Dazhuang curled his lips and said. Qin Yan looked at Xia Wufeng and asked, Boss Xia, who attacked you? Their upper body is human and lower body is scorpion. Their defense is very strong, they are all 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. Xia Wufeng said, there are a lot of them, several hundred. They are Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's warriors. Qin Yan said with frown. Let's go inside and talk business. The Divine Judge said, Divine Desolate's situation is becoming more and more complicated, we must make proper preparations. Complete version, update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom? Are they the same as Strange Cat Kingdom, lackeys of Great Luo Empire? Su Xiaoba said, they are very malicious, they attacked us as soon as they saw us. Moreover, they are experts in using poison. They should not know that you came out from 4 Divine Sun, right? Qin Yan also wants to know whether or not Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom came here with a purpose. They followed us all the way, waited until we were far away from 4 Divine Sun and arrived at Divine Desolate, then they attacked us. It's all our fault for not being vigilant enough, otherwise we would have discovered them long ago. And Wukong said. Qin Yan thought that Divine Judge and the others met Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom by chance. Let's go in first, these guys are most likely related to Great Luo Empire. Qin Yan immediately invited Divine Judge and the others to enter Golden Claw Treasure Land. Then they arrived at the center of Heavenly Law Altar. Shimen Dazhuang and Pippi Pig are very happy to see Heavenly Law Altar and their master Tian Daozi. Especially Shimen Dazhuang, he wants to let Tian Daozi taste Pippi Pig's latest and strongest fart. Tian Daozi has extraordinary perception towards Pippi Pig and Shimen Dazhuang. It seems like he can sense the arrival of these 2 unlucky disciples from far away, so he immediately hid far away from them. Qin Yan brought Divine Judge and the others into Heavenly Law Altar's main hall. Heavenly Law Altar is like a super tall building, it can accommodate many people and is also very sturdy. Qin Yan wants to build a branch of Myriad Realms Divine Court here. After entering the main hall, Qin Yan called Meng Kai over. Meng Kai is not locked inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, he is now doing odd jobs in Golden Claw Treasure Land. He is completely under Qin Yan's control and assigned all kinds of soul contracts. He saw the injuries on Xia Wufeng and the others and realized that they were besieged by Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's soldiers. These lords' injuries are mainly caused by Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's venom. Luckily their venom is not very strong. Their venom can be transformed into blades and swords, if they were to stab into the body, it would be very dangerous. Meng Kai said. Meng Kai, tell me about Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom, what is their relationship with Great Luo Empire? Qin Yun said. Although Xia Wufeng and the others were quite strong right now, being able to escape from the encirclement of a large number of Scorpio warriors was already very impressive. The Sky Scorpio King has a good relationship with the Crown Prince of Origin Luo. Given the current situation, he will definitely be loyal to the Crown Prince. Meng Kai said, Master Qin, the Crown Prince of Daluo knows a lot about you, that's why he sent the Scorpio people to ambush and capture your friends. The Divine Chief said, looks like it's no longer safe outside the Four Gods Sunday. Fortunately, leaving the Four Gods Sun requires a very strict inspection. We will immediately send the order back not to leave the Four Gods Sun on a large scale. If it was just a person coming out of the Four God Yang, the commotion wouldn't be too big. The Grand Inquisitor and the others had brought a lot of people with them this time, which was why there was such a big commotion. Looks like I'll have to go knock on the Scorpio Kingdom. Sigh, I haven't even dealt with the exotic cat kingdom, and now another Scorpio kingdom has popped out to court death. Qin Yin said calmly, that's fine. Since exotic cat king hasn't arrived yet, I will use the Scorpio kingdom to practice. Qin Yun's current cultivation is not very strong, but his divine king warriors and all kinds of secret weapons are very dreadful. Boss Xia, the current situation of divine desolate is very unfavorable for our divine desolate people. I have a method that can help you become stronger, but it will be very torturous. Do you want to try it? Qin Yun said. Xia Wufeng looked at Monkey King, he has been paying attention to him since earlier. He asked, Brother Monkey, did you use this method to become stronger? Indeed. Qin Yun said with smile, but he is different from you. This little monkey doesn't have a body before, you have a body, so it won't take too long. Alright, I have nothing to fear. Xia Wufeng said with smile, Brother Divine King, many thanks. No need to be polite. We are brothers. Qin Yin said, then looked at Su Xiaoba and asked, Xiaoba, are you afraid of pain? As long as I can become stronger, I have nothing to fear. Su Xiaoba wants to use all kinds of methods to become stronger. Of course he knows how powerful Empire and Kingdom's warriors are. When he was besieged by heavenly scorpion warriors, he thought that he would be able to kill all of them in a fit of anger. However, in the end, they were the ones who ran away dejectedly and even injured. Su Xiaoba hates this kind of humiliation the most. With his character, if Divine Judge and Xia Wufeng were not here, he would rather die than run away. He would have killed a few heavenly scorpion warriors. Alright, I will take you there now. Qin Yin said, there is no time to lose, let's go as fast as possible. Divine Judge and An Wukong stayed behind to wait for Qin Yun. They also have something to discuss with Qin Yun. Just as Qin Yun left the Heavenly Law altar with Xia Wufeng and Shimen Dazhuang, he saw Pippi and Shimen Dazhuang running over. Uncle, Master is hiding and doesn't want to see us. This heartless bastard, we came from far away to greet him, but he is hiding and doesn't want to see us. Shimen Dazhuang said in vexation, just to meet him, I almost disfigured myself. Where are you going? Pippi Pig asked. He has now turned into a small pig, his voice is still very soft, like a child. To become stronger, do you want to come together? Su Xiaoba said with smile, no need for big idiot Zhuang, Pippi Pig can. I feel that Pippi Pig has great potential. In Su Xiaoba's eyes, Pippi Pig's fart is an existence that is close to unparalleled. Don't look down on people, Pippi Pig is so strong because of me. Shimen Dazhuang is very unconvinced. Hearing that they can become stronger, Shimen Dazhuang and Pippi Pig also agreed and boarded the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. But inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Shimen Dazhuang found out that it will be very painful and immediately became terrified. He said that he is already strong enough and doesn't need to become stronger. On the contrary, Pippi Pig did not cower at all. This caused Su Xiaoba to repeatedly ridicule Shimen Dazhuang for being inferior to a pig. Xia Wufeng entered the illusory pupil race's treasure land Central Lake. Qin Yun used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to imprint a large amount of heavenly runes inside the lake. How strong he can become will depend on Xia Wufeng's potential. Then they arrived at the Twin Heart race's treasure land Central Lake. Most of the treasured lands of powerful races have this kind of lake, they are mainly used for reproduction. Su Xiaoba and Pippi Pig are sharing this lake. Su Xiaoba said that he is not afraid of pain before. Not long after he entered the lake, he let out a miserable shriek like a pig being butchered. It is even louder than Pippi Pig's shriek. Shimandazhuang felt his blood run cold looking at this. He originally wanted to stay behind to accompany Pippi Pig, but he is afraid that Su Xiaoba will drag him down the lake. So he hastily followed Qin Yun back to the Golden Claw treasure land. Since Pippi Pig is not here, Tian Daozi came out to meet Shimandazhuang with a smile on his face. Tian Daozi is afraid of Pippi Pig, but he is not afraid of Shimandazhuang at all. After Qin Yun returned to the hall, Divine Judge and An Wukong's injuries have healed up a lot. Old boy, I found a method to break through the space restriction, but it can only be used to construct teleportation formations. It is still very difficult to restore the magic mirror Great Formations operation. An Wukong said, there is one more important thing. I can sense that there is a space formation similar to the magic mirror formation operating. It was already very difficult for An Wukong to operate the teleportation formation in Divine Wilderness. It would be very difficult for him to restore the magic mirror formation. As long as the Daluo Empire existed, it would be very difficult. Even if it could be done, the Daluo Empire would destroy it. Now that An Wukong had detected something similar to the magic mirror formation, it was very likely that the Daluo Empire was setting up their magic mirror formation. It was not difficult for the Daluo Empire to create such a thing. After all, Divine Wilderness would become a place that many empires would fight for in the future. It was normal for the Daluo Empire to use a lot of resources to build the magic mirror formation. As long as the magic mirror could be popularized in Divine Wilderness again, whoever controlled the magic mirror would have the right to speak. They could also use the magic mirror to eavesdrop on all kinds of useful information. If the Daluo Empire controlled the magic mirror, any information released on the magic mirror in the future would be monitored by them. They would definitely use the magic mirror to beautify the Daluo Empire. They might even use the magic mirror to smear Qin Yun and other empires. Qin Yun had built the magic mirror for this purpose. He did not expect that the Daluo Empire would be able to replicate it. This is not good news. The Divine Preceptor shook his head. If the magic mirror is controlled by the Daluo Empire, then any information on the platform will be beneficial to them and harmful to us. The information released on the magic mirror could be transmitted very quickly. It could be used to deceive people and create rumors. It was an invisible but powerful weapon. And Wukong was also filled with worry. He said, "Brother, their techniques are much more advanced than ours. I will try my best to attack them and find a way to destroy their formation." Qin Yun waved his hand. "No need. You guys focus on setting up the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation is very important. It will make it convenient for us to transport resources and troops. We can catch them off guard. So are we just going to leave the magic mirror formation alone?" And Wukong said, "If they control the magic mirror formation, it will be very disadvantageous to you, the deity king." Qin Yun smiled. "Brethren, don't forget who created the magic mirror formation. I have a way to deal with this. Just focus on setting up the formation and connect the 4 god sons, 5 god sons, Golden Claw treasure land and the other 2 treasure lands." And Wukong was relieved to hear that Qin Yun had a plan. "Oh right, the teleportation formation must be kept a secret. If they find out, they will definitely think of a way to block our teleportation." Qin Yun warned. "Got it." The Grand Inquisitor nodded. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, "Divine Judge, hand over your Heaven's Divine Punishment Flags." The All Heaven's Divine Punishment Flag was the weapon of the Divine Judge. In the past, it was very powerful, but now it was not enough. The Divine Judge immediately took out the Divine Punishment Flags and handed them to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took the Heaven's Divine Punishment Flags and entered a chamber. He wanted to refine some Divine Universe heavenly bones so that the Heaven's Divine Punishment Flags could withstand an even greater eruption of strength. Then, through the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal, he would bestow even greater power. If Qin Yun wanted to revive the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds, he needed his help. First of all, the Divine Judge had to be strong enough to give the entire Divine Court of Myriad Worlds confidence. After modifying the Myriad Heaven's Divine Punishment Flags, Qin Yun returned them to the Divine Judge. The Grand Inquisitor felt that he had become much stronger as soon as he held it in his hand. He was overjoyed. In the past, the Divine Judge mainly listened to the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit, but it had been a long time since he contacted the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit. Later on, his myriad heavens' divine punishment flags could not obtain the energy support of the myriad realms' divine sons. At that time, he understood that the Nine Sons Dharma spirit no longer valued the myriad realms' divine court. In other words, it wanted to hand the myriad realms' divine court over to Qin Yun. The divine adjudicator was mainly blaming himself for being the supervisor of the divine court of myriad worlds, while Qin Yun was the king of the divine court of myriad worlds. And Wukong and the Grand Inquisitor would stay in the Golden Claw treasure land for a period of time, mainly to build the teleportation portal. After building these teleportation arrays, he could teleport to the four divine sons. The true myriad realms divine palace was inside the four divine sons. Qin Yun needed to make more contact with it. Qin Yun wanted the divine mountain to come over. The divine inscription mountain has great potential. Furthermore, the growth of the divine inscription mountain's inscription gate is extremely fast. There are more and more powerful inscription blacksmiths. Qin Yun needed these inscription blacksmiths to build the battleship. Powerful battleships were indispensable in the upcoming confrontation with the empires and kingdoms. In addition, they also needed many defensive cannons. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace is also developing very well, especially with the help of the Awakening Talisman. Each and every one of them has advanced by leaps and bounds. The Dragon Hall, Sword Hall, and Beast Hall of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace are all very strong. They can be made into special forces, mainly used for sneak attacks. Divine Adjudicator, old brethren, we are different from the other kingdoms and empires. They want absolute rule. What we want is to control the order, to make the living beings of the Divine Desolate follow the order we set. Our Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Myriad Realms Divine Court must be above their imperial power. Qin Yun said. The Divine Adjudicator nodded and said, they don't treat the people of the Divine Desolate as people. In the eyes of the middle and upper echelons, the lower echelons are not people. They wantonly slaughter the people of the Divine Desolate and do whatever they want. We must completely crush their power. Ever since the establishment of the Myriad Realms Divine Court, they wanted to maintain order. However, they have always been powerless to do so. Even now, with Qin Yun as the leader, the Myriad Realms Divine Court still hasn't formed any authority. It can be said that they don't have the slightest bit of deterrence. It is very simple to show deterrence. Just use the strongest power and use the name of the Myriad Realms Divine Court to deal a heavy blow to those rampant powers in the Divine Desolate. Let them know how terrifying the order of the Divine Desolate is. Of course, it is still not possible at the moment. They need time to grow stronger. The Divine Adjudicator went to help in Wukong build the teleportation formation. Soon after, the Space God also rushed over to help. The nameless old man is inside the four divine sons making Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Because Qin Yun gave him a very considerable amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones, he wants him to make even more small Primal Chaos Divine Sun in a short period of time. Qin Yun doesn't need a lot of Primal Chaos Divine Sun because he still has the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace to suppress and strengthen it. Boss, Princess Luo Shu's emissary requests an audience. It's the same woman from last time. Ba Taiyin said. Did she come by herself? Qin Yun asked. That female emissary's strength is not weak. Previously, Qin Yun's spear pierced through her abdomen and she left after saying some ruthless words. It hasn't been that long and she actually came back. Yes, she came by herself. She said that she is helping Princess Luo Shu pass on a message. Ba Taiyin said. Is that so? Didn't she say that she would let Princess Luo Shu take revenge on me? Qin Yun found it somewhat funny and said, we have to be careful, maybe it's a trap. That female emissary said that Princess Luo Shu would definitely take revenge on Qin Yun within 3 days. Now 3 days have passed but Princess Luo Shu still hasn't come. Qin Yun brought Monkey King and Ba Taiyin out. The Monkey King carried the rod and held it tightly in his hand. It was filled with power. As long as there was a need to fight, he could immediately smash it ruthlessly. The messenger sent by Princess Luo Shu wore the same mask as last time. I'm very disappointed that Princess Luo Shu didn't come. Qin Yun chuckled. Didn't you say that she would take revenge on me? Qin Yun, Her Highness the Princess said that she wouldn't take revenge on you. The unpleasantness from before was all our fault. Please don't take it to heart. The woman said. Although she was very unhappy, she could only lower her stance. Even so, her tone was still cold. I, Qin Yun, don't want to provoke anyone. If I can avoid conflict, that would be for the best. But this doesn't mean that I, Qin Yun, am afraid. Qin Yun said, if you are smart, you should know that you can't avoid me, a divine king, in the divine desolate. Qin Yun, Her Highness the Princess's clone originally wanted to personally come and talk to you, but because of an important matter, she did not come, the woman said. I know what it is. Qin Yun said with smile, your cultivation is going to regress, right? The woman was slightly surprised and said, you know? Qin Yun smiled and said, why can't I know? The divine wilderness was a place that all the empires would fight for. You might be the strongest power in the divine wilderness for now, but that is only temporary. In the gods desolate, I, the God King, have the final say. Her Highness wants me to tell you that the internal situation in the Daluo Empire isn't as bad as the outside world thinks. Our celestial Arch of Zenith Luo is still around. The competition between the Crown Prince and the Princess was tacitly approved by the celestial Arch. The woman said, this competition is mainly to see who can develop faster and better in the gods' wilderness. Qin Yun said, tell your princess that a mutually beneficial cooperation is fine. If she wants to pledge loyalty or something, then don't talk about it. I will inform Her Highness. The woman said, Qin Yun, I want to ask you one more thing, can you block Strange Cat King's fleet? Are you asking on behalf of your princess? Asked Qin Yun. I asked myself. Because Her Royal Highness is very sure that you will definitely lose when King Strange Cat's fleet attacks. After you are defeated, you can come and seek refuge with Her Royal Highness. She will give you extremely high treatment and status. The woman said. You don't have to worry about Strange Cat King. Qin Yun did not take it to heart. Instead, he said with a smile, Missy, does it still hurt when I pierced your stomach? When this matter was mentioned, the woman was angered to the point of stomping her feet. She gritted her teeth and said, it's just a small injury. It healed a long time ago. Why are you asking about this? Do you care about me? I'm afraid that I'll injure you too severely, preventing you from having children. Do you want me to help you do a thorough check? Qin Yun asked again. He was sincere. You bastard, the woman subconsciously thought that Qin Yun was beating around the bush to express something. Qin Yun was somewhat speechless. He said, I'm really concerned about your injuries. Because I want to ask you for a small favor. We didn't get along very well before, I don't know if you're willing or not. Although I'm a woman, I'm not as narrow-minded as you. The woman snorted coldly. Tell me, I'll do my best. You are indeed broad-minded. Qin Yun said with smile. Bastard, quickly tell me what it is. If you don't tell me, I'll leave, the woman lightly groaned. She also doesn't know why. Last time they came, they were arguing about killing each other. Now they are actually quarreling. Monkey King is somewhat disappointed. He thought that his big stick would be able to see blood. I want all the information about Scorpio Kingdom and God Desolate, the more detailed the better. Qin Yun said earnestly. The woman was shocked hearing this. Qin Yun, you haven't even dealt with Strange Cat King yet and you're already eyeing Scorpio Kingdom? Strange Cat King won't arrive so quickly, right? If they come, you should have informed me in advance, right? Qin Yun said with smile, before Strange Cat King arrives, I will go knock on Scorpio Kingdom and borrow some resources from them. You madman. Don't you know that Scorpio Kingdom is even more terrifying than Strange Cat King? Scorpio Kingdom and Crown Prince have a very close relationship. The woman stamped her feet and said. Of course I know. But in my eyes, they are all about the same. And your princess and great Luo Crown Prince are all about the same. Qin Yun said. My family's princess is much higher than Strange Cat King and Scorpio King. In this universe, only Great Luo Crown Prince and Phoenix Queen can share the limelight with her. The woman is very unconvinced. I will leave the matter of Scorpio Kingdom to little sister. Xianxia said, "Of course, I won't let little sister work for nothing. I can help you, but you must not spread this matter. I don't want people to know that I provided the information. I also won't tell Her Highness about this matter," the woman said. "Oh right, little sister's name?" Xianxia asked. "Luo Yaya, I will give you the information about Scorpio Kingdom as soon as possible." "Many thanks, little sister," Xianxia said with smile. He is now beginning to believe what the nine-sun law spirit said. His face truly has a strange power. Humph. Luo Yaya snorted and left. Xianxia touched his nose. He is considering whether or not to seduce Princess Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen. No, I am a dignified divine king, how can I rely on women? But, there is nothing wrong with relying on women. Xianxia is very conflicted in his heart. He looked at the young monkey king beside him and said with smile, "Little monkey, don't be anxious. Wait until Boss Xia and the others become stronger, we will bring you guys to Scorpio Kingdom. At that time, we can guarantee that we will fight to our heart's content." There is still no movement from Twin Heart Race and Illusory Pupil Race. At night, Xianxia and Monkey King Ba Tai went over to take a look. The treasure lands of these two powerful races are much stronger than the lakes of Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. They should be able to be used many times. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and saw that the lakes have not degenerated. He immediately became very happy. This means that these two lakes can continue to be used. It is just that he doesn't know how many times they can be used. He needs at least a few dozen super strong warriors like Monkey King who have an upper limit of 400,000 divine cosmos power. Monkey King's upper limit of divine cosmos power has not reached its limit, it can still continue to increase in the future. I wonder how strong Pippi Pig will become. Xianxia is actually looking forward to Pippi Pig's growth. Because Pippi Pig's destructive power is truly dreadful, moreover, it is impossible to guard against it. Even Cultivation's brother Badian is very afraid of Pippi Pig. From this, it can be seen how great Pippi Pig's deterrence is. As for Xia Wufeng and Su Xiaoba, as long as their upper limit of divine cosmos power increases, there is no need to say anything, their strength will certainly be very astonishing. Scorpio Kingdom is even more dreadful than Exotic Cat Kingdom. Xianxia wants to see how dreadful these Scorpio people are. Xianxia returned to the Golden Claw Treasure Land alone in the Nine-Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda and took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The God King Heavenly Seal's evolution is complete. This upgrade has brought about a huge improvement. Taisher said, it can allow one to obtain a 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern. 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern? Very good. Then what about raising my divine cosmos power? Asked Xianxia. After the Godly Monarch Heaven Seals upgrade, you will have to raise the upper limit of your divine cosmos power. It's a little different from before, but overall, it will allow you to use a small amount of divine cosmos gold stones to raise the upper limit of your divine cosmos power, said Grand Prime. What about your mental strength and divine universe heavenly bone? Xianxia asked. There hasn't been any change in that aspect. Taisher said. Xianxia is somewhat disappointed, but to be able to use a small amount of divine universe gold stones to raise the upper limit of divine universe power is already very good. Then what's the difference between raising the upper limit of the divine cosmos power now and before? Asked Xianxia. Using 100 billion divine universe gold stones will allow you to increase your upper limit by 10,000 divine universe force. Taisher said, you have to use at least 50 billion divine universe golden stones each time. Otherwise, it won't work. 100 billion divine universe gold stones could raise the upper limit of 10,000 divine universe force. This was indeed too little. If it was before, he would need 400 billion to raise the upper limit of 10,000 divine space force. Not bad. What's the principle behind this? How can it be reduced by so much? Xianxia was very curious. The main thing is that you can absorb the divine sun within the 9-yang divine spirit to help you cultivate the divine cosmos in your body and increase the upper limit of your divine cosmos power even faster. Taisher said, you can try it now, the speed is even faster than before. Because we are drawing in the energy of the divine sun, we need to wait for a period of time before we can continue using it. Alright. Xianxia immediately gave it a try. His current upper limit of divine cosmos powers was only 15,000. Compared to a ninth firmament divine cosmos realm, which easily had 200,000 to 300,000 divine cosmos powers, it was truly insufficient. He had trillions of divine universe goldstones in his hands, and he wasn't afraid even if he used up all of them. This was because there was a large mine beneath the Golden Claw treasure land. In addition, there were the two treasure lands where the Twin Hearts race and the Illusory Pupil race were located, which would allow him to obtain a steady flow of divine universe goldstones. In other words, he could now raise his divine cosmos force in a single breath. When Xianxia stepped into the fifth heavenly divine space realm, his divine space force's upper limit of 15,000 did not increase. If he wanted to reach the limit of breaking through, he would have to raise the upper limit of his divine cosmos force to 30,000. Xianxia used 150 billion divine universe goldstones to raise the upper limit of his divine universe power to 30,000. This process was very fast. It only took half a day, then, he broke through. What made him depressed was that after he stepped into the sixth tier of the divine space realm, his divine space force was still 30,000, and there was no explosive increase. Of course, he already had 6 divine space forces, so he was indeed at the sixth tier of the divine space realm. "Brother Taisher, why didn't this breakthrough increase my divine cosmos power?" asked Xianxia. "Your divine cosmos energy already exceeds the limit. When others step into the sixth level of the divine cosmos realm, they only have around 10,000 divine cosmos energy, but you have 30,000. Other than that, you are limited by your physical body." Taisher said, "With the strength of your body now, you can withstand 300,000 divine cosmic force circulating in your body. Any more and you won't be able to withstand it." Xianxia continued raising the upper limit of his divine universe powers, leaving only 100 billion divine universe goldstones by his side. He used up 1 trillion in one go, raising his upper limit by 100,000 divine universe force. His current cultivation was already at the 7th tier of the divine space realm. His upper limit of divine universe powers was 115,000. He only needed another 5,000 to step into the 8th tier of the divine space realm. When he was at the 6th tier of the divine space realm, his upper limit of divine universe powers was 30,000 and 60,000 was the limit. When he reached the 7th tier of the divine space realm, his upper limit was 60,000 and 120,000 was the limit. According to the current limit, the 8th tier of the divine space realm would be 120,000 and 240,000 was the limit. Of course, if he cultivated the divine universe heavenly bone, his upper limit of divine universe powers would definitely be even higher. He planned to properly cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone when he was at the 8th tier of the divine space realm, allowing his divine universe powers to exceed its limit. This would allow him to have an even higher upper limit when he stepped into the 9th tier. "Xianxia, you have many aspects to cultivate in the future. Mental universe powers, divine universe heavenly bone, and the 9 sun divine spirits divine sun all need to be cultivated," said Taisher. "I know. If Xianxia wanted to become the strongest person in the divine desolate heavens, he had to cultivate all aspects. Otherwise, he would not be able to contend against the middle and upper echelons." "Boss, Luo Yaya is here," Ba Taiyin said. Xianxia immediately walked out of the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda, bringing along Ba Taiyin and the Monkey King. Although he and Princess Luo Shu have eased up, he is still not at ease. After all, Luo Yaya is at the 9th level of the divine space realm. The upper limit of her divine universe powers is extremely high. Luo Yaya still came by herself, still wearing the same clothes and mask as before. "Xianxia, this is the information about the Scorpio Kingdom." Luo Yaya handed over a booklet to Xianxia. "Many thanks, little sister," Xianxia said with smile. "I'm sorry, I still haven't thought of what to give you." "No need, I come from an empire, I don't like your gift." Luo Yaya said, "Do you really want to mess with the Scorpio Kingdom? Then be careful, don't die." "Little sister, let me ask you something, have you heard of the magic mirror?" Xianxia asked. "Of course I have, that magic mirror was created by you, right? Now it is under the control of our great Luo Empire." Luo Yaya spoke and took out the magic mirror but did not open it. "This magic mirror should have the ability to monitor." Xianxia said with smile, "You better use it less, especially when bathing." F*ck did you often use the magic mirror to do this kind of dirty things? Luo Yaya immediately put away the magic mirror. Of course not, but I know the magic mirror's ability. Qin Yan said with smile, it seems like you have already used it. Yes, the magic mirror has the ability to monitor. Moreover, using the magic mirror requires face recognition, it will record the user's appearance. Luo Yaya said, but my magic mirror is different, it is internal, there is no need for this kind of authentication. Qin Yan said, only after face recognition can the magic mirror be opened, right? During recognition, the user's appearance will be recorded and then sent back to the magic mirror gate formation, right? Yes. So when you use it, you must be careful, otherwise it will be very easy to expose your location. Luo Yaya said, very soon, the magic mirror will be sold. The magic mirror is not in the hands of the crown prince, you don't need to worry about him slandering you. Luo Yaya actually knows what Qin Yan is worried about. Qin Yan is now certain that Luo Yaya is a spy. Otherwise she would not think so much. Little sister, I want to ask you one more thing. Does your family's princess still think about my divine king heavenly seal and dragon bloodline heavenly rune box? Qin Yan asked, no matter if she still thinks about them or not, I want you to tell her that as long as I don't die, nobody will be able to obtain those two things. Even if I die, those two things will die along with me. Luo Yaya's cold eyes behind the mask appeared very calm. Her Highness has clearly said that she will give up on the plan to obtain the God King heavenly seal and the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qin Yan scanned Luo Yaya's body from top to bottom and even opened his heavenly eye. This made Luo Yaya very angry. F*ck, what are you looking at? Luo Yaya felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at. She felt that Qin Yan's eyes could see through her clothes. Your body is different from your previous body. Last time you came with an avatar, this time you came with your true body. Qin Yan said, your true body has already surpassed divine space realm, right? Could it be that his cultivation has regressed for him to be able to come to the gods desolate? Luo Yaya closed her eyes, sighed softly, and said, that's right, I'm in the earliest batch. The universe's dharma spirits are carried out in batches. Even though the divine cosmos in my body has degenerated and the upper limit of divine cosmos force has decreased, I'm still in the 9th level of the divine cosmos realm. Don't underestimate my strength. What's the upper limit of your divine cosmos power? Asked Qin Yan. 400,000. After Luo Yaya finished speaking, she looked at Ba Taiyin and Monkey King and said, if they fight me one-on-one, they won't be able to defeat me. The Monkey King was very unconvinced, but he didn't say anything. Qin Yan did not doubt Luo Yaya's words. After all, this was the body of an upper-class person. Ignoring the upper limit of 400,000 divine cosmos power, his mental cosmos power and body were still very strong. Of course, Luo Yaya was not sure that she could defeat the Monkey King and Ba Taiyin. The 8th firmament of the divine space realm is the most crucial. If you have a good body at this stage, when you step into the 9th firmament of the divine space realm, the upper limit of the divine space force will explode. Luo Yaya said to Qin Yan, you should be at the 7th firmament of the divine space realm now, right? You're about to reach the 8th tier, so at that time, you have to seize the opportunity to erupt. Don't enter the 9th tier of the divine space realm too early. She could only sense that Qin Yan had 7 divine cosmic force children, but she didn't know what the upper limit of Qin Yan's divine cosmic force was. Are you a professional intelligence officer? Qin Yan asked. Yes, I am in charge of Her Royal Highness Shadow Pavilion, mainly responsible for spying on all kinds of information. Luo Yaya said, Her Royal Highness and I are like sisters, I will not betray her. She felt that Qin Yan was trying to instigate her rebellion. Qin Yan finally understood why Luo Yaya had sworn that if Qin Yan dared to touch her, Princess Luo she would definitely take action within 3 days. Although he did not know why he did not make a move, Luo Yaya certainly did not have any complaints. After all, sometimes the overall situation was the most important. You are in charge of such important intelligence work, but you are not calm enough. Your previous performances made me feel that you are rather childish, said Qin Yan with a smile. Humph. Luo Yaya did not refute, because it was true. In fact, it was mainly because she had underestimated the enemy, and did not know that the situation had changed so quickly. I won't let you betray your princess. I just want to obtain some information from you, or perhaps we can exchange information. This is also beneficial to you, isn't it? Qin Yan was not sure if his face could be exchanged for Luo Yaya's trust. Now, he also wanted to try and see if what the 9 Dharma spirit said was true, and if his handsome face was really so magical that it could win the favor of women. I have to discuss it with Her Royal Highness. Luo Yaya did not agree, but she felt that it was feasible, but she could not make the decision herself. Can I ask you about the Taisher powers? Qin Yan asked again. This was very important. He did not know much about the Taisher powers, but these Taisher powers had deep connections with the empires of the various universes. This is a top secret, I can't tell you. Unless Her Royal Highness agrees. After Luo Yaya finished speaking, she asked, "It's time for me to ask you a question. Your relationship with the Divine Moon Clan is not ordinary. What exactly is it? If I said that I am the Divine Moon Clan's emperor, would you believe me?" Qin Yan said with a smile. "I believe you." Luo Yaya was somewhat surprised, but she nodded and said, "Her Royal Highness needs the cooperation of the Divine Moon Clan, but the Divine Moon Clan has already walked together with the Phoenix Kingdom. If the benefits are great enough, the Divine Moon Clan can cooperate with your princess at the same time." Qin Yan said. "No way." Luo Yaya shook her head. Her Royal Highness and the Phoenix Queen have different Taisher powers behind them, and they are hostile to each other. I was the one who told the Divine Moon Clan to make contact with the Phoenix Kingdom. Qin Yan said again. "I can guess." Luo Yaya said, "I can tell you that this step is very correct, but you have to be wary of the Taisher powers behind the Phoenix Kingdom." Qin Yan said, "Can you tell me more about the Taisher powers?" Luo Yaya shook her head and said, "I can only tell you that the Taisher powers are not good things, but our empire needs the Taisher powers, and the Taisher powers also need our empire. We and the Taisher powers have always been in a cooperative relationship. However, the Taisher powers are trying to drive a wedge between the empire and the kingdom and want to disintegrate us." "I understand, I will pay attention to the Taisher powers." Qin Yan struck his heart. He had to inform Yu Shangyun as soon as possible. "Qin Yan, after the Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet attacks, you can contact me at any time." Luo Yaya took out a talisman and handed it to Qin Yan. "Burn this talisman and I will know where you are." "You all think that I can't stop the Strange Cat King's fleet?" Qin Yan took the talisman and said with a smile. "Yes. You will definitely lose, and the Golden Claw treasure land will definitely be flattened, but we believe that you will definitely be able to escape alive," Luo Yaya said. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal, causing Luo Yaya to suddenly retreat in fear. She is obviously somewhat afraid of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. "What do you want to do?" Luo Yaya said in horror. "I just want to thank you. My Divine King Heavenly Seal can make you a bit stronger." Qin Yan said, "Because you are rather special, it will require a rather complicated process. You will also need to sign a soul contract with me that you are not allowed to harm me." "Forget it, I don't need it. I have already reached my limit, there is no way to make me stronger." Luo Yaya said, "Goodbye." "Alright. Goodbye." Qin Yan immediately returned to the Golden Claw treasure land to analyze the Scorpio Kingdom's information. Luo Yaya has already left. She is in a hurry to return and report the process of her meeting with Qin Yan. Because she discovered that Qin Yan already knows about the Taisher powers. Maybe he has come into contact with them. Half an hour after Qin Yan returned to the Golden Claw treasure land, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside the treasure land's barrier. The entire barrier is fluctuating, someone is attacking the barrier. "Boss, it's the Scorpio people. There are quite a few of them, a total of 300, and they are all very strong," Ba Taiyin said from outside. 300? If we send 600 Divine King warriors, can we defeat them? Qin Yan asked. "I don't dare to be certain, they are most likely at the level of the Paragon army." Ba Taiyin said, "Boss, you should personally go and take a look." Not long after Qin Yan obtained the Scorpio Kingdom's information, the Scorpio people came knocking on his door. But no matter what, he must capture the Scorpio people and research them. The poison on the Scorpio people's body is very strong, he must research how to resist their poison. there were only 300 scorpions here. If they all had the same strength as the Balong army, it would be very difficult to defeat them. Therefore, Tian Ba was a little anxious. The Scorpio people had suddenly attacked the Golden Claw treasure land, and it was very likely that they were testing the defensive strength of the Golden Claw treasure land. Although the number of divine monarch warriors in the Golden Claw treasure land has increased, their strength has not reached the level of the dominant dragon army. Even if all the God King warriors in the Golden Claw treasure land were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to take down all the Scorpios outside. The divine space force of the Scorpio people outside should be at the level of the dominant dragon army. They used to be above the 9th level of the divine space realm, but their cultivation has regressed. Before Qin Yun came to the edge of the barrier, he could already tell what was happening outside. The 300 Sky Scorpion warriors were frantically attacking the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. Fortunately, the barrier had been reinforced by the Heavenly Law altar. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted for long. The so-called dominant dragon's army rank was a rank that had once surpassed the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Later, after their cultivation had regressed, their divine space force and the divine space in their bodies had remained at the 9th tier of the divine space realm, but their physical body and mental force had not regressed. The cultivation of the experts from the empires and kingdoms would fall back to the 9th level of the divine space realm after the power in their bodies was taken back by the universal Dharma spirit. Therefore, Qin Yun and the others will have to face even more warriors of this level in the future. Boss, their equipment shouldn't be as good as the Balong army. Ba Tian said, their upper body is naked, and their lower body is that of a scorpion, and they have natural armor. I wonder if they will wear armor when they fight. Although the equipment from the kingdom couldn't compare to the equipment from the empire, it couldn't be underestimated. Qin Yun took out a pearl and injected his mental power into it. Then he shot it towards the Golden Claw treasure land's Heavenly Dao altar and contacted Tian Daozi inside. The scorpions are attacking our barrier. Can you stop them? Qin Yun asked. Of course I can. Even if it's 10 times stronger, I can still withstand it. Tian Daozi smiled confidently and said, Master Qin, don't underestimate my ability. Tian Daozi, don't brag at this time. Qin Yun doesn't really believe Tian Daozi's words. My heavenly altar is also a treasure ground, a movable treasure ground. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit has taken special care of me. Although I can't contact him now, he has always been helping my altar become stronger. Tian Daozi said. Qin Yun is rather surprised. The Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit had actually modified the Heavenly Dao altar. If that was the case, then Tian Daozi's words are rather trustworthy. Not long after, Qin Yun and Ba Tian arrived at the edge of the barrier. The Scorpio people were attacking the barrier crazily. The Monkey King's eyes were burning with anger. It tightly held onto the stick, itching to rush out and fight. Qin Yun released his Heavenly Eye avatar and enveloped a large area outside. He discovered that there are other Scorpio people floating in the air. Moreover, they are holding a crystal pearl in their hands. It seems like they are recording the 300 Scorpio warriors attacking the Golden Claw treasure land. The Scorpio kingdom should be using the magic mirror now. Qin Yun frowned. Are they going to broadcast the process of the scorpions attacking the Golden Claw treasure land in real time? Luo Yaya had said before that the magic mirror array had been completed, and it had covered the entire divine wilderness. It was not surprising that the upper echelons of the empires and kingdoms could use the magic mirror. They are indeed probing our defenses. Qin Yun said, Brother Ba, transfer 200 Divine King warriors over. Boss, it's only 200? Is it enough? Ba Tian said in surprise. Although the Scorpio people outside did not have any equipment, their bodies were very strong. Their divine universe heavenly bones had all been strengthened. Moreover, they used to be in the middle of the 9th level of the divine space realm. It's enough. Qin Yun said, these 200 Divine King warriors will go out and collect the corpses of the 300 Scorpio people. Do you think it's enough? Ba Tian and the Monkey King were stunned. The 200 Divine King warriors were going to collect the corpses? Then how were they going to kill the 300 Scorpio warriors outside? They did not doubt Qin Yun's words at all. They just wanted to know how Qin Yun was going to kill the 300 Scorpio warriors outside. Ba Taiyin immediately went to transfer the Divine King warriors. In a very secret mountain range in the Divine Wilderness, inside a mountain cave, there was a spacious, comfortable, and gorgeous stone room. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on a bed in the stone room. It was Princess Luo Shu. She was wearing a mask and looking at a very large magic mirror in front of her. The mirror showed the gate of the Golden Claw treasure land, where 300 Scorpio warriors were attacking. Luo Yaya stood beside the bed and said in low voice, "Princess sister, that is Qin Yun, he doesn't seem to be anxious at all. It's this guy who called me a slut." Princess Luo Shu's voice was very light and very cold. She should have been very angry when she said those words. However, no one could feel that she was angry. It was as if she was not angry at all. Originally, Qin Yun told Luo Yaya to go back and tell that slut Princess Luo Shu. He did not expect that Luo Yaya would actually tell the whole process to Princess Luo Shu. "I just gave him the information about the Scorpio Kingdom in the Divine Wilderness. I didn't expect that the Scorpio warriors would come knocking on my door." Princess Luo Yaya said, "Princess sister, do you think he can block these 300 Scorpio warriors?" "I don't know. The method he used in the Divine Wilderness is very strange. Without being there, it is impossible to see what kind of move he used." Princess Luo Shu shook her head. "Of course he can hold on. Is it the Crown Prince who told the Scorpio Kingdom to attack the Golden Claw treasure land?" Luo Yaya said with a frown, "Didn't the Crown Prince say that he won't make a move against Qin Yun in a short period of time? The Crown Prince's energy is focused on the 9-Sun Holy Land. It is the Scorpio King's own action. He wants to take down the Golden Claw treasure land before the Strange Cat King attacks it. Moreover, the whole process will be broadcast in real time. It is to attract attention, to make the Crown Prince have a whole new level of respect for him, or to make the Taisher powers pay attention to him." Luo Yaya said, "Also, this can indirectly humiliate the Strange Cat King. The Strange Cat King needs to gather a fleet to attack. But the Scorpio King only needs to send out 300 Scorpio warriors to flatten the Golden Claw treasure land. It can let the Scorpio Kingdom be in the limelight and also conveniently trample on the Strange Cat King. We will just watch. If Qin Yun can't even block these trifling 300 Scorpio warriors, then he is not worthy to cooperate with me." Princess Luo Shu said. The Scorpio warriors are all middle-level people. They used to surpass the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Although their cultivation has regressed to the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm, they are far from being comparable to the lower-level people. Luo Yaya said. Princess Luo Shu said faintly, "Yaya, if the Golden Claw treasure land is attacked, you must quickly go and save Qin Yun. He is the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. After we save him, it is equivalent to the Divine Moon Clan owing us a favor." "Yes." Luo Yaya nodded and said. In the pitch-black deep space, tens of thousands of 1,000-meter-long black battleships are slowly flying towards the Divine Wilderness. The Strange Cat King is inside the largest battleship, looking at a large mirror. It is the scene of the 300 Scorpio warriors attacking the Golden Claw treasure land. "King, are these Scorpio people indirectly mocking us?" After a general saw this, he said angrily, "Everyone knows that Qin Yun is the enemy of our Cat Kingdom. Only our Cat Kingdom is allowed to destroy him. Is the Scorpio people trying to snatch Qin Yun?" Cat King sneered, "What are you afraid of? Not more than half of this group of Scorpio people can survive." The general said in astonishment, "King, those 300 Scorpio people seem to be true middle-class people. That is the level of the Tyrant Dragon army. 300 warriors of this level, is it enough to take down the Golden Claw treasure land? Have you forgotten how our avatars were killed back then? Qin Yun is very crafty. He was born in the Divine Desolate and is very familiar with the various power laws of the Divine Desolate. No matter what, we can't underestimate Qin Yun." Cat King said solemnly, "He is an opponent worth paying attention to. But Qin Yun shouldn't have so many powerful warriors in his hands, right? The warriors that the 9-Dragon Kingdom gave him are all trash. They only have good equipment. The general still doesn't think that Qin Yun can win. Back then we had a 1,000,000-strong army, but what happened in the end? They were all killed by Qin Yun with 200 to 300 people." Cat King snorted, "This matter happened not long ago and you have already forgotten?" Is it because your avatars were not dismembered that you didn't remember this matter? Oddity Cat King's doppelganger had been cut down by Meng Kai. This was the greatest humiliation to Oddity Cat King. King, why don't we immediately attack and take down Qin Yun before the Scorpio people? The general said. No, we still have many people whose power has not been taken back by the universe law spirit. Only when all of them are taken back can we enter the divine desolate. We will first bide our time and wait for Qin Yun to deal with the Scorpio people. The Scorpio people are stronger than us, but they are more arrogant than us. This time, they even spread the news of them attacking the Golden Claw treasure land with great fanfare. If they lose, they will definitely attack the Golden Claw treasure land. With Qin Yun's character, how can he let the provocation of the Scorpio kingdom go? He will definitely not let the Scorpio kingdom have an easy time. At that time, he will make the Scorpio kingdom lose face. The Scorpio kingdom is stronger than our cat kingdom, but they will still suffer a great loss. When the Scorpio kingdom is half destroyed by Qin Yun's torment, our fleet will launch a large-scale attack and flatten all of Qin Yun's treasure lands. This way, we will be able to completely wipe away our previous humiliation. Occult Cat King said. Your Majesty is wise. The general said with smile, then we wish Qin Yun victory this time. The myriad heaven's divine wilderness was a huge desert that was covered by a faint golden light barrier. This desert was full of treasures, and in the center of the desert was a very beautiful oasis. Such a huge treasure trove was the territory of the Phoenix Kingdom. The treasured land originally belonged to a powerful clan. The Phoenix Kingdom traded for the right to enter this treasured land. With the help of the Phoenix Kingdom, the powerful clans in the treasure lands could also become stronger. They had a cooperative relationship with the Phoenix Kingdom. Yu Xiangyun was with the Phoenix Queen in the palace of the Phoenix capital city. The Phoenix Queen was very beautiful. In terms of appearance, Yu Xiangyun was not inferior to her. It was just that her aura was not as strong as the Phoenix Queen's. After all, the Phoenix Queen was the king of the middle class. Furthermore, she was not afraid of the Empire. This is the magic mirror sent by the Great Luo Empire. This thing should have been here in the myriad heaven's divine wilderness before, right? The Phoenix Queen looked at a large mirror and then took out a large box. Phoenix Queen, you must be careful when using it. This kind of mirror can steal a large amount of information. Yu Xiangyun warned. I won't use it often. The Phoenix Queen laughed and said, look at this big mirror, the Scorpio people are attacking the Golden Claw treasure lands. The Scorpio King just contacted me and told me to pay more attention. He wants me to see how they attack the Golden Claw treasure lands. Yu Xiangyun looked at the big mirror. Following the Phoenix Queen's control, the scene gradually pulled in. She also saw Qin Yun and could not help but worry. Is this the Divine Moon Clan's clan emperor? The Phoenix Queen also saw Qin Yun. He is my Divine Moon Clan's emperor. Yu Xiangyun said, what is the purpose of the Scorpio people doing this? They want to capture Qin Yun and obtain the Divine King's heavenly seal. Then, they will sit and wait for the Grand Primes to come into contact with them. Then, they will step on the Cat Kingdom. The Phoenix Queen said, can your clan emperor block these 300 Scorpio warriors? Yes. Yu Xiangyun said with certainty because she could see that Qin Yun was very calm. To be honest, whether it is the Scorpio Kingdom or the Cat Kingdom, if they attack us with all their might, I might not be able to block them. The Phoenix Queen said, according to the information I obtained, the Cat King's 13,000 battleships are in deep space, very close to the myriad heaven's divine wilderness. Yu Xiangyun said, he has a way to block all of this. Xiangyun, I really don't understand why you would give yourself to Qin Yun. Although you are not strong yet, you are the Nine Heavens goddess. You are equivalent to the daughter of the universe's law spirit. The Phoenix Queen said, your identity is something that even Princess Luo Shu and I are envious of. Yu Xiangyun did not say anything. She only looked at the big mirror, hoping to see Qin Yun win. Qin Yun doesn't know who is watching, but no matter who is watching, they can't see what kind of method he will use to win. The 200 Divine King warriors have already blocked and are standing behind Qin Yun. The 300 Scorpio warriors outside the barrier are crazily attacking the barrier. After being attacked by them, the barrier's energy barrier clearly became weaker and weaker. It seems like it will be broken through very soon. Qin Yan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and used it to head to the top of the Heavenly Dao altar. Heavenly Daozi, I want to use the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture and borrow the power of the altar. Is there a problem? Qin Yan asked. No problem. You don't need to use any power. You just need to use the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture and trigger the energy of the altar and Golden Claw Treasure Land. It will be enough to kill those guys outside. Heavenly Daozi said with smile. Can it be used with the barrier? Qin Yan said again, when I use the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture's power, it will produce a very strong devouring power. Those guys are attacking the barrier, it will devour them. Of course, let's begin immediately. Heavenly Daozi is also impatient. Because only at this kind of time can he grasp the most formidable power. Qin Yan immediately circulated the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture. He is only using the Nether Sun technique. Suddenly, black gas appeared on the barrier of Golden Claw Treasure Land. Then, it produced a strong devouring power and crazily devoured the energy of the outside world. The Scorpio warriors who were crazily attacking the barrier of Golden Claw Treasure Land were suddenly sucked in by the strong devouring power and stuck to the barrier. The divine cosmic power in their bodies is being crazily extracted. The 300 Scorpio warriors lined up neatly, their bodies stuck to the barrier, unable to move. When Ba Taiyin and the others saw this, they immediately became excited. They immediately gave the order to use weapons to attack the Scorpio warriors through the barrier. Try not to destroy the divine cosmic power in the Scorpio warriors. It is a good material for making super strength storing pearls. Ba Taiyin shouted. In the eyes of empires and kingdoms, Golden Claw Treasure Land is no different from other treasure lands. Even if it is protected by a powerful barrier, as long as it is attacked fiercely, it will be breached. Golden Claw Treasure Land suddenly has a Heavenly Dao altar, but nobody knows what kind of power it can bring. The arrogant Scorpio people don't care about the Heavenly Dao altar at all. Because in their homeland, there is a building even more magnificent than the Heavenly Dao altar. Scorpio people believe that they will capture Golden Claw Treasure Land very soon and broadcast the whole process through the magic mirror. But now, those Scorpio people are stuck on the barrier like bugs, as if they are stuck in a spider web, their bodies are stuck to the barrier, unable to move. Divine King warriors are standing inside the barrier. Their weapons can attack from inside the barrier, so they can easily pierce through the Scorpio people's bodies. Scorpio people are really arrogant. They don't even wear equipment, they just want to show off their formidable power and capture Golden Claw Treasure Land. Otherwise, the Divine King warriors won't be able to pierce through their bodies so easily. The big shots who saw this scene through the magic mirror are both shocked and ridiculed the Scorpio people. Scorpio people originally wanted to show off through the magic mirror, they didn't expect that they would lose so much face. The broadcast was quickly cut off. And now everyone knows that the Scorpio people's attack on Golden Claw Treasure Land has completely failed. 300 strong Scorpio warriors have been killed while Qin Yan's side is completely unscathed. The Scorpio warriors' heads and limbs were chopped off, then the Divine King warriors ran out to collect the corpses. Their divine universe has been dug out and Qin Yan will make them into super power storing pearls, which can hold hundreds of thousands of divine universe power. They are indeed very good materials. Even Ba Taiyin didn't expect that altar to be so powerful. When he saw Tian Daozi acting like a lunatic, he thought that he is an idiot with an abnormal brain. Now it seems that he must build a good relationship with Tian Daozi. Strange Cat King saw that all the Scorpio warriors have been killed and laughed loudly. Great, great. Next, Scorpio Kingdom will definitely attack Golden Claw Treasure Land even more urgently than us. Let them fight until both sides suffer. Your Majesty can predict that Qin Yan will be so powerful, Your Majesty is truly wise and mighty. The old general flattered and laughed. Let Scorpio Kingdom test Qin Yan's strength and force him to use all kinds of dirty tricks. This is very beneficial to us. Exotic Cat Monarch said, we just need to wait patiently. We will definitely eliminate Qin Yan and flatten the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The million-strong army was annihilated by Qin Yan and the Golden Claw Treasure Land was lost. This was Exotic Cat King's humiliation in the Divine Desolate and also the place where he fell. If he wanted to crawl out, he would have to kill Qin Yan and take back the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Pick yourself up from where you fell. Princess Luoshu said in surprise, this Qin Yun, you really can't underestimate him. He actually blocked the attack of 300 Sky Scorpion warriors just like that. Sister Princess, doesn't that mean that he might be able to block Exotic Cat's fleet? Luo Yaya asked. I don't dare to make a conclusion now. Qin Yun is after all a godly king, and the godly king heavenly seal in his hands is extremely terrifying. Princess Luoshu sighed and said, I hope he can continue living. The Scorpio Kingdom will definitely take revenge on him. Luo Yaya said with a frown, even if he can block the Scorpio Kingdom's revenge, he won't be able to block Exotic Cat's fleet. Princess Luoshu said, I hope he can create a miracle. Isn't his divine moon race backed by the Phoenix Kingdom? I wonder if the Phoenix Queen will help. If there's a need, we'll help him secretly. Qin Yun killing the 300 Sky Scorpion warriors also surprised the Phoenix Queen. However, Yu Shengyun's heart did not fluctuate at all. In her opinion, this is a very normal thing. Shengyun, you really understand him very well. No wonder you made him the Divine Moon Race's clan emperor. The Phoenix Queen smiled lightly and said, I hope this clan emperor doesn't use the Divine Moon Race's power. Otherwise, I will be dragged into it. Queen, if the Divine Moon Race helps Qin Yun and needs your help, will you help? Yu Shengyun asked. Of course I will. This is the basis of the cooperation between my Phoenix Kingdom and the Divine Moon Race. We help each other. The Phoenix Queen smiled and said, but I don't want to participate in his battle. Yu Shengyun nodded. Qin Yun obtained many Sky Scorpion corpses. He immediately began researching them. Through the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Primal Beginning Divine Mirror, he analyzed the poison power inside their bodies. That poison is very dangerous. Xia Wufeng, Divine Chief, and the others were all poisoned by that poison power, and it was very troublesome. And this time the Sky Scorpion people are very strong. Their poison power is even stronger. If a Divine King warrior was poisoned by it, their flesh and blood might be corroded. Qin Yun used many steps, used many resources, cooperated with the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the power of the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, and finally concocted many medicinal liquids. After injecting these medicinal liquids into his body, his flesh and bones can resist the Sky Scorpion people's dreadful poison power. Qin Yun immediately called over the Divine King warriors and asked Ba Tayin and the others to help. He injected the medicinal liquid into their bodies and fused it into their flesh and bones. Next, Qin Yun will bestow them the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal evolves, it can bestow the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune. This will allow the Divine King Warrior's Divine Universe power to reach a higher upper limit and Divine Universe Heavenly Bone to strengthen even faster. Qin Yun personally went to the other 2 treasure lands to bestow the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune on each of them. Then he went to the 2 lakes to strengthen the runes on the lakes. This will allow Su Xiaoba, Xia Wufeng, and Pippi Pig to become even stronger. Qin Yun did not use the Sky Scorpion people's bodies to create bloodline poison insects. Because Sky Scorpion people are experts in using poison, they are not afraid of poison. He used 300 Sky Scorpion people's bodies to conduct all kinds of tests to find their weak points. Sky Scorpion people are very afraid of flame. Especially the flame he extracted from the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, it has a miraculous effect on the Sky Scorpion people's formidable body. For this reason, he refined the flame into a large number of pills and then placed them on the arrowheads. He prepared many bows and arrows for the Divine King warriors. Next, he will take the initiative to attack the Sky Scorpion people's occupied treasure lands. He will not wait for them to attack. And Wukong and Space God joined hands to build a teleportation formation. It can quickly teleport between the treasure lands and the Heaven Secrets sect's many spatial zones. This way, even if the treasure lands are lost, the people inside can quickly evacuate to the Heaven Secrets sect or the 4 Divine Suns. They won't be afraid of being attacked. 2 days passed by. Qin Yun has made sufficient preparations. Xia Wufeng, Su Xiaoba, and Pippi Pig have all come out of the lake. Their overall strength has increased greatly. This caused Shiman Dazhuang to feel very depressed. If he had jumped into the lake with them, he would be as strong as Pippi Pig now. He is now a lot weaker than Pippi Pig. Xia Wufeng and the others are as strong as the Monkey King, with 400,000 divine cosmos power. Compared to before, the increase is so huge that even they can't believe it is true. Xianxia is also a bit depressed because he can't use this method to increase his power. Otherwise, he would have reached the 9th level of the divine space realm long ago. Of course, using the Divine King Heavenly Seal to increase his power can increase his upper limit. According to Taisher's estimation, when he reaches the 9th level of the divine space realm, his upper limit of divine cosmos power might reach 600,000, or even higher. The Divine King warriors in the other 2 treasure lands have returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. The people in charge of the 2 treasure lands were sent by the Divine Presiding. With Tian Daozi and the Divine Presiding guarding the Golden Claw treasure land, Xianxia can rest assured. In the past 2 days, Xianxia read the information Luo Yaya gave him about the Scorpio people. They have already occupied 3 treasure lands, and they are all very large. The powerful tribes in these treasure lands are not enslaved by the Scorpio people, but killed and eaten by them. From Luo Yaya's information, Xianxia learned that the Scorpio people have a habit of not wearing armor, because they have armor on their lower body. Their upper body is human, so they are basically naked. Also, there are no women among the Scorpio people, they are all muscular males, and they reproduce by laying eggs. Xianxia will bring 1,000 Divine King warriors to battle this time, together with Xia Wufeng, Su Xiaoba, Pippi, and the Monkey King. They will definitely be able to take the 3 treasure lands. After obtaining the treasure land, Xianxia can use the lake in the treasure land to make more people stronger. The lakes of the dual heart race and the illusory pupil race have already been used once, so they can only be used again after a period of time. The Divine Universe golden stones in the 2 treasure lands were also being mined. As long as the Myriad Realms Divine Sun was still there and the boundary of the treasure lands was still there, even if the Divine Universe golden stones were mined out, they would grow again after a long time. This is the energy of the Myriad World's Divine Sun, so the lakes can be regenerated. Xia Wufeng and the others have 2 super power storing pearls. One is filled with divine cosmos power, which can be used to replenish energy. The other is filled with a special flame, the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Fire Xianxia extracted from the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. When this kind of flame entered the Scorpio people's bodies, it could quickly burn their bodies and make it difficult for them to circulate their divine cosmos power. The arrows of the other God King warriors all had these pills refined from flames on them. The Scorpions will attack the Golden Claw treasure land again very soon. We will take the 3 treasure lands by surprise before they come, Xianxia said. Master, the Scorpio people are a kingdom. Do they only have 3 treasure lands? Su Xiaoba asked. In his opinion, with so many people, 3 treasure lands would not be enough for him to fight to his heart's content. Su Xiaoba and Monkey King are the same, after obtaining great power, they want to fight all day long. Their main treasure land is in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Xianxia said, in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground, places that can be called treasure lands are all super large mines. The 9 Sun Sacred Ground had changed greatly. Xianxia had not entered it for a period of time, but it had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the future, the changes would be even greater. It would be a place where empires and kingdoms would gather, and there would also be many barbarian tribes. Other than that, there were also powerful clans in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. After the appearance of the 8th Divine Sun, the super powerful clans that were born were mostly in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Those super powerful clans joined together to form a very powerful force. Even empires and kingdoms would not dare to easily provoke these powerful clans. All of this was mentioned by Luo Yaya in the intelligence report. After knowing this, Xianxia understood why Princess Luo Shu wanted to obtain the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Because the Divine King Heavenly Seal could summon all the clans in the Divine Desolate, after the appearance of the 90,000 Universe Divine Sun, even more powerful clans would appear in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. If they could summon these powerful clans, they would truly be able to dominate the Divine Desolate. Everyone is ready, let's set off. Once we are strong enough, we will definitely enter the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Xianxia said. He took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and loaded everyone inside. After leaving the Golden Claw treasure land, he immediately traveled through space and arrived at a treasure land of the Scorpio people. Luo Yaya's intelligence report did not mention what kind of treasure land it was. Because when she was collecting the information, the original powerful clans of the treasure land had already been exterminated. Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle quickly arrived above the treasure land. He released several heavenly eye avatars to cover the entire treasure land and check the distribution of the Scorpio people inside the treasure land. Those mining are all Scorpio people. They are all trash of the Scorpio kingdom who have not reached the divine space realm at birth. There are a lot of them. There are a total of 20,000 Scorpio people mining. There are 1,000 regular warriors. Your arrows can be used to deal with those super warriors. Those mining trash can be easily killed, so there is no need to use bows and arrows. Xianxia said. The Scorpio people are very arrogant and lazy, so they do not patrol. They believe that if there is an enemy, they can quickly annihilate the enemy. Xianxia used the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror to open the entrance with great difficulty and let the heaven-leaping shuttle fly in. When the entrance was opened, it caused a lot of movement, causing the Scorpio warriors inside the treasure land to be vigilant. They do not have warriors of the level of the dominant dragon army. Xianxia said. 1,000 Divine King warriors have already appeared in the sky. The Monkey King tightly grasped its long rod, came out of the heaven-leaping shuttle, landed on the ground and rushed into the group of Scorpio warriors. Su Xiaoba did not even use his weapon, he is just a bit slower than the Monkey King. Xia Wufeng and Ba Taiyin are beside Xianxia to protect him. They did not go down to fight, they also don't need them. The weapons of the Divine King warriors have been infused with bloodline heavenly rune flame, so it is very easy for them to deal with the Scorpio warriors. The 1,000 regular Scorpio warriors were very quickly swept away by the Divine King warriors. Xianxia landed on the battlefield, waved his hand and stored all the corpses into the Nether Sun Pearl. Although the Scorpio warriors are poisonous, Xiaohua is here. Moreover, Ling Yuner and the others have been infused with that kind of medicinal liquid, so they are not afraid of the poison. Furthermore, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi made a special large furnace and placed the corpses on it. Then Yang Yang will spit out fire and burn the corpses. In the end, only the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone will be left. Next, it is time to kill the 20,000 Scorpio people who are mining. These 20,000 Scorpio people participated in the slaughter of the powerful races in this treasure land. They did not expect that not long after, it will be their turn to be slaughtered. In just 2 hours, Xianxia took down the treasure land and controlled the barrier around it. He called over the Divine Inscription Gate's Vice Sect Master Xiao Hua and asked him to strengthen the barrier of the treasure land. He also asked An Wukong and Space God to come and set up a teleportation formation. The more treasure lands there are, the more Divine Universe golden stones he will be able to obtain in the future. Xianxia already has several treasure lands in his hands, he will be able to obtain a large amount of Divine Universe golden stones very soon. We will take over 3 treasure lands of the Scorpio Kingdom in one night. Xianxia started the heaven-leaping shuttle and headed towards the next treasure land occupied by the Scorpio people. Although the Scorpio Kingdom and the Exotic Cat Kingdom cooperated with the Crown Prince, their relationship was not good. The current Crown Prince of Great Luo did not need the support of other kingdoms. Therefore, if the Scorpio Kingdom fought with Xianxia and suffered a crushing defeat, the Crown Prince of Great Luo would not send troops. Therefore, the Scorpio Kingdom would not have any help. Xianxia learned about this from Luo Yaya's information, but he did not completely agree with it. According to his understanding, although these kingdoms had always been suppressed by the empires, they had developed for many years and had a strong foundation. Even the empires could not destroy these kingdoms in a short period of time. These kingdoms had a certain amount of strength, and it was very likely that the Taisher factions would come into contact with them to make use of the power of these kingdoms. The Taisher factions lacked manpower and the kingdoms had a large number of troops. It was most suitable for the Taisher factions to cooperate with the kingdoms or empires. At night, Xianxia used the heaven-leaping shuttle to quickly reach the treasured lands occupied by the Scorpio Kingdom. He just finished attacking one and let the soldiers rest for a while before immediately attacking the second one. Not long after, he took down the second treasure land occupied by the Scorpio Kingdom. The inscription masters of the Inscription Gate were still in the previous treasure land. After they reinforced the barrier of the treasure land, they would come over. And Wukong, the god of space, and many elders of the alien void tribe followed Xianxia. After taking down a treasure land, they quickly built a teleportation formation in that treasure land. These treasure lands were not guarded by the powerful Scorpio soldiers. The powerful Scorpio soldiers had all been transferred to the Nine Suns Sacred Land. For the empires and kingdoms, the powerful soldiers should go to the Nine Suns Sacred Land. Staying outside was a waste. The Nine Suns Sacred Land was very rich in resources, but Qin Yun was not in a hurry. He planned to completely control the outside world and eradicate the tyrannical kingdoms and empires outside. It would not be too late to enter the Nine Suns Sacred Land after that. In one night, the 3 treasure lands of the Scorpio Kingdom were taken down by Qin Yun and the Divine King army. This news only reached the Scorpio Kingdom at daybreak. They did not expect that Qin Yun would take the initiative to attack their Scorpio Kingdom. Did he want to start a war with the Scorpio Kingdom? The Scorpio Kingdom failed to attack the Golden Claw treasure land and made a fool of themselves. They were thinking about how to regain their face, but they did not expect to lose 3 treasure lands. After capturing those 3 treasure lands, Qin Yun collected over 10,000 Divine Universe Gold Stones. He took out half of them for the God King warriors to cultivate. They needed to consume a massive amount of Divine Universe Gold Stones to strengthen their own Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Qin Yun had previously used up all the Divine Universe Gold Stones he had while cultivating. Now, he had earned another 500 billion, and there would be even more in the future. Apart from the Golden Claw Treasure Land's Divine Cosmos Goldstone, the other 5 treasure lands had already started mining the Divine Cosmos Goldstone. Every once in a while, Qin Yun would be able to collect a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones. It was temporarily enough for him to cultivate and also enough for the God King army to strengthen the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Su Xiaoba and the Monkey King used a lot of strength. They fought to their heart's content, but they are also very tired. After returning, they found a place to sleep. Killing a large number of Scorpios also allowed Qin Yun to obtain a large number of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. He still had over 3 million genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in his hands. However, this was far from enough for him. Inside the Golden Claw Treasure Land, the Divine Mountain of Inscription had already arrived. The Nine Yang Divine Palace and the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop were both in the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Qin Yun took out many blueprints and had them cooperate with each other to create a large number of cannons with Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. It is impossible to create a fleet in a short period of time, so the next step is to focus on defense. Before, Qin Yun entrusted Long Jinchuan to have the 9 Dragon Kingdoms refiners use a large number of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones to create 10 furnaces. These furnaces are 2 meters tall and each one is made from 20,000 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. They are very sturdy. Now, Long Jinchuan has sent people to deliver the furnaces. Qin Yun used the God King Heavenly Seal and Primal Beginning Divine Mirror, then imprinted a large number of formidable heavenly runes into the furnaces. He also used the God King Heavenly Seal to bestow the furnaces with abilities. After Qin Yun carved runes into these furnaces, they possess the formidable abilities of the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. Of course, these furnaces do not refine pills but cannonballs or bullets. Although these furnaces cannot compare to the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace, they are more than enough to refine cannonballs. The explosive materials for the cannonballs are flames refined from the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box by Qin Yun, as well as a very strong explosive power. He refined a lot of them and gave them to Xiaohua so that Xiaohua can arrange for inscription masters to refine them into cannonballs. The Golden Claw Treasure Land and the other 5 treasure lands are enough to operate 10 furnaces to refine cannonballs. The energy in these treasure lands is very important, so Qin Yun attaches great importance to it. He made the inscription gate strengthen the barrier around the treasure land. Next, Qin Yun frantically made awakening talismans. These are the awakening talismans for the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Pattern. Although they are called awakening talismans, the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern can be said to be bestowed by Qin Yun. Qin Yun wants to let Divine Judge, White Death, and the other patriarchs of the various clans choose the most outstanding warriors from their clans. He wants to let some of them obtain the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Pattern first. He wants to gather 30,000 warriors with the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Pattern first. These warriors will be equipped with sturdy armor and all kinds of cannons. Even if they face the warriors from the various kingdoms, they will not be afraid. The warriors of the empires and kingdoms are all equipped with sturdy armor. In addition, they are all temporarily above the 9th level divine space realm. But now their cultivation has regressed. If they fight in close combat against these warriors, they will suffer great losses, unless they have a strong enough body and high enough divine cosmos power. Therefore, Qin Yin wants to fight from a distance. He will use cannons and cannons to break through the enemy's defense without consuming the warrior's divine cosmos power. Then he will get close and reap the harvest. Qin Yin has many bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. By refining the energy of these boxes, he can make the cannonballs and bullets even more powerful. A small part of the power of the bloodline heavenly pattern box has already been excavated by Qin Yin. When used together with the Divine King Heavenly Seal, the effect is the best. Long Shu has already mastered the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She came to the Golden Claw Treasure Land from Divine Moon Clan with Long Qiafeng, Long Yuqing and Long Tianji. Since she cultivates the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, she naturally wants to find Qin Yin to test out other techniques. She has been longing for it ever since she started learning the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. After Long Shu tormented Qin Yin in all kinds of ways, she finally entered the Golden Claw Treasure Land's lake with satisfaction. Long Qiafeng, Long Yuqing and Long Tianji also entered the lake and began the transformation process. Moreover, they are also operating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra under the lake. Qin Yin just took down 3 treasure lands. He can let people go down and cultivate to become stronger. These 3 treasure lands are all similar to the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The lake inside the treasure lands is very big. It is not a problem for 3 people to go down at once. Qin Yin let Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, and Qin Qing enter one of the treasure lands. They are all upper echelons of the empire. Their foundation is very good, they can become even stronger. Qin Yin needed people who could fight. Therefore, it was best for people who entered the lake to become stronger to be battle maniacs. It's best if it has the ability to cause mass destruction. Taisher suggested, that kind of lake has great potential. After entering the lake, it is equivalent to absorbing the energy of the entire treasure land to transform it. At the same time, there is also the help of the myriad worlds divine Sunday. Qin Yin thought for a moment and quickly recalled his Sky Universe Overlord and Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Rune Mountain is in the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Not only can this mountain transform, it also possesses all kinds of abilities. Inside the Divine Inscription Mountain, there are many spaces. It can be said that it is a treasure mountain comparable to the Heavenly Law Altar. Let Inscription Divine Mountain and Sky Universe Overlord enter. If Sky Universe Overlord and Sky Universe Overlord are strong enough, they will be able to cause large-scale destruction to all kinds of armies. Qin Yin said. With the help of the little black donkey, it could even transform into the black tortoise, possessing an extremely strong defense. There was also an azure dragon inside the Divine Mountain. When needed, the Divine Mountain could also turn into an azure dragon. Although Qin Yin was not in the Divine Inscription Mountain, he would occasionally go and learn about the situation of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Furthermore, Shiman Dazhuang was often at the Divine Inscription Mountain. When he saw Qin Yin, he would talk non-stop about the situation of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Old Mountain, the Divine Inscription Mountain might need to go out to fight. Are you still used to using the Divine Inscription Mountain to fight? Qin Yin entered the Divine Inscription Mountain. There was not much change inside. It filled Qin Yin with many beautiful memories. No problem, the Divine Inscription Mountain has many secret weapons. The mountain gods had drilled out from a large rock. That large rock is his throne. 500,000 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone can be fused into the Inscription Divine Mountain in a short period of time. It can make the Inscription Divine Mountain even stronger. Qin Yin said, in the future, the Inscription Divine Mountain will have to face the warships of the kingdom, 500,000 genes of Divine Universe Heaven Bone? It's enough, it's enough. Mountain God took a deep breath and said with smile, Sect Master, don't forget the ability of the Divine Mountain. The devouring ability of the Divine Mountain was extremely terrifying. Qin Yin immediately brought the Divine Inscription Mountain and entered a large lake in a treasure land. Then, he went to another treasure land. This time, he placed the Sky Universe Overlord as well as 500,000 Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. The celestial universe overlord that had been strengthened by 500,000 divine universe heavenly bones combined with the divine tool in Xianxia's hands would be able to destroy that sort of battleship. 7 days have passed since Xianxia captured the 3 treasure lands of Scorpio Kingdom. In the past 7 days, the news had spread everywhere. However, all the treasured lands under Xianxia's control were very quiet. No Scorpios came to attack. The Scorpions had suffered a crushing defeat when they attacked the Golden Claw treasure land and lost 3 treasure lands, but now they didn't do anything else. Many people were not surprised because it was very likely that the Scorpio Kingdom was mobilizing its army to wipe out all of Xianxia's treasure lands. Luo Yaya is just outside the Golden Claw treasure land. When Xianxia learned of her arrival, he immediately went out with Ba Tain and Monkey King. "Missy, what intelligence did you bring this time?" asked Xianxia with a smile. Luo Yaya was still the same. She did not take off her mask and she looked cold. She took out a small booklet and handed it to Xianxia. She said, "The Scorpio Kingdom's movements are not small. They are currently gathering their army, but they are not attacking your treasured land." "Oh? I have been waiting for them for the past few days." Xianxia was somewhat surprised. The kingdoms and empires are mainly concentrated in the 9 Sun Holy Land. Luo Yaya said, "The Divine Desolate has been expanding, and the 9 Sun Holy Land is also expanding. Moreover, the huge passage in the center of the 9 Sun Holy Land is crazily devouring the energy of other universes. In that case, the empires and kingdoms of other universes entered the Divine Desolate through that passage, right?" said Xianxia. "Not only that, after the fusion of multiple universes, the myriad worlds Divine Sun and the Divine Desolate will obtain the energy of multiple universes." Luo Yaya said, "The majority of the power that the other universes take back from living beings will become very powerful. They will make the myriad worlds Divine Sun even stronger." Xianxia said with a bitter smile, "What's the use of the myriad worlds Divine Sun becoming stronger? We will forever be limited to the Divine Space Realm. Although we are all limited to the Divine Space Realm, we can use large amounts of resources to make ourselves stronger and constantly surpass our limits." Luo Yaya said, "Xianxia, although the Scorpio Kingdom does not plan to take revenge now, you must guard against them. What about the Taisha forces? Will the Taisha forces target me?" Xianxia asked. "They are very arrogant, they don't put anyone in their eyes. Unless you provoke them, they will not personally take action. At most, they will borrow the hands of others to deal with you." Luo Yaya said. "Is there any movement from Strange Cat King's side?" Xianxia asked. Strange Cat King's battleships are in the dark distant sky. Some of them have entered the 9 Sun Holy Land, but most of them are still in the distant sky. They are waiting for their power to be taken back by the universe's law spirit, then they will find a good opportunity to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Luo Yaya said. After all, she is responsible for gathering intelligence by Princess Luo Shu's side. She is originally a person of the empire, so it is very easy for her to gather intelligence about the kingdom. "Many thanks for Sister Yaya's information." Xianxia said with a smile, "How should I thank you?" "No need to thank me. Goodbye." Luo Yaya finished speaking, then turned around and left. Xianxia originally wanted to say a few more words to her but she said she would leave. Xianxia looked at the booklet Luo Yaya gave him. It has detailed records of the movements of several armies of the Scorpio Kingdom. Those armies are quite far away from the Golden Claw treasure land. There is no army of the Scorpio Kingdom near the Golden Claw treasure land. Has the Scorpio Kingdom really given up on attacking the Golden Claw treasure land? Xianxia said with a frown, "This won't do. If they don't attack the Golden Claw treasure land, where can I go to find the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone?" Although he obtained a lot of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones before, he used them very quickly. He flipped through the booklet and discovered that the army of the Scorpio Kingdom is very close to the army of the Great Luo Empire. It is very likely that the Scorpio Kingdom is responsible for supporting the army of the Great Luo Empire. Could it be that the Great Luo Empire discovered something? But they are not in the 9 Sun Holy Land. Xianxia felt that it is somewhat strange. He can determine that the goal of the Scorpio Kingdom and the Great Luo Empire is the same. The army of the Scorpio Kingdom is very far away from the Golden Claw treasure land, but it is very easy for me to go there. I will bring some people to harass them, provoke them and make them come all the way here to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. When the army of the Scorpio Kingdom arrived near the Golden Claw treasure land, Qin Yan's side is almost ready. Qin Yan learned from Luo Yaya's information that Strange Cat King is waiting for an opportunity to attack. And he began thinking about how to disrupt Strange Cat King's plan and force him to dispatch a part of his fleet in a situation where he is unprepared. This requires the cooperation of the Scorpio Kingdom. Qin Yan became very anxious when he learned that the Scorpio Kingdom had no intention of attacking the Golden Claw treasure land. He needed a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones, and he also needed the Exotic Cat Kingdom to know that he had started a war with the Scorpio Kingdom. If the Exotic Cat King knew that Qin Yan and the Scorpio Kingdom both suffered heavy losses, he would definitely not sit still. Exotic Cat King had suffered a few losses before, so he became very cautious and would not easily attack. They had to wait for all the cat ear people's cultivation to regress so that they could go to the Divine Desolate. Only then would he mobilize the strongest cat ear people to attack. This way, they would be absolutely safe. If this was the case, Qin Yan would face great pressure. Therefore, he had to think of a way to disrupt the Exotic Cat King's cautious plan and lure him to attack ahead of time. In addition, Qin Yan had to prepare for the Scorpio Kingdom's attack. If they didn't come, wouldn't his preparations be in vain? Qin Yan ordered to speed up the production of cannons and shells. He was worried that the Divine Inscription Mountain was not strong enough, so he added 500,000 genes of Divine Universe heavenly bones to the lake. Then he contacted the Nine Dragon Kingdom and asked them to provide more high-quality materials to the lake for the Divine Inscription Mountain to devour. The Divine Inscription Mountain was used to deal with the Scorpio Kingdom. If it was strong enough, he only needed to use the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Nine Dragon Kingdom could provide a large number of materials to Qin Yan. Qin Yan knew that the Nine Dragon Kingdom did not lack Divine Universe Goldstones. If he wanted to repay them in the future, he could only use the Awakening Talisman. The Awakening Talisman could greatly increase the overall strength of the Nine Dragon Kingdom. Of course, Qin Yan did not plan to make a large number of Awakening Talismans in the future because it would require too many. He planned to make an awakening tool for the people of the Nine Dragon Kingdom. It was like a huge altar. As long as they sent people inside, they would place the Divine Universe Goldstone inside and activate the runes inside. They would be able to obtain the Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan only brought 500 God King warriors with him. He left 500 God King warriors to guard the few treasure lands. There were teleportation formations between the treasure lands, so they could quickly provide support. From Luo Yaya's information, the Scorpio Kingdom and the Crown Prince of Great Luo were stationed outside the Nine Sun Sacred Land. According to Luo Yaya's information, the Scorpio Kingdom and the Crown Prince of Great Luo Kingdom were working together to do something important. Qin Yan guessed that there had to be something outside the Nine Sun Sacred Ground that was worth the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo and the Scorpio Kingdom's army. Luo Yaya did not tell Qin Yan about this. She only let Qin Yan know that the Scorpio Kingdom will not attack the Golden Claw treasure land in the near future. Qin Yan is not stupid. He can tell with a glance that the Scorpio Kingdom must have been delayed by something even more important. That's why they didn't attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Inside the Heavenly Leaping Shuttle, Qin Yan began formulating his battle plan. Boss Xia, Brother Ba, you'll need to participate in the battle as well. I can protect myself. Qin Yan said, this is a sneak attack, we don't want to annihilate the enemy. Our main goal is to attack the core of their army and harass them crazily. Qin Zhong and his two brothers were all in the lake, and without them, there wouldn't be enough powerful main forces. Xia Wufeng and Ba Taiyin are very strong and their main task is to protect Qin Yan. With them fighting, it will be even easier. Xiaoba, little monkey, don't keep fighting, capture the enemy's general and retreat. Qin Yan said, don't fight for too long. Master, don't worry, we will listen to you this time. Although Su Xiaoba is normally very domineering, he is very obedient in front of Qin Yan. After all, Qin Yan is his master. Moreover, Qin Yan made him so strong, he naturally has to give his master some face. There is no need to talk about Monkey King. When needed, he can suppress his manic evil nature. Pippi Pig did not come with Qin Yan, he stayed behind to guard the Golden Claw treasure land. Pippi Pig's battle power is not very strong but his other aspects are very dreadful. He has very strong defense. Late at night, the heavenly leaping shuttle arrived near a secret military camp of the Scorpio Kingdom. Xianxia did not immediately attack, instead he went to investigate the situation. He gave Xia Wufeng some invisibility talismans and asked him to investigate the situation in the barracks and test the overall defenses of the barracks. Not long after, Xia Wufeng returned. They are all people who once surpassed the divine space realm. But their strength is very ordinary, they can't even compare to divine king warriors. Xia Wufeng said in grave tone. Divine king warriors who obtained 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune, coupled with their equipment, are very strong. How many people do they have in total? Xianxia asked. 30,000 in total, their vigilance is very low. We can attack. Xia Wufeng said. Directly take care of their general. You guys go together and capture their general as much as possible. Xianxia said. Xia Wufeng and others are as strong as the tyrant dragon warriors. Moreover, they all have bloodline heavenly rune flame, it is very effective against the Scorpio people. Late at night, Xia Wufeng, Monkey King, Ba Taiyin and Su Xiaoba used invisibility talismans to sneak into the military camp and arrived outside the largest tent. From outside, they can clearly sense the strength of the Scorpio people inside, they should be the strongest in this military camp. Xia Wufeng and Ba Taiyin used mysterious penetration divine ability talisman and smoothly rushed inside. The tent is very luxurious, there is a very large Scorpio person inside. This Scorpio person is very vigilant, he immediately sensed people coming in and let out a roar that shook the entire military camp. At this time, Monkey King and Su Xiaoba rushed inside. Xia Wufeng and Ba Taiyin have already attacked. Monkey King and Su Xiaoba rushed inside and immediately attacked. 4 people surrounded the general. Xianxia is on the heaven leaping shuttle, he can see that Xia Wufeng and others have joined hands to heavily injure the general with great difficulty. He cannot help but feel greatly alarmed. This general is much stronger than he imagined. He thought that if Xia Wufeng and others joined hands, they would be able to capture the general in an instant. Fortunately, Ba Taiyin and others are very strong, moreover, they have bloodline heavenly rune flame that can restrain the Scorpio people. They quickly injured the general and sealed him inside a storage divine tool. After capturing the general, other Scorpio soldiers crazily rushed over. Su Xiaoba and Monkey King crazily attacked all around them. Their tyrannical divine cosmos power erupted in a flash, shaking heaven and earth and sent the Scorpio soldiers rushing over flying. Go! Xia Wufeng shouted. Su Xiaoba did not continue to fight, he immediately retreated. Xianxia controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and flew over to pick them up. Then he shouted loudly, Scorpio Kingdom, this is the result of provoking me, Xianxia. Just wait, the good show is yet to come, prepare to receive my revenge. The heaven leaping shuttle flew away in a flash, causing the Scorpio soldiers below to be incomparably shocked. Naturally they know who Xianxia is, he is the one who killed 300 of their elite soldiers. Moreover, he also stole their 3 treasure lands and killed a large number of their Scorpio people. Now he actually rushed into their military camp and captured their general. This is provoking their Scorpio kingdom again and again, it is equivalent to ruthlessly stepping on their Scorpio kingdom's face. Although Scorpio kingdom's army is cooperating with Daluo Crown Prince, this is a very confidential matter. Other kingdoms don't know about it. Otherwise, other kingdoms wouldn't dare to send spies to spy on Scorpio kingdom's army. Even if it is a secret operation, it was still discovered by the spies of other kingdoms. It is a very normal thing for kingdoms to spy on each other. Therefore, the news of Scorpio Kingdom's army camp being attacked by Xianxia and their general being captured quickly spread to the ears of the kings of other kingdoms. Xianxia's actions in Divine Desolate are very important to the kings. Especially the information about Xianxia's war with other kingdoms, they must immediately report it to the kings. Princess Luo Shu should be the first to know, moreover, it was Luo Yaya who told her. Yaya, didn't you tell Xianxia that Scorpio Kingdom's army won't attack Golden Claw Treasure Land? Princess Luo Shu was very surprised when she heard the news. I told him about it, and I told him very clearly that the troops of the Scorpio Kingdom are very far away from the Golden Claw Treasure Land, and their recent movements will not target the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Luo Yaya cursed in a low voice, who knew that he would take the initiative to provoke the Scorpio Kingdom. Xianxia knows that Scorpio Kingdom won't retaliate in the near future, but he still took the initiative to provoke them. It seems like he wants Scorpio Kingdom to attack Golden Claw Treasure Land. Princess Luoshu said, Golden Claw Treasure Land must be prepared to defend against the attack of Scorpio soldiers. Xianxia has already arranged everything and is just waiting for the Scorpio people to jump in. Ah? Then Xianxia won't fight against Exotic Cat Kingdom? Exotic Cat King's fleet is also very scary. Luo Yaya said in surprise. Xianxia must have something to rely on, so he is not afraid of Exotic Cat King's fleet. Princess Luoshu said, let's just wait and see. Pay attention to the Crown Prince's movements. Yes. Luo Yaya nodded. Exotic Cat King is still in the deep space. He learned through the magic mirror that a general of Scorpio Kingdom was captured. He is also very surprised. That general is not weak, he is very famous in Scorpio Kingdom. I didn't expect that after his cultivation fell to Divine Space Realm, he would be so weak that he was captured by Xianxia. The one who spoke is Exotic Cat King's general. This army of the Scorpions is not weak. Every one of their warriors once surpassed the Divine Space Realm, but they still failed to protect their general, which means that Xianxia's most powerful force is at the top of the Divine Space Realm. Strange Cat King said with grave expression, Xianxia is getting stronger and stronger, he is even stronger than when we attacked Peacock Treasure Land last time. Your Majesty, Xianxia has repeatedly provoked the Scorpio Kingdom. This is a good thing. Let's see how long the Scorpio Kingdom can endure. The general said with a smile, once the Scorpio Kingdom attacks the Golden Claw Treasured Land and both sides suffer, it will be very advantageous for us. Cat King narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. The Scorpio people are even crazier than us, and their temper is even worse than ours. Their revenge doesn't last overnight. However, when they attacked the Golden Claw Treasured Land, they suffered a crushing defeat and even lost face, yet they didn't attack the Golden Claw Treasured Land again. Don't you think that there's something fishy about this? Your Majesty is wise, please dispel my doubts. The general said. Obviously, there is something more important that forced the Scorpio people to give up attacking the Golden Claw Treasured Land. It is most likely related to the Crown Prince of Deluo. If that's the case, then Xianxia must know about it. That's why he deliberately provoked the Scorpio people and forced them to attack the Golden Claw Treasured Land. The general thought carefully and said with a frown, Xianxia set up a trap for the Scorpio people to jump into? The question is, why is Xianxia so familiar with the Scorpio people's actions? Cat King is very puzzled. Meng Kai. Your Majesty, there must be some Scorpio people who have been captured, just like that bastard Meng Kai. The general said, it seems like Xianxia is well prepared. If he wants to fight the Scorpio people head-on, can his Golden Claw Treasured Land really block it? Cat King said with a sneer, even if it can block it, the Golden Claw Treasured Land will be ruined. He has no choice but to give up the Golden Claw Treasured Land. He now has several treasured lands in his hands, so he is not afraid of losing the Golden Claw Treasured Land. Your Majesty, does the Crown Prince of Deluo look down on our Cat Kingdom? Why didn't he call us for a secret operation? The general is somewhat unhappy. That should be a secret. The more people involved, the harder it is to keep it a secret. Crown Prince of Deluo can do whatever he wants. Anyway, we don't need to rely on Deluo Empire in Divine Desolate, we can be completely independent. Cat King said with a smile, in Divine Desolate, everyone's cultivation is the same. And Deluo Empire has a few other empires to keep us in check, they will definitely not suppress us. The general laughed and said, we finally got rid of the evil hands of Deluo Empire. As long as we develop in Divine Desolate, we might be able to establish our own empire in the future. Cat King is also ambitious. He has been toyed with by Deluo Empire for too long. Now that the middle and upper echelons have been suppressed back to the Divine Space Realm, the gap between them will not be too big, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Xianxia captured a general of Scorpio Kingdom. He was released from the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. At first, he was very stubborn and refused to say anything. But after being tortured by Xianxia, he finally knelt down. What kind of operation did Crown Prince of Deluo Empire ask you to participate in? Xianxia asked. I can't say, there is a sole contract. I can only tell you that this operation is very important to Daluo Crown Prince. That is why we delayed the attack on Golden Claw Treasure Land. Qin Yan took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and placed it on the general's head. He sucked out his soul and then used the spirit creation heavenly cauldron to erase the soul contract. You can speak now, Qin Yan said. The general is shocked. This kind of powerful soul contract was easily erased by Qin Yan just like that. Daluo Crown Prince discovered something deep underground. He did not tell us what it is, but my guess is that it has something to do with Taisher factions, the general said. Something to do with Taisher factions? Qin Yan did not expect that there would be such a thing deep underground in Divine Desolate. Because Divine Desolate was formed later, it cannot be considered as a land that existed during the ancient era. If there really is something related to Taisher factions, it means that Divine Desolate is hiding a very shocking secret. When Divine Desolate was formed, this was originally Divine Desolate land. At that time, it absorbed a lot of land and fused together to form it. There is a Taisher faction behind the Crown Prince. We are guessing that the Taisher faction told the Crown Prince to look for it, the general said. The Crown Prince wants us Scorpio people to go to the front and scout. Qin Yan did not want to clash with the Crown Prince now. The Crown Prince was still very powerful. If the Crown Prince joined forces with the Scorpio people to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land, he would be under a lot of pressure. Will the Crown Prince help your kingdom attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land? Qin Yan asked. Absolutely not. The Crown Prince used the Tyrannosaurus warriors and Dragon warriors but failed to take you down. He won't continue using them now. His main forces will be invested in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. To him, the Nine Sun Sacred Ground's benefits are very important. If he wastes his energy on you, he might leave Princess Luo Shu behind, the general said. Like now, I'm harassing your kingdom, but the Crown Prince of Daluo won't help. Qin Yan asked. No, we are nothing in the Crown Prince's eyes. If we don't lead the way, they will find other people in the empire. The general said, our king just wants to show his loyalty, so he is very attentive to this matter. Universe Law Spirit, take back your power. Be it empires or kingdoms, the strongest experts are only at the divine space realm. Why is your Scorpio king sucking up to the Crown Prince? Qin Yan found it strange. Because of the Taisher faction. Our king's ultimate goal is to rely on the Taisher faction. The general said, the Taisher faction can make us stronger in the divine space realm. With the help of the Taisher faction, our lifespans will be longer. Being restricted to the divine space realm and unable to increase one's realm, one's lifespan would not be able to increase. The mysterious Taisher faction must have a lot of techniques that could extend people's lifespans. They also had other secret techniques that could make people stronger. That was why the Scorpio King sucked up to them. After Qin Yan obtained the information he wanted, he restrained the general and locked him up temporarily. He might be useful in the future. At that moment, the sky-leaping shuttle had arrived at another camp of the Scorpio people and started attacking. They killed many Scorpio warriors and even killed the enemy's general. The Scorpio people did not know where the Crown Prince was exploring. When they wanted to go, they would be taken away on the ship. They did not know where they were. In one night, Qin Yan led Xia Wufeng and the others to harass several important camps of the Scorpions and beheaded their generals, which made the Scorpions furious. The irascible Scorpions were completely infuriated. They were people from the middle class, yet they were constantly provoked by Qin Yan, who was from the lower class, in the divine wilderness. The Sky Scorpio King also knew that he couldn't act together with the Crown Prince this time because their whereabouts had been exposed. Qin Yan has completely infuriated the Scorpio King. The Sky Scorpio King immediately announced to gather the army and attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Qin Yan was also very curious as to what secrets the Crown Prince of Great Luo was seeking. He knew that Princess Luo Shu definitely knew the inside story, even more so than the Scorpio King. Of course, Princess Luo Shu would definitely not tell him. This was a very important secret. After confirming that the Scorpio King wants to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land, Qin Yan felt relieved and immediately returned to the Golden Claw Treasure Land. After all, the Scorpio Kingdom was a kingdom of the middle class. It had stood in the universe for many years and had a population of several hundred million. Currently, only a small portion of them had reached God Desolate, and they were the Scorpio Kingdom's main fighting force. They were all warriors, and there were millions of them. The Sky Scorpio King definitely wouldn't dispatch millions of soldiers at once. To the arrogant Sky Scorpio King, only 500,000 soldiers would be enough to attack a Golden Claw treasure land. Even the Sky Scorpio King wouldn't personally take action. Instead, he sent a powerful general to lead the troops. Xianxia entered the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda outside the Golden Claw treasure land and met with Luo Yaya alone. "Yaya, what important information did you bring this time?" Xianxia said with smile. "You were still far away yesterday and now you have returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. It seems like you have already broken through the space restriction." "How did you do it?" Luo Yaya said. "I am a divine king, it is normal for me to travel through space in my territory." Xianxia said. "The Scorpio King won't personally lead the army to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. He sent a general to lead 500,000 soldiers. These 500,000 soldiers have all surpassed the divine space realm, their overall strength is very strong. The millions of soldiers you sent to destroy the strange Cat King were all trash. And these 500,000 soldiers can be considered as 10% of the Scorpio Kingdom's battle power." Xianxia said with frown, "The Scorpio King is looking down on people, he only sent 10% of their battle power." "Xianxia, this is not a joke, the Scorpio Kingdom also has battleships and other powerful weapons, as well as things like heavenly talismans. You must not underestimate the enemy. Even if you can block this round of attacks, what about the second, third and fourth round?" Luo Yaya said. Xianxia said, "Tell me, how much damage can the Scorpio King bear? If he loses 2 million soldiers in the Golden Claw treasure land, will he still come? Although the Scorpio King is very arrogant, he is not stupid. If he loses 2 million soldiers, he will definitely stop, because if he loses more, he will fall far behind the other kingdoms. I guess he will attack you 3 times at most, each time with 500,000 soldiers. If you can display great power each time, he will definitely have other considerations and will not continue to be reckless." "Yaya, what is the Crown Prince of Great Luo looking for in the depths of the Divine Desolate? Do you know about this matter?" Xianxia said. "I know but I can't tell you." Luo Yaya said. "Xianxia, it's best if you don't participate in this matter. If you anger the Crown Prince, the consequences will be very serious. Even if you don't die, the treasure land you just obtained will be destroyed by him." Xianxia said with smile, "Now that you mention it, I really want to anger the Crown Prince and see if the consequences will be as you said." "If you really want to participate, you will not only anger the Crown Prince but also the Crown Prince's Taisher faction." Luo Yaya said again. "That's even better. The Taisher faction is so mysterious, I really hope they will surface." Xianxia said with mischievous smile, "The Divine Desolate is my territory, I will not allow this kind of powerful and secretive existence. I want to take off their mysterious veil." Luo Yaya has never seen such a person who is not afraid of death. She clearly told him that the Crown Prince and Taisher faction are very powerful but he still wants to provoke them with a smile. "I won't tell you anything, the princess also won't allow me to say anything," Luo Yaya said. "Yaya, your princess Cultivation has regressed to the divine space realm, so you must be thinking of ways to become stronger. The Taisher faction can help you become stronger, so you must cooperate with them, right?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." Luo Yaya said. "What if I can make you stronger? Are you willing to cooperate with me?" Xianxia took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal and said with smile. Although Xianxia doesn't know much about the Taisher factions, he guessed that they have some bloodline heavenly runes that can allow people to obtain even stronger bloodline heavenly runes. The Tyrant Dragon Warrior sent by Great Luo's Crown Prince had a 5th-generation bloodline heavenly rune. That should be the strongest bloodline heavenly rune a Taisher faction could control. There are several Taisher factions and they are all competing with each other. These mysterious Taisher factions have allied with other kingdoms and empires to get what they want. How can you make us stronger? Luo Yaya asked. Although she can't make the decision to cooperate with Xianxia, she can ask him how much benefit he can bring them. You are in charge of intelligence, so you should know that I have many bloodline heavenly rune boxes. Xianxia said. You have Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, Moon Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, as well as several other unknown ones. Luo Yaya said, but even if you have the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, you can't use its power. Why? Qin Yan asked. Because the process of activating the power of a Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box is very complicated. Even Taisher factions have to spend many years of research to obtain usable runes from the box. And the most difficult and mysterious part of the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box is to bestow Bloodline Heavenly Runes to living beings. Do you have any information about me being able to bestow Bloodline Heavenly Runes on others? Qin Yan asked. Yes. When you were in the heaven-splitting ancient clan's Imperial Heaven Gate, a large number of people with Bloodline Heavenly Runes appeared. But those people already had Bloodline Heavenly Runes. You only helped them awaken their Bloodline Heavenly Runes. This is not difficult, we can also do it. What is difficult is to bestow Bloodline Heavenly Runes on others and help them evolve from generation to generation. Luo Yaya has gathered a lot of information about Qin Yan, but Qin Yan has done a very good job of keeping it a secret. There are many things that Luo Yaya can't find. I can bestow Bloodline Heavenly Runes on others and make them evolve. Qin Yan said. Luo Yaya took out a disc and said, this is a tool to detect Bloodline Heavenly Runes. Drop 1 drop of blood and let me see your Bloodline Heavenly Runes. I don't have any Bloodline Heavenly Rune in my body. Qin Yan frowned and said helplessly. He was truly depressed about this matter. He could easily give others 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Runes, and he could make the Lake of Life in the center of the treasure land stronger. However, this was not applicable to him. He had asked Grand Prime why he couldn't. Grand Prime had replied that as a god king, if he used such a method to strengthen himself, he would be restricted. Obtaining a Bloodline Heavenly Rune would indeed make one stronger. Tempering oneself in the Lake of Life would indeed allow one to grow stronger quickly. But Grand Beginning said that Qin Yan must obtain something even stronger than Bloodline Heavenly Rune, so he must not have one. This was because the 9 Yang Dharma spirit had already obtained a primordial Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. In other words, all living beings in the deity desolate could obtain Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. Such things would be commonplace in the future. As a godly monarch, Qin Yan had to stand out from the masses. He had to possess a powerful bloodline that others did not have. Only then would he be able to display his unique strength as a godly monarch. Luo Yaya sneered. You don't even have a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern, so how can you bestow one to others? I am a godly monarch, a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern is too common for me, it's not worthy of me. Although Qin Yan knew that his words were somewhat arrogant, he still said it with a smile. He also thinks so in his heart. Common? After obtaining a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern, a living being can evolve it for 18 generations. Grand Prime's factions are currently able to create 7th generation Bloodline Heavenly Patterns and a small number of 6th generation Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. As for 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Patterns, they are already widely spread among the powerful factions. The Balong army you encountered before had 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. They will soon evolve to 6th generation. Luo Yaya said. I forced the Balong army to flee. Qin Yan said. In the deity desolate, everyone will be at the divine space realm in the future. If you want to become stronger, you can only use Bloodline Heavenly Patterns to evolve. Our origin Luo Heavenly Emperor's Bloodline Heavenly Pattern is currently at the 8th generation. Even if his cultivation regresses to the divine space realm, he will still be the strongest. Do you still think that Bloodline Heavenly Patterns are common? Yes, Bloodline Heavenly Patterns are common. Qin Yan said. Ignorant. Ignorant. Luo Yaya said, alright, I have to go back. Princess still has many things waiting for me to take care of. After Luo Yaya left the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yan said, Yaya, take care. Originally I wanted to talk to you about 9-sun law spirit obtaining primordial box. If you have urgent matters, then next time. Luo Yaya was just about to leave, but after hearing Qin Yan's words, she became completely stunned. As someone who specializes in information gathering, she immediately realized that this is very important information. Qin Yan has already stored the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and is about to return to the Golden Claw treasure land. Luo Yaya is still standing there in a daze. She secretly gritted her teeth. Originally, she said that she has urgent matters to take care of, but now she wants to talk to Qin Yun about primordial box. She suddenly discovered that Qin Yun's understanding of bloodline heavenly pattern box is much higher than hers. Qin Yun, let's talk about what you just said. Luo Yaya turned around and indifferently said, to me, this is very important information. Qin Yun smiled. Sure, but I also want to know more about the Grand Prime factions. How about we exchange information? He took out the 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda, and Luo Yaya walked in without saying a word. After entering the 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda, Luo Yaya asked, when did the 9 Suns Dharma spirit master the primordial Taisher? Not long ago. Qin Yun said. Before the 80th universe God Sun appeared? Luo Yaya asked again. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Very good. How much do you know about this primordial Grand Prime? Luo Yaya's eyes shone brightly. Obtaining this important piece of information was very important to her. It was given to the Great Divine Lord by the 9 Suns Law Spirit. The Great Divine Lord activated the primordial Grand Prime and I helped the 9 Suns Law Spirit snatch it back. Qin Yun said, the Great Divine Lord was killed by me. Luo Yaya nodded. If you want to ask about the Taisher forces, feel free to ask. Won't your princess blame you? Qin Yun asked. She won't. Although Luo Yaya has never asked Princess Luo Shu, she is certain of this point. The 9 Suns Law Spirit controlling the primordial Grand Prime, what does this mean to you? Qin Yun really wants to know this point because he himself doesn't know much about the primordial Grand Prime. It means that the 9 Suns Law Spirit's latent power is even more terrifying than we predicted. No wonder he could persuade the other universe's Law Spirits to cooperate with him to complete this kind of heaven and earth evolution. Luo Yaya said, the Great Luo Empire and the other empires, as well as the Taisher powers, originally planned to join forces to fight against the 9 Suns Law Spirit but now they have no chance. After Luo Yaya finished speaking, she added, there is another possibility that the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit is heavily injured, and that is the descendant of the Divine Sun. Those descendants of the Divine Sun are fatal to the myriad realms Divine Sunday. If the 9 Suns Law Spirit is unable to eliminate the descendants of the Divine Sun, it is still possible that it will die. Qin Yun found it inconceivable. The 9 Suns Law Spirit was actually unable to do anything to a descendant of the Divine Sun. Qin Yun did not understand the current situation of the descendants of the Divine Sun. The 9 Suns Dharma Spirit did not seem to be anxious. The 9 Yang Dharma Spirit had said that exterminating the Divine Sun's descendants was his mission as a God King. For this, the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit had even created the 9 Yang Divine Maiden to assist him. What kind of use will the primordial Grand Prime have in the hands of the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit? Qin Yun asked again. What do you think? Luo Yaya asked. I believe that the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit will infuse the power of the primordial Grand Prime into the myriad world's divine suns in the future to illuminate the divine desolate heavens, allowing all living beings in the divine desolate heavens to obtain their own bloodline heavenly patterns and evolve their bloodline heavenly patterns. Qin Yun said, of course, this process will be very slow but after a long time, everyone will have powerful bloodline heavenly runes. Yes, that is why bloodline heavenly rune is indeed ordinary. Luo Yaya finally agreed with Qin Yun's words. However, the Taisher faction still have a great advantage because they can allow people to quickly evolve and obtain bloodline heavenly runes. How do they do it? Do they have a bloodline heavenly pattern box? Yes, their bloodline heavenly pattern boxes are all inferior to the primordial Grand Prime. They are all replicas of the primordial Grand Prime, Luo Yaya said. They are incomplete. Qin Yun frowned because the old brother Taisher in his hand was very likely a replica. He had cloned him by accident. However, the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit had warned him not to hand over his old brother Taisher to the Taisher faction, which meant that his old brother Taisher was a little stronger. A Grand Prime faction has to go through a very complicated process, using a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones to activate a grand formation. The Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box is placed in the center of the formation, and the person inside the formation can obtain the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern. Evolving a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern requires the same steps, But it's even more complicated and consumes more divine universe gold, said Luo Yaya. Beauty Yaya, what generation bloodline heavenly rune do you have? Qinyan asked. 4.5 generations. Luo Yaya said. 4.5 generations? There's such a saying? Asked Qinyan in surprise. I was originally a 4th generation. Through my own efforts, I evolved to half, so I am a 4.5 generation. Luo Yaya said. I can immediately turn you into a 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. Come and give it a try, there is no harm anyways. Qinyan said. Do I need to take off my clothes? Luo Yaya asked. Could it be that the Taisher faction wants to strip? Qinyan never expected Luo Yaya to ask such a question. Yes, their method requires them to undress. Originally, the Grand Primes working with the princess would avoid helping us women evolve our bloodline heavenly patterns, or send their women to help us. But now, they don't want to avoid it, especially in this era. They are even more arrogant. So I won't rely on them. I want to evolve my bloodline heavenly pattern by myself. What about your princess? Asked Qinyan. The princess has a noble status, so she naturally has the best treatment, but I don't. Luo Yaya said, even if the princess steps forward, the Taisher organizations are unwilling to avoid it. They're only doing this to show off their advantage before the princess. My method doesn't require you to take off your clothes, but it requires you to take off your mask. No problem, right? Qinyan said with smile. No problem. Luo Yaya finished speaking and immediately took off her mask. What caused Qinyan to be surprised is that the face under the mask is actually a round and chubby face. Although Ziqingqing's face is also round, it is only slightly round, it is not very obvious. Only when you pinch it can you feel it. And Luo Yaya's face is very obviously round but it is not fat. On the contrary, it is very delicate and moving. Especially when combined with her calm eyes and ice-cold temperament, it makes her look very unique. Qinyan looked at her face and can't help but feel his hands itch. He really wants to pinch and rub her face. When do we start? Luo Yaya asked. Now. But first, I need to probe and see what kind of method is suitable for you. I need to touch both of your faces, that's why I want you to take off your mask. Is that okay? Qinyan said. Luo Yaya became silent for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. But you have to wash your hands first. Sure. Qinyan smiled and immediately washed his hands with water. Then, he began his so-called probing. Qinyan's expression is very serious, he very seriously used both hands to gently rub Luo Yaya's face, then pinch from time to time, he is playing very happily. Luo Yaya's calm and beautiful eyes are staring at Qinyan's eyes. She doesn't know that Qinyan is deliberately pinching her face, otherwise she would have already knocked him down. Yaya, I can only help people evolve their bloodline to 5th generation, very soon I will be able to evolve it to 6th generation. At that time I will immediately help you. Although I once pierced through your body, you were in the wrong first. Qinyan said. I have already let bygones be bygones, moreover I don't hold grudges. When do you want to start? Will it take a long time? If it takes a long time, I will go back and explain to the princess. She is afraid that if you stay with me for too long, I will kidnap you? Qinyan said with smile. Qinyan, Scorpio Kingdom's army is already on the way. I don't want you to delay your important matter just to help me evolve my bloodline heavenly rune. Also, I want you to treat this war seriously. Luo Yaya said. Qinyan gently rubbed Luo Yaya's face. After a long time, he reluctantly retracted his hand and said, I have a talisman here, you can stick it on your back. Just one talisman? Luo Yaya is somewhat surprised. I am an inscription master, is it not in your intelligence report? Qinyan said with smile. Of course it is, you are also a very talented inscription master. You are also one of the 2 people who can learn Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman. Luo Yaya took the awakening talisman from Qinyan's hand. Do you want to go back and ask your princess to stick it on your back or do you want me to do it? After sticking it on your back, your clothes will be ruined because your bloodline heavenly rune will release very strong power. Qinyan said. I will. Go back and ask my princess to stick it on my back. If it is truly successful, I will thank you. Luo Yaya said. You gave me intelligence report before, I said I would repay you. Now we are even. Qin Yan said with smile. Can you use Divine King Heavenly Seal to help me awaken? Luo Yaya asked. Yes, I can use Divine King Heavenly Seal to help you awaken, but... Qin Yan said. But you need me to take off my clothes? Luo Yaya said again. N. Qin Yan laughed. After I go back, I will come back. I will give you more intelligence regarding Scorpio Kingdom's army, as well as Taisher faction's intelligence. I will also do my best to help you win this war. Luo Yaya finished speaking, put on her mask and left. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yan watched Luo Yaya leave. He was quite surprised when he heard her say that she wanted to help win the war. Since Luo Yaya said so, she would definitely persuade Princess Luo Shu to secretly support them. Qin Yan took out the divine mirror of Primordial Beginning and said, Brother Primordial, those primordial factions all have bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, and they're replicas of the primordial. Why are there so many? Even you can duplicate a bloodline heavenly pattern box, let alone them. Of course, I'm different from the copies in their hands. Taisher said. What's the difference? Asked Qin Yan. He obviously hoped that his Grand Prime bloodline heavenly pattern box was unique. The replicas in their hands cannot evolve, but I can. Grand Prime said, I've fused with the God King's Heaven Seal. With your help, I can constantly improve and even surpass the primordial Grand Prime. When Qin Yan recalled how the Godly King Heavenly Seal had eaten so many Divine Universe Goldstones, he began to believe Grand Prime's words. It's not just a copy of the primordial Grand Prime. Even the primordial Grand Prime can't evolve. Grand Prime said, it's extremely likely that I'm the strongest Grand Prime. The primordial Taisher had once fallen into the hands of the Nine-Yang Law Spirit, but the Nine-Yang Law Spirit had no way of communicating with the primordial Taisher. In the end, it was the Great Divine Lord who awakened the primordial Taisher. Actually, it's also because the primordial Grand Prime felt that the Great Divine Lord was easier to control, so he was willing to communicate with the Great Divine Lord. It's just that he didn't expect that the Great Divine Lord would be sold out by the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. Qin Yan returned to the Golden Claw Treasure Land to check on the progress of various aspects. What he was most concerned about were the cannonballs and cannons. As the Nine Dragons Kingdom continued to send in cannons, Qin Yan would also hand over a large number of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones to them. 1,000 dragon head cannons should be enough. Qin Yan looked at the dragon head cannons neatly arranged in the hall and nodded in satisfaction. These rows of dazzling golden dragon head cannons were all forged from Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. After Qin Yan used the God King Heavenly Seal's ability to fire these cannons, the cannons became even more explosive and penetrative. The most powerful point was that the cannonballs could automatically track the enemy. The dragon head cannon was as big as a car. A person could sit inside and control the cannon to fly. It had a very strong defense. Activating the cannons required a large amount of Divine Cosmos Force, and one also needed to pour in Divine Cosmos Force to allow the cannonball to have the ability to aim itself. The Nine Dragon Kingdom sent over 10 huge pill furnaces. They were modified to be used to refine cannonballs. Qin Yan had a massive number of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones in his hands. The blacksmiths of the Nine Dragon Kingdom didn't need any compensation, they were willing to help Qin Yan quickly forge equipment for them. After all, it was not every day that one would have the opportunity to forge such a thing. Qin Yan's custom-made items all required a massive amount of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Creating these sorts of items would allow the craftsmen to enhance their skills, thus they all scrambled to do so. When he had killed the million cat-eared people as well as annihilated other powerful enemies of all sizes, Qin Yan had obtained several million genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Even though he had used up a great deal of it, he still had nearly 2 million genes left. But, he was worried, he felt that he was lacking in Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. The army sent by the Scorpio Kingdom was much stronger than the 1 million useless cat-eared men from last time. Each of these Scorpio people had at least 100 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Just thinking about it made Qin Yan excited. With a large amount of divine universe heavenly bones, he could create even larger furnaces and cannons. When the time came, he could fire them all at once. No matter how many cat-eared people came, they would all be destroyed. If everything went smoothly, he could destroy the cat-eared people's fleet and continue to make a fortune. Xianxia's Heavenly Secrets Gates hidden assassins of Heavenly Secrets were gradually catching up. Now that they had joined forces with the law enforcers, and Xianxia had given them the 5th-generation bloodline Heavenly Rune, as well as the ability to conceal themselves, they would be able to gather intelligence more easily. Now, a large number of hidden assassins of Heavenly Secrets had begun to move, closely watching the Scorpio Kingdom's army. Xianxia could receive the whereabouts of the Scorpio Kingdom's army at any time. They were still very far away from the Golden Claw treasure land. The army of 500,000 was flying in the sky. They weren't wearing armor and looked very arrogant. They were majestically flying through the sky with an astonishing momentum. All the major factions in Divine Desolate are now paying close attention to the situation of the war. They don't believe that Xianxia will be defeated easily. Instead, they think that the Scorpio Kingdom is underestimating their enemy. The Scorpio Kingdom has a lot of army, but they only sent out 500,000 to destroy Xianxia's Golden Claw treasure land. All the major factions believe that the Scorpio Kingdom will suffer a loss this time. Naturally, they want to see how Xianxia's Golden Claw treasure land will resist the attack of 500,000 Scorpio soldiers. There are many such powerful treasure lands in Divine Desolate. Moreover, there are also many factions that consider Xianxia as their enemy. If Xianxia and the Scorpio Kingdom start a war, both sides' power will be exposed. This is very beneficial to all the major factions. They will be able to learn from it. Unknowingly, Ba Taiyin became excited. He is very much looking forward to the arrival of the 500,000 army. He knows that the Golden Claw treasure land has 1,000 dragon head cannons as well as several tens of thousands of cannonballs. He personally brought people to test the power of those cannonballs. Xia Wufeng, Monkey King, and Su Xiaoba all agreed that even they wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Several of them joined hands and released a very powerful barrier to barely block the explosion of those cannonballs. The energy inside the cannonballs was extracted by Xianxia using the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box. Especially the flame released by the cannonballs can restrain the Scorpio people. Moreover, there were many sharp Divine Universe Heavenly Bone fragments within the cannonball. After the cannonball exploded, these Divine Universe Heavenly Bone fragments would scatter outwards. These fragments were equal to countless large and small flying knives, each of them carrying with them an incomparably terrifying bloodline heavenly flame. Naturally, Xianxia only has 10,000 cannonballs, he won't use them easily. The Scorpio people are very arrogant, they don't wear any equipment, they only use ordinary cannonballs. After exploding, the bloodline heavenly rune flame can heavily injure the Scorpio soldiers. We have the heavenly Tao altar and the dragon head cannons, no matter how many of them come, they will all die. Ba Taiyin said with smile, "Boss, this time we are going to make a fortune." "Brother Ba, you have followed me for so long, do you think I will just sit here and wait for them to attack?" Xianxia said with smile. Ba Taiyin is startled, he said with smile, "Boss, don't tell me we are going to intercept them halfway?" All the major faction spies are watching from the outside. The dragon head cannons are our secret weapons, we will do our best to make sure they don't show themselves. Xianxia said with smile, "Those spies want to spread the news of the battle, we can't let them succeed." Complete version, 9 Sun Divine King's newest chapter as soon as possible. Taiyin Ba became even more excited. All the major powers are waiting for Scorpio army to attack Golden Claw treasure land. They want to see how Golden Claw treasure land will defend. However, if Xianxia takes the initiative to attack and obstruct Scorpio army halfway, it will be very shocking. It will surely shock all the major powers. Take 500 Divine King warriors, 500 dragon head cannons, Boss Xia, Little Monkey, Xiaoba, let's go. Xianxia said with smile. Although Su Xiaoba knows that he won't need to fight this time, he can still control the dragon head cannons to bombard the Scorpio soldiers. "Master, can you make a kind of cannon? You can stuff me into the cannon and then shoot me out. The moment I fly out, I can sweep them with a rod and kill them all with an invincible and tyrannical power." Su Xiaoba very excitedly asked. "Shoot you out and you will explode?" Xianxia said with smile, the cannon's power is to explode. You can't explode, what's the point of shooting you out? Who said I can't explode? Shoot me out and I will erupt with my divine cosmos power by several times, they will definitely be caught unprepared. Su Xiaoba curled his lips and said. Old boy Yun, can you refine a space inside the cannon and store a large number of swords inside? After firing, thousands of swords will fly out and stab all the people to death. Then I can retrieve the swords. Xia Wufeng asked, he is also very excited. This is possible. Boss Xia, your control over swords is very good. You can quickly retrieve swords and use them many times. You can indeed try it. Qin Yin said with smile. Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret is using soul fluctuation to send back information. This is the principle of the soul-chasing talisman. However, the reply is not instantaneous, it will take half an hour. Moreover, it can be easily interfered with. After gathering all kinds of information, Qin Yin confirmed the route of the Scorpio army and immediately started the heaven-leaping shuttle. The Divine King warriors inside the shuttle, as well as Su Xiaoba's group, are very much looking forward to using the dragon head cannons to bombard the Scorpio soldiers. In a luxurious stone room inside a huge mountain, Luo Yaya is standing in front of Princess Luo Shu. Her clothes have been torn apart by a formidable power. Her whole body is enveloped in golden light. She looked at her hands in astonishment. She looked at the bloodline heavenly patterns on her snow-white skin. Those bloodline heavenly patterns were greedily absorbing the energy in the surroundings. Princess Luo Shu was also shocked. She didn't expect the 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern to appear immediately after she stuck the talisman on Luo Yaya's heart. She immediately took out a large number of Divine Universe golden stones and scattered them around for Luo Yaya to absorb. Luo Yaya had just gained a 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern, so she needed to absorb a lot of energy to strengthen it. Otherwise, she would suffer from malnutrition. Qin Yin only used a talisman to bestow you with 5th-generation bloodline heavenly rune. Moreover, it is so special, it is completely different from the 5th-generation bloodline heavenly rune of Taisher factions. Princess Luo Shu said in shock. Sister, the bloodline heavenly pattern Qin Yin gave me is better than a Grand Prime factions? Luo Yaya still couldn't believe it. It wasn't like this when she obtained the 3rd and 4th generation bloodline heavenly patterns. Not only was the process complicated, but she also didn't feel anything. She could clearly feel that the heavenly patterns in her body were brimming with power. They seemed to have fused with her and even had a soul that resonated with her. Compared to Qin Yin, the bloodline heavenly patterns of Taisher factions are trash. Princess Luo Shu took a deep breath and said, Do you see? Your 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern is greedily absorbing energy as if it has a life of its own. Those Taisher factions are dead. Even Princess Luo Shu looked at the bloodline heavenly pattern on Luo Yaya's body with envy. Sister, if I had known earlier, I would have given it to you. Luo Yaya was very loyal and devoted to Princess Luo Shu. It doesn't matter, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. I didn't expect that Qin Yin could really bestow bloodline heavenly patterns to others, and it is so much better than the Taisher factions. How did he do it? No wonder he could become the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. No wonder the Divine Moon Clan's women all have such outstanding bloodline heavenly patterns. Princess Luo Shu took a deep breath. Big sister, should we adjust our strategy? Qin Yin is much easier to get along with than the Taisher factions. Although, he is a bit annoying, I think he is a good person. Ever since father successfully evolved the 8th generation bloodline heavenly pattern and extended his lifespan, the Taisher factions gradually distanced themselves from me. Princess Luo Shu sighed and said, I am a woman after all and the crown prince is valued by father again. The Taisher factions behind us are not optimistic about me. Then what is the heavenly emperor's attitude towards sister princess? Luo Yaya asked. Father praised me for my ambition, but at the same time he criticized me for not looking at the big picture. His attitude is very vague. He did not punish me because of this, which means he allows me to fight for the throne. Since he appointed the crown prince, he will definitely not openly support me. Princess Luo Shu said. Then what about your faction? Has it been weakened? Luo Yaya asked. Out of the 7 generals in my hands, 3 died. My 1 million army was reduced to 300,000. Princess Luoshu said. The Heavenly Emperor still punished you. Luo Yaya said with frown. It was not father, it was the Crown Prince's faction. They used many methods to frame my army for rebellion, so they did it. Princess Luoshu closed her eyes and sighed. Then next, should we send troops to help Qin Yun? Luo Yaya bit her lips and said, Sister, I promised Qin Yun that I would do my best to help him win against the Scorpio Kingdom. I believe that Qin Yun is trustworthy and more reliable than the Taisher factions. If Qin Yun keeps a low profile, it will not be a problem. He is too high profile. With his temperament, he will definitely pierce through the sky in the future. This is where he is unstable. Princess Luoshu said. Although the Divine Moon Clan and the Phoenix Kingdom are cooperating, the Phoenix Kingdom has not taken action yet. I think we should send troops to help Qin Yun before the Phoenix Kingdom does and show our attitude. Luo Yaya looked at the bloodline heavenly rune on her body and said, Sister. Even if you don't want to fight for the throne now, the Crown Prince will not let you go. Princess Luoshu took out a token and handed it to Luo Yaya. Yaya, I allow you to bring 200,000 troops. Of course, you better discuss it with Qin Yun first and see what he plans to do. This person might have already set up the overall situation. Sister, I will help you get a talisman. Qin Yun's talisman can make you the same as me. Luo Yaya said. Sure, but if he has excessive demands, then forget it. You are like my little sister, I don't want you to make any sacrifices for me. Princess Luoshu gently smiled and touched Luo Yaya's face. Luo Yaya's heart warmed and said, Qin Yun doesn't seem like that kind of person. Although the intelligence said that he has many women, since he can become the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, he definitely does not lack women. Yaya, I see you as my sister, promise me not to do anything stupid. Princess Luoshu looked at Luo Yaya sincerely. Sister, I will definitely promise you. Luo Yaya nodded and said softly. Qin Yun is a very complicated person. Before you understand him well, don't trust him too much. Princess Luoshu warned. I know. Luo Yaya hated Qin Yun at first but later found out that everything Qin Yun did in the Divine Desolate was to fight. As the Divine King of the Divine Desolate, Qin Yun had to fight against the various empires and kingdoms that invaded the Divine Desolate. This required a lot of courage. While fighting against a strong enemy, one also needed enough wisdom and perseverance, otherwise, one would have died long ago. Although Luo Yaya was a person of the upper class, there were also different levels in the upper class. For example, Ba Taiyin and his brothers were trash in the Great Lan Empire. She was lucky to have met Princess Luoshu and had her status and strength today. Otherwise, she would be the same as the other upper class trash. She was loyal to Princess Luoshu and could sacrifice herself for her sister. Seeing how powerful the awakening talisman Qin Yun gave her was, she regretted it and felt that she should have given it to the princess. In her opinion, this kind of awakening talisman must be very precious. If she wanted to ask Qin Yun for it, she might have to pay a price. Sister, have you completely lost your power in the empire? Luo Yaya asked. Because according to her understanding, Princess Luoshu would not easily send troops to help Qin Yun. Once she was found out, she would be standing against the Crown Prince and the entire Great Luo Empire. Also, it was equivalent to betraying the Taisher faction behind her. Princess Luoshu could only find a new faction to help her grow stronger. Only then could she protect herself. She had fought with the Crown Prince for the throne, and now that Princess Luoshu had completely lost her power, her only fate was death. The Crown Prince would definitely not let her off, Princess Luoshu said coldly. Now in the Empire, there are many people who support me on the surface, but I don't know. According to my observation, they might have secretly sided with the Crown Prince and might cooperate with the Crown Prince to give me a fatal blow at the right time. Now is the new era, we have all fallen to the Divine Universe realm and are all in the Divine Desolate. No matter how strong they are, they can't be that strong. They can't kill me. Qin Yun was the godly monarch of the Divine Wilderness. He was the one who maintained the order of the Divine Wilderness. Now, he was in the midst of his rise to power. Furthermore, he had to resist the powerful enemies that had invaded the Divine Wilderness to destroy order. Princess Luoshu sending troops to help Qin Yun was equivalent to betting on Qin Yun. The universe law spirit took back everyone's power, causing everyone's cultivation to fall back to the divine universe tier. Moreover, the homes of the middle and upper echelons were also taken back. Then, coming to the divine wilderness was a new beginning. From Princess Luo Shu's point of view, there was no need for her to compete with the crown prince for the throne. She could create her own empire. However, no matter what power they had to follow the order set by the divine monarch and the divine desolate. Yaya, quickly lead the troops to the vicinity of the Golden Claw. Try to keep it a secret. Princess Luo Shu said. Yes, I will try my best to keep it a secret. If there are spies from other forces approaching, I will kill them all. Luo Yaya nodded. Luo Yaya immediately led Princess Luo Shu's 200,000 troops and set off. These were all soldiers from the empire, the kind that had fallen to the divine universe tier. Their quality in all aspects would definitely surpass the soldiers of the Scorpio Kingdom. Furthermore, they were all well equipped. 1 against 5 was not a problem at all. Princess Luo Shu only had 300,000 troops in her hands. Furthermore, they were all powerful soldiers that she had secretly nurtured. They were all loyal and devoted to her. After competing with the crown prince for the position, Princess Luo Shu could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Not only did she completely lose her power, she was also marginalized by the great Luo Heavenly Emperor. This caused her to not have enough courage to enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground after coming to the Divine Wilderness. Luo Yaya divided the 200,000 troops into 20 groups, each group having 10,000 people. They would set off in batches at night, heading towards the vicinity of the Golden Claw from various directions. There was a large mountain range near the Golden Claw. It was not a problem to hide 200,000 people. 2 days later, there were more and more spies outside the Golden Claw. The empires and kingdoms of the other universes had sent out a large number of spies. The divine monarch of the divine wilderness represented the order of the divine wilderness. However, this divine monarch was currently very weak. The various countries and factions that had entered the divine wilderness would definitely not put this weak divine monarch in their eyes. However, not long ago, the things that this divine monarch had done had gradually revealed his extraordinary strength. Especially now, the Scorpio Kingdom had provoked Qin Yun. This was akin to provoking the Supreme Guardian of Order. All the various factions wanted to see what would happen to the Scorpio Kingdom. Of course, they all knew that Qin Yun was definitely unable to interfere in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground at the moment. However, the Nine Sun Sacred Ground was very vast. There were many powerful races and countless resources. Even if one was not in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, they could still do well outside. Luo Yaya had already arrived outside the Golden Claw and secretly contacted Qin Yun. However, she found out that Qin Yun was undergoing important seclusion and was not convenient to meet guests. Qin Yun was in seclusion at this time, which made Luo Yaya speechless. The enemy was about to attack, yet he was still in the mood for seclusion. Luo Yaya did not say anything and only waited seriously. Every once in a while, she would send people to contact the guards at the entrance of the Golden Claw Sacred Ground, saying that there was something very important. However, Qin Yun still did not come out. Luo Yaya, who did not see Qin Yun, was burning with anxiety because according to her calculations, the 500,000 Scorpio army would arrive in 3 days. She needed to discuss the battle plan with Qin Yun in these 3 days. She had to arrange for Princess Luo Shu's 200,000 soldiers. Time was very tight. Luo Yaya, who was on a mountain peak, used a telescope to observe the entire Golden Claw Sacred Ground. The Golden Claw Sacred Ground was very quiet. Such a huge sacred ground was empty, only the mountain-like altar in the middle was emitting golden light. There was no tense atmosphere in the entire Golden Claw Sacred Ground. Pavilion Master, our Shadow Pavilion spy in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground has sent an important secret letter. A black-clothed man wearing a mask passed a letter to Luo Yaya. Luo Yaya opened it and frowned. The Nine Dragon Kingdom came through the Nine Sun Sacred Ground's passage and was attacked by the Crown Prince's secret army. This is not good for Qin Yun. It seems that the Heavenly Flood Empire and the Crown Prince of Deluo have secretly joined hands. Pavilion Master, the Nine Dragon Kingdom's journey is very bumpy. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for them to support Qin Yun. Otherwise, their losses will be even greater and the foundation of the Nine-Dragon Kingdom will be shaken. The black-cloaked man said, in the war between Qin Yun and the Scorpio Kingdom, the Nine-Dragon Kingdom should not participate. The Crown Prince is still more concerned about Qin Yun. Indeed, as long as he attacks the Nine-Dragon Kingdom a few times, he will get rid of Qin Yun's important ally. This move really hit Qin Yun's weak point. Luo Yaya gritted her teeth and said, no matter what the outcome is, our position of helping Qin Yun will not change. People who want to share with others, $article title? Follow on WeChat. Excellent reading literature, talk about life. Find confidence. Qin Yun, who was on his way to ambush the Scorpio army, received news from the Nine Sun sacred ground. It was transmitted through soul fluctuations from high above. Qin Yun received the message through a special device. After deciphering the ciphertext, he learned that the Nine-Dragon Kingdom had been attacked. This news was sent to Qin Yun by Long Jinchuan and the others after they settled down. He told Qin Yun that the Nine Dragons Kingdom had lost 30% of its warriors and the Nine Dragons King had been severely injured. It was the Crown Prince of Deluo and the Crown Prince of the Tianhong Empire who had attacked them. Of course, the two princes did not make a move. They each sent 100,000 warriors to wait for them at the center of the Nine Sun sacred ground. Long Jinchuan also said that even if there was only one person left in the Nine Dragons Kingdom, he would rush to the Golden Claw treasure land to support him. This made Qin Yun feel very touched. This was a trustworthy ally. Although Long Jinchuan did not elaborate, Qin Yun was certain that the crown princes of the two empires were deliberately suppressing him, a godly monarch. He wanted to intimidate the factions that wanted to cooperate with him. Are these two crown princes trying to intimidate me? Qin Yun's eyes turned slightly cold. Heavenly Hong Empire, you came from the outerverse. Instead of staying in the divine wilderness obediently, you want to take me down a notch? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide in the Nine Sun sacred ground? Master, after we get rid of the Scorpio Kingdom and the Exotic Cat Kingdom, we will slaughter our way into the Nine Sun holy ground and destroy the Deluo Empire and the Heaven Hong Empire. Su Xiaoba is also very angry. He had come into contact with the warriors of the Nine Dragons Kingdom and often sparred with them. He knew that the people of Nine Dragons were easy to get along with. When they found out that the Nine Dragons Kingdom had suffered such a great loss, they were furious. I will make other arrangements, Qin Yun said. He then sent a reply to Long Jinchuan. First, he greeted the Nine Dragon King and then told Long Jinchuan to stay away from the Nine Sun sacred ground and not rush to occupy an area there. Furthermore, he told Long Jinchuan not to send people over. Instead, he told them to gather their greatest strength to help him build the Dragon Head Cannon. The empires, kingdoms, and other factions that arrived in the divine wilderness, and even the powerful clans born in the Nine Sun sacred ground did not recognize Qin Yun as the godly king. As long as he cooperated with Qin Yun, he would be considered an anomaly. If the Nine Dragon Kingdom recognized Qin Yun as a godly monarch, they would definitely not be able to survive in the Nine Sun sacred ground. They would definitely be ostracized. Qin Yun knew very well that if he didn't leave corpses strewn all over the Nine Sun sacred ground, those factions would definitely think nothing of him, a god monarch. Especially those empires. They knew that the Nine Dragons Kingdom was Qin Yun's ally, yet they still attacked the Nine Dragons Kingdom. They are coming soon. Those 500,000 soldiers are divided into 5 armies, they are not together. Tying Ba returned from outside. Do we maintain our distance? Asked Qin Yun. Yes, they are quite cautious. They are afraid of being wiped out. Tyrant Ba nodded. Alright, we will take our time. According to their speed, they will need at least 3 days to reach Golden Claw treasure land. We will start here, Qin Yun said. He immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to head towards the army at the back. The 5 armies were quite far apart from each other. Even if they were attacked, the armies in front would not discover them so quickly. Soon, Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle arrived at a high altitude. He could see a large group of majestic Scorpio people flying in the sky. Their flying speed was not particularly fast. Based on this speed, it might take them a few days to reach the Golden Claw treasured land, and they still had to rest on the way. Each of the 500 Divine King warriors is controlling a Dragon Head cannon. They are all shooting down from the sky. The cannonballs are being shot in succession, they are emitting intense golden light and dragging long light tails behind them. In just an instant, it is as if a golden waterfall is pouring down from the sky and enveloping the Scorpio people below. The cannonballs are very big, they are as tall as half a person. After they exploded, the bloodline heavenly rune flame inside crazily rushed out, causing trembling sound without end. In the blink of an eye, the ground below has been enveloped by a sea of fire. Those Scorpio warriors are screaming miserably inside the sea of fire. And a large number of Scorpio warriors have their bodies torn apart by the intense flame. Their flesh and blood look like they are being ignited, they are crazily burning. Although Su Xiaoba and others are aware of the might of these cannonballs, seeing it with their own eyes, their scalps still tingled. Let's go down and take a look. Qin Yan took out a box and swallowed the bloodline heavenly rune flame. Some Scorpio warriors are still alive, so the Divine King warriors rushed down and started harvesting them. Qin Yan used supergravity to envelop the ground, combined with his mental power, he locked onto those Divine Universe heavenly bones and controlled them to float in the air. Then he used the 9 Sun Divine Soul to collect them all. After obtaining a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones, Qin Yan immediately ordered his people to return to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and continue attacking the next army. The first 4 armies still don't know which army has been destroyed. As for the nearby spies, they have been captured by Xia Wufeng to prevent them from spreading the news. Next, Qin Yan brought the Divine King warriors and the Dragon Head Cannon to kill the other armies one by one. He killed the general and beheaded him. Qin Yan harvested a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. These Scorpio warriors are very strong, their quality is very good and they have a lot of Divine Universe heavenly bones. Just the number of Divine Universe heavenly bones in the body of the 500,000 strong Scorpio army is much higher than the million trash from the cat-eared people. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle immediately returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. Intercepting and killing the 500,000 strong Scorpio army is as easy as blowing off dust for Qin Yan. At most, he can only test his Dragon Head Cannon and the cannonballs he uses are quite ordinary. After returning to the Golden Claw treasure land, Qin Yan learned that Luo Yaya has an urgent matter to discuss with him. This time, he let Luo Yaya enter the Golden Claw treasure land. He also invited Luo Yaya to come in before but she refused. The main reason is that Princess Luo Shu's attitude was not clear at that time. Now that Princess Luo Shu has decided to join hands with Qin Yan, Luo Yaya entered the Golden Claw treasure land. Qin Yan is still in the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda talking with Luo Yaya. Your princess is willing to cooperate with me? Qin Yan said with a smile. He is not surprised to see Luo Yaya. Because he knows that the effect of the awakening talisman will definitely move Princess Luo Shu. Princess asked me to bring 200,000 soldiers and hide them in the nearby mountains. But I can't completely hand them over to you. I need to know your battle plan. Luo Yaya said, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that those soldiers are very precious. They can be said to be the last guarantee of the princess's strength. Qin Yan is very surprised that Princess Luo Shu asked Luo Yaya to bring 200,000 soldiers. He thought that it would be good if there were several tens of thousands. This is not urgent, we can slowly discuss the battle plan. Qin Yan said with a smile. Why not? In 2 or 3 days, those 500,000 Scorpio soldiers will arrive. Luo Yaya said, I have detailed information on them, as well as all kinds of information on that general. I know his fighting style. Qin Yan took out the general's head and placed it in front of Luo Yaya. He said with a smile, it's the information on this guy, right? It's useless now, because he's already dead. She wanted to chat with more like-minded people about? He wants to chat with more like-minded people. Read literature, talk about life, find a bosom friend. Luo Yaya is in charge of the Shadow Pavilion. She has collected a lot of information about this famous general of Scorpio Kingdom. This general has a great background, he is Scorpio King's right-hand man, he has been through hundreds of battles and has never been defeated. The most famous thing about this general is that he once led an army to attack a star field controlled by Phoenix Kingdom and successfully conquered it. Phoenix King was furious at that time and immediately led an army to recapture that star field, but it was blocked by this general. In the end, Phoenix King had no choice but to give up that star field to Scorpio Kingdom. Even the Crown Prince of Great Luo wanted to rope in this capable general. It is said that the reason why the Crown Prince valued Scorpio Kingdom so much is mainly because of this general. However, this general's head was chopped off just like that. I wonder if it's a clone or not. Qin Yan said. It's not. Luo Yaya recovered from her shock and asked, how did you capture him? I didn't do it, it was Brother Ba who rushed over and chopped off his head with one saber strike. Oh right, my disciple also participated. Qin Yan said. This general was indeed besieged by Tien Ba and Su Xiaoba and was even bombarded by artillery shells. Is he so weak after falling to divine space realm? Luo Yaya still can't believe it. She is holding the head to confirm that it is not a clone. Qin Yan said with smile, what, is this guy very powerful? Luo Yaya nodded seriously, very powerful. He once attacked a star field controlled by Phoenix Kingdom and even made Phoenix Queen helpless. He's a general that Scorpio King highly values, but he died just like that. Wow, that means this head can be given to Phoenix Queen as a gift? Qin Yan said with smile, I wonder if Phoenix Queen will look up to me because of this. That's for sure. Phoenix Queen hates this person to the bone because many of the Phoenix warriors guarding that star field died. Many of Phoenix Queen's beloved generals were either eaten or tortured to death. Luo Yaya said. Then I have to keep it safe. Qin Yan took out a box and sealed the head inside. Qin Yan, there is no time to lose. We should quickly discuss how to cooperate and capture the 500,000 strong army in one fell swoop. Luo Yaya felt a lot more at ease. She was worried that this general would not be easy to deal with. Now that this powerful general had been killed, the 500,000 soldiers would be easy to deal with. There's no need. I've already taken down the 500,000 strong army he led. Qin Yan said with a smile, Yaya, hide the warriors you brought in well in the mountain range. Come out to help when needed. Luo Yaya was shocked once again. It had only been a few days. That 500,000 strong army was annihilated by Qin Yan. She suddenly recalled that she had been looking for Qin Yan all this while, but he had said that he was in seclusion. So he had gone on a secret operation. However, Luo Yaya had also sent out secret agents to keep an eye on the movements of the 500,000 troops. So far, there had been no news at all. Oh right, we've captured a lot of spies. I'll send someone for you to claim your Dark Shadow Pavilion spies. Qin Yan said, in order to keep it a secret, I have no choice but to do this, please forgive me. It's all right. Luo Yaya said softly. She did not expect Qin Yan to be so meticulous. He had even captured a large group of spies. Capturing those spies was simply a piece of cake for a sword god like Xia Wufeng. Although he was a sword god in the divine court of myriad realms, he often carried out assassination missions. Most of the experts he killed didn't even know how they died. Soon, Luo Yaya claimed a few spies from the Dark Shadow Pavilion. Those spies were still extremely shocked because they had seen how the 500,000 strong army was annihilated. They wanted to say it out loud, but they knew that this was not the right place. They also knew that the Dark Shadow Pavilion's pavilion master and Princess de Luo were secretly helping Qin Yan. Obviously, they wanted to join forces with Qin Yan. They were somewhat confused about this matter at first because in their opinion, as long as they stood on Qin Yan's side, it would be the same as becoming enemies with many empires and kingdoms. Now that they knew about Qin Yan's terrifying weapon, they all believed that the princess' decision was correct. Those spies were sent by Luo Yaya to spy on other information and immediately left the Golden Claw treasure land. The spies of other forces would be handed over to the Heaven Secrets sect to deal with. Qin Yan taught the Heaven Secrets sect a special method that could use the illusion pupil race's ability to brainwash people and turn them into spies of the Heaven Secrets sect. Qin Yan and Luo Yaya once again returned to the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. Yaya, what's the situation with your princess? Qin Yan said, you said before that she handed over the very important 200,000 soldiers to me. Does she only have so few soldiers? Because she failed to compete with the Crown Prince of De Luo for the throne, she exposed her ambition and was removed. Luo Yaya sighed and said, the princess only has 300,000 soldiers, they were all secretly trained by her. Since they are so important to her, try not to use them. I can defend against the Scorpio Kingdom's attack. Qin Yan said with a smile, Princess Luoshu has expressed her attitude. I am very grateful to her. The Nine-Dragon Kingdom has been attacked while moving to the Heavenly God Desolate. Luo Yaya said again, they shouldn't be able to give you too much support. The princess's soldiers are very powerful, they will definitely be able to help you survive this crisis. I know about the Nine-Dragon Kingdom's situation. They originally wanted to come over to help but I refused. I told them to properly recuperate. Qinyan said, the Nine-Dragon Kingdom is attacking my Golden Claw treasure land. All the empires and kingdoms in the Nine-Sun Holy Land are watching. I will let them know the consequences of provoking the Divine King. Qinyan's meaning is very clear. He wants to use his own strength as much as possible. He doesn't want to expose his allies so that they won't be attacked. In the current situation of the Heavenly God Desolate, any ally that dares to ally with Qinyan must be cherished. Didn't we agree to cooperate and form an alliance? If you don't want our help, then what do you want us to do? Luo Yaya asked doubtfully. Of course it's to help each other and I don't need your help right now. Qinyan laughed and said, don't worry, when I killed the Scorpio Kingdom's 500,000 soldiers, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Alright, if you need our help, just say it, we will definitely do our best. Luo Yaya said. Oh right, how is your bloodline heavenly rune, is the effect good? Qinyan asked. The effect is very good, far surpassing those Taisher powers. Luo Yaya wanted to say something but stopped because she wanted to help Princess Luoshu get a talisman. Qinyan saw through her thoughts and immediately took out 3 talismans and handed them to her. This kind of talisman is very complicated to make and very difficult to make. I don't have many in my hands right now, these are for you. Luo Yaya is very surprised, she didn't expect Qinyan to give her 3 talismans. Actually, making this kind of talisman is not too difficult for Qinyan. Qinyan also saw Princess Luoshu mobilizing 200,000 soldiers to help him, so he expressed some sincerity. Luo Yaya said that his bloodline heavenly rune is much better than Taisher's, that means even Princess Luoshu wants it. Thank you very much. Luo Yaya took the 3 awakening talismans. Yaya, how many soldiers do you think Scorpio Kingdom will send next? When will they arrive? Qinyan asked. At least 1 million. This time they will probably send out battleships. There will be about 50 battleships with 20,000 Scorpio soldiers each. Luo Yaya said, it will take about half a month for them to mobilize their army and arrive at Golden Claw treasure land. What kind of battleships do they use? Are there things like energy cores inside the battleships? Qinyan asked. He doesn't know much about these battleships. Even Ba Taiyin and others don't know much about them. Nine-Dragon Kingdom knows but their battleships are very backward. Meng Kai is not a fleet general, so he doesn't know much. Fleets are the secrets of empires and kingdoms, very few people know about battleships. And Luo Yaya certainly knows a lot about battleships. Next, Luo Yaya informed Qinyan about the battleships. Qinyan also asked many questions about the battleships. Qinyan and Luo Yaya talked for a long time and gained a better understanding of the battleships. Battleships have energy cores but these energy cores are mainly responsible for defense. For example, maintaining the battleship's protective barrier and injecting energy into the battleship's armor. At the same time, the energy cores can also allow the battleship to fly at high speed, make the battleship invisible and shuttle through space. Of course, Divine Desolate can't shuttle through space. Divine Desolate space was sealed by several empires and 9 Sun Law Spirit also added a layer of space seal. It is very difficult for large battleships to shuttle through space. Battleships usually have many energy cores and these energy cores are not responsible for attack. Because the energy core needs to be converted into offensive power, it consumes a lot of energy and during the conversion process, there will be losses. The battleship's main offensive power comes from the soldiers on board. The soldiers will gather in the main hull and release their divine cosmos power or mental power. Then the battleship's great formation will gather the divine cosmos power and fuse it with some tools before launching an attack. In other words, the more warriors there were in the battleship, the stronger they were. Then the battleship would be able to gather their divine cosmos force and unleash an extremely powerful divine cosmos force. That was gathering the power of millions to tens of millions of divine universe, and then exploding out with 2 to 3 times the power. The might of that attack could be imagined. Every kingdom and empire had different warship manufacturing technology. It mainly depended on the control of the inscriptions. The defense and attack power of the battleship needed to be transformed by the energy absorbed by the runes. The defense of the battleship is very strong. Over the years, few battleships have been breached. Most of them flee in defeat. The warriors in the battleship will have their divine space power depleted, and the battleship's energy cores will still be able to maintain its defenses. Then, they will break through space and flee. Luo Yaya said. Therefore, in the eyes of Luo Yaya and the other kingdoms and empires, Qin Yun's Golden Claw treasure land would not be able to stop the fleet of the exotic cat kingdom. Qin Yun said with a frown, "Is its defense really that strong?" Luo Yaya said seriously, "You have to know that in previous battles, the warriors in the warships were all far above the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Even so, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the other warships when they gathered their strength. Generally speaking, no matter how strong the defense is, it will always be broken by weapons." Why does the battleship have such a strong defense? Is it because of the energy cores? Qin Yun asked, "What are the energy cores?" The energy cores are very small divine sun cores, enough for the battleship to operate for many years. Luo Yaya said, "The more formidable aspect of the exotic cat kingdom's battleship is that they have mastered a secret technique that can transform the energy cores into a special protective cover. Any energy that hits their protective cover will be absorbed and swallowed up." How many battleships does the exotic cat kingdom have? Qin Yun asked. 13,000, their battleship doesn't need too many people. Moreover, their main battleship has 3,000 people, the others are transport ships and all kinds of small battleships. Luo Yaya said, "Now you know, if the exotic cat kingdom wants to flatten your Golden Claw treasure land, it will be a piece of cake." Qin Yun is indeed frightened. If so many battleships with super strong defense were to fly over from the sky, they would definitely be densely packed. If they attacked the Golden Claw treasure land at the same time, they might be able to evaporate the entire treasure land in an instant. Qin Yun, the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships are also not bad. They won't use all their battleships to attack you, but 50 battleships is also not a small number. If you want to understand more about battleships, you should start with the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships. Qin Yun understood Luo Yaya's meaning. She wants him to take the initiative to find the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships and understand them clearly. The main reason why battleships are so strong is because of their runes. You are an inscription master, maybe you can find a way to break their runes. Luo Yaya said again. She suddenly has this kind of confidence in Qin Yun, mainly because of the awakening talisman. "Yaya, how many craftsmen does your princess have? I need a large number of craftsmen to help me." "Forge tools," Qin Yun said. "Quite a few, tell me your requirements." Luo Yaya also knows that 9 Dragon Kingdom helped Qin Yun forge many equipment. Qin Yun took out the blueprint. It is still the dragon head cannon, but it is quite large, many times larger than the one he ordered from 9 Dragon Kingdom. 9 Dragon Kingdom helped him build it. The cannon base is like a large carriage, it can fit one person inside. And he asked Princess Luo Shu to help him build it. The barrel is tens of meters long, the cannon base is like a small hill. Apart from this, there is also an even larger furnace. Princess Luo Shu is the princess of an empire, her craftsman level is definitely higher than the 9 Dragon Kingdoms. "Furnace and this thing called cannon, can you make 10 of each in 10 days? I will pay for the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones, help me add more heat-resistant materials." Qin Yun said. "All right." Luo Yaya agreed. Qin Yun immediately gave Luo Yaya several million Divine Universe Heavenly Bones, he just harvested them not long ago. Luo Yaya naturally knows that these are the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones of the Scorpio people. Although this is a taboo, in God Desolate, there is no such thing as a taboo. "Quickly," Qin Yun seriously warned. In order to make it easier for Luo Yaya to come to the Golden Claw treasure land, Qin Yun also gave her a set of teleportation array pillars. He told her to go back and set them up so that the next time she comes, she can immediately teleport to the Golden Claw treasure land. After Luo Yaya left, Qin Yun took out a sun-suppressing divine arrow. "It is time to make some of these things." Qin Yun gently caressed the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He plans to use this thing to break the battleship's defense. If it was before, it would have been very difficult to refine a divine tool like the sun-suppressing divine arrow. But now, Qin Yan has the ability to refine the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He can even do it better than before. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand has a very formidable ability, 10,000 Devour. When it is shot, it can quickly devour the energy around it, making the arrow even stronger. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in Qin Yan's hand has been modified by the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. He has not used the ability bestowed by the Divine King Heavenly Seal. According to Taisher's guess, after the Divine King Heavenly Seal bestowed ability, it will only strengthen the sun-suppressing divine arrow's devouring ability, allowing it to devour even more myriad realms divine sun's energy. Of course, the sun-suppressing divine arrow Qin Yan wants to refine is very special. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand is considered very ancient. If it is not modified, it will not be able to adapt to this era. He only plans to use the divine mirror of primordial beginning to duplicate the sun-suppressing divine arrow's 10,000 Devour ability. After taking out the sun-suppressing divine arrow, Qin Yan used the divine mirror of primordial beginning to illuminate it. This won't do, I can't duplicate the sun-suppressing divine arrow's ability. Taisher is also somewhat surprised and said, how did this sun-suppressing divine arrow form? Was it really created inside the sun? I am also not too clear. Why can't I duplicate that ability? Qin Yan is also very puzzled. The sun-suppressing divine arrow was originally not like this. This sun-suppressing divine arrow's ability was influenced by my nether sun back then. His father Qin Long, Yu Yu and the others all have different sun-suppressing divine arrows. This ability is very important. It can be considered as a half-life half-spirit body, so the divine mirror of primordial beginning cannot duplicate it. Let's say it like this is a rune with life. With the divine mirror of primordial beginning's current ability, it can't duplicate this ability. A3. What a pity. If all the sun-suppressing divine arrows I refined had this ability, it would be a lot easier to break through the battleship's defense. Qin Yan plans to modify one and then find a battleship to test it out. Using the Gemini Heavenly Rune and Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune should be possible. Taisher said, the mother and daughter with the Gemini Heavenly Rune each have a Gemini Heavenly Rune in their body. The two Gemini Heavenly Runes completely fused with their bodies. In other words, we need them to cooperate? Qin Yan said with a frown, what about the Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune? What can it do? You can view the sun-suppressing divine arrow's 10,000 Devour as a powerful inscription spirit body. If you want to duplicate a large number of 10,000 Devour spirit bodies, you will need a large number of blank spirit bodies. Taisher said, the mother and daughter can duplicate Devourer's soul, but you need the Mystic Fusion Heavenly Rune to fuse it into a powerful empty soul body. Qin Yan doesn't want Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing to help because he is afraid of triggering some kind of heavenly tribulation and causing them to suffer heavenly punishment. Qin Yan had copied inscription spirits before and he also had Xiao Yuemei's help. Every time he was done, he would face a powerful heavenly tribulation. Brother Taisher, do you think there will be a heavenly tribulation or something? Qin Yan asked. In the divine wilderness, the 9-yang Dharma spirit is the heavens. Outside of deity desolate, the universe Dharma spirit is the heavens. Taisher asked, will the 9-yang Dharma spirit attack you? Qin Yan shook his head. The 9-yang Dharma spirit would definitely not care about such matters. Back then, after the universe Dharma spirit was sealed, Great Luo Empire became the heavens of this cosmos. Now, it is as if Great Luo Empire has been slapped into the mortal world. Qin Yan immediately sent people to the 4 divine sons to call over Gong Fian, Kong Feiqing and Ji Yaoxue, as well as Xian Rujing. Qin Yan needs Xian Rujing's help. Even though she is from Divine Moon Clan, she is also ice and snow goddess. Moreover, she frequently uses this identity to move around Divine Desolate. Every time she appeared before, it would always be snowing. She also rarely wears a mask. Therefore, her appearance is always breathtaking and can intimidate a group of evil spirits. Furthermore, her ice-cold and proud temperament left a deep impression on many experts. There are not many famous gods in myriad realms Divine Palace and Xian Rujing is one of them. Not only she is beautiful, she is also very unique. Even Great Luo's crown prince said that he wants to obtain this ice and snow goddess. Even though Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are mother, they are becoming more and more like sisters. Even though they both have Gemini heavenly rune, their temperament are not exactly the same. Cultivation is still mature and charming. Even though Cultivation is gorgeous and moving, in front of her mother, she is like a pure and innocent young girl. Because they have Gemini heavenly rune, they are often asked by Jian Linglong and other inscription masters to help them in Divine Moon Clan. They are very proficient in inscription, they are very experienced in copying all kinds of strange things. Big Sister Kong, long time no see. Now you have the feeling of a venerable master. Qin Yin said with smile. Little brother, don't laugh at Big Sister. What venerable master, Big Sister is not worthy of such a title. Kong Feiqing gently smiled, pulled Qin Yin's hand and inquired about his well-being. She also pulled over her Yin Yin and asked Qin Yin to take a look at her cultivation situation. Both of them are not battle type now, they also need to unceasingly increase their divine cosmos power. Only like this can their Gemini heavenly rune become stronger. Qin Yin gave them 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune awakening talisman so that they can upgrade their bloodline heavenly rune one step further. Both mother and daughter are very happy because this will allow their divine cosmos power to increase by 1 level. They are now 8th level divine space realm, their divine cosmos power is not very high, only about 80,000. And Qin Yin is also 7th level divine space realm, his divine cosmos power is more than 110,000, far surpassing them by 1 level. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are staying in the same floor of Golden Claw Treasureland's 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. They are undergoing bloodline heavenly rune evolution inside. Qin Yin wants to construct several large-scale awakening formation, mainly using formation pillars. He will give 1 to Divine Moon Clan, 1 to each of the 4 Divine Suns and 1 to 9 Dragon Kingdom. This way he won't need to make large amount of awakening talismans. While Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are evolving their bloodline heavenly rune, Xian Rujing, Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun are having a very sweet reunion in another floor of 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Big Sister Rujing, I feel like your legs have grown a bit longer, is this my misconception? Qin Yun said with smile. Inside the bath, Xian Rujing is stretching out her long leg and proudly smiling. She is the ice goddess, every time she appears outside, she has a kind of cold elegant and peerless style and style-imposing manner. But in front of Qin Yun, she is a charming and flirtatious wine goddess. She is holding a pot of wine in her hand, her cheeks are rosy from drinking, she looks even more blurred and moving. Yi Yaoxue curled her lips and said, she is comparing the length of legs with Big Sister Star God. She used many methods to make her legs grow a bit longer. Xiao Yun, you called me here this time, other than missing me, is there any other matter? Xian Rujing drank a mouthful of wine and then handed it over to Yi Yaoxue. Yaoshue's mysterious fusion heavenly rune can help you. I don't have any heavenly rune, but I can release ice spirits and snow spirits. Yi Yaoxue took the wine and drank a mouthful. Then she said with angry smile, Big Sister Rujing, you must not release those 2 spirits by any means. Even though Yi Yaoxue has become stronger over the years, she has not changed much. She is still the same senior sister Yi. The only change is that after she found her lover, her entire being became even more alluring. She often helped Divine Moon Clan with all kinds of things, whether it be growing medicinal ingredients or runes, all of them require her mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Now she is doing her best to cultivate her spirit clone, she wants them to also have mysterious fusion heavenly rune. After all, she has Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with her. If it were ordinary spirit clone, she would have already cultivated it long ago. Yi Yaoxue drank a mouthful of wine, Xian Rujing's wine is always so tasty. After following Xian Rujing for a long time, she is now half a drunkard. You have spirit clone, I will also have it in the future. Yi Yaoxue giggled and said. But I only have 1 waist. Qin Yin said with smile, then grabbed the wine jug from Yi Yaoshue's hand and drank a mouthful. Xiao Yun, I can fight very well now, don't treat me like a pampered girl. Xian Rujing arrived beside Qin Yun, leaned on his shoulder and began caressing the water inside the bath. Sister Rujing, I want to make you stronger. I need your ice and snow divine power. Qin Yin kissed Xian Rujing's face and said, you don't need to fight, just summon super strong blizzard. This will have to be coordinated with Luo Luo. Luo Yaofeng is wind god, her wind and Xian Rujing's ice and snow can create very dreadful blizzard. Naturally, Luo Yaofeng is not in the four divine sons, otherwise Qin Yun would have called her over. Luo went to Phoenix Kingdom, I don't know when she will return. Without her, I can also create very strong blizzard. Xian Rujing is very confident. Her feelings for Qin Yun are very deep, so she will do her best to help Qin Yun. And I will make you stronger. Qin Yun laughed, then took out Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, I will first help you obtain 5th generation bloodline Heavenly Rune. Since they are all his women, he can directly use Divine King Heavenly Seal on them, he doesn't need awakening talismans, it will save him a lot of trouble. Naturally, Xian Rujing's current divine cosmos power is far from enough, she needs to grow to the same level as Xia Wufeng and Su Xiaoba. This required him to place her in a treasured land. The treasured land that Xia Wufeng and the others had used before was almost ready to be used again. Long Shu and the other women in the Golden Claw treasure land have not succeeded yet, but when they come out, they will be another powerful force. Long Shu and Long Qiaofeng's importance is to unify the dragon clan once again. The dragon race was a very powerful race in the Divine Desolate. If they could unify the dragon race and obtain powerful bloodline heavenly runes, their power could not be underestimated. Qin Yun would secretly support Long Shu, allowing her to control sufficient resources to obtain the loyalty of the various patriarchs of the dragon race. Back then, the All Heavens Dragon Emperor had the support of the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit and the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake to unify the entire dragon race. But now, the various races of the dragon tribe could not see any hope of unification. Yi Yaoxue and the others have finished evolving their bloodline heavenly runes. Next, they will help Qin Yun duplicate 10,000 Devour. Qin Yun arranged for Kong Feiqing and the other 2 women to enter a luxurious secret room inside the Heavenly Law altar. They can see the outside from the window here, it is not that boring. Moreover, there is a teleportation formation that can directly teleport them back to Divine Moon Heaven City's Guanghan Palace. Qin Yun brought Xian Rujing to a spacious lake inside a treasure land. A lake can accommodate many people. Xian Rujing is not the only one entering the lake, she is also releasing her ice spirits and snow spirits. Knowing that she will be entering the lake for a period of time, she is somewhat reluctant to part with Qin Yun. Qin Zhong and his other brothers have already come out of the lake. They are as powerful as Ba Tain and the others. They are currently in charge of leading the team to patrol the treasure lands. Qin Yun quickly refined a sun-suppressing divine arrow. This is the one he improved, it is much stronger than the original one. In a short period of 1 day, Qin Yun refined 5 arrows. Then he took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and left with Monkey King, Ba Tain, and Su Xiaoba. Xia Wufeng is still in the Golden Claw treasure land, he is in charge of guarding this place and arranging for the Myriad Realms Divine Court to come over. Although the Golden Claw treasure land is under the threat of Strange Cat Kingdom and Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's fleet, it can be flattened at any time. However, Qin Yun is confident that he can block the attack of those battleships. According to Luo Yaya's information, Qin Yun arrived at the place where the Heavenly Scorpion battleships are gathered. Most of Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's battleships are staying in the deep space, only a few have entered Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate. Battleships also need to absorb energy, especially the energy core of the battleship, it is the core of the Little Divine Sunday. Therefore, the battleships are flying around the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to absorb the energy of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to replenish the energy consumed by the energy core. Although Qin Yun could not enter the Divine Sun and was restricted by the 9 Suns Law Spirit, it was not a problem for him to stay outside. Master, you want to destroy the battleships? Su Xiaoba asked. He knows that Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom will soon send battleships over. No, I want to steal the battleship, I want to find the weak point of the battleship and see how I can easily attack inside. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun arrived outside the 5 Divine Suns. Luo Yaya said that Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom has battleships outside the 5 Divine Suns to replenish the energy core. What is inside the 5 Divine Suns, 9 Sun Kuan Peng, Imperial Demon Yao and 9 Sun Kuan Peng are inside the 5 Divine Suns. Qin Yun has not seen Yu Yao Yao for a while, he wants to know how strong she is now. She can definitely advance by leaps and bounds inside the Divine Sun. Yu Yao Yao can become stronger even faster through the 9 Sun Kuan Peng. Actually, she doesn't need to become stronger, Nine Sun Kunpeng's protection is enough. Xianxia arrived outside the 5 divine suns and fiddled with a soul-chasing talisman. He wants to use this talisman to link with the talisman in Yu Yaoyao's hand and let her know that he is outside. Xianxia tried for a long time and finally got a reaction. Yu Yaoyao has indeed come out. Every time this red-haired and pink-eyed beautiful woman appears in front of Xianxia, she gives off an unreal feeling of bewitching beauty. Xianxia, what are you doing here? There are many kingdoms battleships in the vicinity, it is very dangerous. Yu Yaoyao entered the heaven-leaping shuttle. Where is young Kunpeng? Xianxia asked, how is his current condition? His condition is very good, he is still inside the 5 divine suns. Oh, that's right, big sister Yang is very good now. She told you not to worry, she also told me to tell you to be careful of Taisher power. Yansher Yu is inside the core of the 5 divine Sunday. Xianxia misses her very much but he can't meet her now. Yao Yao, can you let young Kunpeng help me swallow a battleship? Xianxia asked, after young Kunpeng swallows the battleship, he shouldn't be injured, right? If this was any other place, Xianxia would not let 9 Sun Kunpeng take such a risk. But this is outside the 5 divine suns. 9 Sun Kunpeng can obtain great power near the 5 divine suns, enough to defend against all kinds of attacks. Moreover, 9 Sun Kunpeng has swallowed the battleship into its stomach, it can be said that it is its home ground. There should be no problem, young Kunpeng has not fought for a very long time, it is time to let him adapt to the environment of God Desolate. Although Yu Yaoyao is inside the 5 divine suns, she has received news from ancient Yu clan from time to time. She has some understanding of the current situation of God Desolate, she knows that those battleships are very powerful. 9 Sun Kunpeng can transform into a super huge body, if they clash with those factions with battleships in the future, Kunpeng will become their main target. After swallowing a battleship, I will enter young Kunpeng's body. I want to see what kind of method I can use to quickly break the battleship's defense. Xianxia said. Young Kunpeng has very strong digestive ability. As long as he keeps his body big, even if something happens inside, it will not affect him. Yu Yaoyao said. Su Xiaoba and Monkey King have heard of 9 Sun Kunpeng but they have never seen one. Now they know that Xianxia wants to let 9 Sun Kunpeng steal a battleship by swallowing it, they know how powerful 9 Sun Kunpeng is. 9 Sun Kunpeng can now become very small but it needs to maintain a huge body to have even stronger defense and attack power. Therefore, after becoming big, it will quickly be discovered by the battleships around the 5 divine suns. Xianxia has Luo Yaya's information, he knows that Heavenly Scorpion Kingdom's battleships have a scorpion pattern on them. The 5 divine suns are very big, the battleships floating around the divine suns are like very fine dust particles, they are completely insignificant. Although the battleships are very big, they are not in a fleet, they are all scattered. If they gather together, they will not be able to quickly absorb enough energy. Young Kunpeng is golden and dazzling, it looks like a whale but is not. It also has a pair of very strange wings, they look like fins but also like wings. After this little guy came out and saw Xianxia, he became very happy because he remembers that Yang and the others have many delicious things. Xianxia took out a few dragon peaches for the 9 Sun Kunpeng to eat. Yang and the others successfully planted a very large dragon peach divine tree in the white sun pearl of the 9 Sun divine soul. At the same time, they also planted a second and third tree. In the white sun pearl, combined with the white divine yang totem, the dragon peaches could ripen very quickly. It could be said that they could often eat delicious dragon peaches. Even Miller had now become a little foodie. The difference was that when she ate the fruits, she would mix a lot of divine universe metal stones to eat. Zi Qingqing and the others, on the other hand, absorbed the power of a few divine suns from the 9 Yang divine spirit and combined it with some other things to refine cannonballs. Xianxia gave them that kind of big furnace, they can use this kind of furnace to refine artillery shells. This cannonball was one of Xianxia's secret cannonballs. After eating a few dragon peaches, 9 Sun Kunpeng happily agreed to help Xianxia devour a battleship. Next, Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly outside the 5 divine suns and began searching for Scorpio Kingdom's battleships. This will take some time. Luo Yaya's 200,000 troops are hidden in the mountains near the Golden Claw treasure land. As for her, she returned alone to meet Princess Luo Shu. Big sister, Qin Yan gave this to us. Luo Yaya took out a few awakening talismans given by Qin Yan and excitedly handed them over to Princess Luo Shu. Yaya, you didn't suffer a loss, did you? Oh right, how is the situation at the Golden Claw Treasure Land? Why did you say that you have to come back first? Princess Luo Shu is also very concerned about the situation at the Golden Claw Treasure Land because she has 200,000 soldiers participating in the battle. Luo Yaya quickly told Princess Luo Shu about the situation at the Golden Claw Treasure Land. After hearing Luo Yaya's words, Princess Luo Shu is very shocked. The Scorpio Kingdom should have already realized that their 500,000 army has been destroyed. They will definitely dispatch their battleships next. After Princess Luo Shu recovered from her shock, she is still worried. Qin Yan's strange move is truly impossible to guard against. The Divine Desolate is his home ground. He said that he doesn't need our soldiers to fight and he can defeat the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships. Luo Yaya said. Princess Luo Shu is filled with worry and asked, Yaya, he really didn't do anything to you, right? Luo Yaya gently smiled, Big sister, that guy Qin Yan found an excuse to touch my face last time but that's all. Luo Yaya has long since seen through Qin Yan's careful thoughts. Heh, men. Princess Luo Shu lightly snorted. Big sister, are there any problems with the craftsmen? Luo Yaya asked. No problem, I still have a lot of craftsmen in my hands, they can definitely catch up. Princess Luo Shu said, let's go, we'll go make the arrangements. Princess Luo Shu's base is also very mysterious. It is a very large treasure land and it is not within the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. She currently does not have enough strength to enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. She is the same as Phoenix Queen, they both chose to cooperate with a strong race in the Divine Desolate. The difference is that Phoenix Queen is in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and she is cooperating with that strong race on equal terms. Princess Luo Shu obtained the loyalty of a strong race outside the sacred ground. Because the great Luo Empire created the magic mirror, many kingdoms and empires in the Divine Desolate also have it. Qin Yan and the others will not use it, it is very easy to expose themselves or be monitored by the great Luo Empire. The news of Scorpio Kingdom's 500,000 army being secretly intercepted and killed by Qin Yan halfway was spread through the magic mirror. Many secret agents outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land and people waiting to watch the show are all dumbfounded. The great battle they have been waiting for many days actually did not happen outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land, instead it ended in another place. The most shocking thing is that Scorpio King's beloved general was killed by Qin Yan and the entire army was killed very quickly. How did Qin Yan do it? After this news spread, the happiest person is Strange Cat King. Ha ha ha. That stupid Scorpio King wants to use 300 Scorpio soldiers to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land and trample on my Strange Cat Kingdom? Now do you know why flowers are so red? Strange Cat King laughed loudly and said, back then it was this turtle who ruthlessly ridiculed us, now it's his turn. Your Majesty, is Scorpio King going to dispatch battleships? How many? A general asked. Not more than 100, they still have some battleships that can't go to the Divine Desolate. This king wants to see how Qin Yan will deal with Scorpio King's battleships. Although those broken battleships of Scorpio people are not much, they have not been destroyed so far. If Qin Yan can really destroy battleships, it will not be a bad thing for us. Strange Cat King said. When the old general next to Exotic Cat King heard this, he was confused at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he also felt that if Qin Yan could destroy the Scorpio people's battleship, it would be beneficial to the Exotic Cat Kingdom. The Scorpio people's battleship was relatively poor, but they also had the ability to build battleships. Moreover, they were cheaper than the Exotic Cat Kingdom. In this way, the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship business would definitely surpass the Exotic Cat Kingdom. This is also why the Crown Prince of Great Luo is optimistic about the Scorpio Kingdom. If Qin Yan could really destroy the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Before the power of the universe's law spirit was withdrawn, battleships rarely got destroyed because the defense of each battleship was too strong. However, there was a limit to how strong they were. Even if it was the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship, it was enough to attract the attention of all parties. At that time, the Exotic Cat Kingdom would secretly add fuel to the fire, saying that the Scorpio battleship was cheap but it couldn't withstand the test. In this way, the Scorpio Kingdom could forget about becoming rich by selling battleships. The exotic cat kingdom had rich experience in building battleships. If they could break into the Golden Claw treasure land in the future and their battleship was not destroyed, it would be a great advertisement and make their battleship even more famous. Your Majesty, if Qin Yin can destroy the Scorpio people's battleship, is it possible for him to destroy ours? The old general asked. Of course it's possible, but our battleship is different from the Scorpio kingdoms. Our defense is stronger. Even if Qin Yin can break our defense, he won't be shot down. When the Scorpio people attack the Golden Claw treasure land, we have to pay attention to how Qin Yin destroys their battleship, so that we can be prepared. Exotic Cat King said very confidently. The old general said with a smile, the arrogance of the Scorpios has brought us such great benefits. We can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When both sides are badly injured, we will be the biggest winner. At that time, even the Crown Prince of Great Luo will have to curry favor with me. Exotic Cat King faintly smiled. When our exotic cat kingdom goes to the Divine Desolate, we will not be as humble as before. We will be on equal footing with them. Over the years, the various kingdoms had had enough of the empire's arrogance. Now that such changes had taken place in the world, some of the kingdoms began to have some ideas to resist the empire. Under the circumstances of the divine wilderness, even the Daluo Empire would find it difficult to wipe out all the kingdoms in one fell swoop. Not only was the gods' wasteland huge, but it was also rich in resources. The people of the Great Luo Empire had once been the upper echelons of society, but now, they had regressed to the divine space realm, the same level of cultivation as the majority of the kingdom's experts. Even if the empire's warriors were stronger than the kingdoms, they weren't that much stronger. Coupled with the fact that they had warships, it would be difficult for them to destroy the kingdom. Therefore, this was what gave the empires a headache. If the kingdoms could unite, the empires would have an even bigger headache. Those empires were currently discussing how to instigate the enmity between those kingdoms, making them fight to the death. Although Exotic Cat King's avatar had fought with Qin Yin before, his judgment was very accurate. He knew how terrifying Qin Yin's ability was, so he believed that Qin Yin could destroy the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship. Qin Yin was indeed searching for a way to destroy the warship. Inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, he flew outside the 5 divine suns and found a Scorpio Kingdom's battleship. The Scorpio Kingdom's battleship is very big, it is nearly 2,000 meters long. It has the shape of a scorpion, it is very easy to recognize. Of course, from afar, it looks like a small scorpion. But after getting closer, one can feel how big the battleship is. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye, his vision can penetrate the intense sunlight and see the battleship. He carefully observed, he felt that the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship is very old. But he can be sure that the battleship's defense is very strong, it is constantly activating a protective barrier. The battleship has thick defensive armor, it is made of a large amount of sturdy materials, it is also carved with many runes to release the protective barrier and at the same time increase the armor's defense. Qin Yin ordered Imperial Demon to release the 9 Sun Kuan Peng. After the 9 Sun Kuan Peng went out, it quickly locked onto its target. This seemingly small fish suddenly turned into a strong light beam and shot towards the battleship. Because it is outside the 5 divine suns, the sunlight is very strong, the 9 Sun Kuan Peng became very big above the battleship, it was not discovered by the battleship. The 9 Sun Kuan Peng originally cultivated inside the 5 divine suns, its aura is very similar to the 5 divine suns, it is even harder to discover. The people inside the heaven-leaping shuttle cannot see anything because the light released by the 5 divine suns is too strong. Now the 5 divine suns are becoming bigger and bigger, the light is becoming more and more intense. Only Qin Yin can see that a gigantic phantom has appeared above the Scorpio battleship, its body is several tens of thousands meters long. The 9 Sun Kuan Peng is still very restrained, it only became this big. Otherwise, with its current cultivation, no one knows how big it can become. The Kuan Peng's mouth is facing the battleship below, it took a deep breath and the battleship was sucked in. And, it is that simple, Qin Yin is somewhat dumbfounded looking at it. He suspects that the Scorpio people inside the Scorpio battleship don't even know that they have entered the 9 Sun Kuan Peng's body. Back then, Qin Yin entered the 9 Sun Kuan Peng's body, at that time, he did not know that he was inside the stomach of a giant. Master, did it succeed? Su Xiaoba asked. Succeeded, a battleship was swallowed. Yang Kuanpeng took a deep breath and the battleship was sucked in like a shrimp. Qin Yan said. Holy shit, so awesome Yang Kuanpeng. Su Xiaoba's expression is filled with shock. Can he transform into a human? I really hope he can transform into a human and let me have a good fight with him. Qin Yan slapped his bald head and said with smile, Yang Kuanpeng doesn't know how to fight, he only knows how to swallow. Yang Kuanpeng also doesn't like to fight, now he likes to eat more and more. Yu Yaoyao glared at Qin Yan and said with hidden bitterness, it's all your fault, you raised Yang Kuanpeng's mouth, now he is sticking to you more and more. Master's wife, Yang Kuanpeng is yours, why are you so conflicted? Su Xiaoba picked his nose and curled his lips, but then again, I really have a lot of master's wives. I don't even know how many I have. As long as I see a beautiful woman, I feel that she can be my master's wife. Damn Baldy, you talk too much. Qin Yan slapped Su Xiaoba's bald head again. Su Xiaoba wanted to dodge but he was still hit. Yu Yaoyao cannot help but burst into laughter and asked, Brother Badian, then how beautiful do you think I am? This is a suicide question, I will not answer. Su Xiaoba glanced at Qin Yan and then promptly walked away. Let's go attack the battleship. Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the 9-Sun Kuanpeng. After approaching the 9-Sun Kuanpeng, Yu Yaoyao took out a pearl and sucked the sky-leaping shuttle in. The sky-leaping shuttle entered the 9-Sun Kuanpeng's stomach without much movement. It was as if it was slowly entering with a gust of wind. This was the scariest part. After being swallowed by such a huge creature, it was actually very difficult to detect. The Kuanpeng's stomach was also filled with intense sunlight. It was exactly the same as the light mist released by the 5 spirit suns. We are in the young Kuanpeng's stomach? Monkey King looked around and said in shock, why can't I feel anything? Of course. After being swallowed by the young Kuanpeng, as long as your life is tough, you can live here for tens of thousands of years. Yu Yaoyao said. Qin Yan quickly found the battleship. The battleship seemed to have discovered that it had entered a very strange place. The inside of the Kuanpeng's stomach was very strange. There was a very mysterious power inside. No matter how fiercely one attacked, it would be gently bounced back. It was very difficult to attack from the inside. Furthermore, no matter how one attacked from the inside, the energy would be absorbed. Qin Yan could not help but look at Yu Yaoyao. He previously thought that the ancient Yu clan throwing this red-haired, pink-eyed demon to him would not be of much help. He did not expect that the 9-Sun Kuanpeng in her hands was a very powerful secret weapon. No wonder Yu Shangyun liked Yu Yaoyao so much. She even accepted her into the Divine Moon clan and allowed her to enter the core area of the Moon Palace. The ancient Yu clan and the other heaven-splitting ancient clans wanted to completely cut off their connection with Qin Yan. But that was only for a while. Only then could they surpass the divine space realm. However, they were now extremely depressed. They had just surpassed the divine space realm but were beaten back again. Therefore, the Great Luo Empire's restrictions on them became very weak. And the heaven-splitting ancient clan wanted to become strong, they needed a large number of people with bloodline heavenly patterns. Their bloodline heavenly patterns were restricted. Furthermore, it was a restriction that the Great Luo Empire secretly used a secret technique to make it difficult for them to awaken better bloodline heavenly patterns. They could only awaken or use other methods. Qin Yan planned on getting Imperial Yaoyao to contact the heaven-splitting ancient race and rope them in. After all, the heaven-splitting ancient race was trustworthy. Their spirit of resisting the barbaric extraterrestrials was very valuable. It was something that Qin Yan could never forget. After finding the Sky Scorpion warship, Qin Yan immediately took out the God King spear and turned it into a dragon head cannon. Then, he placed a sun-suppressing divine arrow into the cannon barrel and shot it out. Let's test this arrow first. Under the escort of Monkey King and Su Xiaoba, Qin Yan arrived outside the heaven-leaping shuttle and shot the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The sun-suppressing divine arrow hit the battleship in an instant. During the process of flying, the sun-suppressing divine arrow devoured a lot of energy. After hitting the battleship, the explosive power was indeed astonishing and the commotion was huge. The sky-leaping shuttle was quite a distance away from the battleship, but it was still hit by the shockwaves from the explosion. "No, we can't break the defense of the battleship," Xianxia said with a frown. "Its defense is indeed very strong. If dozens of them come to attack the Golden Claw treasured land, it will be very troublesome. We must think of a way to break through it." The moment the Sky Scorpion warship was attacked, it released a very strong defensive barrier. Although the explosion is astonishing, the battleship did not move a bit. Xianxia can see with a glance that the defensive barrier created by the runes of the battleship is very strong. It is similar to a super strong barrier. After the battleship suffered an attack, it became even more vigilant. It released several layers of protective barrier. It looks like it is being wrapped up by several bubbles. Xianxia let Su Xiaoba and Monkey King escort him to quietly approach the battleship. He wants to study the barrier from a close distance. He took out the primal beginning divine mirror and shined it at a close distance. He let Taisher analyze the runes used to create the barrier. Very soon, Taisher made a very big discovery. "You can break it. Use your inscription spirit and divine king heavenly seal to imprint a set of runes on the sun-suppressing divine arrow," Taisher said. Xianxia returned to the heaven leaping shuttle and took out a sun-suppressing divine arrow and divine king heavenly seal. Yu Yaoyao and the others are watching from the side. They don't know what Xianxia wants to do. They now know that the battleship's defense is very dreadful and very difficult to break. If they can't find a way, they can only give up the Golden Claw treasured land. After Xianxia finished remodeling the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he once again shot it. This time, the sun-suppressing divine arrow smoothly pierced through the barrier. However, after the sun-suppressing divine arrow hit the outer armor and exploded, it still couldn't break through the battleship's defense. "So hard!" Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. Next, he continued remodeling the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He can't meet force with force, so he needs to extract energy from the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes and pour it into the arrowhead. This way, the arrowhead can burst out with extremely strong tearing power. It can penetrate the outer armor with extremely high temperature and destructive power. If he wants to extract this kind of energy from the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, he will have to use the Divine King heavenly seal to extract it. Fortunately, Xianxia has the 9 Sun Divine Soul. There are several divine suns inside it, so he can easily extract it. After extracting the energy from the bloodline heavenly pattern, Xianxia very quickly remodeled the sun-suppressing divine arrow. After the sun-suppressing divine arrow was shot, it frantically devoured the energy around it and stored it inside the arrow. This time, the sun-suppressing divine arrow smoothly pierced through the barrier. The arrowhead erupted with destructive power and finally pierced through the outer armor of the battleship and entered the hull. Boom! A large hole appeared in the middle of the huge battleship. Although the arrow can't completely destroy the battleship, it can break through the defense and create a hole. The defensive barrier is formed by the runes on the battleship's armor. After the battleship's hull was damaged, the defensive barrier was also damaged. Although it is still there, its defensive power has dropped by a lot. The defense inside the battleship is very limited. Next, Xianxia let Su Xiaoba and the others use the dragon head cannon to fire the cannons. A large number of cannons flew out as if they have eyes. They automatically rushed into the hull and entered the battleship and exploded. Very soon, a battleship was destroyed. The Scorpio people inside fled in fear and then were killed by the cannon's bloodline heavenly pattern flame. There are 2 energy cores inside the battleship. They are the cores of small divine suns. Xianxia's 9 Sun Divine Soul has a formidable divine sun, so he doesn't care about these small divine sun cores. He left them inside the Kuanpeng as food. The fragments of the battleship have been collected by Xianxia and the others. There is also a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. They have all been collected by Xianxia. Very smooth. Next, I will go back and make even bigger sun-suppressing divine arrow. Maybe one arrow will be able to pierce through the battleship, Xianxia said with smile. Do you want small Kuanpeng to help you? Yu Yaoyao asked. No need, you two continue cultivating inside the 5 divine suns. I will let you and small Kuanpeng obtain the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. After obtaining the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune, he will need to absorb even more energy, Xianxia said. After Xianxia made arrangements for 9 Sun Kuanpeng and Yu Yaoyao, he immediately returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. At this time, Scorpio Kingdom's 50 battleships have already set off towards the Golden Claw treasure land. Phoenix Emissary Chapter 3157. Phoenix Emissary Xianxia's operation outside Five Gods' Sun is very secretive. Scorpio Kingdom doesn't know about it. The situation outside the Five Gods' Sun is very complicated and very vast. It is impossible for spies to investigate everything outside the Five Gods' Sunday. Even if Scorpio Kingdom lost a battleship, they won't be able to detect it in a short time. It is not necessarily safe outside Divine Sun. Sometimes unexpected situations occur. For example, a Divine Sun erupts with energy wave or a powerful light beam suddenly erupts from a certain place. All of these can destroy a battleship. If an ordinary Divine Sun erupts, its power will be very dreadful. Let alone this kind of super divine Sunday. Xianxia used the heaven-leaping shuttle and very quickly returned to Golden Claw treasure land. Luo Yaya came here before, she came through the teleportation formation. Although Xianxia is not here, she left a very important message for Xia Wufeng. Old boy Yun, Scorpio people's battleship has set off. Miss Yaya asked me to tell you that they will arrive in about half a month. Xia Wufeng said. I know, there is still enough time. Xianxia nodded. Xia Wufeng is not worried anymore after hearing Xianxia's words. Long Shu, Long Tianji, Long Qiaofeng and Long Yuqing are at the lake in the middle of Golden Claw treasure land. These four beautiful and formidable dragon ladies have all successfully transformed and become very powerful. They have also obtained 5th generation dragon bloodline heavenly runes. Although Long Yuqing is very mischievous and eccentric like Xiaoyueme, she is very warlike. She came out of the lake and immediately went to fight Xia Wufeng. Both of them are evenly matched. Actually, Xia Wufeng is a bit better because he is not using his origin sword. Long Shu and the other dragon ladies are more than strong enough. Dragon race patriarchs are not as strong as them. Long Shu is a tree dragon, she is not a purebred dragon. Long Tianji is a dragon spider. Long Qiaofeng is originally a human but because of her dragon martial spirit and phoenix martial spirit, she is also a half-dragon person. Only Long Yuqing is a purebred dragon. However, pure-blooded dragons only made up a small portion of the dragon race in the divine wilderness. The rest were mixed-blooded dragons, also known as the mutated dragon race. There were also some dragon men and other races with a small amount of dragon bloodline in their bodies. Long Qiaofeng and the others are not purebred dragons. This is even better because they can prove to the other dragon race that anyone with dragon bloodline can obtain 5th generation dragon bloodline heavenly runes. Although Scorpio Kingdom's fleet is about to arrive, Xianxia did not let Long Shu and others participate in the battle. Instead, he let them take some awakening talismans and head to various dragon race tribes to convince them to recognize her as the new All Heaven's Dragon Emperor. Long Shu used to be a dragon king. Back then, she had a decent status among the All Heaven's dragons and was rather famous. Furthermore, she was a tree dragon born from the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. So if she becomes the new dragon king, many people will. Tian Dragon King, Long Qiaofeng and the others knew that the fleet was going to attack the Golden Claw treasured land. Adding on the fact that they had become so strong, they wanted to stay and help. Qiu Long Lian Su Dragon Tian Shao Tian Spirit is, Tian Long is has to say. Because after the war with Scorpio Kingdom, the war with Strange Cat Kingdom will soon begin. At that time, they will need help the most. Xianxia is not worried about Scorpio Kingdom's fleet. He is now preparing for Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet. The Inscription God Mountain and the Sky Universe Overlord have already emerged from the lake. The Inscription God Mountain returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. Its outer appearance was a dazzling golden. This was because it had evolved from fusing a massive amount of Divine Universe heavenly bone into it. Therefore, a kind of tree has evolved inside Divine Inscription Mountain. So long as Divine Inscription Mountain absorbs the energy of myriad realms Divine Sun, the fruit trees inside Divine Inscription Mountain will bear Divine Universe heavenly bone fruits. Naturally, their growth speed will be very slow. But the fruits will be enough for Divine Inscription Mountain to refine other things. When necessary, Divine Inscription Mountain and Sky Overlord will go to battle. They are all secret weapons. Divine Inscription Mountain's main purpose is to help forge all kinds of equipment, as well as make cannonballs. Or it can roam around the treasure lands and maintain the defensive formation. Xianxia is still at the bottom of the lake, her growth is also very important. Xianxia is drawing a blueprint inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. It is the blueprint of a kind of divine arrow. He named it 10,000 God-devouring arrow. Now he wants to improve it in many aspects, moreover he wants to make it even bigger. Of course, this also requires a large amount of divine universe heavenly bone to forge. Not long after Xianxia finished drawing the blueprint, Xianxia finally arrived. He guessed that Xianxia is about to arrive. Moreover, she is coming together with Phoenix Kingdom's people. Tying Ba brought Phoenix Kingdom's female emissary Xianxia outside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After they entered the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, they took off their masks. The female emissary's appearance is ordinary but her temperament is very good. Moreover, she has a very strong aura around her body. This is Phoenix King's capable General Chu Limin. General Chu has participated in all kinds of great battles. Xianxia said. In kingdoms and empires, generals are people with very high status. There are no ministers or anything like that. The operation of empires and kingdoms are handled by the emperor's subordinates, generals, and other nobles. For empires and kingdoms, fighting strength is the biggest guarantee. Therefore, generals have very high status, they can become nobles and participate in the operation of kingdoms and empires. Greetings General Chu. Xianxia greeted politely with a smile. Your Excellency God King, our Phoenix King is willing to secretly cooperate with you but we will not help you without limit. Moreover, we need you to communicate with our Phoenix Kingdom and understand each other. Although Chu Limin did not smile, her tone was very calm and her words were very clear. After all, she is a great general and a super expert that far surpassed the divine universe realm. She has killed countless people. For her to have such an attitude at this moment, it can be considered very polite. Cooperation is supposed to be mutually beneficial. Xianxia said with a smile, then General Chu, you came here for the matter of the Sky Scorpion fleet, right? Chu Limin nodded and said, after Phoenix King discussed with us core generals, we believe that your Excellency God King, giving up on all the treasured lands and hiding is the most appropriate. What if we don't give up? Xianxia asked. If you don't plan to retreat, we are willing to support you with 1 trillion divine universe golden stones and 200,000 elite soldiers. Chu Limin said again. Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. He did not expect Phoenix Kingdom to be willing to help him so much. One had to know that the upper echelons of the Phoenix Kingdom did not think highly of him. Xianxia nodded at Xianxia, indicating that he could rest assured and make his choice. She believed in him. General Chu, thank you very much for your support. I don't need a single soldier from you, I will accept the divine universe golden stones. In addition, I need your craftsmen to help me forge the tools I need before the fleet attacks. Xianxia immediately took out the blueprint of the myriad god-devouring arrow and handed it over to Chu Limin. From the blueprint, it can be seen that it is a very large arrow. It is several tens of meters long and requires a lot of materials. Divine Universe Heavenly Bone will be provided. As for the other materials, I will return them to you later. Xianxia said. We will provide the other materials for free. Chu Limin said, in my opinion, this kind of arrow can't damage the Scorpio warship. Chu Limin and Scorpio Kingdom often fight, so she is very clear about the situation of the Scorpio warship. They have tried many methods but none of them could damage the warship. Not only them, other kingdoms have also been studying how to break the warship's defense. Xianxia used a large amount of divine universe heavenly bone to create the arrow and then added runes or other things with strong explosive power. However, it still didn't have much effect. At most it could only shake the warship a bit. I have my own way. General Chu, I am very surprised that your Phoenix Kingdom is willing to help us. Xianxia said with smile. Because your Excellency Divine King annihilated the Scorpio army of 500,000, we acknowledge your strength. Phoenix King has a very high evaluation of you. She can't leave 9-sun Holy Land, so she didn't come personally. Chu Limin said. Xianxia suddenly felt that Chu Limin's identity is not simple. Because she directly called Phoenix Queen Phoenix King, this kind of address is somewhat disrespectful. It can be seen that on one hand, Phoenix Queen is very casual and doesn't care what others call her. On the other hand, it can be seen that Chu Limin's original status is even higher than Phoenix Queen's. Your sincerity is very high. I also have to show my sincerity. Qin Yan took out a box and handed it to Chu Limin. After Chu Limin opened the box, she saw a head and her pupils shrank. Yu Shangyun is also somewhat astonished and asked, "Whose head is this?" "The person our Phoenix Kingdom has always wanted to kill." "Very good, very good." Chu Limin said to Qin Yan, "I am very grateful to your Excellency Divine King for this generous gift. Phoenix King will definitely be very happy." She knows that Qin Yan subdued General Meng Kai, so it is very normal for Qin Yan to know about the hatred between Phoenix Kingdom and Scorpio Kingdom. Soon after, Qin Yan took out 3 awakening talismans and said, "These can allow you to obtain 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. This talisman is rather difficult to make, so I only have these for now." Chu Limin naturally knew that Qin Yan could bestow bloodline heavenly runes to others, but she never expected that Qin Yan could bestow a 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune to others. The upper echelons of the Phoenix Kingdom all knew about the awakening talisman. This was also the reason why they were willing to secretly cooperate with Qin Yan. "Stick it on your body and you can use it. The effect should be very good." Qin Yan briefly explained how to use it. The Phoenix Kingdom also had a Grand Prime faction behind them. The process of bestowing bloodline heavenly runes to others was extremely complicated and inconvenient. Qin Yan's talisman was extremely convenient. It looked much more brilliant than the Taisher faction's talismans. "Thank you." Chu Limin said, "We will forge what Your Excellency the Divine King needs before the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet arrives." Qin Yan ordered 100 of those arrows. It was not too difficult to build, especially for the Phoenix Kingdom. After all, it was a kingdom from a mid-tier heaven-earth kingdom. They had many craftsmen and were very experienced. The 9-Dragon Kingdom can also help, but they were ambushed and suffered great losses. Therefore, Qin Yan did not look for them. When Chu Limin was about to leave, Qin Yan gave her a teleportation array pillar. It can teleport from a long distance to the Golden Claw treasure land. Chu Limin is very surprised to see that Qin Yan has this kind of teleportation array. Even their Phoenix Kingdom and Great Luo Empire are unable to build teleportation arrays. Originally, the space in the Divine Wilderness had been restricted by the Daluo Empire. However, the 9 Suns Law Spirit had added another layer of restrictions. As a result, the Daluo Empire could only create things like the demonic mirror that could transmit information through space. They were still unable to pass through space. Chu Limin left on her own. Yu Shangyun is still in the 9-Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda. "Sister Shangyun, many thanks for finding such a good ally," Qin Yan said with smile. "Yun, can we win this battle?" While speaking, Yu Shangyun also took off her armor. Qin Yan also walked over. He gently hugged the fragrant Divine Moon Empress and kissed her red lips. He said with smile, "Of course we can win. Not only Scorpio Kingdom, I also want to win Strange Cat Kingdom." "I believe you." Although Yu Shangyun doesn't smile much, the deep love in her heart turned into a gentle and wonderful fragrance that gushed out and wrapped around Qin Yan, causing him to be intoxicated and confused. Qin Yan and the intoxicated Yu Shangyun slept for half a day. She wants to return to 4 Divine Suns because Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan has sent people to 4 Divine Suns. Granny Taiwei has something to discuss with her. She also knows that Qin Yan will give them a great formation that can allow Divine Moon women to obtain the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan just used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to bestow her with the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. The two of them even cultivated together for a short period of time. After sending off Yu Shangyun, Qin Yan is now a lot more relieved. Divine Moonray smoothly allied with Phoenix Kingdom and even sent troops to help him defend against Scorpio Kingdom's attack. This means that Yu Shangyun has taken care of Phoenix Queen. Earlier on the bed, Yu Shangyun also told him some things about Phoenix Kingdom, such as Chu Limin. Chu Limin was originally a general of Great Luo Empire. Her mother was a concubine of Great Luo Heavenly Emperor, so she also has Great Luo Heavenly Emperor's blood in her body. She is also Princess Luoshu's half-sister. Phoenix Kingdom and Great Luo Empire's relationship was very good back then, but it gradually deteriorated. Before that, Phoenix Queen and Chu Limin had an extremely good relationship. As for why Chu Limin joined Phoenix Kingdom and Phoenix Queen's background, Yu Xiangyun did not know. Qin Yan planned to ask Luo Yaya. After all, Phoenix Queen is his ally, so he needs to understand more about his allies. Luo Yaya is currently delivering huge cannons and huge pill transformation heavenly furnace. After she delivered the things, she was pulled into the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda by Qin Yun for a secret discussion. Yaya, what is Phoenix Queen's background? I heard that she has a very secret relationship with the great Luo imperial family. Qin Yun asked. Her Highness knows, but she did not tell me. This is a very secret matter. I am also not sure. In short, Phoenix Queen has provoked Great Luo Empire and the Crown Prince many times, but Great Luo Empire has never retaliated. Luo Yaya said, it's not that Great Luo Empire is afraid of her, it's that our Heavenly Emperor has ordered that we are not allowed to attack Phoenix Kingdom. Then Scorpio Kingdom, and the other kingdoms, can they all attack Phoenix Kingdom? Qin Yan asked. It used to be possible, but now I don't dare to. Phoenix Kingdom is very strong. Luo Yaya said, Qin Yan, did Phoenix Kingdom send troops to support you? Qin Yan had already told Princess Luo Shu that he was the Divine Moon Emperor. He had asked Yu Xiangyun to cooperate with the Phoenix Queen. Therefore, Luo Yaya believed that if the Phoenix Kingdom was truly willing to cooperate with Qin Yan, they would definitely express it. Yes, it was General Chu Limin who came to talk to me. She gave me 1 trillion Divine Universe goldstones and 200,000 soldiers. But she still advised me to retreat. Qin Yan said. Full of sincerity. Luo Yaya was a little surprised and said, if General Chu is leading the army, then it means that the Phoenix Queen values you very much. It seems like she also recognizes you as the Divine King. Qin Yan said with a smile, Sister Yaya, don't worry. Whether it's Princess Luo Shu or the Phoenix Queen, I will treat them equally. I will definitely not be biased. These words sounded a little strange to Luo Yaya. Her Royal Highness has used the awakening talisman you gave her. The effect is very good. After you stabilize, we are willing to buy it from you at a high price. Luo Yaya said. Actually, I can make a grand formation that can help people obtain 5th generation bloodline heavenly runes in batches. Qin Yan said, this is much more convenient than creating those talismans. My formations will definitely be much better than those of Grand Prime organizations. That would be great. Luo Yaya was looking forward to it and said, okay, I'm going back. If I make the latest furnaces and dragon head cannon, I'll send them over. Wait, I have another question. Qin Yan said, it's about the destroyer. What kind of existence is the destroyer of your Daluo Empire? The destroyers are the most powerful warriors under the Celestial Emperor's command. If a destroyer is dispatched, it is the highest order of the Celestial Emperor of Origin Luo. Luo Yaya frowned. Did you encounter one? Qin Yan waved his hand and said, no, I heard from Meng Kai that destroyer is looking for a lass from the exotic cat kingdom, the white-eared cat-eared person. Do you know about this? He had asked Meng Kai before, but Meng Kai only knew that Malur was the daughter of a member of the royal family of the Daluo Empire and a mystical cat. Luo Yaya's expression changed, and she whispered, have you seen that little girl? He had to admit that Luo Yaya's intuition was very accurate. I have met her before. Of course, Qin Yan would not directly say that Malur was with him. This little girl is very important. Luo Yaya said with a serious expression, I'm not too sure about the specific situation. Her Highness knows, but she did not disclose it to me. Does the exalted Celestial Emperor want to kill or capture her? Qin Yan asked. Of course it's to capture her. As for why, I'm also very curious. It's not my place to ask about the matters of the royal family, Luo Yaya said. Alright, you go back first. Qin Yan sent Luo Yaya out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He wants to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to carve runes on the Dragon Head Cannon and the huge pill transformation Heavenly Furnace. After having runes, he will have even stronger ability. This kind of large Dragon Head Cannon was installed outside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain can be moved and is extremely flexible. Furthermore, it has a lot of energy stored in its body. It can also connect to the Divine Universe golden stones beneath the treasure land and absorb energy from underground. When Qin Yin fires the gigantic myriad god-devouring arrow, it will be fired through the divine mountain. Exotic Cat King could no longer sit still. He created a clone and brought the two generals to the outside of the Golden Claw treasured land. He once again arrived at the Golden Claw treasured land. Looking at the huge treasure land occupied by Qin Yin, he felt full of humiliation. Outside the Golden Claw treasured land, he met up with the exotic cat kingdom in a small house floating in the air. In many people's opinion, Qin Yin should have abandoned the Golden Claw treasured land and fled for his life. Because even if he could block the Scorpio Kingdom's attack, he would not be able to block the exotic cat kingdoms. However, Qin Yin did not leave. It means that he has the confidence to defeat those battleships. Exotic Cat King has a very good understanding of battleships. He has experienced countless big and small battles with his huge fleet. Very few battleships have been breached. It must be known that those were battles between middle-rank heavenly earth kingdoms. The warriors who participated in those battles were all experts who surpassed the divine space realm, yet they were still unable to destroy battleships. Not to mention that in the divine desolate, the strongest was only the 9th level of the divine space realm. How could they do anything to those battleships? However, Exotic Cat King and Qin Yin have fought before. According to his judgment, Qin Yin would absolutely not fight the Scorpio Kingdom without full confidence. Therefore, he wanted to see for himself. If Qin Yin really had a chance to destroy the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships, then he would be able to see how Qin Yin would destroy them. This way, the Exotic Cat Kingdom's fleet would be prepared. The spies outside the Golden Claw treasured land are already used to it. Because every time Qin Yin was attacked by others, he would be the center of attention. Because all parties wanted to see how the famous Divine King of the Divine Desolate would resist the attack of the Scorpio Kingdom. Although the Scorpio Kingdom only has 50 battleships, they are all very huge. Flying at high speed in the sky, a burst of loud noise could be heard from far away, causing the air to churn. Qin Yin was already prepared. However, after the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet arrived, they did not immediately launch an attack on the Golden Claw treasured land. Instead, they floated far away and did not approach the Golden Claw treasured land. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin came to the Golden Claw treasured land on behalf of their bosses to show their sincerity. What surprised Qin Yin is that Chu Limin did not recognize Luo Yaya, the pavilion master of the Dark Shadow Pavilion. Luo Yaya did not speak beside Qin Yin. She even took off her mask, looking like Qin Yin's attendant. Chu Limin did not ask anything. Qin Yin also did not tell her that Luo Yaya is Princess Luo Shu's subordinate. In the past 10 days, Chu Limin has been continuously sending over those huge myriad devouring god arrows. She thinks that these huge arrows are unable to destroy the battleships. What she doesn't know is that Qin Yin also made all kinds of modifications. The most formidable part of the weapons is the power of runes. The runes Qin Yin added are the most dreadful. Chu Limin found a tall mountain inside the Golden Claw treasured land and looked at the direction of the Scorpio battleships. She let Qin Yin enter the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain has a total of 20 super dragon head cannons. The cannon barrels are tens of meters long. They can be filled with several meter diameter cannonballs or tens of meters long myriad devouring god arrows. Tian Daozi is also inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xia Wufeng, Monkey King, and others are also here. Tian Daozi, those battleships are very strong, but I don't think you need to block them. It will consume a lot of resources. Qin Yin said with smile, we have to pretend that it is very difficult to defeat the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet. If we act very powerful, Strange Cat King will definitely not dare to come. Master, Sister Yaya, and General Chu are still outside? Will they be all right? I told them that if the barrier of the Golden Claw treasured land is breached, they should immediately escape. Qin Yin said. The construction inside the Golden Claw treasured land is very good. There are many buildings. If the barrier is breached, those buildings will definitely be destroyed. Qin Yin previously asked the Divine Judge to call over many people from the Four Gods' Sun to build a large number of buildings. He wants to make the scene of the Golden Claw treasured land being destroyed. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Suns Divine King as soon as possible. Although there were many buildings in the Golden Claw treasured land, they were all empty. There were also a few relatively large palaces that looked very imposing from the outside. Many people think that the Golden Claw treasure land is very important to Qin Yun, so Qin Yun is guarding it to the death. Outside of the Nine Sun sacred ground, the Golden Claw race was already very powerful, mainly because they wanted this treasure land. From this, one could see how rare the Golden Claw treasure land was. If the last myriad world's godly son is born, the Golden Claw treasure land will rise again and become even more powerful. There are three main reasons why Qin Yun keeps waging war against the Scorpio kingdom. First, they had to ruthlessly strike down this arrogant kingdom. Secondly, he wanted to use this battle against the Scorpio kingdom to lure out the extremely vigilant Cat King. Third, if he killed a large number of Scorpios, he could obtain a large number of divine universe heavenly bones, which was a great fortune. The Scorpio kingdom's fleet had already arrived, but they didn't approach the Golden Claw treasured land. Instead, they floated in the distance and seemed to be in formation. Cat King and his generals watched from afar with telescopic equipment. They were all in a house floating in the air, watching very comfortably. Apart from them, there were also observers from several other empires, such as the Hualing Empire and the Great Blue Empire. Ever since the Nine Sun Sacred Grounds passageway connected multiple universes, the ancient garden city in the Seventh Divine Sun Land had been emptied. No one knew what was going on inside. Even the empires were very curious. The interior of the 80,000th universe God's Sun was also very mysterious. After all, the interior of the God's Sun was very spacious and could accommodate an extremely powerful race. Currently, only the ancestral God's Sun, second God's Sun and third God's Sun had a large number of descendants of the God's Sun. These three myriad realms' divine sons had great hidden dangers. They could be destroyed by the descendants of the divine sons, and the rest would be very safe. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming are no longer ambassadors. They have become the people in charge of gathering intelligence on Qin Yun. They are now watching the battle. This time, none of them dared to speak, because they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face several times before. Strange Cat observed the Scorpio's warship with a telescope and sneered, "The Scorpio kingdom is really funny. It's been so many years, and they're still using this crap. Your Majesty, why hasn't the Scorpio kingdom attacked yet?" A general asked. They plan to attack from afar. They won't go near the Golden Claw treasure land to avoid being tricked by Qin Yun. Cat King laughed and said, "This group of arrogant fellows has become shrewd after being tricked a few times." The Scorpio kingdom was indeed worried that Qin Yun would use some strange technique to attack them. If they want to attack from afar, wouldn't they need to consume even more divine cosmos energy? Otherwise, it won't be powerful enough. The general said. That's why they need some time to accumulate energy. There should be 20,000 scorpions in their battleships. It will take some time for the battleships to absorb their divine space power. It is impossible for their junk to activate the strongest divine space power in an instant. Strange Cat said. Your Majesty, if our fleet came, we should be able to destroy the Golden Claw treasure land in an instant, right? The general asked again. I don't dare to say it now. Strange Cat King was also not sure in his heart. After all, Qin Yun was too strange. In the distance, a sky scorpion warship floating in the air suddenly flickered. Then, a huge red sphere of light burst out of the warship and charged towards the Golden Claw treasure land. It had begun, the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet finally attacked the Golden Claw treasure land. The people watching the battle from afar immediately burst into an uproar. Qin Yun, who was inside the Golden Claw treasure land, saw the huge light sphere flying over. Through the divine mirror of primal beginning, he can determine the power of the light sphere. He immediately teleported to the top of the heavenly law altar. His divine king heavenly seal suddenly became very big, the divine mirror of primal beginning also became very big. The divine king heavenly seal pressed down on the altar, the divine mirror of primal beginning stood vertically and aimed at the incoming light sphere. The divine mirror of primal beginning shot out a light beam and instantly focused on the red light sphere. The red light sphere has a diameter of several hundred meters. It is flying from afar and its speed is not very fast. After all, it is a mass of energy that is bound by special runes. It can't fly too fast to avoid losing a large amount of energy during flight. The light beam shot out by the enlarged divine mirror of primal beginning is very small. Compared to the huge light sphere, it is like a strand of hair. However, after the light beam hit the light sphere, it unexpectedly stopped. Golden cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the light sphere. The light sphere suddenly let out a muffled sound, it transformed into energy and transformed into a burst of red and berserk energy wave. A portion of this energy wave attacked the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land and was completely devoured. The people watching the battle from outside have no reaction to this scene. Because the attack from the Heavenly Scorpion battleship was just a probing attack, it is very normal for it to be blocked. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin are rather surprised because Qin Yun blocked the attack by himself. Qin Yun already told them that the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land will most likely be breached. He told them to leave at the right time to avoid accidentally injuring them. Qin Yun has already evacuated the people from the Golden Claw treasure land. For example, people from Four Divine Sun, Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and Myriad Realms Divine Court. Yi Yaoxue, Kong Feiqing and others also returned to Four Divine Sun after helping Qin Yun create the 10,000 Soul Devourer. Qin Yun is now only pretending to defend. He is at the top of the Heavenly Law altar but he is enveloped by a golden light sphere. People outside the barrier cannot see him. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin can see Qin Yun, they can also see the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Next, more and more red light spheres shot over from the dozens of battleships. Those are the energy spheres condensed by the divine cosmos power absorbed by the battleships. These light spheres are indeed very strong but they are unable to directly attack the Golden Claw treasure land. First of all, their flying speed is too slow and they can be easily destroyed. No matter how strong the energy is, after it explodes on the way, it will explode in all directions. It is also a very strong energy storm, it is simply unable to destroy the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. The first wave of attacks was easily neutralized by Qin Yun. Most of the energy that exploded out was devoured by the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. Golden Claw treasure land's barrier has been modified many times, it has very strong devouring power. Moreover, the devoured energy will be poured into the Golden Claw treasure land and stored. Heavenly Scorpion people are trash, they are not suitable for long-range attacks. Although their battleships have 20,000 people and the divine cosmos power they can condense is very strong, the energy attack produced by their trash is very weak. Strange Cat King said in a very disdainful manner. Heavenly Scorpion battleship only has this level of attack? The general said, it seems like after regressing to divine cosmos realm, their divine cosmos power is not compatible with the battleship's attack formation. The latest chapter of 9 Sun Divine King, the formation on the battleship used to absorb divine cosmos power far surpassing the 9th level of divine space realm. But now, the cultivation of the Scorpio people inside the battleship has regressed to the 9th level of divine space realm. But now, the cultivation of the Scorpio people inside the battleship has regressed to the 9th level of divine space realm. Therefore, when they use the battleship to attack, they are not as powerful as they imagined. For example, if it was before, the speed of those energy balls would have been very fast under the control of the super powerful divine space power. But now they have become very light as a feather. It's because they are too useless, they didn't adjust the formation properly, so they can't adapt to their current divine space power. Strange Cat King said with sneer, the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship is only at this level. They are more suitable for close combat. Not long after, the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship flew closer. This time, the energy balls they condensed are even bigger and once again attacked the Golden Claw treasure land. Qin Yun looked at the distance and felt that it is still not enough, so he continued to block the energy balls released by the Scorpio battleship. These guys. I thought their battleship was very strong, I didn't expect it to only be this level. They even made such a huge commotion before, it really scared me. Qin Yun alone can intercept and disperse the energy balls of the battleship. Of course, the most powerful aspect of a battleship is its defense. The Scorpio people's battleship mainly carries a large number of Scorpio warriors to the middle-grade heavenly soil controlled by other people. Qin Yun obtained information from Luo Yaya that the Scorpio fleet was originally very strong but because they provoked the Phoenix Kingdom, they were defeated by the Phoenix Kingdom and their battleship fell behind. In the eyes of many powerful races of the Divine Desolate, the Scorpio battleship is indeed very strong but in the eyes of those empires and kingdoms, it is still very shabby. Only a few kingdoms with backward battleships feel that the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship is passable. The Scorpio battleship is getting closer and closer. It can be clearly seen from inside the Golden Claw treasure land. After getting closer, the Scorpio battleship no longer released energy balls. Instead, it exploded with a large number of lightning beams and instantly attacked the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. It must be said that after getting closer, the Scorpio battleship's attack is very strong. Its attack caused the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land to tremble again and again. The entire Golden Claw treasure land is trembling unceasingly. The energy beams attacking it are very berserk. It seems like they can tear the barrier apart at any time. Xianxia immediately left the Heavenly Law altar and returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin, who were watching the battle from afar, immediately became alert when they saw Xianxia suddenly retreating from the top of the Heavenly Law altar. They guessed that the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land was about to collapse. In fact, the Golden Claw treasure land's barrier could still last for a long time. Even if it couldn't, there was still the barrier released by the Heaven's Law altar. But if they continued to hold on, then people would feel that the Golden Claw treasure land's barrier was very strong. Moreover, the Golden Claw treasure land's energy consumption was also very high. Xianxia wants the exotic cat kingdom to believe that the Golden Claw treasure land's barrier can be easily breached. Next, the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet frantically unleashed energy beams, like a ferocious river crashing against the barrier. The Golden Claw treasured land trembled violently, and its barrier finally cracked. After cracks appeared on the barrier, the warships intensified their attacks. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the barrier was finally broken. The spectators in the distance also let out cries of surprise. The Golden Claw treasure land has finally been breached by the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet. Next, the Golden Claw treasure land will definitely be flattened. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin immediately retreated from the Golden Claw treasure land. They are very nervous because Xianxia is still inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain has now turned into a small hill. It looks very inconspicuous. From the outside, it is impossible to see the Super Dragon Head cannon. In many people's opinion, the Altar of Heaven was the true core of the Golden Claw treasured land. It was as tall as a mountain. Therefore, most of the warships are focusing their attacks on the Heavenly Law altar. Tian Daozi is inside the altar. He is constantly cursing Xianxia in his heart. He actually let his Heavenly Law altar attract the firepower. A small portion of the warships are attacking the buildings inside the Golden Claw treasure land. A large number of beautiful and magnificent buildings were destroyed in an instant. This made many people who hate Xianxia feel very comfortable. The Golden Claw treasure land has failed. The Scorpio Kingdom's fleet entered the treasure land and started a massacre. This news quickly spread through the magic mirror. This news is mainly spread by the Scorpio Kingdom spies. They have been tricked by Xianxia time and time again. This time, they can hold their heads high. Your Majesty, Xianxia is only SOSO. The Golden Claw treasure land is already the Scorpio Kingdom's, a general beside Strange Cat King said. Humph. Strange Cat King groaned in a very bad mood. Because in his opinion, Xianxia should be eliminated by him. Only by doing this can his name shake the Divine Desolate. He can let those empires see how awesome he is and let the Taisher powers come to him for cooperation. Xianxia has 100 of those super 10,000 god-devouring arrows, but he is not in a hurry to fire them. He wants to wait until the Scorpio battleship is almost exhausted before attacking. When the Scorpio battleship attacks, it will consume the divine cosmos power of the Scorpio soldiers inside. The divine cosmos power of those Scorpio soldiers is certainly limited. Even if they can replenish it, they can only replenish it a few times. When the Scorpio battleship is almost exhausted, then as long as they attack the battleship, it will be very difficult for the Scorpio soldiers inside to escape. A young man suddenly appeared beside Chu Limin. Luo Yaya flew towards Chu Limin when she saw the young man. He was a secret agent sent by the Crown Prince of Daluo. General Chu, don't think that the Crown Prince doesn't know that you have secretly joined hands with Xianxia. The man laughed and said, look at how bad your family's Phoenix King's eyesight is to find such an ally. With Xianxia's level, he is simply not worthy to fight with the Crown Prince. Crown Prince of Zenith Luo also suffered at his hands. The dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box is still in Qin Yun's hands. Chu Limin sneered, I advise you to be more well-behaved in someone else's territory. From the looks of it, Phoenix King has acknowledged Qin Yun as the godly monarch? Do you think that the divine desolate is Qin Yun's territory? The man said with a sneer, what right does Qin Yun have? Luo Yaya just flew over and did not speak. The man did not know her either. It had to be said that Luo Yaya, as the Dark Shadow Pavilion master, was quite secretive. Did the Crown Prince of Daluo secretly help the Scorpio Kingdom? Their battleships don't have such advanced defensive formations. Chu Limin asked. It's not the Crown Prince of Daluo, it's the help of a Taisher power. The condition is to capture Qin Yun alive. The man said, I'm really sorry but your Phoenix Kingdom's new ally will fall into our hands. Just as the man was feeling pleased with himself, a loud sound suddenly came from within the Golden Claw treasure land. A huge light beam shot out from an unknown place and struck a Scorpio battleship, causing a huge explosion. The 1,000-meter-long Scorpio battleship's side was pierced through and a huge hole was torn open. At this moment, the hole is madly emitting flames. The battleship's defense was broken? Chu Limin's face is filled with disbelief as she looked at the rapidly falling battleship. A huge hole appeared on the huge Sky Scorpion warship. The super divine arrow did not completely penetrate the warship. This is the effect Qin Yun wanted. The super divine arrow entered the warship and then exploded inside the warship. Qin Yun poured bloodline heavenly rune fire inside the super divine arrow. After the arrow pierced through the warship, the bloodline heavenly rune fire crazily attacked the warship. At the same time, the other small dragon head cannons fired their cannonballs through the hole and exploded inside the warship. When the huge warship crashed to the ground, it was still burning with raging flames and exploding one after another. The warship is powered by the Divine Sun Core. Even if this energy source is very stable, it can't withstand such a destructive attack. It became very violent and kept exploding with energy. Such a huge warship was shot down just like that. Chu Limin has experienced many battles, many of them were battles between fleets. Although the defense of a warship is very difficult to break, it is not unheard of. Chu Limin has seen it happen twice, only a very small hole was made in the armor. But the warship itself did not suffer much damage, it can still fight and its defensive barrier is still very strong. Although the Sky Scorpion warship is very old, its defensive power is very astonishing. For a warship of this level to crash, it can be said to be unprecedented in history. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya are both shocked. The young man representing Great Luo Crown Prince and Taisher faction was mocking Chu Limin, saying that Phoenix Kingdom's ally is finished. He also said that the Sky Scorpion warship has the help of Taisher faction and Qin Yun has no chance of winning. However, a Sky Scorpion warship crashed in front of him. This young man is very clear what the destruction of a warship means. It means that the warships of the various empires and kingdoms are no longer indestructible. All the scouts from the upper echelons are shocked, their scalps tingling. The legend of the indestructibility of warships has finally been broken. Qin Yun has grasped a weapon that can destroy warships. After Strange Cat King saw this, he was first shocked and then became ecstatic. Good, very good. As expected of an opponent this king attaches great importance to, he indeed has some skill. This divine king of divine desolate truly lives up to his name. Your Majesty, this. Qin Yun has grasped the power to destroy warships. How are we going to win? The general was very worried. I'm not too surprised. Qin Yun used a very terrifying weapon before. It can directly destroy a huge city. It has a large destructive power. Our Strange Cat King city and our army were all killed by this weapon. Exotic Cat King said, but I'm sure that this kind of weapon is very rare. It's not that Qin Yun can't bear to use it, but he can't bear to use it. The general nodded and said, indeed. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. Scorpio Kingdom has 50 warships, let's see how many more of those weapons Qin Yun has. Strange Cat King laughed and said, we have a lot of battleships. We will send some old battleships to take the lead and consume Qin Yun's powerful weapons. Then we will send the most powerful fleet to take down Qin Yun. Your Majesty is wise. The general smiled and said, when the Scorpio Kingdom is beaten back, we will immediately set off. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya had taken over Qin Yun's blueprints. The things Qin Yan had asked them to build were extremely huge, but they believed that such things would not be able to break through the defense of a huge battleship. Now, they all looked at the crashed battleship in front of them as if they had discovered a new continent. This was a weapon that could decide the outcome of the battle. If the Phoenix Kingdom and Princess Luoshu could master it, they would be able to quickly repel the enemy's battleships in the future. At this moment, they all thought that Qin Yan was a very good ally and that their masters had bet on the right treasure. However, they began to worry again. They all thought of what Exotic Cat King had thought. Qin Yan should not have so many of these weapons. Even if he could repel the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet, what about the Exotic Cat Fleet? The Exotic Cat Fleet has a lot of battleships. Although there are very few main battleships, there are many other old transport battleships, which can be used to consume Qin Yan's weapons. In addition, the Exotic Cat Kingdom's main battleships are more than 3,000. There are still many people in the Exotic Cat Kingdom whose cultivation has not completely regressed. The main battleships that can come are at most 1,000. The other old transport ships that can come are also 2,000 or 3,000. However, this number is still very terrifying. The Scorpio Kingdom's fleet is also scared silly. They originally thought that no matter how powerful Qin Yan is, he would not be able to destroy their battleships. They thought that they would be safe inside the battleships. No matter what the result is, they would not die. And now, a battleship has been destroyed. The Scorpio warriors inside must have died. After all, the nuclear explosion inside the battleship's little divine son is still very terrifying. Flesh and blood cannot withstand it. Don't even think about running, I am counting on you to get rich. Qin Yan continued to shoot super divine arrows. 20 super dragon head cannons shot 20 super 10,000 devouring god arrows. All of them hit the battleship and drilled into the battleship and exploded. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of loud sounds came out. 20 huge battleships fell to the ground, creating many flaming craters on the ground. The fall of a battleship of this level is already shocking. But now, 20 battleships fell in one go. This made the people watching the battle from afar dumbstruck. Even Exotic Cat King was shocked when he saw so many huge battleships fall with his own eyes. Because this kind of scene is really rare, what shocked people the most is that the person who created this scene is actually a lowly person from the Divine Desolate. A divine king that many kingdoms and empires do not take seriously has displayed such terrifying power. The divine king of the Divine Desolate once again used his own power to prove that he is not a fake divine king. Anyone who provokes him will meet a miserable end. Super 10,000 devouring god arrows continued to be shot. This time, he shot 20 arrows and shot down another 20 huge battleships. Now there are only 9 battleships left, however, Qin Yan did not continue to shoot. The spies watching from afar all guessed that Qin Yan might not have many of those dreadful arrows left. Scorpio Kingdom, listen carefully. It is not that I, Qin Yan, will not exterminate you. Rather, I always do things by leaving a way out. This time, I will let you go and leave you a bit of hope. Let you go back and properly reflect on it. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he shot another 4 arrows and destroyed 4 battleships that were about to attack. Boom boom boom, after 4 battleships fell, the remaining 5 battleships became completely obedient and immediately flew away from the Golden Claw treasure land. The spies present all believe that Qin Yan still has that kind of weapon in his hands, but because it is too precious, he did not continue to use it. He said to let those 5 battleships go back and reflect on it. He said to do things by leaving a way out. These are all deliberately said by Qin Yan. He is unwilling to continue using that kind of weapon. Qin Yan doesn't have many of those weapons in his hands. He wants to keep them to deal with us. Immediately attack the Golden Claw treasure land, we will definitely win this battle. Exotic Cat King said, Qin Yan will probably give up on the Golden Claw treasure land. His remaining weapons will be used to escort him to escape. He won't be able to escape. His true body was still in the Golden Claw treasure land, and his cultivation had regressed to the 9th layer of the Divine Space Realm. Originally, he planned to wait for all the cat-eared people's cultivation to regress, and then lead the whole fleet to attack. But now was the best time. If it was any later, Qin Yan might give up the Golden Claw treasure land and hide. Qin Yan's potential was very huge. Once he hid and developed in secret, the other empires and kingdoms would be in danger. Or Qin Yin could hide in the dark and attack their warships from time to time. That would be very damaging. Strange Cat, who had originally planned to attack with all warships, could only attack with a small number of warships in advance. Your Majesty, how many warships can we send? Qin Yin is so cunning, are you afraid of a trap? An old general was somewhat worried. Fighting with people like Qin Yin, there will definitely be losses. He must be guarding against our sneak attacks, so it is certain that there is a trap. But we have many people and warships on our side. Even if there is a trap, he can't do anything to us. Then, doesn't it mean that we have to sacrifice a lot to test his dirty tricks? The old general frowned. Just send those old battleships. Strange Cat's face was cold. The guys in the old warships are all old and weak. They have regressed to the 9th layer of the divine space realm, and their strength is the same as the lower-level people. They have no value. Moreover, they are old and weak, unable to make a breakthrough in their cultivation, and are not far from death. I have raised them for so long, they should sacrifice themselves to make a contribution. The first line of the fleet was the main force, and the soldiers on the ships were the strongest, the youngest, and the most outstanding. The old, weak, and disabled soldiers were arranged to the old warships to be responsible for unimportant chores, and when necessary, they could be sacrificed. The old general did not speak. Although he was old, he was not weak. Of course, he had done this kind of thing many times. In the past, when he went to the battlefield, he also pushed the old, weak, and disabled soldiers to test the opponent's strength, completely using them as tools. Your Majesty, how many of our first-line warships can we send? The old general asked. Currently, 800 at most. We don't need too many people on the warships, 1,000 is enough. Our warships, whether for attack or defense, all rely on the warship's energy cores. These are the most advanced warships, Strange Cat said very proudly. Old battleships required the warriors inside to release their divine space force to attack. The most advanced and best battleships mainly use energy cores. Then, many outstanding soldiers use divine cosmos power or mental cosmos power to operate the runes inside the battleship. Only a few kingdoms and empires possessed these newest warships, but no one knew how many there were. Even Luoyaya was not sure how many of the most advanced warships the exotic cat kingdom had. She only told Qin Yun that the most advanced battleship's attack power is much stronger than the old battleships. Moreover, there aren't many soldiers inside the battleship. The battleship is also not too big. It's very fast and very nimble, about 200 to 300 meters long. Most of the old warships were 2,000 to 3,000 meters long and required 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers. These old warships were converted to transport in the exotic cat kingdom. After the defeat of the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet, this matter quickly spread. The higher-ups of various forces quickly learned of this matter, and immediately ordered research to strengthen the defenses of the battleships. After the defense of the battleship was broken, the consequences were too terrifying. The losses were disastrous. The Golden Claw treasure land's enchantment gradually recovered. Qin Yin immediately sent the God King warriors out to collect the divine cosmos golden stones. Inside the crashed battleship, even if there were Scorpio people alive, they were all seriously injured. The God King warriors could easily kill them. The battleship originally used a large number of divine cosmos heavenly bones to build. Even if it crashed, a large number of divine cosmos heavenly bones could be recovered. In addition to the large number of Scorpio soldiers' divine cosmos heavenly bones, Qin Yin estimated that he would obtain at least 50 million genes of divine cosmos heavenly bones. This was a great fortune. If he could destroy the exotic cat kingdom's fleet, he would obtain at least several tens of millions of genes of divine cosmos heavenly bones. If he sold them, he might even become the richest person in the divine desolate. With a large number of divine cosmos heavenly bones, he could create even more powerful weapons. In the current era of the divine desolate, just relying on one's own strength was not enough. One needed to rely on all kinds of powerful armies and a large number of weapons. Only then could they resist those empires and kingdoms. If it was in the past, when powerhouses fought, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. But now, this situation was gradually decreasing. What did this mean? It meant that the divine desolate's great earth and mountains were gradually becoming more solid and could absorb powerful attacks. The myriad realm's divine sun was becoming larger and larger, more and more. Not only were the living beings becoming stronger, but the entire environment was becoming stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the divine desolate's environment was becoming stronger and stronger, but the living beings were being restricted. In this way, in the future, human strength might not be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. The entire nature would no longer be fragile and would not be destroyed beyond recognition by the great war between the living beings of the divine desolate. In the face of nature, the living beings of the divine desolate and the humans would return to their initial insignificance. Xianxia was the first to realize this. He believed that this was the 9 young law spirits joining forces with many other universe law spirits to suppress the power of all living beings. It was an extremely strong and thorough suppression, no longer allowing living beings to stand above nature. Xianxia stood on the heavenly Tao altar, commanding people to clean up the battlefield. I wonder if the living beings of the divine desolate will continue to regress in the future. Xianxia held the divine mirror of primal beginning. He could feel that the days of living beings breaking through their limits would never return and would even regress. This is the reconstruction of the world's order, and it is the largest scale in history. The chessboard of the 9 young law spirits is too huge, old brother Taisher said. I wonder what will happen next. Xianxia looked at the sky. He can feel that the 9 young law spirits and the universe law spirits are interfering less and less with the divine desolate, or perhaps they won't interfere anymore. They are letting the divine desolate develop as it is. Many universe law spirits, gathering all the divine space realm living beings in the divine desolate, this way it will be easy to manage. If they can't suppress it, then the 9 suns will fall down and destroy the world. Xianxia felt more and more terrified as he thought about it. Therefore, the divine desolate needs order. Let's see if you can maintain this order or not. Old brother Taisher said. Xianxia looked at the sky, his expression became very distant and said, I will definitely be able to. Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet should be leaving soon, I also need to prepare. It will take at least 10 days for the Strange Cat Kingdom's battleships to arrive at the Golden Claw Treasure Land. 10 days is enough for Xianxia to prepare. The Strange Cat Kingdom's battleships are much stronger, but in Xianxia's opinion, they are much easier to deal with than the Scorpio Kingdom's fleet. Outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land, all the spies have sent out the information. To them, it can only be described as shocking. Xianxia has displayed formidable power. Some people are happy while others are worried. The ones who are happy are the factions and powerful races that recognize Xianxia as the divine king. These factions and powerful races are too weak, so they don't dare to express their recognition of the divine king of divine desolate. However, they are doing their best to become stronger so that they can follow the great divine king in the future. They are worried about becoming enemies with Xianxia or factions and powerful races that don't want to acknowledge the divine king. There are also many local powerful races in divine desolate that don't want to acknowledge the divine king. After these powerful races were born, they all have the will to follow the divine king. Some of the stronger races would follow this principle. These were the weaker races. And those powerful races have an innate rebellious mentality. In their eyes, they are such powerful races, why would they follow a weak divine king? They occupy a super huge treasure land, rich in resources, they are very powerful from birth. They believe that they are the overlords of a region and will not submit to anyone. Even the patriarchs of some powerful races want to snatch the divine king heavenly seal because they are more suitable to be the divine king. There is no need to talk about those kingdoms and empires, they are afraid of Xianxia's great rallying power. As long as they can gather a small number of powerful races, they can form a very powerful faction. However, those empires are not in a hurry. In their opinion, only empires are their match. To deal with Xianxia, many kingdoms only need to join hands, there is no need for them to take action. Chu Limin is still outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land, she said with sneer, what is your great Luo Crown Prince's reaction now? Didn't you just say that Xianxia will lose? Look, Xianxia is now rich. Xianxia won't be able to hold on for long, don't forget about the Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet. Unless your Phoenix Kingdom goes all out, Xianxia's Golden Claw Treasure Land will definitely be taken down. The young man said. Chu Liming turned silent. The strange cat kingdom's fleet is very terrifying, especially those advanced battleships. Even the great Luo crown prince wants to buy them. The young man said with sneer, your Phoenix kingdom only has 3,000 battleships, right? Only 1,000 main battleships. Strange cat kingdom has 3,000 main battleships and 10,000 old battleships. Even if Strange Cat Kingdom only sends 1,000 battleships, you might not be able to stop them. Qin Yan will definitely give up on the Golden Claw treasure land. He will win this battle and his harvest will not be small. Chu Liming said. Although the Scorpio Kingdom has suffered successive defeats, they did not continue to pursue Qin Yan because the Nine Sun Sacred Ground held back their main forces. If Scorpion Kingdom send their main force, Qin Yan will be defeated. The young man said, your Phoenix Kingdom's allies are still as weak as ants. Don't be happy too early. After the man finished speaking, he immediately left. Although he said that, he was very unhappy in his heart. Because Qin Yan was able to destroy the battleship, this was a power that could not be underestimated. If the Fenghuang Kingdom also had such a weapon, they might be able to challenge the Crown Prince of Daluo's fleet in the future. Yun Kingdom Saint Nation King Shi they can help. If Phoenix Cat King Kingdom Yun, they would be, you. Chu Yin Yin is as Qin Yan is that Luo as Luo was that she. By Qin is said, sent. As for Chu Liming, she believed that Luo Yaya was sent by Qin Yan to deliver the news to her. Qin Yan had previously asked Luo Yaya to keep a close eye on Chu Liming. He did not want Chu Liming to mess around, lest she ruin his plan. Moreover, he had also arranged for Luo Yaya to bring Chu Liming back to the Golden Claw treasure land once the fleet of the Scorpio Kingdom was defeated. General Chu, the Divine King invites you. Luo Yaya said. N. Chu Liming and Luo Yaya immediately returned to the Golden Claw treasure land and did not say anything along the way. Chu Liming and Luo Yaya came to the top of the altar. Your Excellency God King, your weapon is truly an eye-opener. This kind of weapon will definitely intimidate all the countries. Chu Liming said. General Chu, we will share this weapon with you in the future. After all, we are allies. Qin Yan said with smile. Chu Liming was very excited in her heart, but she didn't show it. Instead, she said, Your Excellency, I still suggest that you give up the Golden Claw treasure land as soon as possible. Our Phoenix King will cordially invite you to enter the Phoenix Kingdom to develop. Luo Yaya felt somewhat unhappy in her heart. She believed that even if Qin Yan wanted to leave, he should go to her big sister princess. Because they came into contact with Qin Yan earlier than the Phoenix Kingdom and supported him earlier. Furthermore, she believed that her big sister princess was more beautiful than the Phoenix Queen. Qin Yan took out a blueprint and said, I need 3,000 of these arrows. Can you finish it in 8 days? Chu Liming was startled. She took it and looked at it, then said, It's completely possible. I will come back in 8 days. I will give you the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones you need. Qin Yan gave Chu Liming many Divine Universe Heavenly Bones he obtained before. Not counting the spoils of war this time, he still had several million genes of them. Chu Liming immediately left. She previously believed that Qin Yan would give up the Golden Claw treasure land. But now that Qin Yan asked her to customize so many arrows, she knew that Qin Yan wanted to face the Strange Cat Kingdom's battleship head-on. Luo Yaya said, Qin Yan, although we had some disagreements before, we later made up for it. Her Highness the Princess sincerely wants to ally with you. Qin Yan also handed over a blueprint to Luo Yaya and said with smile, Can you help me make 1,000 of these arrows? Of course. Luo Yaya said. Sister Yaya, you don't need to worry that I will run to Phoenix Queen. If I run, I will first consider your Princess Luo Shu. Qin Yan said. Why? According to rumor, Phoenix Queen's beauty is above the princess. Moreover, Phoenix Queen's comprehensive ability surpasses the princess. Why do you want the princess? Luo Yaya directly asked. Qin Yan said, I hope that your princess can become the heavenly emperor of Daluo and follow my rules, it's that simple. Understood. Luo Yaya nodded. Luo Yaya immediately left and returned to Princess Luo Shu's treasure land through a teleportation formation. Qin Yan left for the treasure land he occupied. Xian Rujing is still inside the lake of that treasure land. Xianrujing's power will be very crucial in the upcoming battle against the strange cat kingdom's fleet. Moreover, he asked Divine Moon Clan to duplicate a large number of 10,000 soul-devouring runes. Kong Feiqing, Gong Fian and Yi Yaoxiwe will not be able to duplicate a large number of runes. However, they are not the only ones who have Gemini Heavenly Rune and Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian can inherit Gemini Heavenly Rune. They can also use Gemini Heavenly Rune to give people Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune. It's just that they are not as strong as their original runes, but they can still be used. This requires Xiao Yuemei's heaven-defying small mirror martial spirit to help her inherit these runes. Xiao Yuemei helped Divine Moon Clan obtain some of them. The strange cat fleet has already been dispatched. Many great kingdoms and empire spies have already discovered it. For the major powers, this was the real battle. It was also an important battle to see whether Qin Yin could fight against the core power of the Scorpio Kingdom. If Qin Yin escaped from the Golden Claw treasure land and gave up the treasure land he had taken back from the Scorpio Kingdom, it would mean that Qin Yin was afraid of the exotic cat kingdom. At the same time, it would also prove that the exotic cat kingdom was more capable than the Scorpio Kingdom. Therefore, this battle was extremely important for both the exotic cat kingdom and Qin Yin. The major empires and kingdoms knew exotic cat king's plan very early on. He wanted to wait for the conditions to be ripe and then send all the main battleships to attack Qin Yin's Golden Claw treasure land. And now, because the Golden Claw treasure land had just experienced a great battle, it was the best time to attack Qin Yin. Everyone could see that Qin Yin had used very powerful weapons to destroy the Scorpio Kingdom's battleships. However, those weapons were limited and in the end, he still let a few battleships leave. Exotic Cat King's main body was in the largest battleship. He would not rush to the front, he would even turn invisible and hide in the sky to watch the battle. He believed that if Qin Yin could fight against their fleet, then his biggest and strongest battleship would be of no use. If Qin Yin couldn't resist, then there was no need for his royal battleship. In fact, he hoped that Qin Yin would completely abandon the Golden Claw treasure land and other treasure lands. In this way, the exotic cat kingdom wouldn't need to fight too hard. Currently, exotic cat king believed that he knew Qin Yin very well. He knew that Qin Yin would not fight an unprepared battle. If Qin Yin fought, then it meant that he must have some powerful killing weapons. Even if the exotic cat kingdom could win this time, they would have to pay a great price. And they would only get a few treasure lands and kill Qin Yin. This made exotic cat king feel that he didn't make a big profit. However, he had to fight Qin Yin. Whether it was to establish his might in the new era of the Divine Desolate, or to wash away his previous shame, or to prove that their battleships were very strong, he had to fight. Exotic Cat King also thought that he would lose. If he really lost, then it wouldn't matter because the Scorpio Kingdom had also lost once. Your Majesty, we will definitely win this time. A general said with a smile, Your Majesty, this attack is the best opportunity. We will definitely beat Qin Yin to the point that he will never be able to rise again. Exotic Cat King was in the main control room of the battleship. He looked ahead expressionlessly, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Qin Yin is very amazing, we must not lower our guard. Strange Cat King said. Your Majesty, Qin Yin's strength is not enough to destroy our fleet. We have 800 main battleships and 2,000 old battleships. What can Qin Yin use to block us? The general thought otherwise. Even if they were to attack a kingdom, they would be able to make the other side bleed. Warships are not the strongest. If our warships had the absolute advantage, I would have beaten the other kingdoms to their knees. Cat King said coldly. The general did not continue speaking. Of course, he knew that every kingdom had their own trump cards and powerful weapons. If they were forced into a corner, they might even perish together. From exotic Cat King's point of view, Qin Yin also mastered this kind of weapon, but it was not mature yet. Your Majesty, if we are really afraid of Qin Yin's sneak attack, then we might as well wait. Wait until all our brothers' cultivation has regressed and they can come to Divine Desolate, then we will attack, the general said. Exotic Cat King shook his head and said, if we continue to wait, Qin Yin will have more time to prepare. If the entire army attacks and is defeated, then our exotic cat kingdom will be destroyed. If we can't win this attack, then we can't win. No matter how many battleships we have, if we lose this time, we will only lose 1/3 of our battleships. The remaining battleships are enough for us to establish a foothold in Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Nine Sun Sacred Ground is what we must go to. The difference inside and outside of Nine Sun Sacred Ground is like heaven and earth. Almost all the kingdoms and empires have given up control of the outside because Nine Sun Sacred Ground is the core of Divine Desolate. The resources inside are 10 times or even 100 times more than outside. Cat King has already made a plan. Regardless of whether they win or lose this attack on Golden Claw Treasure Land, he must go to Nine Sun Sacred Ground as soon as possible. Scorpio Kingdom's main power is in Nine Sun Sacred Ground. They did not continue to attack Xianxia, which means that they have more benefits in Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Xianxia is a thorn in the eyes of the Empire, but that is all. The Empire has not sent troops to attack Xianxia, which means that Xianxia is only SOSO in their eyes. As long as they can control Nine Sun Sacred Ground, Scorpio Kingdom will not be able to establish a foothold in Nine Sun Sacred Ground. As for outside of Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the empires and kingdoms do not put Xianxia in their eyes. Our strange cat kingdom is slower than others in entering Nine Sun Sacred Ground. This is all because of Xianxia. Therefore, I must settle this with Xianxia as soon as possible. No matter what the result is, I must go to Nine Sun Sacred Ground as soon as possible. Strange Cat King is even more determined in his heart. A young man is standing outside the barrier entrance of Golden Claw Treasure Land. His hands are clasped behind his back and he is looking at the barrier entrance. He is the representative of Great Luo Crown Prince and the Taisher faction behind him. He is also a secret agent. He came here to meet Xianxia. After Xianxia returned from Xian Rujing's treasure land, he learned that Great Luo Crown Prince has sent someone to find him. He did not walk out of the barrier. Instead, he conversed with the young man through the barrier. This young man gives Xianxia a very dangerous feeling. Therefore, Xianxia decided not to go out to avoid being tricked. After all, this is a critical juncture, nothing can happen to him. I am the Crown Prince's envoy. The young man's face is filled with arrogance, he is sizing up Xianxia with a disdainful gaze. If you have something to say, then say it. Xianxia indifferently said. In 10 days, Strange Cat Fleet will flatten this place. If you hand over Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, the Crown Prince can guarantee your life. Otherwise, you will have no way out, the young man said. Even if I can't defeat Strange Cat Fleet, I can still run away. Xianxia said with laugh, what do you mean I have no way out? The young man said with sneer, you think you can run away? Xianxia is still smiling as he said, in that case, the Crown Prince's Balong army won't let me run away, right? There are already 20,000 Balong army in the vicinity. As long as I give the order, they will madly chase after you, the young man said. Xianxia is looking at this young man as if he is looking at a retard. If he wanted to run away, how could he be discovered? He has teleportation formation, heaven leaping shuttle, he doesn't need to leave Golden Claw Treasure Land's barrier to leave. Moreover, he obtained some important information, the Crown Prince's Balong army has set up camp in the vicinity. However, there is no information at all. Luo Yaya, the Shadow Pavilion Master, actually did not discover the 20,000 Balong army. Xianxia got Luo Yaya to take the order and order a small 10,000 God-devouring arrow, but he didn't want her to make it herself. Luo Yaya should be collecting all kinds of information. She did not find the Balong army, which meant that the Balong army was hiding very well. Because Princess Luo Shu had 200,000 troops, no one in that mountain knew about it. It was very easy for the Crown Prince of Deluo to hide a mere 20,000 Tyrannosaurus warriors. Seeing Xianxia remain silent, the young man said again, Xianxia, don't look down on me just because I'm an envoy. Of course, even if I told you my name, you wouldn't recognize me. Tell me your name. Xianxia said. He wanted to ask Luo Yaya about this person's situation later. Lu Yi. You can also call me Master Lu. Lu Yi laughed. Xianxia was somewhat displeased because it was always others who called him Master Qin. Who the hell was this fellow in front of him? Did the Crown Prince of Grand Luo send you? Asked Xianxia again. Of course. It was not just the Crown Prince, but the Grand Prime organization behind him as well. I represent both sides. Lu Yi said coldly. Qin Yun, quickly make a decision. Lu Yi believed that Qin Yun would definitely give up the Golden Claw treasure land and escape from the exotic cat fleet's attack. As long as they could intercept Qin Yun, they would be the biggest winner. Grand Prime organizations? What kind of Grand Prime faction? Asked Qin Yun. A lowly person like you has no right to know about Grand Prime organizations. Lu Yi was a little impatient and said coldly, you're facing danger now. If you want to live, then lower your head to us. How many days will it take for the exotic cat fleet to arrive? I need to think about it. Qin Yun said, after all, handing over the godly monarch heavenly seal and bloodline heavenly pattern box is very important. I have to discuss this with my wife. Xiao Yuan is inside the second divine sun. The Crown Prince's battleship is always watching the second divine sun. You can't find her. As long as she comes out, she will definitely be captured by the Crown Prince and then become a female slave. Lu Yi said coldly, as if he had already sentenced Xiao Yuan's fate. Qin Yun is furious in his heart, but on the surface he is very calm. He slowly said, then I won't consider it. Even if I die, I won't hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal to you. Very well, then wait for your death. Don't expect to quietly escape from the Golden Claw treasured land. Our Tyrannosaurus warriors can easily take care of your God King army. Lu Yi finished speaking and turned around to leave. Qin Yun immediately waved his hand and summoned a secret agent from the Shadow Pavilion. This secret agent was also a woman. She followed behind Qin Yun without saying a word. She was arranged here by Luo Yaya and her name was Nji. The master of the Dark Shadow Pavilion was Luo Yaya, and the second and third in command were Nji and Ingji. Luo Yaya sent Dark Concubine to Qin Yun's side, indicating that she attached great importance to Qin Yun's cooperation. Nji never took the initiative to speak to Qin Yun. When Qin Yun asked her a question, she would answer if she could. If she couldn't, she would refuse to answer. Qin Yun brought Nji to a room in the Heavenly Law Altar and asked, who is Lu Yi? Crown Prince de Luo's intelligence agency is the Shadow Dragon Pavilion. Lu Yi is the second pavilion lord of the Shadow Dragon Pavilion. His status is equal to mine, said Nji. It seems like the Crown Prince of Deluo is quite concerned about me. He actually sent such a person over. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished. He said, did you see Lu Yi outside just now? Is that his doppelganger? It's a doppelganger, but his main body should be nearby. Pavilion Master told me before that Lu Yi is nearby and even talked with General Chu. He ridiculed General Chu for finding the wrong ally. Nji said. He said that there are 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors nearby. Does your Dark Shadow Pavilion know where they are? Qin Yun asked. Nji is wearing a black mask. She is currently frowning and said, I don't know, but I will definitely arrange for secret agents to do their best to investigate the location of the Tyrant Dragon warriors. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Yun said gratefully, then go quickly. Nji left and immediately went to find Xianxia. Dispatch. The Heavenly Mystery Sex Heavenly Mystery Dark Assassin and use Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability Talisman to drill into the ground to find the Tyrant Dragon warriors. He suspects that the Tyrant Dragon warriors are hiding deep underground. If they drill into the ground from far away and carefully come to the vicinity of the Golden Claw treasure land, it would be very difficult to find them. Luo Yaya immediately came through the teleportation formation. Nji sent the message over and told her. Nji did not use the magic mirror to contact Luo Yaya because she was afraid that the news would leak out. Because so far, no one knows that Princess Luo Shu and Qin Yun have joined hands. The Phoenix Kingdom wanted to secretly join hands with Qin Yun. They did not want the Great Luo Empire to know, but they were discovered by Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not think that the Phoenix Kingdom and Qin Yun joined hands because he saw Chu Li mean. Rather, when their Tyrant Dragon warriors were hiding, they discovered a large number of Phoenix warriors hiding nearby. Therefore, he guessed that the Phoenix Kingdom and Qin Yun had joined hands. Lu Yi did not know how many warriors the Phoenix Kingdom had. When he wanted to find out, the Phoenix warriors had already retreated, so he felt a lot more at ease. Qin Yun also did not know that a large number of Phoenix warriors were in the vicinity. It can be seen that the Phoenix Kingdom is very sincere. After Luo Yaya arrived, she said, Qin Yun, we did not discover the Tyrant Dragon warriors. This is our mistake, please forgive us. However, we discovered a large number of powerful warriors hiding, but they are not tyrant dragon warriors. Not tyrant dragon warriors? Then, whose family is it? Xianxia said in surprise. It might be the Phoenix Kingdom. Luo Yaya said, they later retreated. Where did you find them? Xianxia asked. In a mountain not far away. It is not the direction where our 200,000 army is hiding but in another direction. Luo Yaya said, I sent people to check but they did not find the tyrant dragon warriors. Xianxia said, Lu Yi should have also discovered the Phoenix warriors. He saw that the Phoenix warriors had retreated, so he came to find me and threatened me. What are your plans? Luo Yaya asked. Find those 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors. If you can capture them, then capture them. If you can't, then kill them. I want to capture Lu Yi alive. Xianxia said. Lu Yi said that Xiao Yuan wanted to become the slave of the crown prince of Great Luo. This made Xianxia want to kill. I suggest that we let the Phoenix Kingdom take action. Luo Yaya said, it's not that I'm unwilling to send troops but it's best if the Phoenix Kingdom takes action. We can send a signal to the crown prince and see his reaction. Xianxia also thought so. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to expose the matter of him joining hands with Princess Luo Shu. Because he had said that he would secretly help Princess Luo Shu defeat the Crown Prince of Great Luo. I've already sent someone to contact General Chu. Xianxia said, do you think that the Phoenix warriors can defeat the Tyrant Dragon warriors? Yes, don't forget, the Phoenix Kingdom also has a Taisher power behind them. Luo Yaya said with certainty, what we need to do is to find the place where the Tyrant Dragon warriors are hiding. Chu Limin arrived very quickly, especially after knowing that Lu Yi came to find Xianxia. She had a bad premonition and immediately came through the teleportation formation. Xianxia also gave Phoenix Kingdom a set of teleportation formation pillars so Chu Limin could quickly rush over. What did that bastard say? Chu Limin immediately asked the moment she entered the Heavenly Law Altars Hall and saw Xianxia. He wants me to hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal and all my bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes. He also said that if I don't hand them over, there will be no way out. Xianxia said. Chu Limin knew that Lu Yi was threatening Xianxia without Xianxia saying anything. From Lu Yi's point of view, Xianxia can only escape Golden Claw Treasure Land to avoid being defeated by the exotic cat fleet. As long as they set up an ambush and block Xianxia's escape, they can capture him or trap him in Golden Claw Treasure Land. Therefore, Great Luo Crown Prince sending Lu Yi to use this move is very clever. However, they underestimated Xianxia. This idiot is still so arrogant. Chu Limin said, their plan will not succeed. Xianxia has a teleportation formation that connects all directions, no one can trap him here. The outside world doesn't even know that he has a teleportation formation. General Chu, I want to borrow your Phoenix warriors to destroy their Tyrant Dragon warriors. Xianxia said, they have 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors, can you take them down? Chu Limin frowned, she is hesitating because this is clearly declaring war against Great Luo Crown Prince. Our Phoenix Kingdom is not afraid of Great Luo Crown Prince. Chu Limin said, but we have some concerns about the Taisher faction behind him. What if they don't leave anyone alive, they won't know it was done by Phoenix Kingdom. Xianxia said, actually it's nothing even if they know, they won't admit it. Great Luo Crown Prince still wants face. If his 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors were killed by Xianxia, he would become a laughingstock. If we send out 50,000 Phoenix warriors, we can easily take down their 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors. The problem is, we don't even know where they are hiding right now. You didn't discover them before? Xianxia asked. He thought that Chu Limin would be able to discover them with so many Phoenix warriors. No, they don't have many people, maybe they are scattered, it won't be that easy to catch them all. Chu Limin shook her head. Alright then, I will personally go out and lure them out. Xianxia said with a smile, why don't we set up ahead of time? Alright. It's not that easy to ambush them with a trap. They are very good at hiding and will definitely be paying attention to your movements. Chu Limin said. The teleportation array was located within the altar of Heaven's Path. The Heaven's Path altar was huge, and there were many levels within it. Each level could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Qin Yan planned to let the 50,000 Phoenix warriors enter the Heavenly Law altar through the teleportation formation. How long will it take for you to transfer 50,000 Phoenix warriors to the Heavenly Law altar? Qin Yan asked. It'll only take half a day. Chu Limin asked, Your Excellency, what's your plan? Let them come over first. Qin Yan said with a smile, I will help them disguise themselves. I will try my best not to let others recognize them as Phoenix warriors. Chu Limin immediately went to mobilize the troops. Although the 20,000 Tyrannosaurus warriors were very strong, the Phoenix Kingdom only needed 30,000 to deal with them. In order to make things even easier, Chu Limin wants to mobilize 50,000 Phoenix warriors. Moreover, she wants the most outstanding ones. Qin Yan made the inscription Divine Mountain turn into a stone ship. Although it has turned into a stone ship, it is emitting golden light. It looks like an ancient and mysterious stone ship. Qin Yan plans to ride the stone ship out. Inside the inscription Divine Mountain, there are 20 super dragon head cannons, hundreds of giant dragon head cannons, as well as all kinds of cannonballs. In addition, there are all kinds of killing formations inside, as well as the inscription Divine Mountain's own fighting strength. It is very terrifying. After the Sky Universe Overlord entered the lake and transformed, it has become very powerful. This is also Qin Yan's secret weapon. He will only use it at the most crucial moment. After the inscription Divine Mountain entered the lake and transformed, not only did it become very sturdy, it can also store even more energy inside. Actually, Qin Yan can rely on his own strength to get rid of those 20,000 Tyrannosaurus warriors. But he doesn't want to expose the power of the inscription Divine Mountain. In addition, he wants others to know that he also has very powerful warriors in his hands. If a great battle happens outside, it will definitely attract the attention of many spies. Qin Yan wants those spies to see that he has 50,000 powerful warriors and quickly defeated 20,000 Tyrannosaurus warriors. Therefore, he wants to disguise those 10,000 Phoenix warriors so that others can't see that they are Phoenix warriors. Half a day later, 50,000 Phoenix warriors arrived inside the Heavenly Law altar. In one level of the Heavenly Law altar, the ground looks like a mirror. This is something Tian Daozi specially made. It is mainly to bestow abilities in batches. He let the 50,000 Phoenix warriors sit on this level, then he went to the upper level and made the Divine King Heavenly Seal bigger. The upper level is transparent, the seal is pressing down on the transparent ground, facing the 50,000 Phoenix warriors and forming a large formation. Qin Yan let Chu Limin enter the upper level, as well as his Divine King warriors and others. Tian Daozi, begin. Qin Yan let Tian Daozi use the Heavenly Law altar to extract the energy from the Divine Universe Golden Stones and channel it into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This way, he can use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to bestow the 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune. And this will consume a very large amount of energy. Although Qin Yan's 9-Sun Divine Spirit has Divine Sun, it is unable to burst out such a large amount of energy in an instant. Therefore, he has to use the Heavenly Law altar to extract the energy and pour it into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It is also possible to put a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones into the Heavenly Seal, but Qin Yan is unwilling to do so. He has 1.5 trillion Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hand. He now wants to properly increase his divine space power and quickly become stronger. With his strength and powerful army, he will be able to quickly dominate outside of 9-Sun sacred ground. MG is also at the lower level. She still doesn't have a 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Luo Yaya already has one, so she is watching this shocking scene from the upper level beside Qin Yan. Bestowing 5th generation Bloodline Heavenly Rune to tens of thousands of people at the same time. At the center of the Golden Claw Treasure Land, the Heavenly Law altar is currently enveloped by a large amount of golden light. The secret agents outside immediately discovered that the energy of the Golden Claw Treasure Land is converging towards the center. That giant mountain-like altar is extracting the energy of the Golden Claw Treasure Land. I remember that the altar can be moved. Could it be that Qin Yan wants to use the altar to run away? If he runs away, he will be completely defeated. The Divine King might he just established will be completely shattered. Strange Cat King's avatar said with sneer. Your Majesty, will the Golden Claw Treasure Land's energy be sucked dry? Outside a general's avatar. This is a treasure land, there are a lot of divine universe golden stones below, how can it be sucked dry? Strange Cat King is not worried at all. The scouts outside Golden Claw Treasure Land saw the Heavenly Law altar crazily absorbing energy and thought that Qin Yun wanted to run. Lu Yi immediately received the news and ordered 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors to gather and prepare to attack. Qin Yun did this on purpose to make people think that he is saving energy and is about to run. This was because many of the scouts in the sky could see that many of the patrolling God King warriors had suddenly entered the altar. How long will it take for them to obtain the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune? Luo Yaya asked. About 2 hours. Qin Yun said. Luo Yaya looked at the huge God King heavenly seal. This God King heavenly seal was something that Princess Luo Shu wanted, or it could be said that all the rulers of various empires and kingdoms wanted it. Later, Princess Luo Shu gave up because she knew that the God King heavenly seal could not belong to anyone else. Only those arrogant people thought that Qin Yun was not worthy of the God King heavenly seal, and they were confident that they could subdue the God King heavenly seal and obtain its recognition. Luo Yaya is very close to the God King heavenly seal and she can feel a kind of terrifying power, it even makes her feel suffocated. Especially now, the God King heavenly seal is circulating a huge amount of energy, the aura it is releasing is very terrifying. Although the people in the lower layer know that they are obtaining the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune, they are also enveloped by a super pressure, as if their lives are in the hands of someone else. Only Qin Yun did not feel any aura. This is the first time Chu Limin saw the God King heavenly seal, moreover it is in its strongest state. This kind of power that can control heaven and earth made her, a great general who has killed countless people, tremble. What is the price to help tens of thousands of people obtain the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune? Luo Yaya asked. It requires a large amount of divine universe golden rocks. The God King heavenly seal is currently absorbing the energy from the treasure land. I don't know exactly how many divine universe golden rocks it consumes. Qin Yun said. We still need the cooperation of the Heavenly Law altar, right? Luo Yaya asked again. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. He knows that Luo Yaya wants to help her family's princess army obtain the 5th generation bloodline heavenly rune. I said that I will give you a great formation. When the time comes, you will know how many divine universe golden rocks you need. Qin Yun said. Luo Yaya nodded. She was looking forward to the grand array but she needed to wait for Qin Yun to stabilize. 2 hours later, everyone in the lower level had obtained the 5th generation bloodline heavenly runes. Their bodies were emitting intense light. Chu Limin already had a 5th generation bloodline heavenly mark, but it was created by a Taisher faction. It wasn't as good as Qin Yun's. Just like Princess Luo Shu, she could clearly sense how weak the bloodline heavenly patterns of Grand Primes were. Qin Yun arranged a room for her so that she can properly familiarize herself with the bloodline heavenly rune. Among these 50,000 Phoenix warriors, more than 20,000 are women. Qin Yun also arranged a secret hall for them to familiarize themselves with. After obtaining the 5th generation bloodline heavenly pattern, one would need to adapt and absorb energy. The Heavenly Law altar had plenty of energy from the Divine Universe Goldstones. All the warriors here entered the hall that Qin Yun had arranged for them. Next, Qin Yun arranged for people to collect the armors and weapons of the 50,000 Phoenix warriors and placed them on the previous floor. Qin Yun continued to extract the energy from the Golden Claw treasure land and bestowed the power of the bloodline heavenly pattern on the armors and weapons. He also changed their appearances. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal bestowed the bloodline heavenly pattern on the armors and weapons, they would have a special aura. This was also the characteristic of Divine King warriors. Qin Yun borrowed the Phoenix Kingdom's warriors this time. Moreover, the Phoenix Kingdom gave him 1 trillion Divine Universe Goldstones, so it was not a big deal to help them modify it. Next time, he wouldn't be embarrassed to borrow them. Chu Limin felt that it was a great profit. She couldn't wait to go back and tell Phoenix Queen about this harvest. After this experience, the strength of the 50,000 Phoenix warriors increased by leaps and bounds. Qin Yun spent most of the day extracting the energy from the Golden Claw treasure land. The rumor that Qin Yun was going to give up on the Golden Claw treasure land spread like wildfire. Luo Yaya sent her shadow pavilion spies to spread this news so that people would think that Qin Yun was really going to run away. At night, the 50,000 Phoenix warriors successfully transformed. After they obtained the 5th-generation bloodline heavenly pattern from Qin Yun, they became very excited. Only when they put on the equipment did they realize how awesome the Divine King of Divine Desolate was. As long as this Divine King was given enough time, any kingdom or empire would be razed to the ground by him. Chu Limin is very excited. She already sent spies back to Phoenix Kingdom to inform Phoenix Queen about this news. She obtained not a small increase in strength and wished that she could immediately go out to battle. She wanted to test out her bloodline heavenly pattern and try out Qin Yun's modified equipment. She and Phoenix Queen were very puzzled before. Why did the Divine Moon Clan let Qin Yun become their emperor? Especially a woman like Yu Shangyun, she has special feelings for Qin Yun. That's because Qin Yun is truly powerful, he is the true Divine King of Divine Desolate. Qin Yun quietly transferred the 50,000 Phoenix warriors into the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain has already turned into a golden stone ship. It emitted golden light in the night, it is very dazzling. The heavenly Tao altar has already dimmed down, as if it has lost its vitality. Qin Yun made Tian Daozi do this on purpose. The golden stone ship began to soar into the sky and passed through the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. At night, all the spies are boiling with excitement. Qin Yun really ran away. He rode a 100-meter-long golden stone ship to escape. Lu Yi led 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors in black armor and floated in the sky with a sneer. Wait until they are far away from the Golden Claw treasure land before attacking. Otherwise, he will be scared into hiding in the treasure land. Lu Yi is also somewhat excited. This is a great opportunity to capture Qin Yun. What he doesn't know is that inside the golden stone ship of the Divine Inscription Mountain, there are 50,000 transformed super strong Phoenix warriors. After these Phoenix warriors became stronger, their blood for battle boiled. They wished that they could immediately fight to their heart's content. They already know that this time they will be fighting with tyrant dragon warriors. They have never fought with tyrant dragon warriors before, but they have heard of how powerful they are. This made them look forward to it even more. Your Excellency Divine King, I will personally capture Lu Yi and hand him over to you. Chu Limin put on her helmet and hid her face. She must go out to battle. Only by capturing Lu Yi and handing him over to Qin Yun would they be worthy of the power Qin Yun bestowed upon them. Be careful. Qin Yun warned again and again. Luo Yaya is also inside the Divine Inscription Mountain, she will not go out to battle. Xia Wufeng did not come. He and Pippi Pig are guarding the Golden Claw treasure land with Qin Zhong and the other brothers. Monkey King and Ba Tain also came over. They will also go out to battle later. As for Luo Yaya and Dark Concubine, they are protecting Qin Yun inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Qin Yun controlled the stone ship to fly faster and faster, making people think that he is running away. It is very difficult for the other spies to catch up to the stone ship. The speed of the stone ship is too fast, it amazed them. The combat power of the spies is not particularly strong, but their speed is very fast. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become spies. The battleships of the middle and upper class people are also very fast in the universe. Because they are in the void of the universe, after a long period of acceleration, they can reach a very fast speed. Just like in the Divine Desolate Land, the Earth has a very strong gravitational force. It is not easy to fly at high speed. It is very difficult for huge battleships or huge objects to fly at high speed in a short period of time within the range of the Divine Desolate Land's gravitational force. However, humans are different. Using the powerful divine cosmos power within their bodies, they can be faster than huge battleships. However, it is very difficult for the spies to catch up to the huge stone ship. Qin Yun originally thought that he would deliberately slow down so that everyone could catch up. However, he still overestimated their speed. He is now somewhat embarrassed because if he suddenly slowed down, people would definitely suspect that he was trying to lure people over. He immediately thought of a way to make the stone ship formed by the Divine Inscription Mountain suddenly stop. After the stone ship stopped, it pretended to crazily absorb the surrounding energy, absorbing the intense light released by the Myriad Realms' Divine Sunday. The scouts trailing behind could now rest. They believed that Qin Yan's stone ship was also resting. It was accumulating energy and preparing for the next flight. Lu Yi led the 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors and flew in the sky with great difficulty. Fortunately, the armor worn by the tyrant dragon warriors can offset a portion of the divine desolate land's gravitational force, allowing them to barely keep up. The stone ship is still very close to the Golden Claw treasure land, so Lu Yi did not immediately take action. He also believed that Qin Yan's stone ship is accumulating energy for the next sprint. After all, with such a fast speed, the energy consumption must be enormous. Sure enough, as everyone expected, Qin Yan's stone ship accumulated energy for a while and then sprinted at high speed. Fortunately, when the stone ship is flying, it will leave behind a relatively strong energy aura. Those slower spies can track Qin Yan's stone ship based on the aura. Lu Yi is really cunning. He still hasn't made his move. Qin Yan said with a frown, did he discover something? This bastard is too cautious. He's afraid that you'll be able to escape back to the Golden Claw treasured land. That's why he's waiting for you to run further away. He's sure that you won't be able to return in a short period of time before he starts to attack. Chu Limin said. She seemed to know Lu Yi very well. The Heavenly Eye avatar released by Qin Yan can only see Lu Yi leading the tyrant dragon warriors flying high in the sky. Some of the spies had discovered it, but they did not make it public. They were all guessing the origins of those 20,000 powerful warriors. Some of the scouts guessed that it was Crown Prince Everlasting's dominant dragon army. They were alarmed and secretly praised Crown Prince Everlasting for his brilliance in finding the perfect opportunity to attack Qin Yan. If the exotic cat fleet launched a large-scale attack, they would definitely be able to breach the Golden Claw treasure land. This was the consensus of all the forces. Qin Yan was indeed able to create miracles before, but in the face of absolute power, all methods were futile. Therefore, everyone unanimously believed that he would give up the Golden Claw treasure land and escape. The Crown Prince of Daluo's ruling dragon army's attack was a good opportunity. In the past, Qin Yan always hid in the Golden Claw treasure land and no one knew where he was. But now, Qin Yan wants to give up the Golden Claw treasure land and escape. He must take his family's wealth and escape. If there is a big commotion, they can confirm whether it was him or not. Exotic Cat King's avatar and a general's avatar are currently chasing the stone ship. Crown Prince of Daluo has about 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors. Exotic Cat King looked at the sky in front of him and snorted, this Crown Prince of Daluo really knows how to pick the right time to attack. If Crown Prince of Daluo captures Qin Yan, then everyone will definitely praise the Crown Prince and belittle Exotic Cat King and Sky Scorpio King. Exotic Cat King has already escaped the clutches of Daluo Empire. He urgently needs to establish his might. Even if he can't establish his might, he can't let the Crown Prince slap his face. Your Majesty, how many of our Exotic Cat Kingdom's top warriors would be needed to fight against 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors? The general asked. Although he is a general, he doesn't know much about the Exotic Cat Kingdom's strongest warriors. Because those powerful warriors are a secret army and they are all in the hands of Exotic Cat King. At least 80,000. Exotic Cat King shook his head and said, 80,000 should not be enough, 100,000. The general took a deep breath. The Empire's warriors are so terrifying. 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors have such terrifying battle strength. The Crown Prince's tyrant dragon warriors are so powerful, our kingdoms are not their match. The general said helplessly. There are not many tyrant dragon warriors. They are powerful because they have the support of Taisher factions. Phoenix Kingdom's Phoenix warriors are also not weak. About 30,000 to 40,000 Phoenix warriors can fight against 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors. Exotic Cat King said. Oh right, what about Princess Luo Shu? She lost the power struggle and still managed to escape unscathed. She is quite amazing. The general suddenly thought of the princess. She is a princess after all. Moreover, Daluo Heavenly Emperor secretly encourages his children to fight for power, so that they can compete with each other and become stronger. Princess Luo Shu has completely lost power. She has no chance of returning to the core of Daluo Empire. It is equivalent to being abandoned by the Daluo imperial family. The exotic cat king said, even the Grand Prime organization behind her has given up on her. Princess Luoshu's current situation is already known by all the empires and kingdoms, and she has become a joke. Therefore, Princess Luoshu is also suppressing her anger. She wants to hold her head high. The other kingdoms and empires will not help her, because if they help her, they will be seen as helping her overthrow Daluo Crown Prince's position. Daluo Crown Prince's power is like the midday sun. Now, he represents the Daluo Heavenly Emperor in handling many important matters in the imperial court. He holds great decision-making power, so no one dares to offend him. In the divine wilderness, only godly King Qin Yun would dare to openly challenge Daluo Crown Prince. At this moment, Qin Yun is planning to take down the Crown Prince's 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors. If he succeeds, it is equivalent to him officially challenging Daluo Crown Prince. Let's see if Daluo Crown Prince dares to accept it. If he does not dare, he will definitely keep quiet and even block all news, not letting others know that his 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors have been destroyed. If Daluo Crown Prince wants revenge, he will definitely cause a huge commotion. Qin Yun is not afraid of Daluo Crown Prince's revenge. He can run if he cannot win, but he cannot show weakness to Daluo Crown Prince. He is a godly king, he cannot lower his head to an external faction. The stone ship stopped after a certain distance and pretended to rest. Lu Yi led the 20,000 godly king warriors and rushed over. Daluo Crown Prince, do you think it is that easy to take down a godly king? Qin Yun sneered inwardly. Chu Limin was listening to Qin Yun's signal. They're here. Qin Yun said, you guys make some preparations, I will send you out. Pay attention, you must be careful, you are all powerful warriors, very important to the Phoenix Kingdom, try your best to protect yourselves, if you can't beat them, run to the stone ship, I will immediately teleport you in. These words made the Phoenix warriors feel very moved. I'm serious, I'm not trying to provoke you. Therefore, you must remember my words, once you are injured, immediately fly to the stone ship, I will bring you in. Qin Yun said. This group of warriors was indeed very precious and they were from the Phoenix Kingdom. Qin Yun truly did not wish for them to die. Yes, Divine King. Chu Limin said. Qin Yun's strength was not as good as hers but it was only temporary. Now, she had sincerely acknowledged Qin Yun as the Divine King. Old Xiao, Old Shan, you can fire the cannons outside. Use small cannonballs and blow them up a few times. Qin Yun said. He did not immediately let the Phoenix warriors go out. The tyrant dragon warriors outside must have consumed a lot of energy to fly over. If they were to bombard them again, they would consume a lot of energy to protect themselves. At this time, the Phoenix warriors could easily harvest. 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors surrounded them from all directions. When they rushed over, they released the powerful divine weapons in their hands, wanting to use them to break through the stone ship. However, when their divine weapons flew over, many tentacles suddenly appeared on the stone ship. These tentacles all had a suction force. They crazily danced and sucked the divine weapons into the tentacles. The tentacles were like the tentacles of an octopus. They had large black suckers and those divine weapons were sucked in by the suckers. Then, they were stored in a warehouse within the divine mountain. The scouts watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. The tyrant dragon warriors were also dumbfounded. This stone ship. How did so many huge tentacles suddenly appear? Not only were they very agile, they also had such a powerful suction force. In an instant, they captured a large number of divine weapons. At this moment, the stone ship also began to transform. Under the little black donkey's control, it turned into a golden Xuanwu turtle and activated the Xuanwu Great Formation. The little black donkey is now a lot fatter. Now he has a new nickname, Little Black Pig. Fire. The mountain god and Xiao Hua controlled the cannons. The cannon's shells hit the tyrant dragon warriors. Berserk energy exploded, accompanied by extremely powerful bloodline heavenly pattern flames. The tyrant dragon warrior who did not have a weapon had no choice but to release his divine universe power into his armor to block the terrifying energy explosion. Chu Limin and the other Phoenix warriors could clearly see the outside world from within the divine inscription mountain. They suddenly felt that even if Qin Yun didn't have them, he would still be able to take down those tyrant dragon warriors. Qin Yan does not have a powerful warrior, but he is an inscription master. He can make all kinds of weapons become very powerful. This kind of cannon can be made by anyone, but without Qin Yan's runes, it would not have such formidable power. Boom! 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 The tyrant dragon warriors outside were bombarded for a long time. Although there were no casualties, they had consumed a lot of divine cosmos power. "You can leave now," said Qin Yan. Lu Yi looked from the sky and shouted, "Quickly disperse and attack from multiple directions. Break through this broken stone ship as soon as possible and capture Qin Yan alive. Don't be afraid of Qin Yan, he only has a few thousand divine king warriors at most, they are all weak chickens, they definitely can't do anything to you." The tyrant dragon warriors were bombarded just now, there is a huge shadow in there. Hearts. They finally understood why Scorpio Kingdom had so many Scorpio warriors and battleships destroyed by Qin Yan. If they did not have the protection of powerful armors, they might have already been blown to smithereens. Chu Limin wants to personally fight Lu Yi. Qin Yan does not doubt her strength at all, so he put her in a cannon and shot her towards Lu Yi. And at this moment, a large number of Phoenix warriors flew out of the stone ship. Although the stone ship is very big, it is still unable to accommodate tens of thousands of warriors. Now that so many of them suddenly appeared, it means that there is space inside the stone ship. Strange Cat King watched from afar, he excitedly slapped his thigh and said with smile, "Good good good. Lu Yi, this little idiot has been tricked, ha ha ha, this arrogant guy has finally tasted what it feels like to be tricked by Qin Yan, he might be finished." "Your Majesty, Lu Yi is the second in command of the Shadow Dragon Pavilion. If he is killed by Qin Yan, how will the Crown Prince of Great Luo react? He will definitely retaliate against Qin Yan." The general also shivered. It is clear that the stone ship in front has made ample preparations. They deliberately lured Lu Yi out and killed him. All the scouts felt that they were too naive. They all thought that Qin Yan was running away. They never expected that he would kill the 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors of Great Luo Crown Prince. Chu Limin was hit by the cannon near Lu Yi. Not only her, Su Xiaoba, Monkey King and Ba Taiyin are also there. Qin Yan cannot let Lu Yi escape. Therefore, he is worried and sent Su Xiaoba and the other big shots over. Lu Ye's scalp went numb. He just realized that he has been tricked by Qin Yan. Lu Yi was different from the other Tyrannosaurus warriors. He immediately realized that the armored and helmeted warrior was Chu Limin. The tens of thousands of powerful warriors that suddenly appeared are also Phoenix warriors. His 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors chased all the way here. Previously, they were bombarded by cannons and consumed a lot of energy. Now, they have to face tens of thousands of powerful Phoenix warriors. Phoenix warriors all have a kind of equipment that can handcuff people and seal the divine cosmos power within their bodies. Qin Yan said that if they can capture the tyrant dragon warriors alive, then capture them alive. If they can't be captured alive, then kill them. Qin Yan has mastered many kinds of soul-controlling techniques, for example, the power of the illusory pupil race. If he can control the tyrant dragon warriors for his own use, it will be more valuable than killing them. Lu Yi was besieged by Su Xiaoba and Chu Limin. Very quickly, he was defeated and both of his arms were broken. 3,000 tyrant dragon warriors were killed and the other 17,000 were captured alive. However, they are all seriously injured. There is a special place inside the divine inscription mountain. It is very secure and those tyrant dragon warriors are all imprisoned inside. And Lu Yi was captured alive and forced to kneel in front of Qin Yan. The stone ship began flying at high speed back to the Golden Claw treasure land. It did not stop along the way. The group of scouts suddenly realized that Qin Yan was flying and stopping because he was waiting for Lu Yi. Otherwise, he could have continued flying without stopping. "Your Majesty, this Qin Yan is truly too powerful. Are our warships enough?" The general previously thought that there were too many warships, but now it seems that it might not be enough. Strange Cat King did not speak. He is thinking about how Qin Yan will defend against the attack of Strange Cat's fleet. Inside the divine inscription mountain, Lu Yi was forced to kneel on the ground and beaten up by Qin Yan. In fact, the one who attacked the most was Chu Limin. It can be seen that Chu Limin hates Lu Yi very much. It was very difficult to kill someone with Lu Ye's strength, but he would definitely be tortured. The second in command of the Shadow Dragon Pavilion was like a dead dog, beaten to the ground by a woman. After Qin Yun was done beating Lu Yi, he watched quietly from the side. Chu Limin beat him for a while before stopping. Qin Yun had secretly asked Luo Yaya about the conflict between Chu Limin and Lu Yi, but Luo Yaya did not know. When Lu Yi was being beaten by Chu Limin, he glared at Qin Yun with hatred. As the second in command of the Shadow Dragon Pavilion, he was definitely not an idiot. He was just too arrogant. He clearly knew that Qin Yun was capable, but because he had never fought with Qin Yun, he did not have a clear understanding of him. For example, Exotic Cat King did not think much of Qin Yun before. After being tricked by Qin Yun, he treated Qin Yun as the most important enemy in his life. In Exotic Cat King's eyes, Qin Yun was even more difficult to deal with than Deluo's crown prince. Lu Yi already knew that the Phoenix Kingdom and Qin Yun were secretly working together. Fortunately, he had sent the news back to the Shadow Dragon Pavilion. Of course, even if he fell into Qin Yun's hands, he could still send the news back because he had a clone that could use the magic mirror to send messages. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The second in command of Deluo's Shadow Dragon Pavilion had been captured by Qin Yun and 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors had been killed. Lu Yi had previously predicted that the Phoenix Kingdom might send troops to help Qin Yun, but he was still not afraid because he knew the strength of the Phoenix warriors. No matter how many of them there were, they could not do anything to the Tyrant Dragon warriors. The Tyrant Dragon warriors could escape, and they had powerful equipment. Even if they were surrounded by a large number of powerful warriors, it would not be a problem for them to escape. However, he did not expect that after the Phoenix warriors transformed, they would become extremely powerful. They could be said to be slightly stronger than the Tyrant Dragon warriors. In terms of equipment, they were even better than the Tyrant Dragon warriors. In addition, the Tyrant Dragon warriors had already been exhausted, so they were quickly taken down. Losing 20,000 Tyrant Dragon warriors was a heavy loss for Deluo's crown prince. There were not many Tyrant Dragon warriors that could attract Deluo's attention. Every one of them required a large investment. Lu Yi lay on the ground, his body twitching. He had been screaming in pain before, but now he was laughing so hard that his body was twitching. Ha ha ha, you are all dead. I am one of the Crown Prince's most capable subordinates. The Crown Prince will definitely make you pay 100-fold for what you have done to me. Lu Yi laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun went over and kicked Lu Yi twice. He asked, "You should know what Crown Prince Deluo is secretly exploring deep underground, right?" Of course I know. As long as the Crown Prince can find those items, he'll become the strongest person in the Empire. When that happens, even the Celestial Emperor will have to abdicate his throne. Lu Yi laughed and said, "Are you afraid now?" Luo Yaya also knew what the Daluo Crown Prince was searching for. He was searching deep beneath the deity's desolate. She could not reveal this matter, as it was a secret of the Daluo Empire. She had signed a soul contract, and she could not divulge this matter. If Qin Yun asked Lu Yi, Luo Yaya would not stop him. She hoped that Qin Yun would know about it and stop Deluo's crown prince. Phoenix Kingdom seemed to be very concerned about Deluo's secret operation. For a long time, Deluo's crown prince had been secretly doing something big. The spies of various factions could not find anything. Chu Limin was surprised. She did not expect Qin Yun to know what Deluo's crown prince was searching for. Don't expect me to tell you anything. I have already signed a soul contract. I will die if I say anything. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi laughed. Aren't you afraid of pain? Chu Limin said coldly. I am loyal to the crown prince. I will not say anything even if I die. Lu Yi said coldly. Qin Yun had used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to suppress Lu Yi's soul to prevent him from destroying his own soul. Also, Lu Yi had a doppelganger. Although the doppelganger's soul was very weak, it had the same memory as the main body. If the main body's soul was destroyed, the doppelganger would be equivalent to another life. Qin Yun was very good at dealing with such stubborn people. He first completely controlled Lu Yi's soul and then placed it into the soul creation heavenly cauldron to refine the soul contract. What surprised Qin Yun was that the contract was very powerful. It was very different from the ones he had encountered in the past. It took him more than half a day to completely refine the contract. Then, he used the illusory pupil race's secret technique to hypnotize Lu Yi, making him think that Qin Yun was De Luo's crown prince. The hypnotized Lu Yi did not say anything he was asked. It was obvious that he had gone through a lot of training in this area in order to keep it a secret. Qin Yun used all sorts of methods and finally found out many important things. De Luo's crown prince had 200,000 tyrant dragon warriors. He had sent 20,000, which was a tenth of his fighting strength. It meant that he valued Qin Yun very much. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya did not know the exact number of tyrant dragon warriors. They were shocked when they learned that there were 200,000. Because they estimated that there were at most 100,000. After all, De Luo's crown prince could not have too many troops of his own. The Phoenix Kingdom had hundreds of thousands of Phoenix warriors, but it was a kingdom after all. Furthermore, their overall quality was far inferior to the tyrant dragon warriors. Therefore, De Luo's tyrant dragon army was still very terrifying. If used properly, they might be able to wipe out an entire kingdom. Chu Limin was the one who asked about the number of tyrant dragon warriors. What everyone was most concerned about was De Luo's secret expedition. Lu Yi knew what it was, but he did not know the exact details. He did not even know the exact location. He only knew where it was. De Luo's crown prince was exploring a primordial ancient city. Originally, primordial ancient city was spread across the universe. However, many lands in the universe were later absorbed into the divine wilderness. Therefore, there were many primordial ancient city hidden under the divine wilderness. Lu Yi did not know what those primordial ancient city looked like or what it contained. He suddenly knew that he was definitely by De Luo's crown prince's side, searching for the primordial ancient ruins. Lu Yi only knew that the humans of the primordial factions were descendants of the ancient primordial humans. And the primordial ancient ruins contained many primordial era civilizations. As long as one grasped these civilizations, they could transcend the seal of the universe's Dharma spirits and even create their own universe. It was said that the 9 young Dharma spirits had obtained something from the primordial ancient civilization, allowing them to create the powerful 9 suns and the divine wilderness. The primordial ancient civilization had been sealed. The universe's Dharma spirits and the 9 young Dharma spirits wanted to destroy the primordial ancient city, but it was difficult to do so. When Qin Yun heard of this matter, he was greatly shocked. If that was the case, it would not be good news for De Luo's crown prince to grasp the powerful dharmic formulation of the ancient primordial. Chu Limin placed great importance on the important information of the primordial ruins. She had to tell this discovery to the Phoenix Queen as soon as possible. There should be primordial era relics in the 9 Suns sacred ground as well. However, the competition within the sacred ground is too intense. It's not something the crown prince of De Luo can compete with, said Qin Yun. That's right. The crown prince of Daluo is just a crown prince. He can't compete with the empires and some of the stronger kingdoms. Chu Limin said, for example, our Phoenix Kingdom is not something he can contend against. The crown prince was indeed powerful. If he fought with all his might, he could indeed inflict heavy losses on the Phoenix Kingdom. However, the crown prince himself would also be uprooted. After all, he was only the crown prince of Daluo, not the Daluo celestial emperor. Lu Yi said that the crown prince can use that primordial era ancient site to increase his strength and even surpass the divine space realm. At the side, Tyrant Ba frowned and said, if that's really the case, then the other empires and kingdoms should also be able to find the primordial historical site. Then, will everyone be able to surpass the divine space realm? Qin Yun shook his head and said, this matter is not that simple. Lu Yi doesn't know much about this. What he knows is only hearsay. There must be some misinformation. What we can be sure of is that the primordial ruins are extremely important. They can make people stronger or strengthen their own forces. Otherwise, the Taisher factions and the other empires wouldn't pay so much attention to it. Chu Limin said. This secret should only be known by the empire and a few kingdoms, right? Lady Ba looked at Chu Limin and asked, your Phoenix Kingdom also has a grand prime organization behind it. Why don't you know? This was also what Chu Limin was very confused about. Logically speaking, the Grand Prime organization behind the Phoenix Kingdom definitely knew. Chu Limin was the core of the Phoenix Kingdom, so she should also know, but the Phoenix Queen had never mentioned it. She was still uncertain whether the Phoenix Queen knew about the Grand Prime ruins or not. If the Phoenix Queen did not know, then the Grand Prime organization must have hidden it from her. This was a sign of distrust. If the Grand Prime organizations behind you don't trust you, then we can end this cooperation. Qinyan said, otherwise, you will be easily betrayed by them. I know. Chu Limin nodded, Your Excellency, do you have any other guesses about the Primordial Era's ruins? Qinyan is a divine king, he has a deep relationship with the Nine Yang Dharma spirit. Nine Yang Dharma spirit must be very clear about the primordial ancient ruins, he even learned the divine sun cultivation method from it. The Nine Yang Dharma spirit has never mentioned this to me. Qinyan shook his head. A primordial era ruin is very important, but it's definitely not easy to obtain heritage from it. Qinyan could guess what Chu Limin was thinking. Chu Limin wanted to join forces with him to fight for the primordial prime ruins discovered by the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. Crown Prince de Luo had sent Lu Yi to attack the Golden Claw treasure ground. Furthermore, he had repeatedly provoked Qinyan, saying that he wanted to take Qinyan's wife as a female slave. Qinyan could then take revenge on the Crown Prince of Grand Luo. If he wanted to make the Crown Prince of Origin Luo feel pain, he would have to attack the primordial era ruins that he had discovered and snatch it over. That might be enough to make the Crown Prince of Origin Luo vomit blood. General Chu, go back and discuss it with the Phoenix Queen. If you're sure that she doesn't know about this, then we'll take our time to think about it, said Qinyan. Your Excellency Divine King, our Phoenix King said before that if the 50,000 Phoenix warriors successfully defeat the dominant dragon army, they will stay in the Golden Claw treasure land and listen to your Excellency Divine King's orders. Chu Limin said. These 50,000 Phoenix warriors have indeed been transformed by Qinyan to become very powerful, but the Phoenix Kingdom intends to give them to Qinyan. Right now, it is a great opportunity to sell a favor to Qinyan. And these 50,000 Phoenix warriors will definitely follow Qinyan willingly because they know how powerful Qinyan is. If they follow Qinyan, they will become even stronger in the future. In addition, these Phoenix warriors are still Phoenix warriors. They can return to the Phoenix Kingdom at any time in the future. They are only temporarily staying in the Golden Claw treasure land. Qinyan is indeed lacking in manpower. The Nine Dragon Kingdom has already sent people over. His own Divine King army will soon reach 30,000. In addition to the 50,000 Phoenix warriors, this force is not small. Chu Limin is very clear that as long as they have a good relationship with Qinyan, their Phoenix Kingdom's warriors will have the opportunity to be transformed in the future. Then thank you very much. Qinyan said gratefully, help me thank the Phoenix Queen. Lu Yi is still here. His mind has already been confused and he is completely deranged. Luo Yaya has been standing at the side without saying a word. She doesn't want to reveal her identity yet. She knows a lot, especially about the primordial ancient ruins. She really wants to tell Qinyan, but she and Princess Luo Shu are restricted by the contract, so they can't reveal this matter to others. However, she has already seen that Qinyan can help people refine the contract within their soul. She plans to wait for Chu Limin to leave before discussing this matter with Qinyan. Your Excellency Divine King, I will first return to inform the Phoenix King about this important matter. When the strange cat fleet attacks, I will definitely come to help. Chu Limin knows that Qinyan will definitely be able to block the strange cat fleet. She just doesn't know how he will do it. Phoenix Kingdom and Princess Luo Shu's craftsmen are helping Qinyan forge small-scale divine arrows. This is very important to Qinyan. Just as Chu Limin was about to leave, Lu Yi suddenly felt something wrong. His body suddenly swelled up. Careful. Luo Yaya is the first to react and immediately released a super strong barrier. Soon after, Chu Limin, Dark Concubine, Ying Ji, Ba Taiyin and Su Xiaoba released their strongest divine cosmos power and formed a barrier around Qinyan's body. Boom! Lu Ye's body suddenly exploded. A secret room inside the Heavenly Law altar exploded, causing the entire Heavenly Law altar to violently tremble. After all, everyone present is very strong. Their reaction speed is very fast. they immediately gathered their power to protect Qin Yun. They suffered some injuries, but it is not a big deal. The Heavenly Law Altar's secret room is very strong, it did not suffer any damage from this explosion. Lu Yi is gone, his entire body has exploded. Qin Yun is safe and sound. He was also startled just now. Now that he has calmed down, he immediately thanked everyone. Great Luo Crown Prince is really good. If Lu Yi failed his mission and fell into your Excellency Divine King's hands, his body would explode. Even Lu Yi would not know about this. Chu Limin said. This great Luo Crown Prince has a backup plan, it seems like he does not treat his subordinates well. Qin Yun sighed. He originally planned to keep Lu Yi and see how much the great Luo Crown Prince would pay to get him back. But he did not expect that the great Luo Crown Prince would directly give up on Lu Yi. Chu Limin suffered some minor injuries, but it is not a big deal, so she directly returned. After she left, Luo Yaya hastily sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun, wanting to talk to him in secret. Qin Yun immediately guessed that Luo Yaya might want to talk to him in secret about the primordial ancient ruins. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yun brought Luo Yaya into another secret room. The others were in the secret room that had just exploded. They wanted to see if there were any remnants of Lu Yi's self-destruction or to analyze the energy fluctuations to see if there were any other strange things. Even Lu Yi did not know that he had blown himself up. The Crown Prince of Daluo must have used an extremely brilliant method. It was extremely likely that it came from a Grand Prime organization. Luo Yaya followed Qin Yun to a secret chamber and said, "Help me remove the soul contract." All right. Qin Yun knew that Luo Yaya definitely had something important to say. After he took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron, he asked, "It will remove all the soul contracts, does your princess agree?" "No problem," Luo Yaya said. Qin Yun explained the entire process to Luo Yaya in detail and asked her to relax her soul and cooperate. If the owner of the soul cooperated, it would be very easy to accomplish. If Lu Yi did not cooperate, he would have to force it. The process would be more difficult, and it would take a lot of time. Not long after, Qin Yun removed Luo Yaya's soul contract power. Luo Yaya had previously witnessed Qin Yun's powerful soul refining technique. Back then, she had secretly sighed. Now that she had personally experienced it, she was even more impressed. Is it regarding the primordial prime ruins? Although Qin Yun had already guessed it, he still asked. Luo Yaya nodded. The Crown Prince found the Taisher ancient site, and it was the Taisher faction that told him about it. Our universe has a total of 3 Taisher factions. The Princess, the Crown Prince, and the Phoenix Queen all had different Taisher organizations behind them. Though they're different, they share the same interests. Moreover, all 3 factions are loyal to the Celestial Emperor. Qin Yun was astonished. The Arch of Celestial Luo was so powerful that he could obtain the allegiance of 3 Grand Prime factions. The allegiance of the Taisher factions is only temporary, because there are benefits to be gained. Moreover, the Celestial Emperor of Daluo is extremely powerful. The power of the entire Daluo Empire is enough to contend against the 3 Taisher factions, Luo Yaya added. What are the goals of the 3 Taisher factions working with Princess Luo Shu, the Crown Prince of Origin Luo, and Phoenix Queen? Qin Yun asked, does the Celestial Arch of Origin Luo know? Of course the Celestial Arch knows. The Grand Prime organizations only want to use the 3 of them to help them with other matters. Luo Yaya snorted coldly, these damned bastards. They've abandoned Her Highness. After Princess Luo Shu lost her power, the Grand Prime organization behind her became very cold, gradually distancing themselves from her. How much do you know about the primordial ruins? Qin Yun now had a basic understanding of the 3 primordial factions. The Grand Prime ruins of the Gods Desolate were all found by the Grand Prime forces together. They left one of the smaller ones to the Crown Prince of Origin Luo, while the Celestial Emperor of Origin Luo personally led an army to explore the larger one. Luo Yaya became very angry when she mentioned this. She said furiously, Her Highness has helped many Grand Prime organizations in the past, yet she's been abandoned now. Previously, we agreed to let Her Highness obtain a primordial prime ruin. Now, it's only given to the Crown Prince of Daluo. Princess Luo Shu's cooperation with the Taisha organization had always been rather deep. After all, it was an exchange of benefits. Princess Luo Shu had sent many benefits to the Taisha organization, but the Taisha organization had not given her the benefits they had promised. This was equivalent to tearing up the contract. From this, it could be seen what kind of status Princess Luo Shu had in the eyes of the Taisha organization. The Taisha organization was not afraid of Princess Luo Shu's revenge at all. They even clearly told her that she was no longer fit to cooperate with them. This was what Luo Yaya was most angry about. Because she and Princess Luo Shu were counting on the primordial ruins to make a comeback. This was one of their hopes. Now, if they wanted to make a comeback, Qin Yun was their only hope. What about the Phoenix Queen? General Chu seems to have never heard of the primordial ruins. Qin Yun said. The Phoenix Queen must have been betrayed. General Chu is one of the Phoenix Queen's trusted aides. If we want to explore the primordial ruins, we will have to mobilize our strongest forces. This will definitely not be hidden from General Chu. Luo Yaya said, let's see how the Phoenix Queen will react next. If she knows that she has been betrayed, she will definitely join forces with you to snatch the Crown Prince of Daluo's primordial ruins. At that time, Qin Yun would have two powerful allies that could contend against the Crown Prince of Daluo. No, not two allies, there was still the Nine-Dragon Kingdom. The Nine-Dragon Kingdom had been besieged by the Crown Prince of Daluo and the Crown Prince of Heavenly Hong Empire. If he wanted to besiege the Crown Prince of Daluo, he would have to drag the Nine-Dragon Kingdom along. This matter needs to be considered at length. Qin Yun frowned and said, I will definitely take the primordial ruins of the Crown Prince of Daluo, but I need to plan carefully. Yes. At that time, Her Highness will participate in the secret meeting. I hope the Phoenix Queen can also participate. She must personally participate in this matter. Luo Yaya said. I will try my best. Qin Yun had always been planning to teach the Crown Prince of Daluo a lesson. The Crown Prince of Daluo ambushed the Nine-Dragon Kingdom to suppress Qin Yun's ally. Qin Yun was very angry at that time. Not long ago, he sent Lu Yi with the powerful tyrant dragon warriors. This was a new enemy. Also, the Crown Prince of Daluo sent troops to attack the dragon race and help the Cat Ear Man to fight against Qin Yun. Qin Yun has been holding a grudge against the Crown Prince of Daluo for a long time. Once the battle with the exotic cat kingdom is over, he will immediately take revenge on the Crown Prince of Daluo. As long as Qin Yun defeated the exotic cat kingdom, other kingdoms outside of the Nine Suns Sacred Land would not dare to jump around. Unless a few kingdoms joined forces, a single kingdom would not be able to stop Qin Yun. Qin Yun predicted that in the future, there would be many kingdoms joining forces to contend against him. Those empires would still not make a move. They are high and mighty and would never show that they are concerned about the Divine King. Once the empires show it, it would mean that the Divine King is truly capable. This would make the various races of the Divine Desolate acknowledge the Divine King even more. They might even help Qin Yun rally the various races of the Divine Desolate. Therefore, as long as Qin Yun does not take the initiative to provoke the empires, they would turn a blind eye to Qin Yun. What the empires fear the most is that Qin Yun could unify the various races of the Divine Desolate and form a very powerful force that could sweep through all the empires and kingdoms of the Divine Desolate. Moreover, he would establish a new order and make all the living beings of the Divine Desolate submit to the order of the Divine King. Her Highness can roughly estimate where the primordial ruins that the Crown Prince is exploring are. If the Phoenix Queen joins us, we will be able to take down the Crown Prince's primordial ruins. Luo Yaya said again. I plan to let the Nine-Dragon Kingdom join us, is that possible? Qin Yun asked. Of course. Luo Yaya nodded and said, if the Nine-Dragon Kingdom joins us, then the warriors on my side and the Phoenix warriors can pretend to be the Nine-Dragon warriors. Try not to let the Crown Prince and the primordial factions know that we are involved. Daluo Crown Prince should already know that the Phoenix Kingdom and Qin Yun were secretly working together, but he definitely did not know to what extent. If the Phoenix Kingdom sent a powerful army to fight for the primordial ruins with Qin Yun, it would be equivalent to falling out with the Crown Prince. Both Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu did not want to fall out with the Crown Prince. But Qin Yun could, because it was the Crown Prince who provoked him first and in public. They had long fallen out with each other. Even if Qin Yun did not attack the Crown Prince would take revenge on Qin Yun. In particular, the Crown Prince had once threatened to capture Qin Yun, the so-called godly king's wife, and make her his female slave. This was what Qin Yun could not tolerate. He was not strong enough, otherwise he would have captured the Crown Prince and beaten him up a long time ago. Although Luo Yaya had a cold expression the entire time, she was very excited in her heart. She had finally told Qin Yun about the primordial ancient ruins. If everything went smoothly, Princess Luo Shu would join hands with Qin Yun to attack the primordial ancient ruins and snatch it away. Princess Luo Shu was furious because of the primordial ruins. The primordial faction had completely abandoned her, and had given all the ruins that belonged to her to the Crown Prince. Sister Yaya, if Phoenix Queen is also abandoned by the primordial faction, then can Princess Luo Shu join forces with her? Qin Yun asked. Previously, Princess Luo Shu had never come into contact with Phoenix Queen, mainly because the primordial factions behind them did not want them to come into contact. They were afraid that they would join forces to resist the primordial factions, or exchange information. Luo Yaya said, when it is confirmed that Phoenix Queen has been abandoned by the primordial faction, Her Highness will definitely contact her. I also look forward to working with Phoenix Queen. Phoenix Queen is not weak. Why was she abandoned by the primordial faction? Hasn't the primordial faction been supporting her for a long time? Qin Yun was very puzzled. The primordial faction did not support Phoenix Queen. To be precise, they only exchanged benefits with her. Now that Phoenix Queen has no benefits, they naturally will not continue trading with her. Or perhaps, the primordial faction found a better partner. Luo Yaya said. That's right. Now that the empires and kingdoms of many universes are in the divine wilderness, it is normal for the primordial faction behind Phoenix Queen to find a better partner. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun wanted to understand more about the Taisher powers, but Luo Yaya was not particularly clear. She told Qin Yun that when he met Princess Luo Shu in the future, he would definitely know more. Luo Yaya hurriedly returned to Princess Luo Shu's side. She wanted to pass on an important message. At the same time, she also wanted to see how the divine arrows she helped Qin Yun were doing. Nine Dragon Kingdom also wanted to know the situation. The Nine Dragon Kingdom also wants to know the situation of the Golden Claw treasure land. They are very concerned about their ally, and Qin Yun is also very concerned about them. Long Jinchuan had a good relationship with Qin Yun, and Qin Yun had asked Yang Long Lingyu to mention the Nine Dragons Kingdom to the Nine Yang Dharma spirit. Hence, the Nine Dragons Kingdom received a certain amount of care in the God's wilderness. A rather prosperous and powerful clan took the initiative to approach the Nine Dragons Kingdom, willing to let the Nine Dragons Kingdom enter their treasured land and coexist peacefully. This was obviously arranged by the Nine Sons Law Spirit. Therefore, the Nine Dragons Kingdom was even more grateful and trusted Qin Yun. King not want to be the Yun, kingdom was to be the Golden Kingdom. Princes to king, queen was not to be Yun, king, he was, kingdom not to Yun, prince. As for the specifics, he did not tell them about the secret meeting. He only told the Nine Dragons Kingdom to prepare. If they really wanted to take down the primordial era ruins occupied by the Crown Prince of Daluo, they would definitely need a large number of powerful warriors. Casualties would be unavoidable. Qin Yun took out the Nine Suns sky-raising pagoda and entered it. He said to the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror, Brother Primal Beginning, do you know about the Primal Beginning ruins? Also, what's that primordial? This Brother Grand Prime was only a replica. Although he possessed many of the original Grand Prime's memories, most of them were incomplete. This was especially so for the important part regarding the ancient Grand Prime. There was basically not a single memory. I don't know. Old Brother Taisher sighed, Qin Yun, you should understand that I was not born in that era, I was created by you. Qin Yun told Brother Taisher about the primordial ancient ruins and asked him to analyze the situation. Old Brother Taisher had gradually developed emotions and was no longer as mechanical as before. After listening to Qin Yun's explanation, he was silent for a while before saying, the primordial ancient ruins should be very important. The Nine Sons Dharma Spirit's divine sun cultivation method should have been comprehended from the primordial era civilization. Then, there should be many primordial era inheritances in the primordial era ruins. It's not easy to fight for the primordial era ruins. Qin let out a long sigh. This time, we are going against the power of the empire. Qin, have you ever thought that the Crown Prince of Daluo might be setting up a trap for you? He is the Crown Prince. No matter how arrogant and condescending he is definitely not stupid. Old brother Taisher said. Yes, this Crown Prince of Daluo is very powerful. I can see it from the way he used Lu Yi to deal with me. Qin nodded. Lu Yi led 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors but was unable to take me down. His body mysteriously self-destructed and almost killed me. Thinking back to Lu Yi's self-destruction, Qin still felt some fear because the self-destruction of an expert of Lu Yi's level was extremely terrifying. If not for the many experienced experts present who could disperse the power in time, Qin might have been blasted to pieces. Later on, I interrogated him in all sorts of ways but I only managed to get some information about the Primordial Era ruins. Moreover, this guy's description of the Primordial Era ruins is very exaggerated and it sounds very tempting. Qin recalled Lu Yi's words. Lu Yi said that as long as the Crown Prince of Daluo could obtain it, he would be able to surpass the Divine Universe realm and force the Daluo Celestial Emperor to abdicate. Of course, Lu Yi did not say the exact location of the Primordial Era ruins. Qin could tell at that time that Lu Yi's words seemed to have been set up. In other words, this Lu Yi was the real Lu Yi but his soul and body had been modified by someone, or rather, he was a puppet. This move by the Crown Prince of Daluo is very clever. Lu Yi is very useful. If he can't catch me, he will self-destruct. If the self-destruction is useless, he will leave some words to lure me into the trap. Qin said. Then are you going or not? Old brother Taisher asked. If the Primordial Era ruins really exist, I will definitely go. Qin smiled. Outside of the Nine Suns sacred ground, I have never been afraid of anyone. Qin's current strength was still unable to cause any waves within the Nine Suns sacred ground but it was enough outside. Even if those empires wanted to deal with him, as long as he hid in the vast divine desolate, the empires would not be able to catch him. Not only did Qin think of the trap set up in the Primordial Era ruins, he also thought of the Crown Prince's desire to see if Princess Luo Shu would snatch the Primordial Era ruins. The Daluo Celestial Emperor might have let Princess Luo Shu off, but the Crown Prince wouldn't let her off. As long as Princess Luo Shu was still alive, it was entirely possible for her to return to the empire and inherit the throne. Therefore, the Crown Prince of Daluo wanted to get rid of Princess Luo Shu. The Crown Prince of Daluo might be testing if Princess Luo Shu is working with me. Qin pondered over the Crown Prince's ploy. Regardless of what he does, his probing will yield a pretty good outcome. If Princess Luo Shu joins hands with me, she will definitely bring my men to that primordial ancient site. It's extremely likely that he got the Grand Prime organization to leak the location of the Grand Prime ruins to Princess Luo Shu so that she could go there. That's right, Luo Shu. Qin thought carefully and let out a long sigh. Not only did the Taisher faction break their promise to Princess Luo Shu, they even wanted to torture her to death. The Taisher faction behind Princess Luo Shu had originally promised to give her a small Taisher historical site, but they later reneged. Therefore, they were definitely afraid of Princess Luo Shu's revenge. As such, they could join forces with Crown Prince Luo to eliminate Princess Luo Shu. If the exalted Celestial Emperor pursued the matter, it would all be the Crown Prince's fault. The primordial ancient ruins should be real. In order to lure Princess Luo Shu, they must use the real primordial ancient ruins, said Qin. It's a pity that I can't contact the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. He must know a lot about the primordial ancient ruins. Old brother Taisher said. Qin had tried to contact the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit from time to time but now he has completely given up. From his point of view, he and the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit are existences of completely different worlds. They should not communicate frequently. He wanted to find the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit mainly to ask about Xiaqiru and the others. Xiaqiru, Yushi, and Yutian had all gone to the Outerverse. It was said that they had already returned, but Qin had not received any news about them. Is it possible for the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit to become a human? Qin previously heard that the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit wants to transform into a human. Maybe, but after he turns into a human, he'll definitely be very special. Old Brother Taisher said, if such a powerful Dharma spirit turns into a human, it's very likely that it's to temper its mind and experience how living beings survive in the divine desolate. It might even seal its memories and not retain the memories of the 9-yang Dharma spirit. In other words, the 9-yang Dharma spirit will create a doppelganger. When the doppelganger has grown to a certain extent, it will then merge with the doppelganger's memories, said Qin Yun. Now that he said it, he suddenly thought about it carefully and became extremely frightened. He thought about how he had been created, and for a long time, he had been manipulated by others in various ways. He had experienced many rebirths, and it could be said that it had been very difficult for him to reach this stage. Now that he mentioned this matter to Brother Taisher, Qin Yun could not help but connect the dots. No. I should be an independent entity, not a clone. Qin Yun would never accept this fact. Of course you're not a clone. Right now, you're completely independent. Old Brother Taisher said with a smile, if it was before, powerful magic spirits might be able to take your body, but now, don't even think about it. Qin Yun asked with a frown, why? Old Brother Taisher said, because you have me. Don't forget that your imperial heaven heart is protected by the energy body. Powerful energy body is the form of the super nether sun when it transforms into a small universe. With this thing protecting your body and me here, no one can take away your body. That's for the best. Qin Yun no longer let his imagination run wild. He already has a preliminary plan in his heart regarding the fight for the primordial ancient ruins. He still has to confirm the specifics before he can perfect the plan. He wants to see if Phoenix Queen and Princess Luoxi will really participate. When the time comes, he will have to discuss all the details with them. Strange Cat King and his general's clone are outside the Golden Claw treasure land. His main body is leading the fleet flying in the distant universe. After arriving at the Divine Desolate, they still have to go to the vicinity of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun to replenish energy. Although the fleet has not arrived yet, Strange Cat King is not saying a word. His expression is grave as he looked at the Golden Claw treasure land. The general beside him has rarely seen their king so nervous. Your Majesty, attacking the Golden Claw treasure land is very simple. Previously, those trash Scorpio Kingdom could attack it. Our fleet can definitely attack it easily. The general wants to ease Strange Cat King's mood. Qin Yun deliberately let the Scorpio people's trash break in. Qin Yun wants to create a false impression that the defense of the Golden Claw treasure land is very weak. He also wants us to think that the Golden Claw treasure land has been destroyed. He wants us to think that now is the best time to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. The general is startled. If this is really the case, then isn't Qin Yun fully prepared and waiting for them to jump in? Your Majesty, can Qin Yun really block our fleet? The general suddenly became worried. How about we wait a little longer? When everyone's cultivation falls back to the 9th layer of the divine space realm, they can all come to the Divine Desolate. Strange Cat King shook his head and said, we can't wait any longer. If we send out all the fleets, Qin Yun will definitely leave. This person is very smart. If he really can't beat him, he will absolutely not fight head-on. Now, we have to send out part of the fleet to fight him head-on. Only then will we have a chance to capture him. Even if this king knows that he is prepared, we must still attack the Golden Claw treasure land. The arrow is on the bowstring, it has to be released. If we don't fight him, he will come to us sooner or later. What I fear the most is that he will sneak up on you, so I want to take this opportunity to put an end to it. When Qin Yun killed 20,000 Tyrannosaurus warriors, Strange Cat King was already frightened. If Qin Yun used this kind of method to target the Strange Cat Kingdom, it would make him collapse. Therefore, he wants to put an end to it here so that he can enter the 9-Sun Holy Land with peace of mind. Your Majesty, if... The general wanted to say something but stopped. If we lose? Strange Cat King said with a smile, if we lose, we lose. There is nothing to be afraid of. What this king wants is to put an end to it, whether we win or lose, isn't that right? The general did not speak. If the Strange Cat Kingdom loses, its reputation will be completely destroyed. And now, Strange Cat King obviously does not care about the kingdom's reputation. At this time, a voice came from outside the small building where Strange Cat King was. Is the clone of His Majesty Strange Cat King inside? We are the envoys of the Daluo Empire, the Heavenly Hong Empire, the Great Blue Empire, and the Hualing Empire respectively. We have something important to discuss with His Majesty Strange Cat King. Strange Cat King was shocked. The envoys of the four empires actually came to find him, and their tone was quite polite. What is the purpose of this? Strange Cat King closed his eyes and thought quickly about what value he had in the eyes of the empires. Although Exotic Cat King suffered a crushing defeat when he attacked the Peacock Treasure Land, it was because he knew too little about Qin Yun. It was not because he was stupid that he lost the battle. Later on, he also deeply reflected on it. He now knew that in the eyes of those empires, he was definitely an idiot. Now that these empires had come to find him so eagerly, it definitely wasn't anything good. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He was very clear on this principle. However, he couldn't be sure why these envoys were looking for him at the same time. After some quick thinking, he guessed that these empires were looking for him because he was about to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Cat King sent the general away, tidied up his clothes, and then opened the door with a smile on his face, allowing the emissary outside to enter his small building floating in the air. He decided to play dumb until the end and cooperate with these empires cautiously to avoid any pitfalls. He only needed to stick to his plan and settle things with Qin Yun before heading to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The envoys were very polite. After entering, they all bowed. The status of envoys from the empire was quite high. Generally speaking, there was no need for them to be so respectful to a king's clone. This made Strange Cat King feel that there was a trap. He didn't hold back and deliberately put on a very proud look. He laughed and said, "The envoys are too polite. I didn't expect that this king would be so valued by the empire. This is great. Lord envoys, please sit down and have a good talk." Although these envoys were full of smiles on the surface, they despised this exotic cat king in all kinds of ways in their hearts. In fact, in their eyes, the celestial emperor of their own empire was supreme, and the kings of other kingdoms were just small fries. "I heard that His Majesty the Strange Cat King's fleet has already set off. In another 8 or 9 days, they will reach the vicinity of the Golden Claw Treasure Land," the emissary from the Daluo Empire said. "That's right, this king and Qin Yun will fight to the death. This time, this king will definitely flatten the Golden Claw Treasure Land as fast as possible. Previously, I was careless when I attacked the Peacock Treasured Land. This time, it won't happen again," Exotic Cat King said with a confident look on his face. He had deliberately shown this. In fact, he was very clear in his heart that this attack on the Golden Claw Treasure Land only had a 50% chance of success. Yes, King Exotic Cat had prepared for the worst in this attack on the Golden Claw Treasure Land, which he had never done before. Because once they had this kind of mentality, their confidence would be lacking, and it would be difficult for them to display their imposing manner. Strange Cat also wanted to be confident in this battle, but he couldn't raise his confidence. This was mainly because his strong intuition told him that this battle would not go smoothly. "Your Majesty, are you really confident that you can take down the Golden Claw Treasure Land?" the emissary from the Great Blue Empire asked. This emissary had blue skin all over his body and was very easy to recognize. "Of course. Sir envoys, don't you know a lot about the Golden Claw Treasure Land? Then quickly tell this king." Strange Cat King said with smile, "Of course, even if Qin Yun has great ability, this king will definitely kill him this time." The messengers looked at each other in dismay, and in their hearts, they cursed Cat King for being an arrogant fool. "Your Majesty, according to our very reliable information, the Phoenix Kingdom has secretly allied with Qin Yun. The Phoenix Kingdom has given Qin Yun great help, so your attack on the Golden Claw Treasure Land won't be too smooth," the envoy from the Daluo Empire said. Strange Cat King's heart trembled because he didn't have this information, but he still laughed and said, "What is a trifling Phoenix Kingdom? Will the Phoenix Queen be willing to resist this king's fleet at all costs for Qin Yun? Sir envoys should be very clear that even the empire would have to pay a great price to repel this king's fleet. It doesn't need to pay too much." The envoy from the Heavenly Hong Empire said with smile, "Your Majesty, the empire rarely goes to war, so you must have a misunderstanding about the strength of the empire." Of course, Strange Cat King knew that the empire was very strong. After all, the empire had no enemies in the universe, and occupied the most resources, so it never needed to fight with others. The other kingdoms knew the most about the strength of the empire, like the crown prince and the princess of the heavenly emperor. That's right, after all, the empire has never needed to fight for many years, so of course it is very strong, otherwise it would not be an empire. Strange Cat King said with smile, in fact, as long as my strange cat kingdom develops to a certain degree, maybe it can also become an empire. Your Majesty, we can help you break through the Golden Claw treasure land and lend you 200,000 powerful soldiers. The one who spoke was the envoy from the Huling Empire. Oh, why does the empire want to participate in such a small dispute? Strange Cat King was puzzled, he was also very surprised. 200,000 soldiers of the empire, they were not ordinary soldiers, they were definitely very powerful. There is no reason, it is because Xianxia shamelessly calls himself the Divine King and thinks that he is the Order of the Divine Desolate. He does not put the Order of the Four Empires in his eyes, he wants to dominate the Divine Desolate given to all living beings in the universe. He is the public enemy of all living beings, we naturally have to get rid of this scourge. The envoy from the Great Luo Empire said. Strange Cat King sneered in his heart. These empires used to dominate the universe, provoking the kingdoms in their universe to kill each other, taking pleasure in it and at the same time suppressing the growth of the kingdoms. This kind of bullshit empire was the scourge of the universe. The soldiers of the empire are very precious. 200,000 soldiers, what kind of price does this king need to pay? Strange Cat King now understood that the four empires wanted to take advantage of this battle to capture Xianxia alive. Xianxia's Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box were very important. The four empires were not optimistic about Xianxia, they were worried that Strange Cat King would successfully conquer the Golden Claw treasure land and capture Xianxia. At that time, Strange Cat King might develop into an empire. For empires were enough in the Divine Desolate, if one more appeared, it might break the balance. We don't need any price, just. Your Majesty Strange Cat King will let our soldiers fight in the name of Strange Cat King. We will definitely capture Xianxia alive and hand him over to Your Majesty Strange Cat King. The Great Blue Empire's emissary said with a smile. Strange Cat King cursed in his heart. What's the use of dealing with Xianxia? After he captured Xianxia alive, the biggest benefit he could get was Xianxia's Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. What about Xianxia's Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box? These are all very precious, Cat King asked. Yes, these things are taboo, our four empires will join forces to destroy them, the emissary of the Huling Empire said, as long as these things are destroyed, no one will be able to completely dominate the Divine Wilderness. Strange Cat King felt very uncomfortable because these emissaries really thought he was an idiot. Destroy the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, even children can't be fooled. Race. Strange Cat thought for a moment. If he refused the request of the four empires, then he would definitely be suppressed by the four empires after entering the Nine Sun Holy Land. Although the emissaries of the four empires came to talk to him with smiles on their faces, they were just being polite. If he didn't agree, the four emissaries might immediately show a different face. Strange Cat knew that Xianxia is very strong and now that he has the help of the Phoenix Kingdom, attacking the Golden Claw treasure land will definitely be very difficult. Sir Emissary, you can use the name of the empires to deal with Xianxia, why do you want to borrow the name of our little Strange Cat Kingdom? Strange Cat said. The main power of our four empires is in the Nine Sun Holy Land. Moreover, we don't bully the weak. You should know that there are many big and small forces in the Divine Desolate. If our four empires join hands to attack a small Golden Claw treasure land, it will make those forces fear the empires and then unite to fight against the empires. In this way, the Divine Desolate might become chaotic in the future. This is what our empires don't want to see. We hope for peace in the Divine Desolate. What our empires don't want the most is to see war. The Tianhong Empire emissary said. Bullsh** T. Strange Cat really wanted to curse. Aren't all the big and small wars in the universe secretly instigated by the empires? How could he say such shameless words at this time? This king agrees to cheer for the emissary, but I have a presumptuous request. this king has long heard of the great name of the Taisher factions. I wonder if the empires can help this king build a bridge and have the Taisher factions give this king some instructions? No problem, we will definitely do our best to have the Taisher factions discuss with His Majesty Strange Cat. The great Luo Empire emissary immediately replied with a smile. Strange Cat cursed again in his heart. To agree so readily and vaguely, it is most likely that the emissary didn't take it seriously and just wanted to fool him. Of course, Strange Cat is very happy in his heart because the 200,000 soldiers of the four empires will most likely become cannon fodder. He hopes that Qin Yun can quickly kill those 200,000 imperial soldiers. Then when will the imperial soldiers come? Strange Cat King asked. I have to discuss the battle plan with everyone. This king has already formulated a battle plan. If the imperial soldiers join in, we will need to formulate a new plan. The day of the attack on the Golden Claw treasure land will be delayed. There's no need for any plans. After your warships break through the defenses of the Golden Claw treasured land, leave the rest to our soldiers. Once Qin Yun is captured, your exotic cat kingdom will announce the results of the battle. Don't mention that the empire's warriors were involved. The envoy of the Tianhong Empire said. All right. Exotic Cat King nodded and said, Thank you, Lord Envoys, for your help. Please thank the four heavenly kings for me. You're welcome. The four envoys laughed. Cat King was very polite as he sent the four envoys out of the small building. His ears suddenly trembled, and waves of very strange spiritual energy waves rippled out. This allowed him to release his sense of hearing far away and track the envoys. After the four emissaries left, they flew in the sky. Strange Cat King is really an arrogant fool. He actually wants us to thank Heaven Emperor on his behalf. Is he worthy of thanking the Heavenly Emperor? That's right, that's right. Heaven Emperor doesn't even know about such a small matter. Now, it's the Crown Prince who is in charge of this matter. Heaven Emperor is thinking of ways to transcend the divine space realm. Strange Cat King's fleet is just cannon fodder. Wait until he attacks the Golden Claw treasured land and consumes Qin Yun's power. It won't be too late for our warriors to act later. This idiot wants to hook up with the Taisher powers. Is he worthy? Those high and mighty Taisher powers never put the kingdom in their eyes. Phoenix Queen, that stupid woman, was cheated miserably by the Taisher powers. Ha ha ha. Forget about Phoenix Queen, isn't Princess Luoshu the same? The envoys of the Empire flew in the sky and chatted happily. Strange Cat King in the small building, after hearing this, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, immediately wrote a secret letter, and then took out a black cat. He put the secret letter into a pearl and let the cat swallow the pearl. Finally, his eyes flickered as if he was injecting his avatar soul into the cat's body. At night, the black cat quietly landed on the ground from the small floating building and then quickly ran towards the Golden Claw treasured land. After arriving at the entrance of the Golden Claw treasured land, the black cat spat out the pearl and sent a message to the guard. This is an important secret letter, please give it to Qin Yun. After the guard heard the message, he immediately contacted Tying Ba. The black cat ran for a while and then turned into a burst of flame and self-destructed. Inside the small building, Strange Cat King opened his eyes and sighed, Qin Yun, I hope you can give this king a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that he would have to cooperate with Qin Yun. However, he did not change his decision to attack the Golden Claw treasured land. Tying Ba arrived outside the Golden Claw treasured land and took out the pearl. There is a piece of paper inside, but there is not a single word written on it. After Tying Ba checked the paper, he handed it over to Qin Yun. Qin Yun obtained the paper inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He opened his heavenly eye and saw many runes. There are many cat paw prints on those runes. It is clear that they are the runes of the cat-eared people. He quickly deciphered those runes and obtained several paragraphs of text. After he finished reading, he is very shocked. Immediately contact General Chu and Luo Yaya, tell them to come as soon as possible. Qin Yun is very shocked to learn that the four great empires are sending soldiers to attack the Golden Claw treasured land. These are the empire's soldiers. He is now a bit panicked. What surprised him the most is that this news was actually sent by Strange Cat King. Although there is no indication that it was sent by Strange Cat King, he is very sure that it was sent by him. Luo Yaya arrived very quickly. She still did not reveal her identity, instead she is standing beside Qin Yun as a divine moon woman. Chu Limin learned that this matter is very important. She also rushed over through the teleportation formation overnight. Inside the secret room of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, there are only Qin Yun, Luo Yaya, Chu Limin, and Taiyin Ba. Qin Yun read out the contents of the letter and said, "This should be the information sent to me by Strange Cat King. Do you think it is credible?" After Taiyin Ba heard this, he is very shocked because when the time comes, Great Blue Empire soldiers will attack the Golden Claw treasured land. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin are also very surprised. The empires are making a move, moreover it is a joint operation of the 4 great empires. This kind of matter, the empires certainly do not want the outside world to know. Qin Yun, who has always been belittled, can make the 4 empires join hands. This will indeed cause a great impact. It will make the various races of the Divine Desolate even more loyal to this Divine King. Race. Although Qin Yun expected that before the attack of Exotic Cat Fleet, many things would happen. He just didn't expect that things would be much more than he expected. Especially the fact that the 4 empires sent so many soldiers and Exotic Cat King secretly provided him with information. He was very surprised. Exotic Cat King has always been licking Great Luo Empire's boots, but that was because he had no other choice. Now that Divine Desolate has appeared and the Universe Law Spirit has caused many people's cultivation to regress, Exotic Cat King is no longer afraid of the Empire's power, but he still doesn't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Empire. Chu Limin said. Even so, there is no need for him to betray the 4 empires. Is he not afraid that I will tell the 4 empires about this? Qin Yun looked at the letter full of doubt because Exotic Cat King's move is very dangerous. He is betting. Exotic Cat King is betting that you will cooperate with him. The letter only says that there will be 200,000 soldiers sent by the 4 empires mixed into the Exotic Cat Fleet. It didn't say anything specific. Qin Yun said with frown, "But why should I believe him? What if this is a trap? Do I have to send people to talk to him?" Luo Yaya shook her head, "Don't go. What if this is a trap set by Exotic Cat King? Even if it is true, he will be closely watched by the spies of the 4 empires. If you come into contact with him, it will be very easy to find out. As for whether we believe him or not, we can just send people to investigate the whereabouts of the Empire's soldiers." Chu Limin looked at Luo Yaya with some surprise. She suddenly felt that this round-faced woman is not simple and she didn't realize this before. "Alright, immediately send people to investigate the whereabouts of the Empire's soldiers. There are 200,000 of them in total. Even if they are scattered, it will be easy to find them, right?" Qin Yun said. "The vicinity of Golden Claw Treasure Land is filled with our spies. There are also many spies in the Exotic Cat Fleet. They will be able to send back information very soon." Chu Limin said. "Phoenix Kingdom's intelligence network is also very good. Of course, Shadow Pavilion is even more powerful." Although Luo Yaya didn't say anything, Qin Yun knew that she would definitely make arrangements very soon. "The Empire's target is me. They want my Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. But they will never expose their identity as Empire soldiers. After all, they are the Supreme Empire. Now that the 4 empires are working together to deal with me, all the powers in Divine Desolate will be shocked." Qin Yun said. "The 200,000 soldiers of the Empire are very strong, but it will be very difficult for them to break through the defense of the Golden Claw Treasure Land. That's why they want to borrow the strength of Exotic Cat's fleet to break into the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Then, the 200,000 soldiers will attack." Chu Limin said, "The 4 great empires have joined hands and dispatched 200,000 soldiers. They believe that they will definitely win, so they must be very confident." Qin Yun said, "Strange Cat King must be very unhappy with these empires. He promised the Empire to use the Imperial warriors as cannon fodder and consume my strength. The reason he sent me this information is so that I can spend more energy to deal with the Empire's warriors. When the time comes, he will be able to reap the benefits." Strange Cat has always pretended to be arrogant, but this guy is a smart man. He suffered a loss before, and this time he became very cautious, Luo Yaya said. "If that's the case, then we have to be prepared. After the defense of the Golden Claw treasured land is breached, the first thing we need to deal with is the Empire's soldiers. Qin Yan said. We don't have much time. Do we have time to prepare? Chu Limin asked. Now that the four great empires have joined in, she believes that Qin Yan's battle will be even more difficult. However, because she has seen Qin Yan's powerful tactics, she did not let Qin Yan retreat. If Qin Yan does not retreat, it means that he has the confidence to win. There's still time. Originally, I didn't plan to use this method, but since the Empire is forcing me, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yan's eyes flickered. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Luo Yaya and Chu Limin felt a lot more at ease. Oh right, the information about Lu Yi and the 20,000 tyrant dragon warriors has all disappeared from the magic mirror. This matter has not been spread. It seems like the Crown Prince of Great Luo wants to suppress this matter and will not come for the time being. Chu Limin said. Qin Yan said with a sneer, these guys from the Empire want to deal with me but they don't dare to do it openly. They were killed by me and suffered heavy losses, so they are hiding. Right now, I don't have the strength to enter the Nine-Sun Holy Land. Wait until I have the strength to enter. At that time, let's see if you can still hide. He clenched his fists. This time, the alliance of the four empires meant that these empires are of one mind. Not only do they not recognize him as the Divine King, they also want to kill him. Qin Yan did not have much contact with the Great Blue Empire, Hualing Empire and Tianhong Empire. But now that they have taken the initiative to provoke him, Qin Yan will remember them and ruthlessly deal with them in the future. Luo Yaya said, the heavenly emperors of the empires definitely don't have too much time to care about this kind of thing. The alliance of the four empires is most likely caused by the crown princes and the Taisher factions behind them. This crown prince of Great Luo, he has suffered heavy losses and lost face, so he wants to drag the other crown princes to lose face with him? Alright, I will do as he wishes. Qin Yan said, I will let these bullshit crown princes know that even if they have the backing of the Empire and Father Heavenly Emperor, they will still lose to me. In the future, I will crazily slap their faces until their Father Heavenly Emperor comes out. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin did not doubt Qin Yan's words. Of course, if it was in the past, they would definitely look at Qin Yan as if he is a madman. Soon after, Chu Limin requested to have a private talk with Qin Yan, mainly about Phoenix Queen's attitude. Phoenix Queen has already nodded. She wants to join forces with Qin Yan to seize the Taisher historical site of the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Chu Limin also said that Phoenix Queen is very angry because she was betrayed by the Taisher faction. Not only was she cheated of a large amount of benefits, she was also ruthlessly humiliated by the other party. Phoenix Queen said that not only does she want to fight with the Crown Prince over the Taisher historical site, she also wants to take revenge on the Taisher faction. If necessary, she is willing to personally come to the Golden Claw Treasure Land and lead all the warriors of the Phoenix Kingdom to help your majesty repel the enemy. Chu Limin said, there is only one condition, I hope that your majesty can help her take revenge on the Taisher faction. I will, but I don't need Phoenix Queen's help right now. Her power needs to be used to deal with the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Oh right, the Taisher faction's sudden attitude towards her, is it related to the Celestial Emperor of Great Luo? Qin Yan asked. Yes. The Celestial Emperor of Great Luo no longer interferes with his children's struggles and only recognizes the Crown Prince, so Phoenix Queen has been abandoned. Chu Limin nodded. General Chu, go back and tell Phoenix Queen that we still have two very strong allies. Qin Yan said, after we finish with the exotic cat fleet, we will join hands and deal a heavy blow to the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Chu Limin was immediately alarmed. The strong ally that Qin Yan mentioned was definitely very strong, but she could not think of who it could be. What other allies? Chu Limin asked. Princess Luo Shu and the Nine Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yan said, although the Nine Dragon Kingdom was intercepted by the armies of the two crown princes, their losses were not too heavy and they will be able to recover very quickly. The Nine Dragon Kingdom has great potential and the dragon bloodline in their bodies is very strong. Chu Limin was not too surprised that the Nine Dragon Kingdom was Qin Yan's powerful ally. It was only because they were injured that she temporarily excluded them. What surprised her was that Princess Luo Shu had been in contact with Qin Yan for a long time. What's the situation on Princess Luo Shu's side? According to the information I received, she has been missing for some time and has been marginalized. However, the Phoenix King said that as long as she is not dead, it means that she still has a very powerful force to protect herself, so much so that the Crown Prince of Great Luo does not dare to kill her. Chu Limin asked. The other kingdoms did not know much about Princess Luoshu's situation. It could be seen that Princess Luoshu's secrecy was very good. Qin Yan let Luo Yaya in. After Luo Yaya entered, she said, "General Chu, I am the Shadow Pavilion Master, Luo Yaya." Chu Limin had heard of the Shadow Pavilion, but she did not know who the Shadow Pavilion Master was. She had never seen her before. She never expected that the Shadow Pavilion Master would be such a woman and that she had always been by Qin Yan's side. She thought about it carefully and felt that it was very normal. Didn't the Phoenix Queen also send her, the great general, to come into contact with Qin Yan? Sending a trusted aide was to show her attitude. Is Her Highness all right? Chu Limin asked. There are only 300,000 warriors, but they are all very outstanding warriors. Currently, there are 200,000 hidden in the vicinity. Luo Yaya said. When Chu Limin heard this, she was shocked once again. This was a huge sum of money. I don't need your help right now. I don't even need the 50,000 Phoenix warriors. Qin Yan said with a smile, you just need to deliver those divine arrows on time. Seeing that Qin Yan was still so relaxed, Luo Yaya and Chu Limin knew that Qin Yan's battle might have a shocking reversal. Qin Yan still had things to prepare. It was mainly to deal with the warriors of the four empires. Therefore, he let Luo Yaya and Chu Limin familiarize himself with this place. This time, he did not need to forge any tools, but he needed a lot of energy. Soon, a few days had passed, and there were still 3 days left before the arrival of the Bizarre Cat Fleet. Over the past 3 days, news of the magnificent Bizarro Cat Fleet had spread across the magic mirror. The Bizarro Cat Fleet flew in the sky above Deity Desolate. Although the large transport ships that were 1 to 2,000 meters long were rather old, it was still quite shocking to see so many of them flying in the sky. There were more than 2,000 of these giant transport ships, while the main battleships looked relatively small, only 2 to 300 meters long. The largest one was only 4 to 500 meters long. One had to know that the battleships of the exotic cat kingdom were very advanced. Compared to the dozens of broken battleships of the Scorpio kingdom, the difference was like heaven and earth. By the time the fleet reached the divine wilderness, the news had spread to all the powerful races. The big shots of the powerful clans all flew to the fleet. They wanted to see how strong the famous exotic cat fleet was. These powerful races knew that empires and kingdoms had deep foundations, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Among the kingdoms, the one with the most powerful warships was the exotic cat kingdom. On the other hand, the Scorpio kingdom's warriors were very strong, and they knew how to use poison. They fought fiercely and without any regard for their lives. As for the strength of the empire, nobody knows. Currently, the strength displayed by the empire was mainly displayed by the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is not the heavenly emperor of the empire, so he is unable to mobilize the entire empire's military power. The power he can mobilize is all nurtured by himself. Although the empire's fleet and army are very powerful, they are rarely dispatched. Moreover, the generals of the fleet and army only listen to the orders of the heavenly emperor. If the Crown Prince wants to obtain the loyalty of these generals, he will need to display his formidable strength. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to gain the approval of the generals. The news of the fleet entering Deity Desolate spread very quickly. Yu Shengyun came to find Qin Yan, but she did not ask anything. She just wanted to have a simple chat with Qin Yan, doing what lovers should do. She is very clear that if Qin Yan needs help, he will definitely ask her. Qin Yan did not ask anything, it means that he can deal with it. The great battle is imminent, but Qin Yan is not nervous at all. From time to time, he will tease the steamed bun sisters Zi Qingqing and play with Shui Tianzi and Ling Yuner. Naturally, they are playing inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. When Yi Yaoxue came to deliver the 10,000 soul devourer, she also had a chat with Qin Yan. A few days ago, Luo Yaofeng came to find Qin Yan and was brought to Xian Rujing's lake by Qin Yan to become stronger together with Xian Rujing. Bai Suxin, Star God and Xiao Xianqin came to find Qin Yan and then entered Golden Claw Treasureland's lake to undergo transformation. Now even Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi have entered Golden Claw Treasure Land's lake. Therefore, Qin Yan's days can be considered as carefree and happy. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin do not know. If they did, they would be so worried that they would vomit blood. Because in their opinion, Strange Cat King's chances of victory are very high. Golden Claw Treasure Land's lake is very well protected. There is also a teleportation formation made by An Wukong. If something unexpected happens, the people inside the lake will immediately be teleported to the 4 divine suns. Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng came out of another Treasure Land's lake. They have become very strong. Their upper limit is 400,000 divine cosmos power. They are very crucial. They are Qin Yan's main force in defeating Strange Cat King's fleet. Qin Yan has also been very busy during this period of time. He has produced many large and small myriad devouring god arrows. There are still many large ones left, but they are few and Qin Yan doesn't want to use them. He believes that small myriad devouring god arrows are enough to deal with Strange Cat King's fleet. Xiao Yun, are we really crucial? Xian Rujing is standing on top of the altar, holding hands with Luo Yaofeng and looking at those large battleships. Your power will be released in coordination with Heavenly Law Altar. It will surely be very strong. When the time comes, just listen to my command. Qin Yan said. These past few days, Qin Yan has made many preparations. Most of the work is done by him leading inscription masters from Divine Mountain. The process is also very secretive, nobody knows about it. Even Xian Rujing doesn't know about Qin Yan's overall plan, but she trusts Qin Yan very much. Brother Yun, Star God, Su Xin and Xianxin are still below the lake. Don't we need them to participate? Luo Yaofeng asked. Her heart is not as big as Xian Rujing's, so she is very nervous now. Luo, what are you afraid of? Xiao Yun has already arranged everything, we just need to follow. Xian Rujing drank a mouthful of wine and said with smile, relax 100%. Come, drink some wine to calm down. Luo Yaofeng drank a big mouthful of wine, her whole body is warm. She was originally a bit flustered but now she has calmed down. I don't need you to face powerful enemy, when the time comes, just do as I say. Qin Yan said. Luo Yaofeng and Xian Rujing know that Qin Yan needs them to cooperate with each other and release the strongest blizzard through the Heavenly Law Altar. Although they have become a lot stronger after coming out of the lake, it can be said that they have reached the highest level of Divine Space Realm. But with their current strength, they are still powerless against Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet. They can release very strong blizzard but they cannot resist Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet. Strange Cat Kingdom's battleships are very formidable. They can travel through many kinds of complicated environments in the universe. They are not afraid of trifling blizzard. Although they are doubtful, they did not ask anything because they believe in Qin Yan and know that he has already arranged everything. Inside Golden Claw Treasure Land, all the soldiers entered the Heavenly Law Altar. Not too far away from the Heavenly Dao Altar was a huge golden lake. The lake itself had a very powerful defensive barrier. Later, Qin Yan added another barrier. With the barrier released by the Heavenly Dao Altar, they formed several layers of defense. Bai Suxin and the others were very safe under the lake. Tian Daozi has already appeared on top of the altar, he is standing behind Qin Yan. Pippi and Shiman Dazhuang have not come out, they are hiding inside the Heavenly Law Altar. The fleet has not arrived yet, they have slowed down. Moreover, they want to surround the entire Golden Claw Treasure Land. It will take some time, Qin Yan said. Take advantage of this time to familiarize yourselves with each other. Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng will need to cooperate with the Heavenly Law Altar to release even stronger blizzard. Tian Daozi will also need to cooperate with them. Golden Claw Treasure Land is very big. Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet will not attack from one direction. They will most likely surround the entire Golden Claw Treasure Land to prevent Qin Yan from escaping. Of course, Strange Cat Kingdom's fleet must first break through the defense of Golden Claw Treasure Land and let the Empire's 200,000 soldiers enter smoothly. Then the fleet will start setting up formation and surround the Golden Claw Treasure Land from several directions. Strange Cat King is on a relatively small battleship. This battleship looks very ordinary. Moreover, it is very high up in the sky, it has not entered the fleet. There were also battleships in the fleet that looked like main battleships, but Strange Cat King was not among them. Even now, Strange Cat King was still very cautious. He used a telescope to observe the entire Golden Claw treasured land from the sky. he discovered that only the altar of heaven and a medium-sized mountain were releasing energy fluctuations. The heaven's path altar was huge, so it was easy to notice it. Previously, it often absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, so it was very eye-catching. And the mountain beside the heavenly law altar is the divine inscription mountain. This mountain has always been very mysterious. The warriors inside the Golden Claw treasure land didn't show themselves. They should be hiding inside the grand altar. It seems like the Golden Claw treasure land has been set up with all kinds of traps, waiting for the Imperial warriors to jump in. Exotic Cat King thought. For this battle, he appeared to be confident of winning, but in his heart, he was not confident. Empire's warriors, I will let you help test Qin Yun's strength. If you can, try to exhaust his energy as much as possible. That way, our chances of winning will be higher. Cat King thought to himself. The top of the heavenly law altar is covered with intense golden light. Qin Yun, Tian Daozi, Luo Yaofeng and Xian Rujing are all at the top of the altar. After some practice, Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng can cooperate very well with Tian Daozi. They can release extremely strong blizzard to cover the entire Golden Claw treasure land even faster. Everyone enter. The altar. Qin Yun looked at the majestic fleet at the distance. He knows that the battle is about to begin. Everyone entered the altar and waited for the fleet to attack the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. The inside of the Golden Claw treasure land is very quiet, very quiet. But outside, the airwaves are surging violently. Battleships are coming from the sky in a grandiose manner. They are releasing burst after burst of air waves that are churning between heaven and earth. A large number of spies, as well as some big shots of powerful races and factions, are earnestly looking at the Golden Claw treasure land from the distance. This is the largest scale battle of the Empire's power inside Divine Desolate. For Empire's envoys are now filled with smiles. They believe that as long as the barrier is broken, the Empire's soldiers will immediately capture Qin Yun. Then they will be able to report back and obtain great rewards from the Crown Prince. Luo Yaya and Chu Limin are inside a small living room. They are already very familiar with each other. Moreover, their topic of conversation is mainly centered around Qin Yun. General Chu, how do you think Qin Yun will deal with the 200,000 Empire soldiers? Luo Yaya asked. According to my speculation, he will use the terrain of the Golden Claw treasure land. Moreover, the movement will be very big, otherwise he would not have moved everyone into the heavenly law altar. What I am curious about is how he will defeat the strange cat fleet. Chu Limin said. I also can't figure it out no matter how much I think about it. Don't tell me he will rely on those few thousand arrows we made for him? Luo Yaya said. She carefully studied those arrows. They are not very big, they are not like those Super 10,000 Devouring God arrows from before. Qin Yun used the Super 10,000 Devouring God arrows to shoot down the Scorpio battleship. Strange Cat King's battleship is much more powerful than the Scorpio Kingdom's battleship, so Qin Yun used even smaller arrows. Chu Limin can only shake her head. She also can't figure it out. What she can't understand the most is that Qin Yun actually doesn't plan to use those 50,000 Phoenix warriors. Bang! A muffled vibration sound echoed. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya's heart trembled. This is obviously Strange Cat King's battleship attacking the Golden Claw treasure land. Outside the Golden Claw treasure land, several battleships simultaneously shot out light beams and attacked the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. With such an attack, the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land was directly torn apart. However, it still has a very strong defense. The barrier that enveloped the Golden Claw treasure land was not destroyed. Boom boom boom, after several attacks, the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land was finally destroyed. Strange Cat King saw that the barrier was easily broken and immediately let out a long sigh. He is now even more certain that Qin Yun has already set up a trap. That is why he deliberately let the barrier break so quickly. Your Majesty, Strange Cat King, you just wait in the air. Leave the rest to our Empire's soldiers. An Empire's emissary sent a message to Strange Cat King through the magic mirror. At this time, a large number of soldiers appeared from all directions. They are all wearing black armor and holding black sabers. They are rushing into the Golden Claw treasure land like a tidal wave. The aura of divine cosmos power erupting from these soldiers is actually not weaker than those battleships. This kind of charging momentum is like countless giant beasts galloping. 200,000 formidable Empire soldiers entered the Golden Claw treasure land in a few short moments and rushed towards the Heavenly Law altar. Just as they approached the Heavenly Law altar, a huge golden-black whirlpool suddenly appeared on the ground around the altar. The whirlpool produced a very dreadful devouring power. Apart from this, an extremely strong gravitational force suddenly came crashing down from the sky above the Golden Claw treasure land. The fleeing soldiers were smashed to the ground and fell into the golden-black whirlpool. In a short moment, 200,000 Empire soldiers were swallowed by several huge golden-black whirlpools and disappeared without a trace. After the Imperial soldiers rushed into the Golden Claw treasure ground, they surrounded the heavens altar from all directions. Although the appearance of the golden-black vortex was very sudden, the Imperial soldiers were able to react immediately and jumped into the air. They did not expect such a strong gravitational force to suddenly crash down. The supergravity was released by Qin Yun through the Heavenly Tao altar. Although it was only for a few short seconds, it was enough to catch the Imperial soldiers off guard. All of them fell to the ground and were devoured by the golden-black vortex. These days, Qin Yun frequently went underground to modify the Golden Claw Treasureland's giant Divine Universe Goldstone. He combined it with runes from the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box as well as Nether Sun Totem runes to set up the trap formation. Although this sort of trap array was powerful, it also consumed a great deal of energy. It would damage the Divine Universe Goldstone beneath the Golden Claw Treasureland. Fortunately, the Divine Universe Goldstones beneath the Treasureland were extremely large. Although they were damaged, it only caused the total energy of the Golden Claw Treasureland to decrease. The Golden Claw Treasureland is only Qin Yun's temporary base, so it doesn't matter if it is used up, he still has a few other treasure lands. This kind of trap array was laid out at a great price. Moreover, it could only be laid out on a treasured land. Qin Yun was very satisfied with the results that were displayed. The Empire's 200,000 warriors were devoured in the blink of an eye, and when they entered the trap, they were burned by the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Flame. Qin Yun added a formation related to the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Flame to the devouring trap formation. It can absorb the Divine Universe Goldstones under the treasure land and release an extremely powerful Bloodline Heavenly Rune Flame. Now, he was only worried that these flames were too strong and would burn away the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in the bodies of the Imperial soldiers. Every time they saw this kind of terrifying inscription formation, those spies and the big shots of the various powers would remember that Qin Yun is a super strong inscription master. Qin Yun's inscription level is still unknown. They only know that the formidable power he has displayed so far is either through inscription or Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya know that Qin Yun has been entering the Golden Claw treasure land for the past few days to make arrangements. They are very clear that the Golden Claw treasure land definitely has a powerful trap formation. However, they did not expect it to be this dreadful. They have long known that Qin Yun's usage of runes has reached the acme of perfection, it is a godly realm. However, he never expected that Qin Yun would be so terrifying when he used the power of runes to kill people. Exotic Cat King was also startled. He had long since determined that Qin Yun had set up a trap, but in his expectation, Qin Yun's trap formation would consume a lot of resources or weapons. However, even if he saw Qin Yun's trap formation with his own eyes, he still didn't know what it was. This caused him to be filled with fear towards the Golden Claw treasure land. God knows what other terrifying things were waiting for him. Strange Cat King's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The Empire's 200,000 soldiers were gone in an instant. He was indeed very happy. He originally hoped that these 200,000 soldiers could consume Qin Yun's strength, but now they didn't consume much of Qin Yun's strength. This made him very disappointed. Next, his exotic cat fleet would attack. Seeing that Qin Yun had defeated so many Imperial soldiers, he felt even more uncertain. The emissaries of the four great empires all felt a chill run down their spines. These Imperial warriors were very powerful. Although there were still many of them in the empire, the number that the crown princes could mobilize was very limited. And now, so many of them had died in an instant. This was a huge blow to the crown princes. If the loss of these soldiers could be exchanged for a good harvest, then it would still be reasonable. After the shock, these empire emissaries crazily cursed Qin Yun in their hearts. They immediately contacted Strange Cat King. Now, they could only pin their hopes on him. If Strange Cat King attacked the Golden Claw treasure land and captured Qin Yun, as long as Qin Yun was handed over to the 4 crown princes, it could be considered as a harvest. Strange Cat King received the message sent by the Empire emissaries. He secretly sneered in his heart and ignored them. He clearly remembered how these Empire emissaries scolded him before. The other spies all thought that these were 200,000 cat ear people warriors. They didn't know that they were Imperial soldiers. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. The emissaries of the 4 great empires didn't get a reply from Strange Cat King. They all cursed him, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, they all needed Strange Cat King's help. If Strange Cat King captured Qin Yun himself, even if he didn't hand over Qin Yun, the emissaries wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Strange Cat King looked at the lonely and incomparably huge heavenly law altar in the Golden Claw treasure land from high up in the sky. The fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper. He was very clear that Qin Yun must have prepared everything and was waiting for him to go over. But now, he had no more hesitation. Before he came here, he had already prepared for the worst. He wasn't afraid of failure. At most, he would lose a part of his power to settle things with Qin Yun. Qin Yun, let's settle this. Strange Cat King shouted in his heart. Then, Xia Tian ordered the 2,000 huge and old transport battleships to approach the Golden Claw treasure land. He wanted these old battleships to go over and test Qin Yun's trap formation and all kinds of weapons. After the old battleships approached, they immediately condensed energy and crazily bombarded the heavenly law altar in the middle of the Golden Claw treasure land. However, those bursts of energy were suddenly blocked by the spirit formation that had erupted from the Golden Claw treasured land. At this moment, the Golden Claw treasure land seemed to be wrapped in a golden light barrier. The light barrier slowly rotated like a strange whirlpool, drawing the energy waves from the barrier and causing it to rotate along with the barrier. The attack of the old battleships wasn't weak. The sudden attack of 2,000 battleships was unexpectedly unable to break the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land. The envoys of the 4 great empires almost vomited blood seeing this scene. Because the barrier of the Golden Claw treasure land was deliberately closed in order to lure the warriors inside and slaughter them. Those empires and kingdoms all know that after Qin Yun killed the warriors, he would not have any misgivings and would directly take the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Therefore, they hoarded a large amount of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone as equipment material. Those envoys felt bitter and hateful. If they knew this, they would not have rushed in. They all believed that the trap was originally prepared for the cat ear warriors. However, their empire was too impatient and careless, resulting in the death of 200,000 imperial warriors. Chu Limin and Luo Yaya provided detailed information to Qin Yun before. Most of the battleships sent by Strange Cat King are old transport battleships. As the most advanced main battleships, they are at a distance. With one look, it is clear that they are waiting for an opportunity to attack and deal a fatal blow to the Golden Claw treasure land. Strange Cat King, let's settle this. I will make you despair. Completely give up on resisting me. Qin Yun immediately left the heavenly law altar and entered the divine mountain. Moreover, he told Tian Daozi, Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng to prepare. Golden Claw treasure land's defense is inconceivably strong. Those kingdoms and empires have been in God desolate for some time now. They know a lot about the barrier of these treasure lands. Moreover, they are very sure that these barrier can be broken. No matter how strong the barrier is, as long as there is enough energy, it can be broken. At most it is only a matter of time. The strength of Golden Claw treasure land's barrier caused many scouts to be very surprised. They are now transmitting the situation of the battle to their masters. Those who can use Devil Mirror can see the whole process of Golden Claw treasure land being attacked by those huge battleships. Everyone can see that the heavenly Tao altar inside Golden Claw treasure land is now releasing very strong light rays. The reason why Golden Claw treasure land's barrier is so strong is most likely because it has been strengthened by the heavenly Tao altar. However, those battleships are not weak. It must be known that these battleships have little divine sun cores inside them. After being condensed and strengthened by formation, their might is also very formidable. No matter how strong the energy released by the heavenly Tao altar and Golden Claw treasure land is, it should not be able to resist the attack of so many battleships. Only those who are proficient in inscription formation can roughly understand why Golden Claw Treasure Land's defense is so formidable. Because Golden Claw Treasure Land's barrier did not directly block the bombardment of formidable energy. Instead, it formed a very ingenious barrier that revolved around the outside of the barrier. After the berserk energy entered the barrier, it was distorted and dissolved. Then it revolved and was finally devoured. To achieve this, one must have formidable nether sun power. Extremely strong energy is simply unable to directly hit the nether sun. As long as it gets close to the nether sun, it will be distorted and dissolved into the purest energy and finally devoured by the nether sun. Indeed, there is a nether sun at the bottom of Golden Claw Treasure Land, that is, right below the heavenly Tao altar. That nether sun is released by Qin Yun. He cultivated nether sun for many years. It can be used together with Golden Claw Treasure Land's barrier and heavenly Tao altar. This is also the reason why it suddenly erupted with extremely strong gravity and caused a large group of Empire's soldiers to fall down. Qin Yun's nether sun is absorbing energy from Golden Claw Treasure Land. Under Ling Yun'er's control, it is now very violent. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao altar can suppress the nether sun, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Nether sun is frantically devouring energy, refining it and pouring it into the barrier to make it even stronger. Strange Cat King didn't order the 800 main battleships to attack. Instead, he ordered the old transport battleships to continue attacking the barrier of the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Those transport ships and the cat-eared people inside were originally going to be abandoned in Strange Cat's plan. Strange Cat King never expected the transport battleship to be able to defeat the Golden Claw Treasure Land. From the very beginning, he planned to sacrifice the transport battleship to consume Qin Yun's terrifying super god devouring arrow. As expected of the divine King of Divine Wilderness, his usage of the nether sun has already reached an extremely high level. There are not many people who can cultivate the nether sun inside their body. Even if there are, most of them would not be able to control the nether sun and die from the backlash. Not only can Qin Yun cultivate to this stage, he can also make the nether sun become the core of the formation. Strange Cat King looked at the slowly rotating field of the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The previous rounds of fierce attacks were all swallowed by the Golden Claw Treasure Land. However, he firmly believes that as long as they continue to attack with this intensity, the barrier of the Golden Claw Treasure Land will not be able to withstand it. Once the barrier of the Golden Claw Treasure Land is broken, it will be the time for his 800 battleships to display their strength and defeat the Heavenly Law altar in one fell swoop. Qin Yun entered the Divine Inscription Mountain. He released his Heavenly Eye avatar and can clearly see the main fleet of Strange Cat Kingdom. They have been holding back their troops and waiting for the Golden Claw Treasure Land to be breached before attacking. Strange Cat King, I know that you plan to sacrifice those old battleships to break the barrier of the Golden Claw Treasure Land and consume my weapons. However, you are wrong. The barrier of the Golden Claw Treasure Land is very difficult to break and I will not sit still and wait for death. Qin Yun has already seen through Strange Cat King's plan. Old Mountain, get ready! Qin Yun shouted. Yes. Mountain God immediately controlled the Divine Inscription Mountain to change its shape. The Divine Inscription Mountain became smaller and shined with golden light. At the same time, it began to change shape. It became like a top and it is spinning very fast. After becoming smaller, it can more easily rush out of the barrier of the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain is now like a small mountain in the shape of a top. Moreover, its spinning speed is very fast and it can even fly in the air. The sudden attack of the Divine Inscription Mountain caused many people to be surprised, especially Strange Cat King. He did not expect that Qin Yun would use this kind of method to attack. Although he is surprised, he did not panic. He immediately aimed the battleship at the Divine Inscription Mountain and gave the order to attack. However, the Divine Inscription Mountain also has the Nether Sun force field. The energy rushing towards the Divine Inscription Mountain will be distorted and scattered by the barrier outside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Then it will attract the scattered energy and revolve around the Divine Inscription Mountain. At the same time, the energy will be absorbed into the Divine Inscription Mountain. One must know that Qin Yun's 9-sun divine spirit also has a nether Sunday. That nether sun has grown very big, it is even stronger than the one Qin Yun cultivates. The crazy spinning top flew in the air and rushed towards the 800 battleships. As it flew over, many old giant transport ships flew over to block it. However, the divine inscription mountain is very agile. Even if it was hit by the transport ship, the spinning top would immediately bounce back and then continue to rush towards the main fleet. Strange Cat King is hiding on the battleship at the highest altitude. From a screen in the main control room, he can clearly see everything that is happening below. He looked at the crazy spinning top and has a very bad premonition. It is impossible for him to have a large number of giant arrows. Even if he does, he will not be able to destroy our main battleships. Our main battleships are not as broken as the Scorpio Kingdoms. Strange Cat King coldly snorted and ordered the main battleships to prepare for defense. That kind of main battleship, even if it was pierced by a giant arrow and exploded, it would not immediately be torn apart. The energy core inside the main battleship is very well protected. It is not as fragile as those old battleships. The divine inscription mountain quickly rushed into the main battleship. As it rotated crazily, Xianxia ordered to open the dragon head cannon and shoot the small myriad devouring god arrows. The small myriad devouring god arrows are also several meters long, some are even more than 10 meters long. This kind of arrow is very weak compared to the 200 to 300 meter long main battleship. It has to be said that this kind of small myriad devouring god arrow's penetrating power is very terrifying. It can pierce into the main battleship. And some main battleships' defense is very strong, they can resist this kind of myriad devouring god arrow. Among the scattered main battleship, a total of several hundred were pierced by the myriad devouring god arrow. The myriad devouring god arrow only pierced into the battleship, it did not explode and the battleship did not fall. Bloodline poisonous insects, the rest is up to you. Xianxia let the mountain god control the divine inscription mountain to return. Originally those small myriad devouring god arrows were injected with a large number of bloodline poisonous insects. Xianxia has improved and bred many bloodline poisonous insects. These insects are specifically targeted at the cat ear people. At first, they only eat their flesh, but they have very strong evolution ability and can evolve to the point where they can devour any human. Therefore, Xianxia rarely uses them on a large scale because he is worried that they will go out of control. After many experiments, he finally found a very safe and reliable method to prevent the bloodline poisonous insects from going out of control. Xianxia used a large amount of divine universe golden stones to nurture the bloodline poisonous insects, as well as a large amount of bloodline heavenly rune fire. Therefore, the bloodline poisonous insects can burst out with very hot energy, they can even destroy the runes on the armor. Even those powerful cat ear people soldiers wearing very strong armor will find it very difficult to resist the invasion of the bloodline poisonous insects. There are a total of 800 battleships, now nearly 500 advanced battleships have been shot by the myriad god-devouring arrows. After the myriad god-devouring arrows enter the battleships, the storage magic tools inside the arrows will explode and release a large amount of bloodline poisonous insects. The poisonous insects inside the battleships will frantically search for the cat ear people and determine their location based on their aura. After finding the cat ear people, they will crazily rush over and devour their flesh and blood. After the divine inscription mountain flew out, it immediately returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. This caused many people to be dumbfounded. The divine inscription mountain's attack looks very beautiful, it very smoothly entered the battleships. Moreover, it also released a large amount of myriad god-devouring arrows and hit several hundred battleships. However, these myriad god-devouring arrows are too small, although they exploded inside the battleships, they didn't cause any fatal damage. Those battleships are still floating in the air, it seems like nothing happened. Strange Cat King was scared miserably just now, his expression is very unsightly and he is panicking to death. However, when he saw the divine inscription mountain shoot out many small divine arrows, he suddenly felt relieved. These myriad god-devouring arrows are only a few meters long, they are indeed unable to injure those battleships. Strange Cat King is still worried, he immediately used the magic mirror to contact the captains of those battleships and asked them about the situation. Those captains immediately reported that the battleships are fine, their combat power is not affected, it can be said that all aspects are intact, only a hole has been pierced through them. Strange Cat King frowned again and again, He ordered those captains to immediately check the divine arrows that hit the battleships. He feels that something is wrong. He knows Qin Yun very well. He knows that Qin Yun would never do such a meaningless thing. Those captains immediately sent people to check, but the captains did not receive any response. When Strange Cat learned of the situation, he knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, "All the warships hit by the arrow, abandon the ship. Now!" Abandon ship, why? All the captains were dumbfounded. "Hurry up, this is an order!" Cat King shouted frantically at the magic mirror. The captains were very obedient, immediately abandoning their ships and leaving their ships as fast as they could. At this moment, Exotic Cat King ordered the transport ship to stop attacking the Golden Claw treasure land to avoid consuming too much energy. From the looks of it, the defense of the Golden Claw treasure land was very strong, so there was no point in continuing to attack. Both Luo Yaya and Chu Limin were baffled. The 10,000 god-devouring arrows that Qin Yun shot out were made by the craftsmen they found. They also know that after Qin Yun added runes to the arrows, they can pierce through battleships. But those arrows were too small. Even if they could penetrate the warship and explode, it would be useless. The spies and envoys of the four empires who were watching the battle from afar had no idea what Qin Yun and Exotic Cat King were doing. Qin Yun's arrows are very powerful, but they are not big enough to destroy the advanced battleships of Exotic Cat Kingdom. So Exotic Cat Kingdom should not be worried. But now, a large group of cat ear people suddenly ran out of the battleships. Those kingdoms and empires who have good information on Exotic Cat Kingdom can see that the cat ear people who ran out of the battleships are not of low status, they are all captains and so on. Several hundred captains suddenly ran out of the battleships. This is equivalent to abandoning the battleships. It is a death sentence. However, not many cat ear people were able to escape from the battleships, only a few dozen of them. Other cat ear people were in different positions inside the battleships. When they tried to escape, they were already devoured by the bloodline poison bugs. More than 400 battleships are now filled with a large number of bloodline poison bugs. What happened? Why are there only a few of you running out? Quickly run, quickly run. You are now very obvious targets, don't let them kill you. Cat King shouted loudly, he is now very anxious. Your Majesty, a very dreadful thing appeared inside the battleships. It is like a small flying insect, it can easily break the armor and enter the body. After being drilled into the body by these flying insects, the flesh and blood will instantly disappear, leaving only the bones. Those flying insects are crazily devouring our warriors. After devouring, they immediately split into a large number. Your Majesty, our battleships are finished, we can't go in anymore, we will die, we will die. Your Majesty, what should we do? Those insects are too dreadful, if they fly out, they will kill us. The captains who escaped are still running, at the same time they are reporting the situation to Cat King. Cat King's scalp went numb, hundreds of battleships are finished just like that. He looked at the Golden Claw treasure land from the sky, took a deep breath and said, Qin Yun, you win. All battleships retreat, we have lost. He used the magic mirror to transmit the message to all the captains of the battleships. Just as the battleships were about to fly away, the divine inscription mountain flew out again. At the same time, a strong light suddenly shot out from the sky. This is Cat King's battleship. Although it is small, it is very fast. In a short while it arrived in front of the divine inscription mountain. Our Exotic Cat Kingdom admits defeat. From now on, Exotic Cat Kingdom will abide by the law and order. We will never provoke the Divine King's authority. Cat King's voice came out. It seems like it is transmitted through some kind of tool. His voice is very loud and spread in all directions. After everyone heard this, they are completely dumbfounded. Exotic Cat Kingdom's fleet has arrived in a grandiose manner. Their main battleships have not even attacked yet, they have already admitted defeat. Also, what happened just now? Why did hundreds of captains abandon their battleships? You are the defeated side, you will have to pay the price. Qin Yun said. We will certainly give you satisfactory compensation. I ask your Majesty Divine King to first deal with the potential crisis. Cat King is truly terrified, he is mainly afraid of those bloodline poisonous insects. Because Qin Yun used something similar to this to exterminate Exotic Cat King City. Cat King already knew about it, but he was not clear about the specific situation. Now it seems that Qin Yun has mastered very dreadful poisonous insects, moreover they are mainly targeting their cat ear people's bloodline, otherwise Qin Yun would have used them to deal with Scorpio people. This is something that can completely restrain their cat ear people. It is like a natural disaster. If they continue to use it on their cat ear people, it will certainly lead to the destruction of their kingdom. Qin Yun sent a signal to Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng, telling them to release Blizzard. Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng are on top of the heavenly law altar. They quickly released a super strong blizzard and enveloped hundreds of battleships hovering in the sky. Other battleships quickly retreated, only 460 battleships remained. They are now covered by the bone-chilling blizzard. Those scouts immediately realized that Qin Yun has mastered some super strong thing that caused the battleships to change and quickly kill those cat-eared people. Soon after, they all thought of viruses. When humans were very weak, a sudden outbreak of viruses could kill a large number of humans and living beings. Later on, for a very long time, humans mastered the power to resist viruses. And now, even though humans have become very strong, viruses are still one of nature's living beings. Naturally, they will become stronger according to the environment. As long as one can master this thing and use it, they can erupt with very strong might. Especially this kind of virus that can quickly spread and quickly become fatal, it is the most dreadful. Qin Yun let Luo Yaofeng and Xian Rujing release the super strong blizzard to freeze those hundreds of battleships. In order to quickly suppress the bloodline venomous insect, Qin Yun thought of many methods and tried many techniques. Finally, he discovered that the bloodline venomous insect was afraid of the cold. However, just the cold was not enough to kill the bloodline venomous insect. It could only trap it. Bloodline poison bug needs energy. If they can't devour flesh and blood, they will frantically search everywhere for energy. Poisonous bugs are afraid of cold but not afraid of heat. Therefore, when they are trapped inside the battleships, they will go to the energy core of the battleships, which is the inner core of the little divine Sunday. Poisonous bugs are not afraid of heat, so they are not scared off by strong heat. Sensing the heat source, they will frantically rush over like flies to a flame and finally enter the little divine sun's inner core to commit suicide. Seeing the appearance of the super blizzard, Cat King Strange was also quickly thinking about how to resist the poisonous insects. Qin Yun is naturally not afraid of being seen through by Strange Cat King because the bloodline poison bug is very changeable. It is very difficult to resist them all the time. Moreover, Strange Cat King and others cannot come in contact with the bloodline poison bug. They have never seen this kind of poisonous bug before. They are unable to research a method to resist it. Strange Cat King has thoroughly admitted defeat. If he did not admit defeat, Qin Yun would have attacked all their battleships with those poisonous bugs. The consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Actually, Qin Yun did not expect that Strange Cat King would so decisively admit defeat. The envoys of the four empires no longer dared to look down on Qin Yun, nor did they dare to look down on Exotic Cat King. Although Exotic Cat King lost, the reason why he fought this battle was mainly to make an end, indicating that he had probably expected such an outcome before. He clearly knew that he might lose, but he still wanted to fight. Moreover, he also agreed to the conditions of the four empires. Therefore, the emissaries could now see that Strange Cat King might have secretly cheated them and did not tell them the details about Qin Yun. Strange Cat King flew out of his battleship. He was a middle-aged man with a pair of black cat ears. He should have been very burly and domineering, but because of his pair of cat ears, his momentum had dropped a lot. He flew out with the two generals towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. With Monkey King, Su Xiaoba, as well as Ba Taiyin and other big brothers, Strange Cat King won't be able to injure Qin Yun at all. At this moment, Luo Yaya and Chu Liming came out of the Golden Claw treasure land and arrived at the Divine Inscription Mountain. Strange Cat Kingdom was defeated because they started the war against Qin Yun. Now that they have been defeated, they must compensate, otherwise Qin Yun will continue to chase after them. Qin Yun is very clear that it will be very difficult to completely exterminate Strange Cat Kingdom. After all, they are formidable humans from Middle Heaven Earth. Now that they can defeat the king of Strange Cat Kingdom, it is the best ending. Strange Cat King, you must sign a soul contract, you must never resist me, you must not commit crimes in the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun said. Fine. Strange Cat King directly agreed. Soon after, Qin made many detailed rules and let Strange Cat King sign the soul contract. If all the cat-ear people of Strange Cat Kingdom commit crimes in the Divine Desolate, Strange Cat Kingdom must publicly execute them. Not only that, Qin also wants Strange Cat Kingdom to bear the responsibility of maintaining order in the Divine Desolate. In other words, Strange Cat Kingdom might have to fight against those empires and kingdoms with Qin in the future. Strange Cat Kingdom was defeated, so Strange Cat King can only agree. However, he has conditions to resist the empires and kingdoms. He needs Qin to provide him with protection. If Qin is unable to protect Strange Cat Kingdom, then Strange Cat Kingdom will temporarily not fulfill this condition. As for the compensation for defeat, Qin will give 3 trillion Divine Universe Goldstones every year for 10 years. Qin seized the 460 warships and they are considered spoils of war, so Strange Cat King did not mention this matter. In addition, Qin also gave Strange Cat King a blueprint, asking Strange Cat Kingdom to help him forge the Super 10,000 Devouring God arrows, which are dozens of meters long. He wants a total of 3,000, and Strange Cat Kingdom will be responsible for the materials. Strange Cat King can only agree without any complaints. Strange Cat Kingdom can forge so many warships, the level of craftsmen must be very good. Qin asked for a compensation that is neither too much nor too little, and Strange Cat Kingdom can afford it, so they readily agreed. Qin accepted the 3 trillion Divine Universe Goldstones from Strange Cat King and will continue to do so next year. Although Strange Cat King lost this time, it made him realize how terrifying the godly kings of the Divine Desolate are. He is also relieved to be able to bring up the rear with this godly king. The news that Strange Cat Kingdom was defeated and signed many treaties with Qin quickly spread throughout the Divine Desolate. The big shots of the kingdoms and empires in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground quickly received the news. Qin actually defeated a mid-level Heavenly Earth Kingdom, and he did not use much manpower. The most puzzling thing is that Strange Cat King did not mobilize all his fleets, so why did he admit defeat? It looks like he was completely beaten to his knees. Only Strange Cat King himself knows very well that if he mobilized all his fleets, the end result would be the destruction of his kingdom. Qin's mysterious bloodline poisonous insects have completely intimidated Strange Cat King. No one in Strange Cat Kingdom said anything because the captains and others who escaped knew that they were completely defeated. They could not fight against Qin's mysterious bloodline poisonous insects. They are all very grateful to their king. If Strange Cat King did not make a prompt decision to let them abandon their ships, they might all die. After Strange Cat Kingdom admitted defeat, many treasure lands outside the 9 Sun Sacred Ground and some weak strong races sent envoys to the Golden Claw treasure land. Those weak races control relatively small treasure lands, so they can easily be used as training grounds by foreign kingdoms and empires, or used by powerful armies to flatten them. They need protection, and now only Qin, a godly king, has such power and dares to fight against any powerful forces. For this, these powerful races are willing to offer a certain amount of Divine Universe Goldstones to Qin. Apart from those powerful races who send envoys to the Golden Claw treasure land, Princess Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen are preparing to go to the Golden Claw treasure land to discuss with Qin how to fight for the Primordial Era ruins controlled by the Crown Prince of Deluo. Qin still has to be vigilant for the next period of time. The 4 empires are managed by the Crown Princes. Although they can't mobilize powerful armies, they can still mobilize some kingdoms to harass the Golden Claw treasure land. It depends on whether or not these kingdoms are willing to pay the price. After all, Scorpio Kingdom and Exotic Cat Kingdom are not willing to continue being enemies with Qin. Exotic Cat Kingdom was completely defeated and Scorpio Kingdom stopped in time. Now, Scorpio Kingdom is very glad that they didn't continue fighting with Qin, otherwise their ending would be the same as Exotic Cat Kingdom. However, Qin still remembers the dead of Scorpio Kingdom because it was Scorpio Kingdom who came to attack Golden Claw treasure land. Qin will not rest until Scorpio Kingdom kneels. Moreover, just defeating Exotic Cat Kingdom is not enough to establish his might, he still has to conquer another kingdom. Although Divine Desolate is amazed by Qin's terrifying power, they are also questioning Qin's subsequent strength. Many people suspect that Qin consumed a large amount of resources and could only destroy Exotic Cat Kingdom. His vitality is greatly damaged and he can no longer fight against other kingdoms. Of course, this is only a suspicion, no kingdom is so stubborn as to test it. Qin Yan began to count the spoils of war. Exotic Cat King is very tactful. Not only did he not take back the 460 destroyed battleships, he also left 40 battleships for Qin Yan. Qin Yan really needs battleships now. Although he doesn't have that many experienced soldiers on the battleships, as long as he has battleships, he can quickly train his soldiers to be familiar with battleships. After obtaining the battleships, Qin Yan will first modify them and add some powerful cannonballs or cannons. Exotic Cat Kingdom's battleships mainly attack by condensing energy. Although the explosive energy is very strong, it is still energy and can be easily dissipated. They use material weapons like cannons and cannonballs. They are all made from divine universe heavenly bones and have very strong characteristics. They won't be easily dissipated. By adding all kinds of runes on these things, they can break through barriers and have super strong penetrating power. Qin Yan handed over the battleship modification to the Inscription Gate's Inscription Masters and Ninyang Temple's Inscription Palace. For many years, Ninyang Temple and Inscription God Mountain have absorbed a large number of outstanding inscription masters. The main reason is that Qin Yan left behind many inscription inheritances. They are very attractive to inscription masters. Everyone wants to learn the most profound runes, especially those genius inscription masters. In this battle, Qin Yan obtained a great deal of divine universe heavenly bones. There were close to 5 million kilograms of them, and they were all of the best quality. He had obtained many divine universe heavenly bones and they were quickly used up. This was because he needed to forge all sorts of equipment and weapons. On the heavenly law altar, Xian Rujing is thawing those battleships and absorbing the ice on them. Monkey King, Su Xiaoba, and the others became very excited seeing the large number of warships. With their status, they will definitely be able to become warship captains. The feeling of owning such a warship was indeed not bad, especially when he could control the warship to burst out with energy and kill a large number of enemies. Tian Daozi looked at the battleships in the Golden Claw treasured land and said, Master God King, I discovered that in this era, individual strength is not very useful. Xia Wufeng also nodded and said, it's hard to annihilate such a super strong army with individual strength. Only Brother Yun can set up a trap array that can kill a large number of the Empire's soldiers. But that's only if the conditions permit. Indeed, I knew that the Empire's soldiers would attack the Golden Claw treasured land in advance, that's why I set up the trap array ahead of time. Otherwise, I would not be able to annihilate that kind of army with my own strength. Qin Yan sighed and said, the era has changed but this is a good thing. In the past, if a person was strong enough, he could kill a large number of people with a flip of his hand. The current divine wilderness could reach the 9th level of the divine space realm as long as one wasn't too lazy or too weak. Even if a person's divine universe power is very strong, there is a limit. At most, they can fight several hundred, several thousand, even more than 10,000. But to fight several 10,000 or 100,000 is very difficult, they will be exhausted to death. The use of an individual's strength is to intimidate the big shots of a faction. For example, when two kings meet and want to fight, the effect of an individual's strength will be very obvious. Or it can intimidate their subordinates and make them submit to their formidable strength. If two great factions start a war, it depends on the overall strength of both sides, as well as all kinds of tactics. From Qin Yan's point of view, craftsmen are very important. Because in this era, all kinds of weapons have become very important. Sometimes in a war, soldiers don't even need to fight to the death, they can hide under the armor and control the weapons. Divine Desolate's nature is evolving too fast. Even peak divine universe realm experts like us are unable to cause the earth to crack when we fight. Wanting to flatten a mountain won't be that easy. Xia Wufeng said. After nature evolves to a certain extent, under the power of nature, life will appear incomparably small. Now, nature's power is still unable to threaten life, but in the future, it is hard to say. For example, all kinds of thunder and lightning, fire and ice produced by nature are simply unable to harm powerful humans. In the past, if one was struck by thunder and lightning, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Along with the continuous evolution of nature in Divine Desolate, the matter of people being struck by thunder and lightning to death will definitely repeat itself. This might be a cycle of reincarnation. Life was once lawless and out of control, contending against heavenly Tao law, even powerful enough to seal magic spirits. Now, it has finally returned to the past. Tian Daozi said with emotion, as long as we wait for the 90,000 world divine sun to come into being, the greatest enemy of divine desolate's living beings will be the power of nature. Princess Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen arrived very quickly. They arrived at the Golden Claw treasure land through the teleportation formation and were already brought to the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda by Luo Yaya and Chu Limin. Yu Xiangyun also came, she came with Phoenix Queen. Qin Yin immediately went down from the heavenly Tao altar to meet the two female leaders. He entered the first floor of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and saw Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu. Although this is the first time he saw these two women, he could immediately tell who is who. Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu are both wearing white clothes. Their attire is also very simple, their hair is tied up and they are wearing light clothes. Both of them are naturally very beautiful. Even the outline of their faces is somewhat similar, especially their eyes, it is as if they are two sisters. Chu Limin and Princess Luo Shu are sisters with the same father but different mothers. However, Chu Limin and Princess Luo Shu are not that similar. Qin Yin is very puzzled as to why Princess Luo Shu is so similar to Phoenix Queen. The relationship between Phoenix Queen and the Celestial Emperor is very mysterious. Some people guessed that Phoenix Queen is the Celestial Emperor's younger sister or his woman. Qin Yin now feels that Phoenix Queen and the Celestial Emperor should be related by blood. Under normal circumstances, Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu would not reveal their appearance and would always appear with masks. They are not wearing masks right now, indicating that they attach great importance to meeting Qin Yin. They are very beautiful, but in Qin Yin's opinion, they are not as beautiful as Yu Xiangyun because Yu Xiangyun has a unique temperament. That temperament is very similar to the 9-sun divine maiden but also not. Luo Yaofeng and Xiaqiru both have that temperament, as if they were once goddesses of the 9 heavens. After Qin Yin entered, he only glanced at the two strong women a few more times before greeting them with a smile, as if they are old friends that he has not seen for many years. Princess Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen have different temperaments at first glance, but they are also very similar. Phoenix Queen's tyrannical aura is a bit stronger. Princess Luo Shu also has a tyrannical aura, but it is tyrannical with a hint of gentleness. This is something Phoenix Queen does not have. The two women's eyes are very similar. They are both very beautiful, but Phoenix Queen's eyes are more sharp and full of majesty while Princess Luo Shu has a bit of arrogance. They both have the same temperament, it is cold and aloof. This kind of woman most likely do not have lust and will use any means to achieve their goals. Phoenix Queen is slightly taller. The reason why Qin Yin can recognize her at a glance is mainly because she has a phoenix totem aura on her body. This is very easy to recognize. Your Majesty, Your Highness, thank you very much for your help this time. If not for your support, we would not have won so easily. Qin Yin hurriedly thanked them. Your Excellency Divine King, no need to be polite. Since my Phoenix Kingdom has allied with you, we will definitely do our best to help. Phoenix Queen said. Your Excellency Divine King, I am not some Princess Luo Shu right now. I am supporting you in my own name, not in Princess Luo Shu's name. I heard from Yaya that you want to help me ascend the throne and become the Celestial Emperor of Great Luo, but I have no such intention. Phoenix Queen glanced at Princess Luo Shu and said, there is indeed no need. If you want to become the new Celestial Emperor of Great Luo, you have to slaughter him from top to bottom. With this kind of power, you might as well create your own empire. It's just a thought. Qin Yin said with a smile, I wonder what plans Miss Luo Shu has. I want to establish a kingdom, and I need your Excellency's support. Princess Luo Shu said. That's fine, no problem at all. Qin Yin readily agreed. As long as he maintained order, it would not be a problem to establish as many kingdoms as he wanted. The Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu didn't communicate much, and it was impossible to tell how their relationship was from their eyes. Yu Xiangyun said, the three of us have formed an alliance and we have a common enemy. Are we really going to fight the Crown Prince of Daluo? Luo Shu and the Phoenix Queen had come this time mainly because of this matter. They had been screwed over by the Taisha organizations. Ignoring their losses, they had even given their share to the Crown Prince of Daluo. I know where the primordial era's ruins are. However, that place will definitely be filled with danger. There will definitely be 3 grand prime organizations guarding it. Coupled with the Crown Prince's massive army, taking it down won't be easy. Luo Shu said. It's impossible to send people to investigate this place. The Phoenix Queen said, if we want to seize that primordial era's ruins, we can only gather our strongest power and attack it in one go. We must attack it no matter the cost. Her plan was very simple, just recklessly attack and it would be over. Luo Shu shook her head and said, no, even if we don't care about the cost, we might not be able to take it down. At that time, we will suffer heavy losses. The Phoenix Queen said, when I say no matter the cost, it means that my Phoenix Kingdom will send out all of its combat power, including me. We will all go to war and fight to the end with the Crown Prince of Daluo and those bullshit Taisher powers. Sister Shu, if we don't do this, how do you think we can take down that primordial era's ruins? The Phoenix Queen asked. She called Luo Shu little sister Shu. Could it be that she was an elder sister? However, the Phoenix Queen seemed to be much older than Luo Shu. Luo Shu looked at Qin Yun and said, Your Excellency, my strength is limited and the method that Sister Phoenix mentioned is too stupid. Do you have any good ideas? You too, I believe you know how I defeated the Strange Cat Kingdom, right? Qin Yun said, in this era, war is not about numbers or individual strength, but equipment and weapons. Of course, individual strength also needs to be sufficient. The Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu both expressed their agreement. The 10,000 god-devouring arrows Qin Yun used were very dreadful. It could be said that they could easily paralyze hundreds of battleships and directly intimidate the Strange Cat King. The Phoenix Queen's plan is good, but it is not thorough enough. The Crown Prince of Daluo and those Taisher powers must be very familiar with the Phoenix Kingdom's battle power. So they must have considered how to defend against the Phoenix Kingdom's full strength. If the Phoenix Kingdom's army uses my equipment, they will misjudge the Phoenix Kingdom's strength. At that time, they will be caught unprepared. Qin Yun said. The Phoenix Queen said, Our Phoenix Kingdom's craftsmen will fully cooperate with your excellency. My craftsmen are always ready. Luo Shu said. Apart from your craftsmen, there are also craftsmen from the 9-Dragon Kingdom and the Strange Cat Kingdom. So in a short period of time, they will definitely be able to create a large amount of stronger equipment, Qin Yun said. As for me, I will make a great formation that can help your warriors evolve their bloodline heavenly runes. Qin Yun already told Chu Limin and Luo Yaya about this before. Luo Shu and the Phoenix Queen also know about this. Before attacking the Strange Cat fleet, Qin Yun already planned how to rob the Crown Prince of Daluo's primordial historical site. Outside, Taiyin Ba's voice came, Boss, the Hualing Empire's Crown Prince's clone is outside. He wants to talk to you in secret. I don't want to see the clone. Brother Ba, tell him to scram. Qin Yun immediately said. Last time, he was blasted by Lu Yi. If a clone came, he must be on guard. How about I go see him? The Phoenix Queen said, I will tell him to scram and at the same time let him know that I have joined forces with you. The Phoenix Queen's reputation is not small. Within the 9 Sun sacred ground, the crown princes of the other 3 empires all want to subdue this raging flame phoenix. It is better to directly destroy his clone. Luo Shu said, although he is the crown prince of Hualing Empire, he can't mobilize the empire's army. If he wants to counterattack, he can only send his own trained warriors. We can easily destroy them. Qin Yun originally only wanted to send away Crown Prince Hualing's clone, but Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen seemed to want to make things difficult for that clone. These 2 women might really be sisters. Their thoughts were quite similar. If I kill Prince Hualing's doppelganger, it will be like insulting Prince Hualing, won't that be bad? Luo Yaya said. She was a little worried. After all, that was the crown prince of an empire. If the crown prince's clone were to die here, and this matter was spread out, it would be a disgrace to the dignity of an empire. At that time, Crown Prince Hualing might be able to mobilize the army of the empire. After all, this was to maintain the dignity of the empire. Luo Yaya's concern showed that she had thought things through carefully. Now that the crown princes of the 4 great empires were unable to directly mobilize the empire's armies, they would definitely think of all sorts of ways to obtain as much military power as possible. Even if the Hualing Empire allows them to send their army, they won't send many of them. If we join hands, we can definitely take them down. The Phoenix Queen said, "It's settled then. I'll go out and destroy that guy's clone." A dignified crown prince of the empire, sending a clone over and cowering in fear. He deserves to be destroyed. Luo Shu said, "Sister Phoenix, try your best to understand his purpose of coming here. Not long after Your Excellency Divine King defeated the exotic cat fleet, this Prince Hualing jumped out. He must have some purpose." "Got it." The Phoenix Queen nodded. Then, she released a ball of fiery red light from her storage magic treasure. This ball of light enveloped the Phoenix Queen's body and turned into a set of domineering fiery red phoenix armor, covering her entire body and head. She held a beautiful phoenix-shaped sword in her hand and said, "Your Excellency, do you want to go out and take a look?" "Let's go." Qin Yin stood up. Luo Shu and Luo Yaya took out their masks and put them on. Yu Xiangyun also put on the black armor and went out to take a look. After all, it was rare for Phoenix Queen to kill Crown Prince Hualing's doppelganger. Outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land, there was a 100-meter-long ship floating in the air. It was the ship of Crown Prince Hualing's clone. An emissary is standing outside the barrier of Golden Claw Treasure Land's entrance. He is Jiang Ming, whom Qin Yin is familiar with. When Jiang Ming saw Qin Yin appear and bring a group of people with him, he sighed in his heart. Back then, when he bought the easy smoke manufacturing technique from Qin Yin was not that powerful. He didn't expect that not long after, even the Crown Prince of the Hualing Empire would send a clone to see Qin Yin. As a precaution, Qin Yin brought Su Xiaoba, Monkey King, Ba Taiyin and others. He is worried that Phoenix Queen won't be able to defeat Crown Prince Hualing's avatar. Of course, the Phoenix Queen had brought quite a few people with her. Other than General Chu Limin, there were also more than 10 mysterious people wearing flaming armor. They had been waiting outside the Nine Suns sky-raising pagoda the entire time. On Luo Shu's side, there were Luo Yaya and Ji, Yingji, and a few middle-aged women. All of them were not weak. Jiang Ming said to Qin Yin, "Boss Qin, my Hualing Empire's crown prince wants to have a private talk with you, and only you. Is your crown prince an idiot, or does he take my master for a fool?" Su Xiaoba shouted without any trace of politeness, "My master is the divine king of the divine desolate. Your Hualing Empire came from the outerverse. Now that you are in my master's territory, why don't you hurry up and kowtow? Why are you acting so secretive?" Jiang Ming was immediately stunned because he never heard that Qin Yin had a disciple. He looked at the bald youth in front of him and wanted to say something but stopped. "His Highness the Crown Prince wants to talk about something very important. It's about the Taisher faction." Jiang Ming said again, "Boss Qin, with your strength, you don't need to be afraid of His Highness the Crown Prince. Stop talking nonsense, tell him to roll over here." Phoenix Queen said. Her voice came from her helmet, it sounded a bit hoarse. Jiang Ming is very surprised. Why is this group of people shouting and killing at the slightest provocation? In fact, in the eyes of Qin Yin and the others, Crown Prince Hualing is an enemy. The Crown Prince had secretly sent powerful imperial soldiers to infiltrate the exotic cat fleet to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land, mainly to capture Qin Yin. Therefore, Qin Yin and the others felt that there is no need to be polite to the enemy. Since the other side came with an avatar, they can just kill it. Jiang Ming can only take out the magic mirror and contact Crown Prince Hualing. His Highness the Crown Prince is willing to come in person. Jiang Ming said. This guy is so arrogant, he actually wants my master to board his broken ship? Su Xiaoba coldly snorted. He actually didn't know that Phoenix Queen was going to make a move later. He only knew that his master called him over to support the situation. He is complaining in his heart that there are too many people because he feels that as long as he, Brother Tyrannical Heaven, is there, they can support the sky. He alone is enough to support the situation. Not long after, a handsome and strong middle-aged man wearing golden armor flew over from the ship. When he landed on the ground, his posture is very stylish and he flipped his hair in a very coquettish manner. This is Crown Prince Hualing. His face is full of smile, he looks like a harmless and forthright man. Divine King of Divine Desolate, I have long heard of your name. Crown Prince Hualing walked over with a bright smile. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Phoenix Queen wearing Phoenix armor. He saw Phoenix Queen before but he didn't recognize her immediately. Phoenix Queen has many kinds of armors, all of them are carved with Phoenix totem or Phoenix relief. This kind of armor is not necessarily unique to Phoenix Queen. As long as you like it, you can carve a Phoenix totem on your own armor. Thank you very much for the tens of thousands of soldiers sent by Crown Prince Huling. Their divine universe heavenly bones are of excellent quality. I hope Crown Prince Huling can continue to work hard. Xianxia smiled and said, although I am a divine king, as everyone knows, I just started out and am poor, so I won't return the gift. Thank you Brother Qin for recognizing those tens of thousands of soldiers. Their divine universe heavenly bones satisfied Brother Qin, that's great. Crown Prince Huling smiled and said, as for returning the gift, there is no need. Crown Prince Huling's reaction also made Xianxia and the others secretly shocked. Brother Qin, do you want to invite me in, or do you want to come out and have a drink with me? Crown Prince Huling suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, I really have an important matter. I received news that a Taisher faction wants to attack you, I came to report. I'm sorry, there is a problem with the enchantment. I can't go in or out now, so I might as well say it here. Xianxia said. No, if the Taisher faction finds out, it will be bad. Crown Prince Huling shook his head and said. He was so determined to meet Xianxia, it was obvious that there was a conspiracy. After all, Crown Prince Huling only came with a doppelganger. It was worth it to use a doppelganger to kill Xianxia or seriously injure Xianxia. Let me go out. Phoenix Queen said. Okay. Xianxia nodded and gave Phoenix Queen a token, so that she could pass through the enchantment with it. Although Crown Prince Huling was only a doppelganger, his doppelganger was not weak at all and its equipment was also very powerful. For a person like Crown Prince Huling, the strength of his doppelganger could be said to be close to the original body. Because once something happened to the original body, he could rely on the doppelganger to continue to live, so people at this level would use a lot of resources to make their doppelganger stronger. Phoenix Queen took the token given by Xianxia and went out through the barrier. As soon as she went out, Crown Prince Huling's face changed. Crown Prince Huling had seen Phoenix Queen before, so he was very familiar with her aura. He felt that the Phoenix armor was somewhat familiar. Phoenix Queen walked out of the barrier and her powerful aura burst out. Crown Prince Huling immediately recognized her. Phoenix Queen. You actually contacted Xianxia in person. It seems that I underestimated the degree of cooperation between you two. Crown Prince Huling, who was shocked, quickly calmed down. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Phoenix Queen said coldly, the Divine King is my ally. You want to murder him, right? No, I came to find him because I really have important information to tell him. Crown Prince Huling said. Go to hell. Phoenix Queen slashed down with her sword. This sword was very fast. Crown Prince Huling did not expect it. His shoulder was fiercely slashed by this sword. His armor was smashed and many pieces splashed out. Although he did not dodge, because the divine universe power in his body was not weak, even if he defended, with the armor to offset most of the power, his arm was not cut off. He was very shocked. He did not expect Phoenix Queen to suddenly attack. Jiang Ming, who was beside Crown Prince Huling, was trembling with fear. They did not expect Phoenix Queen to be in the Golden Claw Treasure Land. She personally attacked at this time, which showed that she attached great importance to the cooperation with Xianxia. This was to show her attitude. Not only Jiang Ming, even Crown Prince Huling was very confused. What capital did Xianxia have to make Phoenix Queen show such attitude? It must be that Phoenix Queen needed Xianxia's help very much. She even did not hesitate to offend the Crown Prince of an empire. In fact, Phoenix Queen was not afraid of the Crown Prince at all. She had not been afraid of the Crown Prince of Deluo for a long time. Huling's shoulder was very painful. His bones were completely broken and he was supported by the divine universe power. After he was hit by the sword, he immediately kept a distance from Phoenix Queen. The Phoenix Queen did not immediately chase after him. She seemed to be a little sloppy and not in a hurry. The reason I came to find Xianxia is indeed to kill him. My avatar is enough to kill him. Crown Prince Hualing sneered. Also, there really is a Taisher force that wants to take action against him. The reason why I came is because I don't want him to fall into the hands of a Taisher force. Previously, he had sent out 50,000 soldiers to attack the Golden Claw treasured land, but all of them had been lost, so he felt that it was a great loss. The other 3 crown princes did not do anything, which meant that the Taisher faction was determined to win. At most, I'll just lose a doppelganger. If I succeed, then I'll make a huge profit. If I don't, then the loss isn't that big. Crown Prince Hualing laughed and said, Phoenix Queen, you are indeed very strong, but you can't kill my doppelganger. I didn't lose anything. Is that so? Do you really think that I can't kill your clone? Phoenix Queen said slowly. No matter how strong you are still only at the 9th level of the divine space realm. No matter how strong you are still only the king of a kingdom. I am the crown prince of the empire. Whether it is bloodline or status, I am much higher than you. Crown Prince Hualing laughed and said, the other crown princes all hope to obtain you and make you their concubine. But in my eyes, you are most suitable to be a slave, ha ha ha. Phoenix Queen is very calm. Xianxia watched from inside the enchantment. With his understanding of violent women, the calmer they were, the more terrifying they were. Sure enough, Crown Prince Hualing, who was laughing, was about to jump and fly away when Phoenix Queen appeared above him. A burst of fiery red light suddenly flashed out. It was a huge phoenix wing that flashed and hit Crown Prince Hualing to the ground. Crown Prince Hualing, who fell to the ground, was covered by many inscriptions that looked like phoenix feathers. His body couldn't move. Crown Prince Hualing was very surprised. His doppelganger was very strong. It was also at the peak of the 9th level of the divine space realm. Even if it couldn't beat Phoenix Queen, it shouldn't have been crushed to this extent. Just as he was struggling, Phoenix Queen threw the broadsword towards the ground and directly penetrated the body of Crown Prince Hualing's doppelganger. Ah! Crown Prince Hualing let out a scream. Phoenix Queen fell from the sky. Her feet, which were wearing boots, fiercely stepped on Crown Prince Hualing's legs and directly broke them. Crown Prince Hualing let out another scream. Xianxia and others were also shocked by Phoenix Queen. There were many people in the 9th level of the divine space realm present. They all had 300,000 to 400,000 divine space power. The divine universe heavenly bones in their bodies had all been cultivated, but they hadn't been strengthened yet. But now it seemed that with their strength, it was still very difficult to defeat Phoenix Queen. Xianxia also didn't know why Phoenix Queen was so strong. It should not be because of her bloodline heavenly rune. Her bloodline heavenly rune was only the 5th generation. Her divine universe heavenly bone had all been strengthened. Crown Prince Hualing's doppelganger had also been strengthened. But in front of Phoenix Queen it was still so weak. There was only one reason. Phoenix Queen still had some kind of power in her body, which caused her body and divine universe power to erupt even stronger. Crown Princes of the 4 great empires, you must be the first crown prince to die in my hands. Phoenix Queen's voice was cold and indifferent. After she finished speaking, she stepped on Crown Prince Hualing's head. Then, she threw the Phoenix Divine Sword at the ship that Crown Prince Hualing had been on and directly destroyed it. Jiang Ming was killed by a wave of her hand and a ball of flame. Xianxia suddenly felt that his strength was still far from the top. He had not cultivated to the 9th level of the divine space realm, and the divine universe heavenly bone in his body had not been completely cultivated, let alone strengthened. However, he could still get the respect of top powerhouses like Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu. Because in this era, the strength of a single person was very limited. Even Phoenix Queen could not destroy a battleship with her own strength. And if Xianxia prepared well, he could destroy a battleship with all kinds of equipment. Phoenix Queen returned to the Golden Claw treasure land and said, the Taisher force will come soon. I don't know which universe's Taisher force it is. Your Excellency Divine King, the Empire did not attack you because they were afraid of causing a sensation. But the Taisher force does not have this concern. Are you afraid of the Taisher force? Of course not. It seems that I have to prepare immediately. Xianxia said. Phoenix Queen was not afraid. She even wanted to immediately fight with the Taisher force because she had been cheated by a Taisher force. Qin Yun dared to fight against the Taisher force, so she recognized Qin Yun as an ally even more. Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu originally came here to discuss with Qin Yun about attacking the primordial ancient ruins. However, they never expected that a primordial power would suddenly attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Because of the sudden situation, the Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu could only temporarily put aside the matter of the primordial ruins. Next, they had to help Qin Yun fight against the primordial power. They had all been scammed by Grand Prime organizations in the past. Although they had worked with Grand Prime organizations for many years, they did not understand their strength at all. They had no idea just how powerful they were right now. After arriving in the divine wilderness, no matter who it was, the highest cultivation they could reach was the 9th layer of the divine space realm. People from Grand Primes were no exception. This time, the Taisher power that was going to attack the Golden Claw territory was from the Outerverse, and it was not one of the 3 Taisher powers that the Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu were familiar with. However, it was still possible to get a rough idea of the Taisher power's strength. This was because the difference in strength between Grand Prime organizations would not be too great. Qin Yun really needs Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu's help. He doesn't want them to send more warriors, but he wants their craftsmen to help forge divine arrows and dragon head cannons. He did not understand the Grand Prime organizations, nor did he know how they would attack the Golden Claw treasure zone. However, he needed to prepare his strongest weapon. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to stop them. Qin Yun's Super 10,000 God Devouring Arrow is a very terrifying weapon in the Divine Desolate. No one dares to block it directly. He needed to prepare a few more of these Super Devouring God Arrows so that he could use them against powerful enemies that he didn't understand. Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu immediately returned to arrange craftsmen to help Qin Yun forge the Super 10,000 God Devouring Arrow. Qin Yun originally wanted to find some time to properly cultivate and raise the upper limit of his divine cosmos force. But now, time doesn't allow it. He let Xian Rujing and Luo Yaofeng return to 4 divine suns first. Yu Xiangyun followed Qin Yun to the lakeside of Golden Claw treasure land. Bai Suxin, Xiao Xianqin and the Star God were all undergoing a transformation at the bottom of the lake. Right now, the commotion in the lake was not small, which meant that they would be able to come up very soon. Sister Xiangyun, after they come up, bring them back to 4 divine suns. Qin Yun said. Yun, is this battle very difficult? Yu Xiangyun knows Qin Yun very well. Previously, when the exotic cat fleet attacked, he didn't let Bai Suxin and the others leave. However, he was very worried about Xiao Xianqin and the others. I don't understand the enemy this time, they are very powerful and mysterious. Qin Yun said, just in case. After they become stronger, they will be of great help to you. Why can't you let them stay? Yu Xiangyun asked. She also wanted to stay. Qin Yun shook his head and said, in this new era, combat methods are already very different. Sister Xiangyun, did you notice anything different when Phoenix Queen killed Prince Huoling's clone? Yes, the Phoenix Queen's power is very fierce, but the earth is not torn apart by her power. The earth can absorb and endure even stronger power. Yu Xiangyun said, this world is getting stronger and stronger. Yes. This means that even stronger materials will be born in the divine wilderness. They might even be better and stronger than the divine universe heavenly bone. If there is such a material, it will definitely be obtained by a powerful faction first, and it will also appear in the 9 Suns sacred ground first, said Qin Yun. Grasp the best resources and forge the latest and strongest equipment, and you will have a greater advantage on the battlefield. Yu Xiangyun nodded. Divine Moon Clan is currently in charge of growing medicinal herbs among the 4 divine suns. But during this period of time, she also discovered the importance of equipment. She began to develop smelting and forging techniques and nurture related talents. As they spoke, many bubbles suddenly appeared on the lake. Bai Suxin, Xiao Xianqin and Star God all floated up from the lake. They have become very strong, just like Xian Rujing, Yao Feng and the others. Yu Xiangyun walked over and shook their hands one by one, sensing their formidable divine universe power. This kind of lake is really good. Star God smiled charmingly and said, little brother Yun, during this period of time, big sister has heard a lot of tremors. Is the battle outside over? It's over. This kind of lake is good, but there won't be many opportunities to use it later. Qin said with smile, Big Sister Star God, you all go back with Sister Xianxia first. Don't come to the Golden Claw treasure land if there's nothing. Star God and the others immediately realized that Qin is facing a great crisis. Xiao Xianqin and the others didn't ask anything, they only said a few encouraging words to Qin, then kissed his face and followed Yu Xianxia back. After they returned to the Guanhan Palace, Bai Suxin bit her lips and said, Sister Xianxia, could it be that we can't help at all? Didn't we become stronger? We indeed can't help now, but we will definitely be able to help in the future. From now on, you must properly learn how to smelt materials and how to forge weapons. This will be very important in this era. Yu Xianxia said. Among the 4 divine sons, they can draw in very strong flames to smelt. Other than runes being very difficult, smelting and forging are not too difficult for them. They are only lacking materials now. In a very elegant room in the Guanhan Palace, this is not Yu Xianxia's room, but she has quietly arrived here. On the bed in the room, a quiet and gentle, absolutely beautiful woman is sitting cross-legged. It is Xiaqiru. Ro, when are you going to the core of the 7 divine sun? Yu Xianxia asked. Xiaqiru opened her eyes, her expression is as gentle as water, her face revealed a gentle and sweet smile. Sister Xianxia, how is Xiaoyun now? The Taisher powers want to attack his Golden Claw treasure land, and this time it will be rather difficult. Aren't you going to see him? Yu Xianxia asked. I don't plan to go to the core of the 7 divine sun, nor do I plan to see Xiaoyun. I just want to quietly chat with you here. Xiaqiru said with smile. Yu Xianxia walked over and sat on the side of the bed. She gently held Xiaqiru's hand and said, Ro, I can't see through you more and more. We were once the goddesses of the 9 heavens. You were Xianxia Ro and I was Xianxia Xiang. Later on, we each had our own fates. You and I did not change, but your realm is higher than mine. Sister Xianxia, I am waiting for the birth of the 9th divine sun. Xiaqiru said, after the birth of the 9th divine sun, I will immediately teleport to the 9th divine sun through the core of the 4 divine Sunday. This is extremely important. The 9th divine sun should have been entered by Yuxi, right? Yu Xianxia said with a frown. No, Yuxi and Yu Tian went to the ancestral divine sun and 2nd divine sun respectively. They are with Yu Mei and Yu Lan. After the birth of the 9th divine sun, all of us 9 sun goddesses will go to the core of the 9th divine sun. Xiaqiru said, don't tell Xiaoyun that I'm back. I'm afraid that he will affect our plans. I won't tell him. Yu Xianxia nodded. Thank you, as expected of my most beautiful and fragrant sister Xianxia. Xiaqiru smiled lightly and then caressed Yu Xianxia's face. Qin had learned from the 9 Yang Law spirit that Xiaqiru, Yu Shi, and Yu Tian would soon return from the outerverse. Recently, he had been bitterly waiting for news from Xiaqiru and the others. He had never asked Yu Xianxia before because he felt that once Yu Xianxia had any news, she would definitely tell him immediately. Qin missed Xiaqiru very much. After so many years, he had often been separated from Xiaqiru. He was already used to it. Now that he was facing the attack of a Grand Prime organization, he needed to be completely prepared. Inside the 9 Suns sky-raising pagoda, Qin held the divine mirror of absolute beginning. Brother Taisher, the Taisher organizations are finally moving against me. It's a pity that you know nothing about the Taisher organizations, or I would be able to make even more ample preparations. Qin sighed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Qin knew nothing about powerful enemies, so he felt helpless. Back when he was fighting the Scorpio Kingdom and the Exotic Cat Kingdom, he had very reliable information in his hands. In particular, when he was fighting the Exotic Cat Kingdom, he even had the bloodline poisonous insects that could restrain the cat-eared people, which was why he was able to remain calm. I'm about to master the heavenly talisman of you. I'll be able to create the strongest heavenly talisman of you very soon. Old brother Taisher said, however, this is of no help in the war. Qin stood at the top of the 9 Sun heaven-raising pagoda and looked at the starry night sky. He said, with my current strength, I am unable to establish a foothold in the divine desolate. It is already not easy for me to last until now. Many powerful races have already sent people to express their goodwill towards me. they're still on their way. The Grand Prime organizations will deal a heavy blow to my prestige before the envoys arrive, making the various races of the Divine Wilderness lose confidence in me. The upper echelons of the Taisher factions and the empires could see the entire situation very clearly. The four empires could not openly take action, but the mysterious Taisher organizations could. Brother Taisher said, "Qin Yun, you just need to lose beautifully. Compared to the four empires and the Taisher factions, you're just too weak. As long as you lose beautifully, you'll win." A loss was a loss. How could it be as beautiful as losing? And Qin Yun quickly understood old brother Taisher's intentions. The main goal of the four empires and the Grand Prime factions was to strike at Qin Yun's prestige and reduce his living space. It was very difficult for them to completely kill or capture Qin Yun. All they could do was restrict Qin Yun's development to prevent him from leading the various races of the Divine Wilderness to pose a great threat to the empires and Grand Prime factions. Now that a Grand Prime organization wanted to move against Qin Yun, it meant that Qin Yun's recent performance had indeed made the upper echelon of the four empires and Grand Prime organizations feel threatened. Then what they can do is to eradicate Qin Yun's Golden Claw treasure lands and seize all of Qin Yun's treasure lands. This can restrict Qin Yun's development and at the same time suppress Qin Yun's newly established prestige. The so-called beautiful defeat was to let the enemy achieve their goal, but they would also suffer heavy losses. Not letting the enemy be happy could guarantee a certain degree of prestige, and at the same time make the enemy feel uncomfortable. On the surface, it looked like they had lost, but to the various races of the Divine Wilderness, it was not considered a loss. Qin Yun immediately summoned the Heaven Secrets chapter's core figures, Xianxia, Chu Wuxing, Yu Yan, Tian Rui, and Tianyu. He also summoned Yingji and Enji. He needed crucial information. The scale of the Grand Prime organization's attack on the Golden Claw treasure zone this time will definitely be quite large. Use the fastest time possible to gather the relevant information. As Qin Yun spoke, he took out a few small boat-sized flying shuttles. This is something he asked in Wukong to create. It can shuttle through space, but it consumes a lot of energy. It requires a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstone to maintain its energy consumption. After Qin Yun seized the Strange Cat Kingdom's battleship, he obtained many small Divine Sun cores. After transferring the small Divine Sun cores to the spatial flying shuttles, there is no need for Divine Universe Goldstone. Qin Yun simply taught them how to use the spatial flying shuttles, so that they can quickly gather information. Once they have any news, they can immediately return. This is the fastest method. Xianxia and the others immediately took action. Qin Yun brought along Monkey King and Su Xiaoba. He placed 50,000 Divine King warriors and 50,000 Phoenix warriors into a pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul and headed towards other treasure lands. He had to speed up and dig out as many Divine Universe metals as he could from beneath the treasure land as possible. There are many other treasure lands that are digging out Divine Universe Goldstones, such as the group of Tyrant Dragon warriors, Illusory Pupil race and Dual Heart race people, as well as a portion of Scorpio people. Their mines were controlled and used to dig out Divine Universe Goldstones, so their speed was originally very fast. But now, Qin Yun wants them to be even faster. Moreover, he also brought 100,000 powerful warriors. If it was before, Qin Yun could easily use Nether Sun's supergravity to do it. But now that this land has evolved, it is very difficult to do so. Therefore, he needs the power of many people to blast open the treasure lands and dig deep into the ground. Boss, there are too many Divine Universe Goldstones under these treasure lands. With this speed, we can still finish them in a short period of time. Tien Ba said. He knows that Qin Yun wants to transfer the Divine Universe Goldstones from these treasure lands. Qin Yun sighed, the treasure lands are becoming more and more solid, he can no longer mine them quickly. Even if he uses all his strength, he can only find another treasure land in a short period of time. Although the Golden Claw treasure land's energy has been greatly consumed, there are still a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones below. This is also the reason why the Taisher powers took action. As long as they can beat Qin Yun away, they can obtain the resources of these treasure lands, it will be a great harvest. If Qin Yun is beaten away, he will lose a few treasure lands and at the same time, his prestige will be greatly damaged, he will lose very unsightly. Even the Taisher powers and the four great empires are unable to take away all the divine universe goldstones in a short period of time. Facing the formidable attack, Qin Yin cannot resist and can only give up on the Golden Claw treasure land. Many scouts are staring at Qin Yin's treasure lands. When they saw many powerful warriors suddenly appear in one of the treasure lands, they immediately sent the news back. This time, Qin Yin really wants to run, he wants to dig as much as he can. Tying Ba and the others also realized how formidable the Taisher powers are. However, their morale has not been affected. Qin Yin being able to hold on for so long is already a miracle in their eyes. This treasure land originally belonged to the Twin Heart race, now nearly 200,000 people are digging. Qin Yin is not in this treasure land. He brought Monkey King and Su Xiaoba to the illusory pupil race's treasure land and used mysterious penetration divine ability to enter deep underground. After entering deep underground, he let Miluer out. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also came out. They have entered the Golden Claw treasure land before, now they have become very strong, enough to protect Miluer. After this adorable and pure girl came out, Qin Yin can't help but pinch her little face. Miluer, your face has become a lot rounder. Qin Yin said with smile. Ah, am I getting fat? Miluer suddenly became very anxious. Inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, she followed Yang and the other foodies to eat and eat all day. It would be strange if she didn't get fat. Qin Yin let Miluer come out to ask her to help transfer the Divine Universe Goldstones. Miluer has a very special and formidable ability towards golden brittle. Miller covered her somewhat round face with her hands, looking a little shy because she just realized that she is fat. At this time, she also made up her mind to start losing weight. Big brother Yun, there are a lot of golden crisps here. Miller quickly discovered. There are a lot but I can't take them away quickly. Do you have any way? Qin Yin said, I obtained this territory with great difficulty. Now there are powerful enemies who want to rob my territory. I may not be able to defeat them. So I can only transfer the golden crisps here. Qin Yin heard from Ling Yun and Shui Tianzi that Miller grew very fast in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Although she always looked like a young girl, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. As for how much she has grown, Zi Qingqing and the others are not clear. Miller's combat power may not be strong but her special ability is very terrifying. For example, the way she perceives the Divine Universe Golden Stone is very amazing. Furthermore, she can travel through space and even use her mental power to sweep through the earth in the form of spatial waves. Her ability to travel through space is very powerful, probably even more powerful than in Wukong and other alien space race people. Qin Yin still can't figure out why her spatial power is so powerful. Furthermore, her mental power can erupt so many times. Of course, this little cutie doesn't know that she has mastered a very enviable super ability. Inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, she just eats and eats all day long or helps with some chores. With Yang and her group of friends to play with, she can live a very happy life every day. It can be said that she is carefree. Occasionally, she would think of the destroyer that made her afraid. Miller closed her eyes. After a while, she said, Big brother Yun, I can try to transfer a relatively large piece of golden crisps to the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Transfer most of them. Qin Yin said in surprise, what do you need? Will it affect you? I may be very tired. After I finish, I will rest for a period of time. There won't be any problems, just treat it as losing weight. Miller smiled sweetly and said, Big brother Yun. I will start now. And, let's begin. Qin Yin nodded and said. Then he let Ling Yuner inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit look after the transferred Divine Universe Golden Stone. Miller just stood there, then closed her eyes. Her body released a faint golden glow, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were by her side in case anything happened to her. As she continued to release spatial fluctuations, Qin Yin could gradually sense the aura of the nearby Divine Universe Goldstones grow stronger and stronger. Soon, Qin Yin found out how Maruru was transferred. She released a very strong mental force wind, first locking onto the larger Divine Universe Golden Stones, then releasing the special spatial energy she grasped, moving a small portion of the larger Divine Universe Golden Stones to carry out spatial teleportation. Those Divine Universe Goldstones didn't teleport over immediately. Instead, they moved in segments. After teleporting several hundred meters, they would stop for a period of time before continuing to teleport. It could be seen that this consumed a lot of Maruru's energy. It didn't take long for her little face to be covered in sweat, and her white cat ears were constantly trembling, releasing a very strong spirit Ju Li Fang. Her white tail wagged very quickly, and every time it wagged, it would create a spatial wave. Not long after, Qin Yan sensed a relatively large Divine Universe Goldstone approaching. He immediately locked onto the nearby Divine Universe Goldstone and moved it into the 9th Sun Divine Spirit. It was not easy to move a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstone deep underground. After all, they were too far apart and some were even deeper underground. Miller persisted for several hours before she moved most of the Divine Universe Goldstone ores over and let Qin Yan store them into the 9th Sun Divine Spirit. After finishing, Miller took a light breath. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi quickly helped her wipe her sweat. Big brother Yun, I want to rest, I can still continue. Miller faintly smiled, her eyes are somewhat tired. Miller, it's been hard on you. If the situation wasn't urgent, I wouldn't have let you be so tired. Qin Yan touched her face with some heartache. Miller can't just eat and drink for free. When you need help, I will definitely do my best. Miller's lovely face is very serious, her voice is very powerful. Thank you, Miller. Qin Yan smiled in relief. He is not afraid of the destroyer coming because in the Divine Desolate, even if the destroyer comes, their cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. A large number of Phoenix Warriors and Divine King Warriors can definitely resist the destroyer. In the next few days, Qin Yan brought Miller to the depths of several treasure lands and transferred a portion of the Divine Universe Goldstone from each treasure land to the 9th Sun Divine Spirit. In total, there are more than 10 trillion Divine Universe Goldstone. In addition to the Divine Universe Goldstone that Qin Yan already has, he now has 17 trillion. Although it is a lot, he can't use it all at once. Moreover, these Divine Universe Goldstones still need to nurture the Divine King army and so on. His expenses in the future will still not be small. There are still Divine Universe Goldstone under several treasure lands, but they are too scattered and small. It would be too troublesome to get them all out and it would take a lot of time, so he can only give up. Moreover, the core lake of the treasure land has been destroyed by Qin Yan, so it will be impossible to produce more Divine Universe Goldstone in the future. Even if other forces occupy these treasure lands, it will not be easy for them to dig out the remaining Divine Universe Goldstone. Taisher factions have not arrived, but Heavenly Secret Sect and Dark Shadow Pavilion have already obtained some important information. Inside Golden Claw Treasure Land, Qin Yan is looking at all kinds of information and his heart is filled with shock. Taisher factions can be said to be very powerful. They control the barbarian race universe's humans and beasts. They all came from the 9th Sun Holy Land. They are incomparably powerful and they don't care about their lives. Taisher faction has 10,000 meter long giant battleships. It can be said to be very large. 3 of them are currently flying very high in the sky. They are heading towards Golden Claw Treasure Land. These giant battleships will be used to break the barrier of the treasure land. They will not land on the ground to fight. The main reason is that Taisher faction is afraid of being shot down by Qin Yan. Boss, Strange Cat King is here. Taiyin Ba said in low voice outside the 9th Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Strange Cat King? Qin Yan frowned. Strange Cat King coming at this time is very surprising. Qin Yan immediately went out and stored the 9th Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Then he called Monkey King and Su Xiaoba and left with Taiyin. At this moment, all the other treasure lands have been evacuated. All the warriors and other people are gathered at Golden Claw Treasure Land's Heavenly Law Altar. Qin Yan can leave at any time. Extremely urgent matter. Strange Cat King directly said after seeing Qin Yan. Qin Yan took out the 9th Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and brought Strange Cat King inside. Is the little girl following you? Strange Cat King asked after entering the 9th Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. The little girl he is talking about is precisely Maluruwer. Qin Yan is very surprised. He asked Maluruwer to come out and help him for the past few days, but she did not attract any destroyer. Yet Strange Cat King sensed it. Qin Yan is very puzzled why the destroyer did not come. Instead, Strange Cat King came so quickly. How did he know that Malur is here? Yes, what's wrong? Qin Yan asked, is the destroyer coming? Strange Cat King took out a few heads and said, all the destroyers are here. You have to be careful next time. Let the little girl come out and let her use her ability, but be sure to pay attention to the destroyer. Xianxia looked at the heads and was somewhat surprised. Strange Cat King actually killed the destroyer, a powerful warrior personally led by Deluo Heavenly Emperor. I couldn't beat these destroyers before, but now that we have the same cultivation level, they are no longer my opponents? Strange Cat King said lightly. Strange Cat King, what is the origin of this little girl? Xianxia has always been very curious. The last time he met Luo Shu, they mainly discussed other important things, so he did not have time to ask about Malur's origin. On the surface, she is a child born from the union of Deluo royal family and my Strange Cat King family, but it is not only that. I don't know the specific situation, I only know that once she uses that special ability, the destroyer will sense it. Strange Cat King said, and I also have an instrument in my hand that can sense her. Xianxia asked, can you let me see that instrument? Strange Cat King took out a square compass. Xianxia took it and carefully looked at it. He used his heavenly eye and took out the divine mirror of Taisher to illuminate it. This square compass is golden and there are many strange runes on its surface. Xianxia is not even sure whether they are runes or not, but they look very similar. Xianxia did not ask his brother Taisher, he just illuminated and recorded those strange runes first. Where did this thing come from? Xianxia asked, it looks very old, it must be very strong and there is a very strange energy inside, it is really strange. Your Majesty, this thing was not refined for the little girl, it was mainly created to find a special kind of people with powerful energy inside their body. Strange Cat King said with a mysterious face, I also obtained this thing by chance. I only found out later that I can use this thing to sense the little girl. Xianxia was even more surprised. When he first saw Myra, he knew that she was not simple. Later, when he learned about her background, he really thought that the Deluo royal family did not allow their royal bloodline to be combined with other bloodlines, and that was why they captured Malur to purify her bloodline. But now, Exotic Cat said that Malur was a special human. Doesn't Maluru have the blood of the Exotic Cat royal family and the Deluo royal family? How can it be a special race? Xianxia is very puzzled, then he looked at Ba Taiyin. Blue-skinned people like Ba Taiyin were a very special race. I don't know the details, but my guess is that the little girl has the blood of the Deluo royal family in her body. Due to the combination of various coincidental factors, she mutated, Cat King said. People like her should be very powerful. Miller's father is a member of the Deluo royal family, so it's highly possible that her father's mother is of that special race. If that's the case, then there might be some powerful warriors like Miller in the Luo Empire. The power of the Empire and the Taisher factions is really unfathomable. Your Excellency Divine King, I really can't help you with the attack of the Taisher factions, please forgive me. Cat King sighed. It's okay, I have already prepared to retreat. Strange Cat King, you should properly develop in Nine Sun Holy Ground, maybe I will need your help in the future. Xianxia said. Yes. Then I will take my leave, goodbye. Cat King nodded and said. Cat King was completely convinced by Xianxia, so he also recognized Xianxia as the Divine King and was willing to accept his leadership. After he walked out of the Nine Sun sky-raising pagoda, he seemed to have flown very far away, but in fact, he was still nearby. He wanted to see if Xianxia would really retreat in the end. He also wanted to see how the Taisher factions would attack the Golden Claw treasure land, and how they would crush Xianxia's undefeatable legend. Cat King gave the compass to Xianxia. He killed those destroyers and obtained one. Although it was useless for the time being, he wanted to keep one in his hand. The true power of the Empire is something even Luo Shu, the former princess of Great Luo, doesn't know. Maybe even the Crown Prince of Great Luo doesn't know how much power the Great Luo Heavenly Emperor is hiding. Xianxia has already returned to the Golden Claw treasure land. Beneath the Golden Claw treasure land, there were many scattered pieces of Divine Universe metal stones. This treasure land was extremely large, and if the scattered pieces of Divine Universe metal stones were gathered together, it would still be an enormous amount. The Taisher factions are about to attack, they will surely attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Xianxia is not willing to retreat just like this. Qin Yun, the rune on the square compass should be an ancient character. Old brother Taisher said, maybe there was a civilization that combined words and bloodline heavenly runes to form characters. The advantage of this is that it's easy to learn and memorize. It can be said that it's a simplified heavenly rune that's perfect. Qin Yun immediately thought of the primordial ancient ruins and the ancient primordial humans. The Taisher factions were created by the descendants of the ancient primordial humans. They have always been searching for the primordial ancient ruins. The relationship between the Empire and the Taisher factions is very close. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Emperor of the Empire even controls the Taisher factions. Could it be that these things were created by the Taisher factions? Qin Yun looked at the square compass with frown. These bloodline heavenly rune characters are mainly derived from the bloodline heavenly rune box. Maybe I can use the box to create a large number of bloodline heavenly rune characters and increase the power of the bloodline heavenly rune. Although these bloodline heavenly rune characters are more concise, their power is not weaker. Especially when they are combined together, their power is even stronger. Taisher said. Qin Yun has the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He used to transform runes into characters and the effect was very good. But later on, the runes he mastered became more and more complicated. Divine rune, totem rune, heavenly rune, bloodline heavenly rune and so on. If he could truly transform bloodline heavenly rune into characters, it would be very convenient. For example, those powerful Yu clan heavenly talisman require incomparably complicated bloodline heavenly rune. If he could make Yu clan heavenly talisman's runes even more concise, he would be able to let the inscription masters of the inscription gate mass-produce them. Heaven Secret Sect and Dark Shadow Pavilion sent the latest information. It is estimated that the Taisher faction's giant battleships will arrive in the sky above the Golden Claw treasure land in 3 days. 3 more days, it should be enough. Qin Yun is not willing to hand over these treasure lands to the Taisher factions. Even if he moved a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstones and destroyed the core, there are still a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones left in the treasure lands. In the next 3 days and 3 nights, he will do his best to transform the barrier of those treasure lands and also set up trap formations. Qin Yun brought along the Divine Inscription Mountain and headed towards the empty treasure lands. Although most of the Divine Universe golden stones had been dug out of the treasure land, the barrier could still be maintained. Even if the core lake of the treasure land was destroyed, it would not affect the operation of the barrier. Xianxia and company had previously modified the barriers of the treasure lands and gave them another barrier foundation. Therefore, even if the lake was destroyed, the foundation would still be fine. Qin Yun's next task was to command the inscription masters of the inscription gate to modify the treasure land. Old Xiao, we need to turn these treasure lands into danger zones. Even if the treasure land's barrier is destroyed and attacked, as long as one enters the treasure land and wants to mine the Divine Universe golden stones, they will face danger. Qin Yun said, I absolutely can't let them easily take away the Divine Universe golden stones. That's easy, we don't need to make a move on the biggest barrier of the treasure land. Xiaohua said, all we need to do is to set up a few special chain traps in the depths of the treasure land. He told Qin Yun about the chain trap formation. This was developed by the inscription gate and the overall idea is very wonderful. The only flaw is that they don't have good enough inscriptions and poison. The chain trap formation requires many trap formations to be set up in a very vast treasure land. These trap formations are all separated by a certain distance. As long as one trap formation is set up, all the trap formations under the treasure land will enter a state of activation. Then, they will absorb the energy under the treasure land and enter an activated state. The trap formation will release all kinds of dangerous energy or poisonous gas. They will gush out from deep underground and cover the entire treasure land. Even the smallest treasure land is still very vast. It is very difficult to set up a large number of trap formations. However, Xiaohua and company also have a solution. The trap formations they set up can reproduce themselves. For example, after setting up more than 10 trap formations, as long as the foundation of these trap formations absorbs enough energy, they will give birth to array seeds. The array seed will run everywhere. As long as there is energy, the array seed will stop and explode. Then, it will release runes and form a trap formation. Then, it will absorb energy to nurture the array seed and continue to reproduce. Qin Yan is not surprised at the formation of the array seed because he has an inscription fungus mother. The array seed that Xiao Hua and company are talking about is actually the inscription fungus mother. What surprised Qin Yan is that Xiao Hua and company can actually create a rune to nurture the inscription fungus mother. The level of the inscription gate is very high. Although they don't have many members, each of them are very outstanding. Moreover, most of them have inscription spirits. Some of them are even beasts formed from runes. Furthermore, Qin Yan will give them many runes from time to time. There are heavenly runes, bloodline heavenly runes, as well as inscription fungus mother runes and so on. They are all very rare and profound runes. Through studying these runes, they can raise their level even higher. In a very short time, Qin Yan improved the trap formations. He added some poison bloodline and heavenly runes, nether sun totem runes, to tot spirit runes. The trap formation Yin Tian divine domain formation. There are scattered under the treasure land. Qin Yan and the members of the inscription gate began to get busy, planting traps under the treasure land. As long as the trap formation can absorb a lot of energy, it can quickly reproduce and give birth to an array seed. Qin Yan observed for a moment and realized that the array seed was like a mushroom formed from golden runes that shuttled deep underground. After finding a suitable location, the mushroom would explode. Then, a large number of runes would spread out in all directions, quickly forming a relatively small array formation. After the formation is formed, it will absorb energy and expand. Finally, it will nurture an array seed. This way, as long as it is left here, it won't take long before it will be everywhere under the treasure land. This kind of trap formation won't spread outside the treasure land because it requires energy. Without enough energy outside the treasure land, they won't be able to reproduce. Qin Yan is very satisfied with this kind of formation, the effect is unexpectedly good. He originally thought that it would take 3 days and 3 nights to completely transform this treasure land. He didn't expect that it would only take 2 days to completely transform this treasure land. He is no longer inside the Golden Claw treasure land. The Heavenly Tao altar has also come out of the treasure land. Moreover, it has become a lot smaller, making it more convenient to escape. The Heavenly Tao altar has crazily devoured a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy and stored it inside the altar. There are many teleportation formations inside the altar that can lead to the 4 Divine Suns, Phoenix Kingdom and Luo Shu. Qin Yan already told Luo Shu to withdraw the 200,000 soldiers hidden in the vicinity. They are her trump card, there is no need for them to stay here anymore. She only needs to provide Qin Yan with those super 10,000 god-devouring arrows. Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Soul still has 500 strange cat battleships. There are several powerful small Divine Sun cores inside those battleships. The small Divine Sun cores are still very big. Qin Yan took out a few dozen of them. This won't affect the operation of those battleships in the future. He placed these small Divine Sun cores into the Dan transformation heavenly furnace to refine them. Finally, he refined 2 cannonballs. He named them Divine Sun Nuclear Bomb. He doesn't know if he will use these 3 cannonballs in the end. If possible, he doesn't want to use them because their might is very dreadful. Even he doesn't know how strong the power will be. The scouts outside the Golden Claw treasure land are now very far away. They don't dare to approach because they have received news that 3 incomparably huge battleships are flying in the sky. Because they are too high from the ground, those 3 super huge battleships look like pigeons flying in the sky. And on the magic mirror, there is also news saying that those 3 10,000-meter long super huge battleships were sent by the mysterious Taisher faction. Not long after this news came out, it was quickly deleted. Clearly, someone is deliberately causing trouble to expose the existence of the Taisher faction. Because many people don't even know about the existence of the Taisher faction. Everyone knows that Qin Yan wants to run away. Because he previously sent people to frantically dig up the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Now that the Heavenly Law altar has been moved outside the Golden Claw treasure land, it is very clear that it can't withstand this attack. Many envoys from powerful races came from afar to worship the Divine King and acknowledge him. However, after learning of this sudden situation, their hearts collapsed. Outside the Heavenly Law altar, a few meters tall white ball suddenly appeared. It looks like a huge snow-white pearl. This huge pearl fell from the sky and it is also surging with a very strong aura. Qin is inside the heavenly law altar. He immediately discovered the huge pearl falling. Qin, I am the daughter of the great Xian Star Lord and also the great Xian Goddess. An ice-cold voice came from inside the huge pearl, come out and surrender. Join my great Xian Star and sign a soul contract. Forever loyal to the great Xian Star, we can spare your life. Qin is very shocked when he heard this from inside the heavenly law altar. The great Xian Star should be the Taisher faction that attacked this time. They actually sent such an important person over. Inside the heavenly law altar, Qin opened his heavenly eye and looked through the huge pearl. He discovered that the body of the great Xian goddess is not very strong. That means it is a clone. Since it was only an avatar, it made Qin very unhappy. Furthermore, he even said such arrogant words. Spare my life, do you have any enmity with your Taishan planet? My life is in your hands, what right do you have to decide my life or death? Said Qin with a sneer. Qin, I won't waste time with you. My time is very precious, even if it's a clone's time. I don't want to waste too much time on a small character like you. Xianxia said. Xianxia, right? You only sent a doppelganger, and you dare say that you want to dictate my life and death? I want to see what kind of ability you have. Qin said, I also don't want to waste time with you. If you announce that you are following me and acknowledge me as the God King, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Xianxia is stunned. Qin's words are the most preposterous words she has ever heard since she was born. Qin, you know nothing about the power of Grand Prime organizations. It's truly a miracle that an arrogant and narrow-minded person like you can survive until now. Xianxia sneered. It is you who know nothing about my power. I'm a very easygoing person. I gave you a chance just now. If you don't cherish it, it'll be too late for regrets in the future. Qin was serious. Previously, when Luo Shu sent Luo Yaya over, they were also rude. Later on, they changed their attitude in time and even showed their sincerity. Otherwise, they would have been tortured to the point of collapse by Qin. The other one is Strange Cat King. He also stopped in time and then completely knelt down in front of Qin, only then did he not get destroyed by Qin. If Xiaqiru was here, she would definitely persuade you to be loyal to us. Xianxia sneered, but now, it's too late even if you want to pledge your loyalty to the Taishan planet. Unless you lower yourself even more, we will not accept your allegiance. Qin was shocked. Xianxia actually knew Xiaqiru. Are you surprised? That I know Xiaqiru? Her original name was Tian Shiro. Not only do I know her, I also know Tian Shisheng, who is now Yu Shangyun, and Luo Yaofeng. They are all 9 heavens goddesses. I was once a 9 heavens goddess. Xianxia sneered, however, I'm stronger than the 3 of them. They only need to see me to know how powerful I am. Qin was secretly alarmed but he was not afraid at all. There were indeed quite a few 9 heavens goddesses. He thought that all the other goddesses were finished. He never expected that one would suddenly appear. Furthermore, it was from a Grand Prime faction. It seemed like the 9 heavens goddesses had a powerful background. Qin, even if you are not loyal to me, I still advise you to do a good deed. Give Xiaoyuan to the Crown Prince of Hualing Empire. This will be good for you and also good for Xiaoyuan. Xianxia said again, Xiaoyuan is the 9-son divine maiden, only the empire's crown prince is qualified to have her. Only those crown princes can make her into an outstanding cultivation slave. Qin was immediately enraged. Cultivation equipment, his beloved wife went through 9 lifetimes with him to reach this stage today. Xianxia actually wants him to give her to someone else as a slave. Previously, the Crown Prince of Great Luo often said that he wanted to take in 9-son divine maidens as slaves. Now it turns out that not only he wants to use them as slaves, he also wants to use them for evil cultivation. Crown Prince Hualing's clone was killed by Phoenix Queen not long ago. Xianxia clearly does not know about this. Is your position higher or Crown Prince Hualing's position higher? Qin's voice became very cold as he calmly asked. Of course my position is higher. I want you to give Xiaoyuan to Crown Prince Hualing for her own good. At the same time, it will also make Crown Prince Hualing behave a bit. Xianxia said. Inside the heavenly law altar, Qin Yin sent voice transmission to Xia Wufeng, Monkey King, Su Xiaoba, Taiyin Ba, Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, Qin Sheng, and Ji, and Ing Ji. He told them to rush out and capture Xianxing's clone. The heavenly law altar suddenly flashed. After Qin Yin shot the 10,000 god-devouring arrow and destroyed the pearl, several figures suddenly flew out. Xianxing is startled, she did not expect Qin Yin to attack. Qin Yin, are you courting death? Xianxing immediately became furious. In her opinion, everyone in Divine Desolate should be afraid of Taisher powers. Xianxing is the daughter of Great Mystery Star's master. With her position, other than the heavenly emperors of the empires who don't need to be respectful to her, everyone else, including the crown prince of the empires, has to be very courteous. In Xianxing's eyes, Qin Yin is a lowly muggle, he should just kneel and kowtow to her. Xia Wufeng and the other experts besieged Xianxing's clone, it is very easy for them to capture her. No matter how strong Xianxing is, no matter how good her equipment and heavenly talismans are, facing this kind of besiegement, she will very quickly be defeated. Xianxing is wearing white clothes, she has an ice-cold, thin and long face. She is very good-looking but there is no sense of beauty. She is very angry at this moment. This time, she personally led the Great Mystery Star disciples to capture Qin Yin. In her eyes, it is a small matter, so she sent her clone. She doesn't want to waste too many resources to fight Qin Yin, so she wants to beat Qin Yin into submission and make him swear loyalty to Great Mystery Star. That way, she can easily obtain a large number of Bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes and Godly King Heavenly Seal. Xianxing has no idea how angry Qin Yin is. Not to mention her, even if the heavenly emperors of the four empires and the masters of all the Taisher powers were here, Qin Yin would risk his life to kill them. Qin Yin warned himself many times not to let his emotions affect his decisions, but he can't control himself every time. Especially after Xianxing belittled Xiao Yuelan to such an unbearable degree and even made him give his beloved wife to someone else as a plaything. How can he suppress his anger? The moment Xianxing was beaten to her knees, Qin Yin rushed out and placed the soul creation heavenly cauldron on her head. Then, he used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to imprint a few times on her body, sealing her up and not letting her soul escape. You want to torture me to make my true body feel pain? Xianxing's clone is not afraid at all. Aren't you afraid? Qin Yin asked. Of course I'm not afraid, my clone can't feel pain, it's useless no matter how you torture it. Xianxing said with sneer, also, my true body can sever the connection with my clone's soul at any time. But I won't sever it now because I want to see what you can do to me. Qin Yin took a deep breath, then took out a bottle of very smelly poison and opened it. Xianxing sniffed, frowned and sneered, very good poison. However, the structure of this avatar is not afraid of any poison at all, because my avatar is not a real body of flesh and blood. Your clone has a sense of smell, right? Qin Yin said with sneer, why does your clone need a sense of smell, isn't it just afraid of getting dirty? So if it smells something stinky, it should do its best not to touch it, right? Keeping a sense of smell will allow my clone to sense the surroundings even more clearly. Don't tell me you want to torture me with a sense of smell? Xianxing laughed loudly and said, come. Su Xiaoba suddenly let out a strange cry, his eyes are filled with expectation because he knows that Pippi Pig is about to appear. Su Xiaoba is very clear about Pippi Pig's power. He has experienced it many times. Inside the Divine Rune Mountain, Shiman Dazhuang often used Pippi Pig to scare him. Xianxing proudly looked at Qin Yin with a look of what can you do to me? Her eyes are filled with contempt. In her opinion, her avatar is very strong. Even if it falls into the enemy's hands, it will be very difficult for them to torture her. Especially a weak person like Qin Yin, he can't do anything to her avatar. Of course, this was only what she thought. Qin Yin took out the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. This is the same transparent goblet he modified not long ago. The goblet enveloped the sealed Xianxing. Xianxing coldly looked at Qin Yin and said, Qin Yin, my true body will arrive very soon. I will arrive at the battleship through the teleportation formation. When the time comes, it will be the time of your death. Qin Yin already sent people to inform Shiman Dazhuang to bring Pippi Pig over. Shiman Dazhuang is also inside the Heavenly Tao altar. He doesn't dare to come out because Heavenly Tao's child told him that the outside is filled with danger. The Golden Claw treasure land can be razed to the ground at any time. This scared Shiman Dazhuang so much that he hid in the safest place in the Heavenly Tao altar. Qin Yan stood outside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and asked, "So many Taisha factions, why is only your great Xianxia here?" The bloodline heavenly pattern box in his hand should be very tempting for those Taisha factions, they should be coming. That's because we are very strong. Moreover, as long as we take your bloodline heavenly pattern box, we will share it with the other Taisha factions. Qin Yan, you think you are very important, but you are just lucky to obtain the bloodline heavenly pattern box. You already have nothing left. Others gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Just wait and regret it. Xianxia said in cold voice. Shiman Dazhuang came out. He ran out of the Heavenly Tao altar while holding the shrunken Pippi Pig. Pippi Pig also entered the lake to undergo transformation and evolution. Now that he has become stronger, his ability also increased. Seeing Pippi Pig come out, Su Xiaoba and Xia Wufeng can already see Xianxing's miserable ending. The corners of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Xianxing was the goddess of Taishan Star. Even if it was her clone suffering this kind of torture, she would not be able to bear it. Moreover, this memory would certainly be the deepest in her life. When Shiman Dazhuang learned that Qin Yan wanted to use Pippi Pig to torture people, he excitedly brought Pippi Pig out. Qin Yan smiled and flew to the top of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet while carrying Pippi Pig. "Pippi Pig, go all out!" Shiman Dazhuang shouted with a smile. People like Ba Taiyin, Dark Concubine and In Concubine didn't know how powerful Pippi Pig was, so they were very confused. Xianxing sneered. Although most of her power was sealed, it wasn't a problem for her to deal with a pig. Just as she was about to mock him, Pippi Pig used a big move. A turbid air immediately filled the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Su Xiaoba closed his eyes and repeatedly shook his head. Even he would not be able to endure this kind of torture. In an instant, Xianxing's heart filled with boundless anger. She felt the world's smelliest fart. This kind of memory has been deeply branded in her soul. Even though she immediately cut off the connection with the clone, her main body can still feel it. This kind of feeling almost made her faint. Xianxing's clone has already fallen to the ground. Her expression is malevolent and filled with pain. This clone has already committed suicide. Originally, she could have already cut off the connection with the clone and let it self-destruct. But her character did not allow her to do so. To her, this is a sign of weakness to the enemy. So she wanted the clone to maintain an arrogant attitude and continue to look down on Qin Yan. However, she is now filled with endless regret and also endless anger. "Everyone, enter the Heavenly Law altar," Qin Yan said. "This battle is unavoidable. Great Xianstar's 3 supergiant battleships have already made their preparations. As long as Xianxing's main body arrives, they will attack Golden Claw Treasure Land at any time." After entering Golden Claw Treasure Land, they immediately went to find Tian Daozi and An Wukong. The Space God is also here. They are now in a core area of the Heavenly Law altar. An Wukong and the Space God have been modifying the Heavenly Law altar to give it the ability to shuttle through space. Because the time is very short and it requires a lot of energy, the Heavenly Law altar's ability to shuttle through space is very limited. It can't shuttle through long distances and it also consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, the Heavenly Law altar has absorbed the energy of many myriad realms' divine suns and stored enough energy to shuttle through space several times. It is enough to evade the enemy's pursuit. Great Xianstar has 10 supergiant battleships, but only 3 have arrived. However, in Xianxing's opinion, there is no need to send so many supergiant battleships. 1 is enough to flatten all the treasure lands controlled by Qin Yan. 3 supergiant battleships are floating high in the sky. Only 1 of them has started moving and is slowly descending. Xianxing's main body has already arrived. Her expression is very unsightly. She realized that she still underestimated Qin Yan's courage. He actually dared to attack her clone and even tortured it. Teleporting her main body from 9 Sun sacred ground consumed a lot of energy. Divine Desolate Space was originally sealed by the Empire's and Taisher factions, but now Nine Sun Law Spirit has added another layer of seal. This seal is even stronger than the previous one. Breaking through this seal and teleporting through space consumes a lot of energy. Even if the Taisher factions and empires have abundant resources, they wouldn't do it unless it's something important. And Qin Yan's group doesn't consume a lot of energy to travel through space or teleportation formations. The main reason is that they don't need to break through Nine Sun Law Spirit's spatial seal. Qin Yan, you can die now. It's true that you have the bloodline heavenly pattern box, but as long as you die, it will come out of your storage treasure. So I don't need to capture you alive. Xianxia's expression is as cold as frost. She shouted, gather the strongest energy and attack the center of Golden Claw Treasure Land and the altar. The Heavenly Law altar is right outside Golden Claw Treasure Land. Qin Yan did it on purpose to divert the enemy's attention. The supergiant battleship slowly descended. When it reached a certain height, two circular formations appeared at the bottom of the battleship and condensed energy at the center. The formation condensed energy very quickly. After accumulating energy for a while, it immediately released an attack. At the same time, two extremely powerful energy beams landed on the center of Golden Claw Treasure Land and the Heavenly Law altar. An explosion immediately shook the heaven and earth. The Heavenly Law altar was enveloped by a powerful light, energy waves surged and roared. No one can see the current situation of the Heavenly Law altar. Golden Claw Treasure Land's barrier has been blasted open and the entire treasure land has been enveloped by intense light energy waves. After the giant battleship breached Golden Claw Treasure Land, it didn't continue to attack, instead it concentrated its energy on the Heavenly Tao altar. Intense light burst out unceasingly at the location of the Heavenly Tao altar. Although the earth is shaking violently, as if it is heaving up and down, it hasn't split open. It can be seen how powerful the earth is now. Not only can it withstand such intense attacks, it can also absorb a portion of the energy into the earth. Everyone could sense the growth of the environment in God Desolate. Many people gradually felt fear in their hearts because in God Desolate, the power of nature was becoming stronger and stronger, while living beings were being restricted. If Divine Desolate continues to grow, then living beings like them will become very insignificant in front of nature's power. They won't be able to casually resist nature's power like before. Not only Divine Desolate, the entire cosmos is becoming stronger, only living beings are stagnating. Not long later, all kinds of living beings will become the weakest existence in the cosmos. At that time, living beings will never be able to contend against nature. This time, Great Xian Star sent giant battleships to attack Golden Claw Treasure Land, causing many people to feel fear towards Divine Desolate's environment. If it was before, this level of energy would have been enough to overturn the entire Golden Claw Treasure Land several times. It would have been enough to create large cracks in the ground or create huge craters. Those giant battleships can only break Golden Claw Treasure Land's barrier. Wanting to blast the entire Golden Claw Treasure Land back and forth is very difficult. Golden Claw Treasure Land is so vast, if they want to wash it back and forth, they will have to consume a great amount of energy. Even Great Xian Star can't withstand this kind of consumption. Therefore, they believe that breaking the barrier is enough. Next, they only need to send people into the treasure land to collect the Divine Universe golden ores. As long as they concentrate their attacks on the Heavenly Tao altar and completely destroy it, they will either force out the people hiding inside or kill them. Inside the giant battleship, Xianxia is looking at the waves of fierce attacks through a large mirror. She feels very comfortable in her heart. In her opinion, even if Qin Yan's group doesn't die, they will definitely be heavily injured. She actually hopes that Qin Yan's group doesn't die so that she can capture them alive and ruthlessly torture them. Especially Xia Wufeng and Su Xiaoba's group, they forced her avatar to kneel on the ground. And that farting pig is her nightmare. Recalling this experience, Xianxia became furious and coldly shouted, "Stop attacking, I still hope that we can capture Qin Yan's group alive. I want them to die so easily." The giant battleship's attack immediately stopped, but the fog is still shrouding the area. The scouts in the distance took out their telescopic devices to see the situation inside the altar of Heaven's Path. Strange Cat King was also watching seriously. A general beside him whispered, "Your Majesty, is Qin Yan really finished this time, Grand Prime organizations sure are terrifying. Just 2 or 3 of their super battleships are enough to sweep through our entire fleet, right? Exotic Cat King didn't answer. The super warships of Taishan planet were not only extremely strong in defense, but their internal energy source was also terrifying. The warships of their exotic cat kingdom simply couldn't compare. Previously, he thought that even if his fleet is not invincible, it would at least be able to enter top 5. But now, it seems that they might not even be able to enter top 10. The power of the 4 great empires and sacred lands' power is indeed very terrifying. Qin Yin will be fine. Strange sacred land is very sure that if Qin Yin did not fall, their kingdom would not have lost so miserably at that time. Great Xianxia is indeed a sacred land's power, but their current leader is not as good as me. Strange sacred land coldly groaned and said. He is not talking about this king anymore. His arrogant potential has already been completely defeated by Qin Yun. He wasn't boasting. In terms of understanding of Qin Yun, he was much clearer than those empires and kingdoms. Even Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen are not as clear about Qin Yun's power as Cat King. After all, they have never truly fought with Qin Yun, they have never experienced that kind of despair. The surging fog gradually dissipated, the heavenly law altar has disappeared, only a large number of broken stones are left on the ground. Those stones are made of huge square bricks. The heavenly law altar is very big, like a huge mountain, it looks like it is made of huge stone bricks. And now, there are so many broken bricks left on the scene, it seems that the heavenly law altar has been destroyed. All the spies immediately reported the situation of the scene back. When Cat King saw this scene, he just groaned. Your Majesty, is that altar finished? The general trembled and said. How is that possible? That altar is so big, but there are only a few broken pieces on the scene. When I attacked Golden Claw Treasure Land before, I studied this altar, it is very difficult to completely break it. Cat King said, what is broken is only the camouflage layer on the surface of the altar, this camouflage layer is made of stones from Golden Claw Treasure Land. Ah, then what about the altar, where did it go, how can such a huge thing disappear into thin air, is it space travel? Impossible, even the powerful sacred land's power and the 4 great empires cannot make such a huge thing travel through space. The general said in shock. Others can't, but Qin Yin can. He used this trick to trick many people. Back in Scorpio Kingdom, when we attacked Golden Claw Treasure Land, he often used this trick. That's right, there is also the Balong army and other idiots, they were all tricked by Qin Yun. The general sighed and said, indeed your Majesty understands Qin Yun the best. But even if he ran away, his prestige will also plummet. Now there are many emissaries from powerful races coming to pay respects to him as the divine king, but now they are being beaten to such a sorry state, the good show is yet to come, how can Qin Yun suffer a loss? Just watch, even if he gives up on these treasure lands, he will not let Great Xianxia get even the slightest bit of advantage. The guy sent by Great Xianxia is too inexperienced. Cat King looked at the huge ship in the sky. At this time, a dazzling golden stone ship suddenly appeared. Many of the spies present are very familiar with this stone ship, it was this ship that tricked the Balong army. The heavenly law altar has indeed gone through space travel, then Qin Yun immediately let the divine inscription mountain run out and fly into the sky. He has prepared a large number of super 10,000 god-devouring arrows and 3 divine sun nuclear bombs refined from divine sun cores. The divine sun nuclear bombs are placed inside the huge 10,000 god-devouring arrows. Through the divine arrow, the divine sun nuclear bombs can penetrate the defense of the battleship. Then the divine sun nuclear bombs will enter the battleship and destroy it in a shocking way. The divine sun nuclear bomb was very powerful, but Qin Yun was still unsure how much damage it could cause to the super warship. According to his hypothesis, a divine sun nuclear bomb should be able to destroy a super large battleship. This was an assumption he had made based on the strength of the Bizarro Cat battleship. The super battleship had been frantically attacking the heavenly altar, and its aura had been very chaotic. Therefore, the spatial fluctuations caused by the heavenly altar had not been sensed by anyone. It had been drowned out by the powerful attacks of the super battleship. Therefore, those who were watching the battle from afar were unable to detect the altar of heaven's past spatial travel. However, when they saw the stone ship transformed from the divine inscription mountain, they all thought that it came out from the heavenly law altar. They were secretly amazed at the sturdiness of the heavenly law altar. It could actually block such a fierce attack and even let a stone ship escape. Let's destroy their giant ships first. Xianxia said, that kind of huge battleship's defense should be stronger than the strange cat battleship's defense. Then shoot 10 arrows at the same point. Xianxia ordered Xiaohua and company to begin shooting arrows. The super 10,000 god-devouring arrow was dozens of meters long, and it was incredibly thick. When it shot out from the super dragon head cannon, it was like a roaring dragon, turning into a golden bolt of lightning as it shot out. In the process of flying, the super 10,000 devouring god arrow devoured the energy around it. When it got close to the super battleship, its devouring power reached its peak, distorting the energy released by the super battleship's protective shield. Boom! After the super 10,000 devouring god arrow devoured the distorted barrier, it successfully pierced through the battleship's protective shield and struck the tough armor, causing a violent explosion. After the divine arrow exploded, a strong light and shockwave surged out. The divine arrow's power was extremely strong, and the battleship's armor was also very sturdy. After the fierce collision, the divine arrow was destroyed. It didn't penetrate the armor, but it left behind a dent. Then, the second arrow was fired. Xianxia did not expect one arrow to penetrate the armor of the Great Profundity planet's battleship, so he decided to use 10 arrows to make a hole. Xianxia's counterattack left the scouts in disbelief. Especially the spies from the Empire. They all knew how terrifying a Taisher faction was. However, Xianxia was not afraid of a Taisher faction at all. He wanted to resist a Taisher faction's powerful battleship. What they didn't know was that Xianxia had previously ruthlessly humiliated Xianxia. Inside the ship, Xianxia was furious. What's going on? Xianxia and company were still alive? You even retaliated? She knew that Xianxia was very capable, but she had never taken Xianxia's strength seriously. In her eyes, no matter how strong Xianxia was, in the face of the mighty attack of the Great Mystery Star, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Especially just now, she had used the energy of the supergiant ship to attack the altar of heaven with all her might. She wanted to destroy the altar of heaven completely and injure the people inside, if not kill them. Now, it seems that the heavenly Tao altar has been destroyed, but a stone ship suddenly appeared, and Xianxia seems to be inside the stone ship. Third young master, the shield of the battleship has been penetrated by those giant arrows. The armor has been damaged and there are already dents. If this continues, it is very likely that it will be broken. A young man hurriedly reported. Aim at that stone ship and destroy it as soon as possible. Xianxia had just finished speaking when another rumble was heard. The second arrow had already been shot, then came the third, fourth, and fifth arrows. The 10 super 10,000 devouring god arrows were quickly shot out. The first 5 successfully pierced a large hole, while the last 5 pierced the interior of the battleship, creating a passage. Xianxia and the others have no time to react because they have never encountered this kind of situation before. In the past, Taisher powers rarely engaged in war, mainly because they are too strong. Just like the empires, they are the rulers of this cosmos. Only the powerful beings of the barbarian race cosmos that came through the cracks of the cosmos need to go to war, but this kind of thing is very rare. Even if they used the supergiant ship to go to war, it has never been broken, even the energy shield was not damaged. And now, Xianxia's 10,000 devouring god arrows not only easily broke the energy shield, they even pierced through the armor and entered the battleship. The battleship is very big, so even if the 10,000 devouring god arrows exploded, the battleship would still be floating in the air. Xianxia immediately ordered, evacuate the area that has been pierced through, barbarian army get ready. Golden Claw Treasure Land must have Xianxia's secret base, we will use barbarian army to flatten Golden Claw Treasure Land. The other 2 battleships will head to other treasure lands and destroy their barriers. The damaged area of the supergiant battleship was immediately emptied. Moreover, there are many cabins inside the battleship, there are barriers between the cabins, the interior is like a honeycomb structure, it is very sturdy. Even if someone pierced a hole in it, it would not affect the operation of the battleship. And the core of the battleship has the strongest defense, there is no need to worry about it being destroyed. After Strange Cat King saw the super 10,000 devouring god arrows enter, he exclaimed in surprise, Great Xianstar's supergiant battleship is about to be finished. He is very clear what Qinyan wants to do, now he is only opening the way, the real killing weapon has not been used yet. Inside Qinyan's divine mountain, Xianxia said, "Boss, there are 2 supergiant battleships flying at high speed towards other treasure lands. Let them be, this is for the best, we just need to destroy this battleship." Qinyan said, "Old Xiao, are the Divine Sun nuclear bombs ready?" Xiaohua said, "I have already prepared, this time we will shoot 3 arrows and use all 3 Divine Sun nuclear bombs." Qinyan said, "I have to say, this kind of supergiant battleship of the Great Xianstar is truly powerful. The power of a single Divine Sun nuclear bomb is still not enough." Yes. Xiaohua is excited in his heart. If there were 3 Divine Sun nuclear bombs, then the power would definitely be extremely terrifying. Qinyan wants to use the most shocking method to declare war on the Taisher powers. 3 super 10,000 devouring god arrows shot out in succession and entered the supergiant battleship through the hole they made earlier. Following Qinyan's control, the Divine Sun nuclear bomb inside the 10,000 devouring god arrow detonated. Boom, with a loud sound, the tens of thousands of meters long supergiant battleship suddenly exploded. An incomparably ferocious energy wave and intense light instantly rushed out. The nearby spies and others were all shaken by this terrifying shockwave until their bodies burned and their clothes were burned by the intense light. Some of the people who did not wear armor had their skin burned to the point that it was on fire, and some even directly turned to ashes. Those who directly looked at the intense light of the explosion felt incomparable pain in their eyes. Those who did not protect their eyes well were directly blinded. Strange Cat King had already taken out a thick black shield to block in front of him, so he and the general beside him were completely unharmed. The supergiant battleship broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Only a few people wearing armor survived. They were the first to fly out of the incomparably scorching explosion and survived. Mobile users, please visit. Xianxing's equipment was excellent. Even the cabin she was in was very sturdy. Although a battleship like theirs had never been destroyed before, the main position was well protected, mainly to avoid being injured by the explosive energy of the Super Divine Sunday. These warships often needed to circle around the Super Divine Sun to absorb energy to replenish their energy cores. The sudden burst of power from the supermassive Divine Sun could destroy such a warship. Therefore, the control room Xianxing was in exploded with an extremely powerful thrust the moment the super warship was destroyed, catapulting the entire control room out. However, even after being ejected, the outer wall of the main control room was still damaged by the energy of the Divine Sun nuclear bomb. The people inside quickly put on their armor, broke out of the damaged main control room, and flew into the sky to take refuge. Those who had escaped death gasped for air. Even Xianxing's heart was filled with shock and fear. Especially when they were floating high up in the sky and overlooking the entire process of the super warship crashing down, they were shocked to the extreme. What was that? It could actually destroy such a powerful super warship. Only the explosive energy of a supermassive Divine Sun could cause damage to their battleships, but this kind of thing rarely happened. The eruption of a supermassive Divine Sun was very rare, and it could be predicted and avoided in advance. Xianxing clenched her fists and trembled from head to toe. Fear and anger had caused her to lose control of her emotions. This was something she had never experienced before. Third young master, we still have 2 super warships. Should we continue? A middle-aged man asked after recovering from his shock. Xianxing closed her eyes. The area below had already turned into a sea of fire. During the process of destruction, the energy core within the warship would also explode. That was why the entire warship exploded in such a shocking manner. Let's ask the Master of Supreme Darkness. Xianxing didn't dare to make a decision on her own. She was truly worried that the remaining 2 warships would be destroyed. The previous 2 super battleships had already set off for other treasure lands, but she immediately ordered the super battleship to take off and quickly enter deep space to hide. The divine inscription mountain that had transformed into a stone ship had already flown away. Qinyan only had 3 Divine Sun nuclear bombs. They were made by using the pill transformation heavenly cauldron to refine the inner core of the little Divine Sunday. It consumed a lot of energy and time, so it was impossible to mass produce them. The most important thing was the little Divine Yang core. this was a very rare resource. It was very difficult to obtain the little divine yang core in this universe. After his cultivation was restricted to the 9th level of the divine space realm, he could no longer control those small divine suns as easily as before. The most difficult thing was that in the early stages of the formation of all kinds of small divine sun, they would receive the protection of the universe law spirit. Furthermore, they were much stronger than before, so they wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The energy cores in the battleships of the various major factions were mainly based on the little divine sun core, but this was all in the past. In the future, there would be one less little divine sun core destroyed, so it was very rare. As a result, the various major forces were unable to expand their warships on a large scale. If one of their warships was destroyed, they could rebuild it, but it would not have the original energy core. As for Qin Yun, he had been studying the divine yang cultivation method recently. He has the 9 sun divine spirit and the divine sun inside it is growing rapidly. Not only does he want to cultivate the divine sun in his 9 sun divine spirit, he also wants to create a divine sun in the future so that he can have 9 different powerful divine suns. Apart from this, he also wanted to create the little divine Sunday. This was a great killing weapon. When the time comes, no one else will have one and he will have a large amount. This will allow him to become the ruler of the divine desolate. If anyone doesn't submit, he will blow them up until they submit. Xianxia held the magic mirror and contacted the great profundity Star Lord. Father, you should have seen the process. It was your daughter's mistake, I underestimated Qin Yun. According to my speculation, it should be the violent explosion caused by the little divine sun core. Don't forget, Qin Yun has the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Furthermore, he is an inscription master with unfathomable strength. He has the ability to modify the little divine sun core. The great profundity Star Lord's voice sounded. You will learn from your mistakes. Next time you face Qin Yun, don't lower your guard. Then, what should we do next? Xianxia asked. This was the greatest setback she had ever suffered in her life, causing her to lose her mind. I sent your second brother over. Leave the rest to him. After you return, properly study this Qin Yun. We will gather a large amount of information about him. The great profundity Star Lord said, this person can create such a great killing weapon. The 4 great empires and all the Taisher powers will definitely attach great importance to him and list him as the number 1 threat. Then, everyone should work together to eliminate him. Xianxia said, our operation this time is also to obtain Qin Yun's bloodline heavenly pattern box and then distribute it to them. Now that our battleships have been destroyed, will they not take action? Qingning, how many more of those weapons does Qin Yun have, do you know? What if this guy comes to 9 Sun Sacred Land and attacks our headquarters? Who can stand it? The great profundity Star Lord said, now that Qin Yun has given up a few treasured lands, it is like throwing away a burden. He can mess with whoever he wants. Furthermore, he can break through the restrictions of space. Also, how do you think he can become the divine king of divine desolate? Xianxia turned silent. Qin Yun's cultivation is not high, but this is the most terrifying thing about him. He is clearly a person with low cultivation, but he has become a divine king and caused chaos among the major powers. Especially the exotic cat kingdom, they were beaten to their knees and submitted. Next, we will go to the exotic cat kingdom. The exotic cat kingdom has many battleships. Furthermore, they were defeated by Qin Yun and are safe and sound. They must be loyal to Qin Yun. He has so many battleships and a large number of little divine sun cores. This is what we lack. This way, we can deter the powers that want to submit to Qin Yun and also collect and store the little divine sun cores. At the same time, we can cut off Qin Yun's path of obtaining the little divine sun cores. Yes, Qingming will go back now. Xianxia took out a flying tool and entered it, flying towards 9 Sun Sacred Land. The others who survived went to the 2 super battleships. Your Majesty, you are truly a divine strategist. The general beside Exotic Cat King looked at the sea of fire and exclaimed repeatedly. We are in trouble. Exotic Cat King said with a grave expression, the weapon Qin Yun used should have been modified from the little divine sun cores. We have a lot of battleships and a lot of little divine sun cores. Now that many people are targeting us, they just happen to find an excuse to mess with us. then. Is it the Taisher faction coming to mess with us? The general cried out in alarm. The Great Profundity Star lost a super battleship this time. Only they have a reason to mess with us. The other factions will not fight with them. Exotic Cat King let out a long sigh. If they come, then come. I have long wanted to meet these Taisher factions that are as powerful as the Empire. The big shots of the four empires and the Taisher powers were the first to know about the destruction of the Great Xian planet's super battleship. Compared to the previous times, Qin Yan's counterattack caused an even greater sensation. When the strange cat kingdom was defeated, the Taisher powers and the empires only raised Qin Yan's threat level by a bit. But now, they directly raised Qin Yan's threat level to the highest, but the empire still did not directly attack. If Qin Yan was besieged by too many powerful forces, it might cause an unnecessary backlash and allow Qin Yan to unite even more powerful races. If the powerful races of the Divine Desolate knew that their god king was so powerful that he was besieged by the four empires, they would definitely worship Qin Yan even more. Even if only a small number of powerful races joined Qin Yan's camp, it would still provide Qin Yan with a very powerful force. There are many strong races in the heavens Divine Desolate. These races are currently in a state of disunity. Furthermore, they occupy very rich resources. As long as Qin Yan can unite a tenth of the strong races, it will be a huge force. If the 90,000 universe god suns appeared, the resources controlled by these powerful races might even increase. As for how the Taisher powers and the four empires would eliminate the threat of Qin Yan, no one knew. In short, the Great Xian planet had to recover. After all, they had lost a super battleship and suffered such a great loss. Even if they did not profit from attacking Qin Yan's treasured land, they could not make a loss. Otherwise, their Great Xian planet would be laughed at by the other Taisher powers. Not only would they suffer losses, they would also lose face. If Qin Yan successfully occupied a few treasured lands, the Great Xian planet would be able to make a small profit. But no matter what the result was, Qin Yan had lost beautifully. Yes, he was forced to give up his treasured land, but the enemy was not much better. They had lost a super battleship. Qin Yan used this opportunity to destroy the super battleship to send an important message to the entire Divine Desolate. It could intimidate those powerful forces and at the same time, make more powerful races acknowledge him. A large number of barbarian life forms, beasts, beastmen and humans, were all enslaved and controlled by the Great Xian planet. At this moment, they were all crazily entering those treasured lands. There were many barbarian life forms, but only a few were powerful. Although most of them were also very powerful, they could only be enslaved by the Taisher powers with strong foundations. The two super warships first broke through the enchantment of the treasure land, and then sent out many leaders, responsible for controlling the barbarians to enter the treasure land to mine resources. The barbarian life forms began to dig up the divine universe metal stones, and they soon triggered the traps in the treasure land. After a period of reproduction, those trap arrays bred array seeds, which rapidly multiplied and spread deep underground. There were a lot of traps under the treasure land. If a barbarian species fell into the traps, they would be devoured. The trap formation has been modified by Qin Yan. It has a large number of poison bloodline heavenly runes and runes with devouring ability. After stepping into the trap array, it was very difficult to escape. When they wanted to erupt with a powerful strength to struggle, they found that their strength was draining away very quickly. In the end, they were sucked dry by the trap array. Even a medium-sized treasure trove would take more than half a day to fly through, and this was only a medium-sized treasure trove. If it was a larger one, it would be even larger. But now, the natural environment was growing very quickly, and the ground had become very sturdy, especially the ground inside the treasure land, which was even sturdier. The traps hidden under the treasured land were very difficult to destroy unless a super warship was used to bombard the treasured land continuously. However, the traps covered the depths of the treasure land and the treasure land was very big. Using a super warship to bombard it would not be worth it. Moreover, even if the powerful energy of the super warship could destroy the underground trap array, it would also destroy those divine universe metal stones. The most sinister part of the traps was this place. It was like a hedgehog, there was no way to attack. Either it consumed a lot of energy or it would be full of injuries. The second son of the extreme profundity star lord came here. he was in charge of commanding the excavation of the treasure land. He is very experienced in this aspect. Before he came here, he even joked about his sister Xianxia, saying that she was the only one among so many Taisher factions who lost a super warship. He knew that Qin Yun was very powerful, but after he controlled the super giant ship to break through the enchantments of those treasure lands, he was sure that Qin Yun did not have that kind of terrifying weapon. Previously, he only used all the powerful weapons in order to intimidate them. However, he quickly discovered that these treasure lands could not be excavated. They came from afar and painstakingly destroyed the barrier of the treasure land. Originally, they thought that they would have a great harvest, but they discovered that they could not obtain anything. The Extreme Profundity Star suffered a great loss this time. They could not even earn back the travel expenses, and they even lost a super warship and all the outstanding disciples of the warship. Qin Yun soaked in the divine inscription mountain and leisurely ate divine fruits. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing accompanied him. After relaxing, he arrived at a prairie inside the divine inscription mountain. General Chu Limin, Pavilion Master Luo Yaya, 9 Dragon Kingdoms Long Jinchuan and the representatives of the 3 factions were waiting for Qin Yun here. Your Excellency God King, although you gave up the treasure land this time, the other party did not obtain any benefits and even suffered a great loss. It can be said that you have won. Chu Limin said. She admired Qin Yun very much. The Taisher faction's first public appearance ended in this kind of situation. They won't just let it go like this. Luo Yaya said, our Shadow Pavilion will do our best to collect information and keep abreast of the latest developments of the Taisher faction. Long Jinchuan said, Your Excellency God King, our 9 Dragon Kingdom has already entered a treasure land. We are cooperating with a strong race and have already stabilized. As long as Your Excellency God King needs it, we and that strong race will definitely do our best to help. Qin Yun nodded and said, the Extreme Profundity Star and the 4 great empires shouldn't make a move against me in the short term. However, they will definitely use other methods to knock me down. For example, making a move against my allies. If my Phoenix Kingdom goes all out, even if it's a Taisher faction or an empire, they will still have to bleed. Chu Limin said, if they come, my Phoenix Kingdom will dare to fight. Luo Yaya said, Sister Shu is currently hiding in a strong race. They won't be able to find her. Even if they find her, it will be difficult for them to attack. We are not afraid. After all, this is no longer their world. Long Jinchuan said. Qin Yun said, they can't touch you now, so their target will be the exotic cat kingdom that just entered the 9 Sun Holy Land. Speaking of the exotic cat kingdom, Luo Yaya and the others frowned. The exotic cat kingdom has completely submitted to Qin Yun. When they started fighting with Qin Yun, they promptly admitted defeat, so they did not suffer too many losses. They have a large number of battleships and little divine sun core. The Great Profundity Star's attack on the Golden Claw treasure land this time is not small. They must make up for their losses from other places. And the exotic cat kingdom is the best choice. The exotic cat king is not simple. He can hold on for a period of time. While their attention is focused on the exotic cat kingdom, we will go snatch the primordial ancient ruins controlled by the Crown Prince of Deluo. Qin Yun said, we will quickly take down the primordial ancient ruins and immediately go help the exotic cat king. We can't let his little divine sun core fall into the hands of the Great Profundity Star. Exotic cat king was now completely loyal to Qin Yun. Although he did not make it public, the other factions must have guessed it. Otherwise, Qin Yun would not have let him go and let him enter the 9 Sun sacred ground. Exotic Cat Kingdom was very important to Qin Yun. He wanted to go to the 9 Sun sacred ground in the future, and Exotic Cat Kingdom was the best base. Moreover, Exotic Cat Kingdom had a large population. After all, it used to be a mid-tier kingdom. There were many talents in all aspects. Qin Yun needed a large number of craftsmen, and Exotic Cat Kingdom had a lot of them. Qin Yun needed a large number of craftsmen to create all kinds of weapons. This required experienced craftsmen. Subduing Exotic Cat Kingdom was equivalent to controlling a very rich human resource. Therefore, Qin Yun would not let Exotic Cat Kingdom be destroyed. He had already sent people to find Exotic Cat King and sent him a small spatial sound transmission array. This small spatial sound transmission array was just made by An Wukong and the Space God. It was as big as a large vat. Divine Universe Goldstones could be put in to activate the array and transmit sound through space. Qin Yin would not use Daluo Empire's magic mirror. It was said that in order to promote these magic mirrors, Daluo Empire had invited 3 other empires to join. There were also many Taisher factions behind them. As long as these magic mirrors were promoted, the entire God Wilderness would be monitored. Communication through the magic mirror would definitely be eavesdropped. Although the small spatial sound transmission array Qin Yin used was cumbersome, it was very safe. It could be said that it was completely confidential. Exotic Cat King was returning to Exotic Cat Kingdom. It would take at least a few days for Qin Yin to talk to him. The Taishan Star's attack on Exotic Cat Kingdom was a sudden decision. They definitely needed to make a comprehensive plan. This would take time, and then it would take a lot of time to deploy troops. It would also take some time to set off to Exotic Cat Kingdom's territory. It would take at least 2 months to complete the whole thing. As for Qin Yin and the others, they needed to take down Daluo Crown Prince's primordial ruins within 2 months. After that, they would go help Exotic Cat Kingdom. The outside world knew that Exotic Cat King recognized Qin Yin as the Divine King. It could be said that he was the first king of a kingdom to be defeated by Qin Yin. Now that he followed Qin Yin, if he was defeated by the Taisher factions, Qin Yin would definitely lose his prestige. Qin Yin now needed other powerful races to join in. He did not need them to participate in the battle, but he needed them to provide resources. These powerful races all occupied powerful treasure lands and were rich in resources. As long as they provided him with a small amount of Divine Universe metal stones and other refining materials from time to time, with so many powerful races gathered together, they would have a massive amount of resources. The various Grand Prime organizations and the 4 empires all wanted the resources offered up by the treasured lands. They had once tried to subdue the powerful races there, and they could indeed subdue them, but subduing all of them was very difficult. Furthermore, by doing so, it would cause many powerful races to view them as enemies. It would make them more inclined towards Qin Yin, the godly monarch. Now in the Gods Desolate, as long as one could gather these powerful races and obtain the resources provided by them, one would be able to grasp an extremely powerful force. Qin Yin doesn't have a stable territory now. He has to rely on the Heavenly Tao altar to run around. If those powerful races want to follow him and acknowledge him as their divine king, it will be very difficult for them to find him. He had thought of this before, so he had already made arrangements. Qin Yin handed over the task of contacting the various races to the gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Although the gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court are not particularly strong, they are very familiar with the terrain of the Gods Desolate. Moreover, they have long since collected detailed information about many powerful races. Furthermore, within the 4 divine sons, there is also the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. The Imperial Heaven Pawnshop has already merged with the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Currently, the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop still maintains contact with the Ancient Desolate. However, it is intermittent. It has been a while since they sent anything to the Ancient Desolate. One must know that the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop also has something similar to the Spatial Origin Stone. Furthermore, the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop also has a very detailed map of the Gods Desolate. This can make it convenient for the Spatial God and An Wukong to quickly go to those powerful races and contact them. Qin Yin looked at his 9-son divine spirit. He has been trying to open the 8th and 9th pearl, but he has been unable to do so. The last time the 9-son law spirit contacted him, it said that there were things left behind by the 9-son law spirit and the universe law spirit inside. Didn't you say that I needed Yuelan's help to open it? Later on, Yuelan and I joined hands to no avail. How can I open it? Qin Yin very much wants to know what is inside. He is currently inside the Heavenly Law Altar, crafting a large-scale formation. Fortunately, he has the help of the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Taisher brother. It is very easy for him to craft the formation pillars. The pillars are provided by Phoenix Kingdom, Luo Shu, and 9 Dragon Kingdom. They have many ready-made pillars. Qin Yin only needs to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box to craft the formation. He will be able to quickly craft the formation used to bestow Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Currently, this kind of formation can only bestow Bloodline Heavenly Rune to the 5th generation. It is also the most advanced formation in the Gods Desolate. It is much better than the Taisher factions. Qinyan spent a full 10 days to craft several batches. The Myriad Realms Divine Court, Divine Moon Clan, Phoenix Kingdom, Luo Shu, 9 Dragon Kingdom and 1 for the future Dragon's race. The Myriad Realms Divine Court has 2 such formations. One is for internal use and the other is to help the other races of the 4 Divine Sons obtain bloodline heavenly runes. Qinyan told others that he spent a great amount of money to craft them. He didn't say how much it cost. In short, all the factions are very happy after obtaining the formation. Phoenix Kingdom and Luo Shu directly gave Qinyan trillions of Divine Universe Golden Stones. 9 Dragon Kingdom helped Qinyan a lot before. Originally, they wanted to give Qinyan some but Qinyan didn't want it. He told them to develop properly. They were ambushed by the crown princes of 2 empires and suffered great losses. Next, Qinyan wants to start cultivating. He wants to increase his own strength. In the Gods Desolate, the strongest other people are only this strong. But Qinyan is different. He has the 9 Sun Divine Soul, Divine King Heavenly Seal and all kinds of powerful equipment. He can make his own strength even stronger. He has many aspects to improve. For example, mental power. He suspects that the reason why he can't open the 9 Sun Divine Soul's 8th and 9th Pearl is because his mental power is not strong enough. Finally, I can cultivate for a period of time. Not only Qinyan is cultivating, old brother Taisher is also studying the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman and Bloodline Heavenly Rune characters. After Qinyan cultivated for a few days, Xianxia came to find him urgently. After he arrived at the Heavenly Law Altar, he entered a very spacious hall. 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda is erected here. Qinyan is inside the pagoda. Boss, Heaven Opening Ancient Races side has an important matter to discuss. Is it convenient now? Xianxia asked. What is it? Qinyan asked. They found out a lot of information regarding the primordial ancient ruins. Xianxia said. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Qinyan was cultivating but he did not need to be fully focused. The godly monarch Heavenly Seal was absorbing the Divine Universe Goldstone and strengthening the Divine Cosmos in his body, raising the upper limits of the Divine Universe power. This process was rather easy. He was on the 2nd level of the 9 Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda, while the people of the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan entered the 1st level. The person from the Heaven-Splitting Clan was Elder Yu Lifan of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan. Qinyan had not been in contact with the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan for some time, but his relationship with them had always been pretty good. Xiao Qihong could be considered half a master to him. He had passed down the Yu Heavenly Talisman to him, and his relationship with the other races of the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Race was not bad. For example, the Qi Ancient Clan had been helping Qi Malian cultivate for many years. Qinyan was still very concerned about his younger sister. Although he did not meet her often, he often learned about her from the Divine Moon Clan. Qi Malian's aptitude was originally very good, especially after she obtained the Bloodline Heavenly Mark. She also awakened a very special and powerful ability. She had a pair of strange eyes that could penetrate deep into the ground and see some strange rocks underground. She couldn't see the Divine Universe Metal Stone, but she could see many strange stones. The last time Yu Shangyun came, she had mentioned this matter to Qinyan. She had brought Qi Malian to look for those stones. The stones that were dug out were all very rare ores. Qi Malian's current ability was still unstable, but as her cultivation increased it would gradually stabilize in the future. Before Yu Lifan entered the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, he already knew that Qinyan is cultivating, so it is inconvenient for him to show himself. Senior, what's the situation with the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan? Qinyan's voice came from above. Our current plan is to establish a heaven-opening gate. We will not build a kingdom or anything like that. We will mainly preach the Tao and absorb the outstanding talents of the various powerful races in the divine wilderness. Yu Lifan said, Xiao Qin, the main reason I came this time is to learn about the primordial ruins. This matter is extremely important. Senior, please speak. Qinyan said. The main reason the Heaven-Splitting Clan wanted to spread their teachings was to spread the inheritance they possessed. They did not want to establish a kingdom or anything like that. They wanted to separate from the ancient factions and walk their own path. De Luo Crown Prince came to find us, he wants our treasure land. Yu Lifan said. Your treasured land? Where is it? Qin did not know that the heaven-splitting ancient clan had a treasure land because the heaven-splitting ancient clan was still active in the heaven's divine moon. With the protection of the divine moon, the Grand Primes and the Four Empires did not dare to act recklessly in the divine moon. The divine moon of the heavens does not belong to the heaven-splitting ancient clan. It belongs to all the powerful clans in the divine wilderness of the heavens. We will definitely open it up in the future. The Nine Suns Dharma spirit gave us a treasure land. It can be considered a large treasure land, but it is not within the Nine Suns sacred land. Yu Lifan said, this treasured land was extremely good in all aspects, it was enough for us to establish our own sect and establish a great undertaking. Later on, we discovered that there was something under the treasured land. Qin was secretly alarmed. It was obvious that the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit had deliberately arranged for such a treasure land to be given to the heaven-splitting ancient clan. When did Crown Prince Zenith Luo seek you out? Asked Qin. He has been sending people to contact us, asking us to offer the treasured land, but he didn't say why. So we didn't agree to his request. A few days ago, his avatar came to find the various patriarchs of the heaven-splitting ancient clan and told us that there is a primordial ancient ruin under the treasured land. Only they have a way to enter, said Yu Lifan. Qin took a deep breath. Those grand primes and empires indeed have a way to find primordial ancient ruins. Did you agree? Qin asked. The heaven-splitting ancient clan once served the Great Luo Empire. Later on, with the permission of the Great Luo Empire, they were able to surpass the divine space realm. However, not long after, they were beaten back to the divine space realm. Moreover, they have been trying to surpass their limits for many years. However, they have been secretly obstructed by the Great Luo Empire, causing many of them to die. They are filled with resentment towards the Great Luo Empire. Especially now, the Great Luo Empire can actually enslave barbarians. We didn't agree. When the Great Luo Crown Prince's avatar came, he brought 50,000 barbarians with him. Yu Lifan said very angrily. The heaven-splitting ancient clan is most afraid of barbarians. It can be said that they have lived under the shadow of barbarians for most of their lives. Back then, they were also persecuted by the Great Luo Empire and forced to enter the barbarian universe. What is the Great Luo Crown Prince's reaction? Qin will soon clash with the Great Luo Crown Prince. He is very concerned about his movements. If he can make the heaven-splitting ancient clan divert the Great Luo Crown Prince's attention, then it might be even easier to succeed. He gave us a deadline. If we don't agree within the deadline, they won't be polite. Yu Lifan said, Little Qin, our heaven-splitting ancient clan is not afraid of threats, we are not afraid of death. We have already prepared for the worst. Qin has seen the heaven-splitting ancient clan members who returned from the barbarian universe. Qin still can't forget the scene of them resisting the barbarian life forms in the Nine Sun sacred ground. Senior, do you trust me? Qin asked. In the divine desolate, only you, Little Qin, are worthy of our heaven-splitting ancient clan's trust. Yu Lifan said, this time I have come representing the entire heaven-splitting ancient clan. After speaking, he took out many tokens. These are the tokens of various clan leaders and elders. They are currently being monitored. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they did not personally come. First step, in 30 days, you will deliberately leak the news and let the Great Luo Crown Prince know that you have come to find me and want to join hands with us to explore the primordial ancient ruins under your heaven creation treasure land. Second step, after leaking the news, start eliminating the spies in your heaven-splitting ancient clan. Great Luo Empire has planted many spies in your clan. Use soul contract and other methods to eliminate them one by one. Third step, you will be attacked by the Great Luo Crown Prince. Your treasure land can resist for a period of time. During this period of time, don't do anything, I will definitely support you. Also, train a large number of craftsmen. I need you to help me forge all kinds of tools. Qin also believes in Yu Lifan and the upper echelons of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. After all, they have already turned to the Nine Sun Law Spirit. In the divine desolate, the Nine Sun Law Spirit is the greatest. With the 9-Sun Law spirit to rely on, they have the confidence to fight against the Great Luo Empire. Alright, we will definitely do it. Yuli Fan said. Pay attention, don't let the Great Luo Crown Prince enter your treasure land. Wait for my news, I will send people to contact you and help you eliminate the spies. Qin Yan said. I will immediately go and arrange it. Yuli Fan immediately left. Qin Yan is very curious about the primordial ancient ruins under the Heaven Creation Treasure Land. The sudden appearance of the primordial ancient ruins is something that Qin Yan did not expect. It is extremely likely that it is the inheritance left behind by the 9-Sun Law spirit. If the heaven-splitting ancient clan can completely understand the primordial ancient ruins, they might become a powerful faction in the future. End of chapter 3201. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.